Instant Ralston and Regular Ralston, the hot whole wheat cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Commander Corey, at the controls of the Terra 5, pilots the ship close to a strange disc-shaped object floating above the planet Venus. Cadet Happy is on the disc in a spacesuit, reporting to the commander by spaceophone.
Can you make anything out of those instruments and controls, Happy?
No, sir, they're nothing like you'd find in a spaceship or artificial satellite. And besides, they're not even connected.
The disc seems to be defying gravity. Don't touch anything, Hap.
These wires are just hanging loose. Looks like they've been yanked away from the... Hey, Commander, what's wrong?
The disc is falling. Falling toward Venus.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure in the Claw of Venus. Hi, Space Patrollers. Captain Dick Tufeld here. Got a riddle for you this morning. You ready? Here goes. What can you see out of, but nobody can see in? The answer? Easy. The new sensational Monoview Outer Space Helmet. It's a whole foot high, slips on right over your head, and rests on your shoulders. Yes, sir, it's a neat, complete disguise. And wait till you get your first look through that special one-way eye plate. It's like magic. You're whisked right out of this world into a strange, purple, glowing planet. You see everything clear as day, but tinted with a weird purple glow. And what's more, the Monoview Outer Space Helmet has a gleaming red and jet black lightning flash hood. And swell, real-looking oxygen tanks and breathing tubes printed right on. But best of all, this helmet is yours for only 25 cents and a box top. Now, gang, here's how you get it. Just buy a box of good hot Ralston. Then, with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and an instant or regular Ralston box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer is good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now, here's a special Space Patrol flash. Immediately following today's adventure, Commander Corey will announce the name of the grand prize winner in the Name the Planet contest. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure in the Claw of Venus. Commander Corey's space battlecruiser, the Terra 5, skims low over the mountains of the planet Venus. Controlled by Cadet Happy, sensitive infrared beams reach through the heavy, dark mist to feel the shapes of the craggy peaks below. Toward the east, eerie blue flashes of lightning signal the approach of a storm. With his eyes on the viewscope screens and a bank of instruments, Buzz Corey threads the needle-nosed ship through its hazardous course.
We're nearly there, Happy. The probe beam should be picking out Sharn's tower any minute now.
We sure got a break from that storm, sir. We'll be right on top of him before he knows we're coming.
Unless one of his men tipped him off.
Even if they did, he wouldn't have time to dispose of the stolen zolanite.
I hope not. But to prove our case, we've got to find more than 5 pounds of zolanite on Sharn's premises.
5 pounds? Well, 100 pounds were stolen from Saturn.
I know, but zolanite is so rare that the government knows the location of every bit of it. Not counting the stolen supply, of course.
Well, then Sharn has 5 pounds of it legitimately.
That's right.
Well, Commander, isn't that a tower up there ahead on the side of the mountain?
That's it, Hap. After we land, we'll not lose any time getting out of the ship. If Sharn does have the zolanite, we're in for trouble.
Near the summit of a mountain, Sharn's tower rises into the mist, dwarfing 2 squat stone buildings huddled at the base. In the top chamber of the tower, Gaston Sharn barks instructions to his assistant, Richard Durant.
Durant, did you hear what I said?
What was that, Sharn?
I said 10,000 volts. What's the matter with you today?
Oh, it's that storm. I don't like working here in this kind of weather. It makes me nervous.
Afraid of thunder. I thought you were supposed to be a scientist.
It's not the thunder, it's the lightning. And here we are in this tower with all this apparatus.
10,000 volts, Mr. Durant, if you please.
All right. 9250, 9500... 9,800. Look out! It's too much. I warned you, the circuit's overloaded.
Well, put in a heavier coil.
What's that?
It's a spaceship. It's landing.
I told you we'd get into trouble.
How do you know we're in trouble?
Look, it's a space patrol ship. The Zolanite. We'll have to hide it.
How can we hide it? It's already inside an Endurium shield welded to an Endurium platform.
But, Sean, what'll we do?
Go down and meet them. Keep them out of the tower if possible, and try to keep that guilty look off your face. They probably aren't looking for Zolanite anyway.
But what if they are?
I know my rights, Durant. You just keep your mouth shut and let me do the talking.
Hurrying down to the living quarters in one of the low buildings adjoining the tower, Gaston Charn hastily spreads several technical books on a table and then settles himself in a chair in an attitude of leisurely concentration. A moment later, Durant greets Buzz and Happy and leads them into the study.
Well, gentlemen, this is a welcome break in a monotonous day. Sit down, won't you?
No, thanks. Your name is Sharn, isn't it?
Yes. And you must be Commander Corey by your insignia.
Yes. I'll get right to the point, Sharn. I have a warrant from the Venus Justice Department authorizing a complete search of your premises.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Commander. A search? What for?
Sharn, 100 pounds of Zolanite was stolen from the government freight depot at Saturn City.
100 pounds? Well, I didn't know there was that much Zolanite in the universe.
How much do you have here?
Oh, about 5 pounds.
Happy, hand me the Zolanite detector.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Now, let's see what we can pick up.
It's working all right, Commander.
Of course it is. 5 pounds of Zolanite is enough to set up quite a reaction.
It's true. It could be 5 pounds 20 feet away or 100 pounds 400 feet away. How about it, Sean? Can you move 20 feet and produce your Zolanite?
Perhaps the storm has some confusing effect on your detector.
Very unlikely. Judging by the indicator, we'll find some Zolanite up in your tower. Let's have a look. Cut the detector half. Come on, Sean.
Very well, if you insist.
You and Durant lead the way.
Very well. Through this door, gentlemen. This corridor leads to the tower.
Look out! Smoking rockets! I've been struck by lightning. I told you, Sean.
Get a grip on yourself, Durant. You're not hurt.
Yeah, if you'd been hit by lightning, you wouldn't be able to brag about it.
A bolt hit the tower, just like I said it would.
Well, we're not hurt. We'll go up and investigate.
No. The tower is damaged. What if the lightning strikes again?
Commander,
Yes, Hap.
that flash must have put the Zolanite detector out of commission. See, it isn't picking up a thing.
That's strange. You didn't get a shock or a burn, did you?
No, sir.
We better not risk the elevator after that bolt. We'll use the stairs. I'll go first. Hap, you watch Durant and Sean.
The lab is right through that door, Commander.
Smoking rockets. What happened to the roof?
A bolt of lightning blasted out the whole top of the tower.
Yeah, and it wrecked the floor, too. Yeah, it's lucky it didn't collapse.
I don't understand it.
What do you mean, Durant?
That huge Endurium platform, it's disintegrated, vanished, just like it never existed.
The walls are seared, but there's hardly any trace of molten metal. Strange. Happy, try that detector again.
Yes, sir. It's working, sir, but it's sure a low reading.
It's probably picking up this small fragment of Zolanite.
Yes, that's Zolanite, all right.
Which proves that your detector is working, and in turn proves that I do not have the stolen 100 pounds of this stuff.
Yeah, it looks like the lightning destroyed all our evidence, Commander.
And in that case, I should appreciate it if you gentlemen would leave, so I may silently contemplate my tragic loss.
All right, Sean. There's nothing I can do now but watch your step. Next time it'll take more than a bolt of lightning to save you. Come on, Happy.
Returning to their ship, Buzz and Happy head back to Venus City.
Doggone it, sir. That storm couldn't have done Sharn a bigger favor if it had it made to order.
Base Control, Venus City calling all spaceborne traffic using approach lane 3, level 7. Emergency warning. An unidentified object has been reported hovering at a distance of 17 DUs over Venus. Ships approaching in lane 3, level 7, use caution. This disc-shaped object last reported hovering over the following position.
Get this, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Latitude 15 degrees, 23 minutes north. Longitude 97 degrees, 2 minutes, 15 seconds east. Altitude 17 DUs. Space Control, Venus City out.
I wonder what it is, Commander.
Whatever it is, it should be removed. Have you checked its location on the chart, Hap?
I'll have it in a second, sir. It's just about here.
That's right near us.
Yes, sir.
Turn on the space phone, Hap.
Right.
Commander Corey aboard Terra 5, calling Space Control, Venus City. Commander Corey to Space Control, Venus City.
Space Control, Venus City. Go ahead, Commander.
I'm checking on your report of this unidentified object. What's being done to remove it from the space lane?
Nothing as yet, Commander. Colonel Yeager is waiting for a report from Space Platform Observatory number 2. They're trying to identify the object.
You said it was disc-shaped. How big is it?
About 20 feet in diameter and quite thin and flat. There's no sign of rocket power or any other force. It's been over that same position on Venus for more than an hour. It just seems to hang there. That's all the information I have, sir.
All right, Space Control. Inform Colonel Yeager that I'm going to investigate this object. Corey out. All right, Hap, we'll have a close look at this thing. Get your spacesuit on in case we have to attach a line and tow it out of the space lane.
Moments later, Buzz and Happy bring their spaceship close to a gleaming metal disc. They circle it at a velocity just high enough to counteract the gravity pull of the planet Venus, 17 DUs below them.
I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it. It's not under power. There's no sign of any rocket burst.
It's certainly unmanned.
Yeah, the disk is too thin for anything larger than a dog to be inside it. I wonder what that stuff is on top. Some sort of electrical equipment, maybe?
What's it connected to? See those cables dangling?
Commander, since I've got my spacesuit on, why can't I board that disk and examine it?
Oh, all right, Hap, but watch your step.
Skillfully, Buzz matches the velocity of his ship to that of the strange disc as Happy stands in the airlock with the outer hatch open. Carefully, Buzz maneuvers the Terra 5 closer to the disc, and Happy crosses over.
I made it, sir. I'm on the disc.
Remember, Hap, this isn't outer space. If you slip here, you go down, and 17 DUs is a long way to fall.
I'll be careful, sir.
I'll drop back so I can see you better through the nose port. Can you make anything out of it, Hap?
Not yet, but somehow I get the feeling that this whole object is part of something else.
What makes you think that?
Well, the bolts and brackets on the disc. It looks like it has been fastened to something and pulled loose. And these controls, they're nothing like anything you'd find in a spaceship or artificial satellite. And besides, they're not even connected.
Well, don't touch them, Hap. Never can tell.
These wires are just hanging loose. It looks like they've been yanked away from... Hey, Commander, what's wrong with the ship? You're moving away.
It isn't the ship, it's you. The disc is falling toward Venus.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, Space Patrollers. Captain Tufeld again. Right now, I'm in the mail room at Space Patrol headquarters. You hear that? That's our stamping machine pounding away like mad. Just listen to those packages going down that mail chute. Man, oh man, it seems like just about every space patroller in the universe wants one of those terrific monoview outer space helmets. There are hundreds, no, thousands of orders coming in. Say, how about you? Have you sent for your helmet yet? The one and only outer space helmet you can see out of, but nobody can see in. The wonderful helmet with honest-to-goodness looking oxygen tanks and breathing tubes printed right on it. The sensational helmet with the gleaming lightning flash hood and specially constructed outer space ear plates. The helmet that's just like the one Commander Corey wears. Now, to get one, just buy a box of good hot Ralston. Then, with your name and address, send 25 cents and an instant or regular Ralston box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Now, Space Patrollers, if you've already sent away for your monoview outer space helmet, you may have to wait a few extra days. You see, we've been getting so many orders, the Space Patrol mailroom is swamped and working overtime to get them out. So you better hurry now, because this offer soon ends. Send for yours today. And remember, stand by, Space Patrollers, for the name of the grand prize winner in the Name the Planet contest in just a few minutes. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure in the Claw of Venus. Returning from the remote mountain laboratory of Gaston Shane, who's suspected of stealing a supply of rare, valuable minerals, zolanite, Buzz and Happy rose high above the surface of Venus to investigate a strange disc-shaped object that unaccountably remains suspended over one position on Venus. Donning his spacesuit, Happy stepped from the airlock of the Terra 5 onto the disc to examine it. He touched a dangling piece of wire. There was a flash, and the disc sharply responded to gravity, falling toward Venus, carrying Happy with it. As Commander Corey hastily maneuvers the spaceship, Happy drops away with rapidly increasing velocity.
Happy, can you hear me?
Yes, Commander.
I'm going to try to get you off that disc before you fall into the Venus atmosphere. Hap, how much space between you and the airlock?
About 50 feet.
Have we matched velocity?
Yes, sir. The ship and this disc are falling at the same rate.
I'm going to pull over closer. Guide me.
That's it, Commander. A little more. More. Hold it. I can reach the airlock now.
Okay, climb aboard. Oh. I'm going to have to pull out of this trajectory, and I'm going to try to take the disc with us. Apply magnetic holding field.
Yes, sir. It's in the field, sir. We've got it.
Hope we can hold it on a sharp pullout. It's an awful strain on the hull of the ship. I'm afraid it's too late.
Seems a shame to cut it loose.
Check the infrared viewscope, Hap. See where the disc will land if it continues this trajectory.
Yes, sir. It'll land in the Venus Sea, or along the coast, somewhere in the Gartoga Mountains. Commander, what's that?
I just turned on the Zolanite detector.
Something must be wrong. There's no Zolanite around... Hey, on the disc.
Right. We'll try to make the disc land where we can recover it again. Cut magnetic holding field. We'll track it in the viewscope and see where it falls. Keep it centered, Hap, while I level off.
Yes, sir. I don't get it, Commander. Zolanite out here on that disc? Well, how did he get there?
Remember that hole in the roof of Sharn's tower?
Yeah, the lightning.
Wouldn't you say that hole was the same size and shape as the disc?
Why, yes. Then that disc was in Sharn's tower.
It's the Endurium platform Durant said was disintegrated.
Oh, that's why we didn't see any molten metal. The whole platform shot up through the roof. But, well, what made it stay suspended 17 DUs above Venus?
The tremendous voltage in that bolt of lightning produced some peculiar effect on the Zolanite.
And it nullified gravity.
It's the only explanation. It maintained the momentum of Venus's rotation on its axis, but soared upward till it reached a point of equilibrium.
A new force. Wow. Think what that'll mean to space travel. Hey, we've got to recover that disc and have some experts check it.
Yes, but first I want two particular experts to check it. The men that accidentally discovered this new force.
Sharn and Durant?
Right. When they see the viewscope microfilm of that disc and learn where the object landed, I think they'll get just a little bit greedy.
Several hours later, Sharn and Durant sit watching the interplanet news telecast.
Announced the strange disc-shaped object that has been hovering over Venus has crashed.
Turn that up, Durant.
Yes, sir.
The pilot of a space patrol ship sent to investigate the gravity-defying disc reports that the object suddenly descended toward Venus, landing on the coast of the Venus Sea in the Gartoga Mountain region. Because of the difficulty of recovering the object, the Space Patrol will delay further investigation for several days, pending the arrival of a team of experts from Saturn. Now, here is a portion of viewscope microfilm taken from the Space Patrol ship sent to investigate the disc.
Look, Durant. You recognize it?
It's the Endurium platform from the lab.
This is the mysterious object that now lies in the area known as the Claw of Venus. And now, items from the universe of sports.
Cut it
Today
off.
in Mercury Stadium.
We've got to act quickly, Durant.
What do you mean?
We've got to get to the Claw of Venus and recover the Zolanite before those Space Patrol scientists get there.
But sure.
Don't argue. You realize we're the only ones in the universe who know that Zolanite can neutralize gravity?
I don't like it. It's dangerous.
Don't be a fool. We can control high voltages. Quick now. Get some cutting tools. Then we'll blast off for the Claw of Venus.
Miles away, where huge breakers of the Venus Sea batter at the bluffs, a gleaming disk of Endurium lies embedded in shattered rocks on the shore. In a small cave nearby, two men in Space Patrol uniforms wait patiently.
Think they'll fall for it, Commander?
I think they will, Happy. Not only to get the Zolanite back, but to protect themselves. Sharn knows that if we find the Zolanite, we can prove this Endurium platform came from his lab.
I hope they come pretty quick. Tide's coming in. In a few hours, this will all be underwater, including the disc.
Yeah.
Hey, Commander, you hear that?
It's a ship. Coming in for a landing on top of the bluff.
Must be Sharn.
From their vantage point in the cave, Buzz and Happy watch Sharn and Durant make their way down the steep cliff and start to work.
What did we lug that electro-welder down here for?
When we get the Zolanite out of the container, I want to seal things up a little, just to confuse the experts.
Well, I'm in favor of getting the Zolanite and heading back to the ship. The experts will know this disc has been tempered, but just from the marks of the atomo torch.
They might think the metal was fused by air friction in the fall. After all, it dropped 17 DUs.
All right, Sharn, Durant, drop those tools.
Corey!
Happy, take Sharn's blast gun.
Yes, sir. And give me that atomo torch, too, Sharn.
Why, of course.
Here. Why, you...
Slug them, Durant.
Sharn, let go of that torch.
Come on, Durant. Run for the cliff.
We come this far. Let's finish them
They're
off.
still conscious. Corey's got his ray gun. Come on, keep behind the rocks and run for the cliff.
Halt! Stop where you are! Halt!
We're safe. Up the cliff to the ship.
You've still got your blast gun. We can pick them off, then get the Zolanite.
Why use a blast gun on Corey and the cadet when we can get the same results another way?
Halt!
When we're past that first ledge, we'll blast the cliff with the gun. That'll leave Corey with a perpendicular wall to climb. Hurry, Durant.
Keep after them, Happy.
Yes, sir. I'm still dizzy from the crack on the head with that atomo torch. But I bet I can outclimb those two rats any day.
Happy, duck. Sharm's aiming his blast gun.
Now, Corey, let me see you get out of that.
Smoking rockets, Commander. Look what he did. He blasted that overhanging rock. And there's no handhold, no foothold.
Just a sheer cliff.
And there they go, the rats. Commander, what are we going to do? The tide's coming in.
We can't scale the cliff, that's certain.
In a few minutes, the waves will be smashing us back against the cliff. We don't have a chance.
Wait, I think we do. A long chance, but it's worth a try. Come on, let's get to the disc.
To the disc?
Yes. Do you remember what you touched up there when the disc started to fall?
Well, yes, sir, that broken wire dangling from the panel. I accidentally brushed it against the endurium, and there was a flash, and I felt like I was going down in a fast elevator.
Apparently, you discharged electricity that was stored in the Zolanite circuit. A charge that made the Zolanite resist gravity. Now, if we could restore that charge, perhaps the disc would rise again.
But, Commander, what can we charge it with?
There's an electro-welder Sharn left behind. That generates considerable current.
As much as a bolt of lightning?
No, but perhaps we don't need that much.
Well, it's worth a try.
It'll mean taking the electro-welder apart with the atomo torch and rewiring it to the connections on the disc. Let's get to work.
Swiftly, Buzz and Happy work with the tools. Then, as the surf begins to surge around them, Buzz makes a final connection and they stand in the center of the endurium disc.
All right, Happy. Take it easy. Start the electro-well generator. Very low at first.
Nothing's happening, sir.
Give it more voltage. Steady now. This takes hold suddenly.
Maybe the circuit was wrecked when the disc landed on the rocks. Hey, it's beginning to move. I can feel it. Look, we're rising.
Hold it, Happy. Hold it right there. We're a few inches off the ground. I'll get off and give the disc a shove toward the cliff. Then we can ride up the face of the cliff and jump off at the top.
Hey, that's right. It wouldn't be much good to us if just suspended in empty air.
It's hard to move, Hap.
Why is that? It's weightless now.
As far as Venus gravity is concerned, it's weightless, but it still has its mass and inertia.
Now it's moving toward the cliff, sir.
The inertia will carry it the rest of the way as we ascend. All right, Happy. Increase the voltage slightly.
Here we go, sir.
Hold us steady, Hap. We're rising fast enough.
Well, we made it.
Yes. I wonder if Corey's got his feet wet by now.
Let's walk down to the edge of the cliff a ways. We can't tell from here.
All right. After all, we should shout goodbye before we blast off.
Why shout? We're right here.
No.
Let's get him, Hap.
It'll be a pleasure.
Yeah. I think that'll take care of him.
Frankly, I'm sorry it's over so soon. I guess they don't have much fight left after that climb.
Oh. How did you get up the cliff?
On your gravity disc.
You worked the gravity disc?
That's right, Sharn. The idea came to the commander like a flash of lightning.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Smoking rockets, I must be getting space happy. I'm seeing double again. Hey, who are you guys anyway? A couple of twin giants from Jupiter or twin space pirates from Pluto?
Well, we can see you, Cadet Happy. Yeah, clear as day.
Yeah, but I can't see you. I know. Because you've got your Monoview outer space helmets on.
Pretty neat, huh? Got oxygen tanks printed right on our helmets and big red lightning flashes on the hood. Pretty keen? You betcha. More than a foot high. Covers up our whole heads. Nobody can tell who we are.
Yep, you're real space patrollers, all right. Sure are. But jumpin' Jupiter, who are you anyway? Oh, come on, tell me.
I'm Space Patroller Johnny Smith reporting, sir. Space Patroller Johnny Smith here, sir.
Well, you guys sure had me fooled, that's for sure. And say, space patrollers, how about it? Why don't you send for your own swell new Monoview outer space helmet? You know, you just buy a box of good hot Ralston, then, with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and the instant or regular Ralston box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis 1, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis 1, Missouri. Get going right away, today.
And now, Space Patrollers, here's the big news. In just 2 seconds, Commander Corey will tell you the name of the grand prize winner in the Name the Planet contest.
Commander Corey here. The name of the grand prize winner, the space patroller who wins my giant rocket clubhouse with a big motor truck to pull it and $1,500 cash is... Ricky Walker. Ricky Walker of 315 Wagner Street, Washington, Illinois. Congratulations, Ricky. And Space Patrollers, be sure you're listening next week for more exciting news about the winners of the Name the Planet contest.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. At the end of a secret cavern on Saturn's 8th moon, a strange spaceship waits for the precise instant to blast off. Buzz and Happy, helpless at the point of a deadly heat gun, are forced down the cavern toward the ship.
Hurry up, both of you. There isn't much time.
Listen to us, Zobanek. These people or creatures or whatever they are, they've got some hold over you.
Sure, Zobanek. You'll be sorry the instant the ship blasts off.
I know what I'm doing. You'll be sorry if you aren't aboard.
You mean you'll use that heat gun on us?
I won't have to. That's the first warning. If we're not aboard that ship in 3 minutes, we'll all be finished in that rocket blast.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Exiles from Denebola, when Instant Ralston and Regular Ralston again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Debray. Other players were Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, Bela Kovach, and Dick Beals. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Instant Ralston and Regular Ralston again present Space Patrol! This is Dick Tufeld in Los Angeles with the story of one of the fastest planes in the world and a word from the man who test flies it, Joe Lynch. It's North American's Air Force F-86D Sabre Jet Interceptor. Speed well over 700 miles per hour. Wingspan is 37 feet, length 41, cruising range 500 miles. Now, by special tape recording made at International Airport, the well-known test pilot of the Sabre, Joe Lynch.
The D is a one-man interceptor, so when you fly it, you're really on your own. That's why I see to it that I'm in good condition all the time. And one way to stay in good condition is by eating a good breakfast cereal like Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They're just packed full of energy, and they taste well. I think you'll like them, too.
No other cereal, puffed or flaked, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. So take a tip from Joe Lynch, George Welch, and other top test pilots. Make your cereals Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Instant Ralston and Regular Ralston, the hot whole wheat cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are on the planet Mars, searching for Carol in an underground storage room filled with ancient, musty books. Suddenly, a sound that's more than a sound presses down upon them.
Commander, my head hurts.
So does mine.
I can hardly stand it. What's causing it, sir?
Ultrasonic vibration.
Yeah, but where are they coming from?
From the resonator up near the ceiling. The vibrations kill insects that attack the old documents.
What'll it do to us?
If we can't shut off that resonator, we'll meet the same fate as the insects.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Martian Masquerade. Time's up, Space Patrollers. This is the last call for the terrific MonoView Outer Space Helmet. Yes, this is the last week we can tell you how to get one. So fire rockets and get going, because I don't want any of you to miss out on the fun you can have with an outer space helmet. Now, just think, you can go off on imaginary trips anywhere in the universe through the eyes of that one-way eye plate. You can see everything clearly, but strange and different. A real spaceman's eye view. And with your helmet on, you'll look like an honest-to-goodness spaceman, too. It's a foot high. It slips over your head, rests on your shoulders, covers up your entire head. And that one-way eye plate is like magic. It lets you see out, but nobody can see in. Nobody can tell who you are. And what's more, it's got real-looking oxygen tanks, breathing tubes, and a crackling red and black lightning flash hood printed right on. Yes, sir, it's just what the spaceman ordered. Now, remember, this is the last time we can make this offer. So better swing into action right away. Buy a box of good hot Ralston. Then, with your name and address and an instant or regular Ralston box top, send 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Martian Masquerade. In Commander Corey's central office at Space Patrol headquarters on the man-made planet Terra, Cadet Happy is attempting to explain a sudden change of plans to Carol Carlisle, daughter of the Secretary General of the United Planets.
Well, that's about all I know, Carol, honest.
But I don't understand.
Oh, here's the commander. He'll explain it.
Explain what? Hello, Carol.
Good morning, Buzz. Hap's been trying to tell me that we aren't going to Jupiter.
He's right.
Oh, no.
I've been trying to reach her all morning. Something came up at the last minute. Happy and I have to blast off for Venus right away.
But why, Buzz?
I'm to meet Captain Hallcroft there and pick up some designs for a new secret weapon. Bring them both back to Terra.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I bought a lot of new things for nothing. No trip to Jupiter.
Well, you'll make the trip all right. I've arranged passage for you in the Solar Queen. Happy and I'll join you in a couple of days after we get Captain Hallcroft safely back to Terra.
Meanwhile, on Venus, in a shabby room at the Venus Plaza, Zyla Kermody sits dejectedly before a dressing table, gazing at her reflection in a mirror. As the door opens quickly behind her, she turns to greet her husband, Earl Kermody.
Well, where have you been?
Where have I been? Wait till you hear it.
I'm waiting. I've been waiting in this rat trap all day and without a thing to eat.
All right, don't jump down my throat, Zyla. Give me a chance to tell you the news.
Look, Earl, all the news I want from you is when do we get back to Mars?
That's what I want to tell you. Look at these. Spaceship tickets.
Well, I won't even ask where you swiped them.
Wait a minute, I didn't steal them. They were given to me by a fellow who wants a certain job done.
Yeah?
Yeah, and if we pull it off right, there's 20,000 credits in it for us. Maybe more.
What kind of a job?
All we got to do is go over to Venus City Space Hotel and remove some documents from one of the guests. Some plans of some kind for a secret weapon. They're in a plastic case just like this one.
Who's got the documents?
Captain Hallcroft. I got his number and everything.
Captain Hallcroft?
Yeah, he's a Space Patrol courier.
Earl, are you out of your mind? That's all we need to get into a jam with the Space Patrol.
Zyla, honey, let me finish. There's no danger at all. That is, if you help me.
I don't want any part of this.
Wait a minute. Let me show you something. Here, look at this picture.
Why, it's one of my Hey, it's not me.
Don't you know who this is? It's Carol Carlisle, the Secretary General's daughter. I always said you looked like her.
You really think so?
Sure. A lot of people think so.
Well, of course she wears her hair different, but I could fix mine.
Of course you could, honey. Now, look, all you got to do is get Captain Hallcroft out of his room for a couple of minutes. Then I go in and get the documents.
You mean I pass myself off as Carol Carlisle? You are crazy.
I tell you, there's no risk at all.
How do I get into the Venus City Space Hotel in the first place? Sneak through the freight chute?
No. Look, I've taken a room across the hall from Hallcroft. As far as the hotel staff is concerned, you're Mrs. Donahue.
Where'd you get the money for the room?
From the same guy who gave me the spaceship tickets.
Oh, who's that?
Now, he's a guy working with our old pal, the Martian book dealer.
Scavlin?
Well, Scavlin's just a go-between. But we're to take the documents to his shop in Lowell City on Mars. That's where we'll collect the 20,000 credits.
20,000?
And all you have to do is play Carol Carlisle for 10 minutes.
You don't think this captain would leave his precious documents unguarded for anybody but the Secretary General's daughter, is that it?
He might. But if we hold an ace, why not play it and be sure? Now, Here's the way to work.
Elsewhere, in a room on the 28th floor of the Venus City Space Hotel, young Captain Hallcroft tries to read a technical journal. But his eyes keep wandering to the ray gun handy on the table beside him and to the drawer containing a case of valuable documents.
Yes?
I hate to disturb you, but I wonder if I could ask you a favor.
Oh, what kind of favor?
I seem to be locked out. The electrolock's stuck, I think.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll phone down to the desk and have them send a man up. If the lock's jammed, you'll need an expert.
Oh, that's just what I was trying to avoid. It takes such a lot of explanation. You see, it's not my room. Some friends of mine, the Donahues, have the room across the hall. But they're out for the evening, and I left a package in there.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I know. It sounds strange, but calling downstairs and explaining it caused such a commotion. Oh, not on account of me, but because of my father.
Your father?
I see you don't know who I am. Does the name Carlyle mean anything to you?
Carlyle? Your father's the Secretary General. Of course, Miss Carlyle. I recognize you now from your pictures.
Well, you can imagine what would happen if the hotel staff found out I was here. There'd be such a fuss. I was hoping I could just pick up my father's present from the room and leave quietly.
Sure, I understand. Well, it's the room just across the hall, you say?
Just one door down. I'd be so grateful. It'd only take a minute.
Well, sure, Miss Carlyle. It'll be a pleasure.
I do hope Mrs. Donahue gave me the right key. Luckily, I saw them in the hotel dining room.
Well, if it was the right key, it should work. Yeah, we'll try it. There you are, Miss Carlyle.
Oh, now why did I have all that trouble? Oh, thank you so much, Captain.
No, not at all. Well, if you excuse me, I'll have...
just one more favor, if you don't mind. If you'll wait here just a minute, I'll give you the key and you can leave it with the clerk later. I'll only be a minute.
All right, Miss Carlyle.
Where is that package? Oh, she said in the bureau drawer. Oh, now, isn't that provoking? Captain, I'm awfully sorry, but could you come in, please?
Well, what seems to be the matter?
Oh, this drawer's stuck. I can't budge it. Would you try?
All right, Miss Carlyle.
A few moments later, Captain Hallcroft returns to his room. His ray gun is still on the table, and a quick check shows the document case is still in the drawer. With a sigh of relief, the captain returns to his book. An hour later, there's another knock at the door.
Captain Hallcroft?
Commander Corey, come in, sir.
Thanks. Captain, this is Cadet Happy.
How do you do?
How do you do, Captain?
Wasn't expecting you so soon, Commander. But believe me, I'm very glad you're here.
Any trouble?
No, sir.
I'll take the plans, Captain. But you're still to follow your original orders, just as though you still had them.
Yes, sir. Here's the case, Commander.
I'll remove the plans so you can take the case with you. It's empty.
Huh? Smoking rockets.
I don't understand. That case hasn't been out of my sight since it was given to me.
Have you left your room since you checked in here?
No, Commander. I stayed here on guard except a couple of minutes.
Where did you go?
Well, just across the hall, but I wasn't gone for more.
Well, why did you go across the hall?
Well, I guess I'd better tell you the whole story. Miss Carlyle needed help getting into a room.
Who is Miss Carlyle?
Well, the Secretary General's daughter, Carol Carlyle.
Captain, Carol Carlyle is on her way to Jupiter.
She looked exactly like her. Hair, eyes, everything.
She's an imposter. You say she had a room right across the hall?
She said it was a friend's room, Mrs. Donahue. I have the key. She left it with me.
Happy, take the key. Check that room.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Captain. We'll go down and talk to the desk clerk.
15 minutes later, Buzz Happy and the very worried Captain Hallcroft are in a surface car heading for the Venus City spaceport.
Commander, I can't tell you how sorry I am.
Well, all we can do now is find those crooks.
Well, we're looking for 3 of them, a man and 2 women. Is that right, sir?
No, Happy, just a man and a woman. The woman who posed as Carol is also Mrs. Donahue.
Well, how do you know that, sir?
I showed a picture of the real Carol to the desk clerk. He said that if Mrs. Donahue arranged her hair differently, she'd look exactly like the picture of Carol.
Oh, then she entered the hotel as Mrs. Donahue, went to the room, fixed her hair differently, and knocked on Captain Hallcroft's door, right?
And I fell for it.
You were fooled by an expert, Captain.
She had all the props, even the gift package in the drawer.
Yeah. And while you were opening the drawer, Mr. Donahue slipped into your room and got the documents.
Well, our best bet is to try to leave Venus before the theft is discovered. If they don't show up at the spaceport, we'll start a search of the entire city.
What are we standing around for? Why can't we get aboard the spaceship?
I told you, Zyle, it's going to be late blasting off. There's nothing to worry about. Just relax. In a few hours, we'll be at Scavelin's place in Lowell City.
Look, There's that Captain Halcroft, and he saw me.
You're just imagining things. Calm
I
down.
tell you, Earl, it was Halcroft. He was walking right behind us. Now what'll we do?
Don't get panicky. Wait till he gets farther away, then we'll duck into this freight.
Saw her, Commander. She's here, all right.
Where?
Standing over there by the freight section.
Hey, I see her. Smoking rocket, she sure looks like Carol, all right. Uh-oh, she ducked through a door.
Come on, Hap. We'll follow them. Captain, you wait outside.
Here's the door she ducked into, sir.
Inside, quickly.
There doesn't seem to be anybody here. She must have gone through into another part of the freight office.
Somebody's behind those crates over there. Come on. All right, lady, come on out.
So I'm out.
Hey, no wonder the captain was fooled.
Well, what do you want? I haven't done anything.
If you haven't, I'm sure you won't mind coming with us.
Where you're wrong, mister.
Look out, Commander! You...
Oh, you really clobbered him.
Come on, let's get out of here.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Gang, hurry, hurry, hurry. This is positively, absolutely, definitely the final week we can tell you about the terrific, the sensational, the wonderful Monoview Outer Space Helmet. So hurry, hurry, hurry. This is the last time we can offer the swell Monoview Outer Space Helmet and tell you about the swell times and the swell fun you can have with one. You know, it's the one and only outer space helmet that keeps your identity a complete secret, because that one-way eye plate lets you see out, but nobody else can see in. It's got special outer space ear plates, too. Everything you hear sounds like it's coming from way out in space. And don't you forget about those real-looking oxygen tanks, breathing tubes, and neat lightning flash hood printed on. So hurry, hurry, hurry. For only a quarter, 25 cents on a box top, you can get a Monoview Outer Space Helmet. Just buy a box of good hot Ralston. Then with your name and address and an instant or regular Ralston box top, send 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Martian Masquerade. Taking advantage of her striking resemblance to the Secretary General's daughter, Zyla Kermody helped her husband steal plans for a secret Space Patrol weapon from Captain Halcroft. A short time later, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy arrived at Venus City, discovered the theft, and rushed to the Venus City spaceport in time to catch Zyla. But while questioning her, Buzz and Happy were knocked out by Earl Kermody. Unaware of this latest development, Captain Halcroft waits for them to come out of the freight station, but as moments go by, he becomes worried and goes in to investigate and discovers Buzz and Happy lying on the floor.
Commander, Cadet. Commander, what happened?
I'm not sure.
There's a big guy with a club. First he hit you, Commander. Well, before I could get out of the way, he hit me.
Same man I saw outside, talking to the girl.
They may still be at the spaceport. We'll contact the control tower and order all ships grounded until we can make a search.
Commander, if they got away, I think I know where they might be going.
Where?
Well, when I first spotted the girl here at the spaceport, I passed by close enough to hear part of their conversation. They mentioned Lowell City.
Mars.
Did you hear anything else, Captain?
That was a name. A rather odd one. Scavs something or other. Scavern, I think it was.
We'll check on that later. Let's alert the control tower.
All ships are grounded while a search is made for a girl resembling Carol Carlisle. Guards at all exits are questioned, but there is no trace of her. Then, following the clue offered by Captain Halcroft, Buzz and Happy board the Terra 5 and blast off for Mars. With Happy at the controls of the ship, Buzz finishes a call to Space Patrol headquarters.
Now, that's all, but remember, when you locate Miss Carlisle, ask her to call me immediately on my private frequency. Corey out.
Any luck, Commander?
Captain Halcroft was right.
What do you mean, sir?
There is someone named Scavelin in Lowell City. Uriah Scavelin. He runs a bookstore.
Bookstore? It doesn't sound very suspicious.
No, in fact, it's quite innocent. So innocent that I wonder why people like our friends the Donahues would be interested in it right after pulling a robbery.
Yeah, that is strange. Well, has this Scavellin any kind of a record?
No, but our Mars agents have been to his shop several times. You see, he specializes in rare books, first editions, collector's items. When such books are stolen, our men naturally contact all dealers, Scavellin among them.
Well, have you tried having Major Robertson run a search through our master files on the Donahues?
Yes, but I doubt that anything will turn up. That woman's name is no more Donahue than it is Carlyle.
Yeah, I guess it's right.
However, if the phony Miss Carlyle or Mrs. Donahue visits Scavlin's, it'll be reported to Lowell City headquarters.
Carol Carlisle at Jupiter City headquarters calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5. Carol Carlisle to Commander Corey.
Corey here.
Oh, I just got your message. When do you arrive at Jupiter City?
There's a change in plans, Carol.
Oh, Buzz, not again.
Yes, and you're directly involved. Get the first passenger ship to Mars. I'll meet you at Lowell City Space Patrol headquarters.
Mars? But why are you going there?
I'll explain when you arrive.
Well, can't you tell me over the spacephone?
Definitely not. Corey out.
Well, after that, I'll bet Carol will be there waiting for us.
A tall man and a blonde girl stroll down a side street in Lowell City, capital of Mars. The man carries a package under his arm, a package that might conceivably be a book. They pause before a large store bearing the sign, Scavellin's Bookshop.
Oh, wait.
Come on, Zyla. What are you holding back for?
I don't think we should go in there.
How else are we going to collect? Come on. No, here he comes. Let me do the talking.
May I help you?
I brought in that rare document I mentioned the other day, Mr. Scavellin.
Oh, let's see it.
I'll unwrap it.
It doesn't look like much to me, just a book.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Open it up.
This is a rare item.
Yeah, and it's genuine.
I'll drop back in a few days after I have a chance to examine it.
Say, what about our money? Where's the 20,000 credits?
Oh, you don't understand. I haven't the money to pay you for this document, but I do have potential buyers. If they are interested, they will pay me and I'll pay you.
Look, Scavlin, we ran a lot of risk to get those plans.
Alec, let's do as Mr. Scavellin says.
Oh, right. I don't like the setup.
Mr. Scavellin's perfectly reliable, dear. Now, until he contacts me, you and I better split up.
Split up? What for?
We stand less chance of being caught if we're not together. Now, you go to our old place and wait for me to call you.
Just a minute. Where will you be?
Don't worry, I'll keep in touch. Now, you run along.
Hours later, in Space Patrol headquarters at Lowell City, Carol listens to Commander Corey's account of the theft.
And you know where she is?
Yes, one of our agents trailed her when she left Scavlin's bookstore. But we don't know where her partner is or what they've done with the plans.
Wouldn't you say the plans are in the bookshop, Commander?
That's likely, but to raid the bookshop now might give Scavlin a chance to tip off the ringleaders. I'm hoping Carol can help us.
I'll do anything I can, Buzz.
I want you to go to Scavlin's and try to get some evidence. It may be risky, so I'm giving you a miniature spacephone to conceal on your person. We found out that the woman's name is Zyla Kermendy. Her husband's name is Earl.
Well, what do you want me to do at Scavlin's?
I want you to impersonate the girl who impersonated you.
Yes, ma'am. May I help you?
Have you got the money?
Money?
You remember me. I was here the other day with my husband, Earl.
Oh, yes, I remember.
I asked you, have you got the money?
The arrangement was that I am to contact Mr. Kermendy.
Yes, but Earl changed his mind. He's tired of waiting. He can sell the plans himself. He wants you to hand them over to me, now.
Why is he in such a hurry? And why didn't he come?
He's afraid he's being watched. If he came here, the Space Patrol would get Earl and you, too.
Well, if that's the way it's got to be, just wait here a moment, Mrs. Kermendy.
Oh, sure.
Kermendy, this is Scavellin. You better get over here right away.
You got the money?
No, but your wife's trying to double-cross you.
Huh? She come to the shop?
She's here now.
All right, keep stalling. I'll be right over.
Okay.
Moments pass in the quiet, musty bookshop. Carol waits anxiously for the proprietor, Uriah Scavellin, to return. In another part of the store, she hears a series of muffled scraping sounds, as though heavy boxes were being moved. Could it be that Scavellin really is going to remove the stolen plans from hiding and give them to her? Suddenly, the street door bursts open.
You are here, Siler. I'll fix you, you double-crossing little...
Let go, you're hurting
I never thought
me.
you'd try to pull a trick like this. Wait a minute. Scavlin, where are you?
Right here. And if you're going to beat your wife up, do it somewhere else.
This isn't my wife. This isn't Zyla.
It isn't?
Ah.
Then who is it?
It's the Secretary General's daughter. She knows our whole setup. Space Patrol must have sent her here as a spy. We've got to get rid of her.
We'll hide her in the basement with all those old books.
Mean where you've got the secret plans hidden?
Yes, get her down there quickly.
All right, come on, sister. Get going. Down the stairs.
A few moments later, a Space Patrol surface car screams to a stop in front of the bookshop, and 2 men rush to the door.
It's locked, Commander.
I can fix that. Now, before the space phone cut off, they put Carol in a basement. Let's find the stairs.
I haven't heard a sound out of that miniature spaceophone for several minutes.
I hope we're not too late. I hear the stairs, Happy. Have your ray gun ready.
Yes, sir. Gee, this place is musty.
Yeah. Carol! Carol, where are you?
Oh, Buzz, is that you?
She's down this way, sir.
Buzz, Happy. And the spaceophone worked after all. When they threw me down here, they broke it, and I was afraid you didn't hear me.
Where are they now?
They said something about getting a truck.
We'll get you out of here, then come back and look for the plans.
Yeah, before Scavlin and Kerman to get back.
What's that?
The door closed.
Uh-oh. Looks like the boys are back. We're locked in here.
Oh, Buzz.
Now, don't worry, we're still all right. Captain Halcroft will realize there's trouble when he doesn't hear from us.
Yeah, and... Commander, my head hurts.
It's some terrible pressure. What's happening?
It's ultrasonic vibrations.
Where are they coming from?
From a resonator up near the ceiling. Vibrations kill the insects that attack these old books.
Yeah, well, what'll it do to us?
Well, if we can't shut off that resonator, we'll meet the same fate as the insects.
Buzz, I can't stand it any longer. The pain's driving me crazy.
Cap, we've got to act fast.
I can hardly move, and it sound's getting louder.
It isn't the audible sound that's hurting us. It's the higher cycles. Happy, if we can move that ladder, raise it up, crash it against the resonator.
I'll try it, sir. It's heavy, awful heavy. Commander, I can't hold it.
I'll try it, Hap. It'll only reach.
Hey, Commander, maybe I can climb it.
You'd lose your balance, sure.
You're getting it, sir. The top of the ladder is right next to the resonator. Push it hard, sir. You did it, sir. It's off. You broke the circuit.
Yeah.
Hey, Commander, Carol fainted.
I know. She'll be all right. That gives me an idea. Listen.
Don't hear anything in there, Scavlin.
Of course not. The walls are insulated. But I can guarantee there isn't anything alive in that room. 1 minute of those ultrasonic vibrations is all a human being can take.
You've had 5.
I'll cut the switch. Now we'll open the door and take inventory.
Yeah, there they are, the 3 of them.
Now, the best thing for us to do is to get the plans and get out of here.
Now, where'd you put them?
Oh, right up here in this old book.
That's all we wanted to know.
Scavlin, they're alive.
You bet we are.
Get Scavlin happy. I'll take care of Kermany. Keep an eye on him, Happy, while I take care of Carol.
I'm all right, Buzz.
Here, I'll help you up.
Oh, thanks, Buzz.
Now, Happy, I thought I told you to keep an eye on our prisoners.
Oh, excuse me, sir. I was just noticing a book here. A real old one, printed way back in 1955.
1955. Well, that's 1,000 years old.
Commander, can I take it with me to read in the ship on the way back to Terra? It looks real interesting.
Oh, what's the title?
Why Man Can Never Visit Other Planets.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Space Patrollers, this is your commander. Now, I want every one of you to listen carefully to this message on the reminder meter. Now, listen. Here goes.
Send away today for your MonoView Outer Space Helmet.
Get it? Now, I want all of you to do just what the reminder meter says, because time is running out. This is the last time I can tell you about the sensational MonoView Outer Space Helmet, the official Space Patrol helmet that I wear on secret missions. You know, with your helmet on, your disguise is complete. The specially designed one-way eye plate lets you see out clearly, but nobody else can see in or tell who you are. Remember, too, the helmet has real-looking printed oxygen tanks and breathing tubes. Comes in mighty handy on space jaunts. And there's outer space ear plates, gleaming lightning flash hood, Yes, everything for the Space Patroller. Captain Tufeld, tell the Space Patrollers how to get one.
Yes, sir, Commander. Just buy a box of good hot Ralston. Then, with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and an instant or regular Ralston box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And send away today for your Monoview Outer Space Helmet. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are searching through an abandoned spaceship, half buried in a landslide in the mountains of Venus.
Whatever forced this spaceship to land certainly wasn't the lack of fuel. Just look at all these drums bolted to the racks.
They all seem to be full.
Commander, the ship's moving.
The dirt's giving way. We're sliding down the slope.
Commander, the fuel drums are breaking loose.
Run for the next compartment. If one of the drums hits us, we'll be crushed.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Treasure of Mount ROCAB, when Instant Ralston and Regular Ralston again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Ken Mayer, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Instant Ralston and Regular Ralston again present Space Patrol. This is Dick Tufeld in St. Louis reporting on the twin-jet Air Force fighter, the McDonnell Voodoo XF-88A. In a moment, we'll hear from the noted test pilot who flies this plane, Phil Houghton. Speed of the Voodoo is a military secret, but it's plenty fast. Wingspan is 40 feet, length 55, weight 10 tons. And now, Phil Houghton recorded this morning at Lambert Airfield.
After seeing the Voodoo, I guess you know why I like my job. There's one thing about it, though. A test pilot has to stay in good condition, get lots of sleep, and eat good, healthy food. That's why I like rice checks and wheat checks for breakfast. They've got plenty of energy in them, and they really taste swell. I think you'll like them, too.
No other cereal, puffed or flaked, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. So do as Phil Houghton, J. Ray Donahue Jr., and other top test pilots do. Make your cereals rice checks and wheat checks. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Checks and Wheat Checks, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are searching through an abandoned spaceship, half buried in a landslide in the mountains of Venus.
Well, whatever forced this spaceship to land, it certainly wasn't lack of fuel. Look at all these drums bolted in their racks.
Well, they all seem to be full.
Commander, the ship's moving.
Dirt's giving way. We're sliding down the slope. Run for the next compartment. One of the drums hits us, we'll be crushed.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Treasure of Mount ROCAB. It's tops, it's tops, it's tops. Yes, sir, Space Patrollers, Rice Checks is tops 3 ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. So get Rice Checks today. 1, tops for taste. Delicious shredded rice. Oven toasted 3 times to make it 3 times tastier. Yep, tasty, extra tasty, and super tasty. That's Rice Checks. 2, tops for size. Because Rice Checks is made of that modern bite-sized design. Light, fluffy, sunny gold, triple toasted shredded rice biscuits, just the right size for an easy bite. 3 tops for get up and go, you betcha. A nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex, and zip, zoom, you're way, way ahead before you even start. That's why Commander Corey made Rice Chex an official cereal of the Space Patrol. Rice Chex, the cereal that's good with cream and sugar, good with fruit on top, good right from your pocket for snacks. Rice Chex, bite-sized shredded rice biscuits, hollow inside so they can fill up with cream for a super luscious bite. Rice Chex, full of that get up and go, the kind of energy you need to be an honest-to-goodness space patroller like Buzz Corey and Cadet Happy. So remember, Rice Chex is tops 3 ways. Get Rice Chex today. And get Wheat Chex today. Wheat Chex, the wonderful, power-rich Space Patrol cereal made of hearty whole wheat. Bite-sized, too, and what a bite. Wowie, hurry, get Chex today. The only cereals that bring you a free Space Patrol trading card inside the package. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now today's Space Patrol adventure, the treasure of Mount ROCAB. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have landed their spaceship in a clearing at the base of Mount ROCAB on the planet Venus. Leisurely, they stroll up a rough path overhung with lush Venus vegetation toward a crude cabin built against the side of the mountain. In the trees above them, large squirrels chatter and scold, while gaily plumed birds dart about like streaks of flame among the branches.
Smoking rockets, Commander. What a wonderful place to spend a 5-day leave.
I knew you'd like it, Hal.
I'm sure glad the rain's let up, though. Looks like we'll get in a few days hunting after all.
Mm-hmm. I'm a little puzzled about Matt, though.
What, you mean not answering your spaceophone call?
Yes, I was afraid at first the heavy rains might have damaged his cabin, but it looks all right.
Hey, a real old-fashioned log cabin.
And Matt built it himself with old-fashioned hand tools. No Atomo power saws for Matt Henshaw.
Well, don't tell me he hunts with a bow and arrow.
He's not that old-fashioned. No, if we go hunting, Matt will lend us one of his special guns. There's not even an instant of suffering for the animal, no matter where it's hit. Looks like Matt isn't home.
What now?
We'll go in and wait. He never locks his door.
Smells kind of musty.
It certainly does. Like it's been shut up for some time.
Maybe Mr. Henshaw's taking a vacation.
There's no place he'd want to go that I know of. He has no relatives. Matt must have been gone several days. Look at the dust all over everything.
Well, could he have gone on a long hunting trip? Farther up the mountain, maybe?
In all the rain?
Well, maybe he left before the rain and got caught in it. A landslide, maybe.
If it were anyone else but Matt Henshaw, I'd say that was a good explanation. I'll check the space phone. Maybe Matt contacted Venus City. Commander Corey calling Space Patrol headquarters, Venus City. Commander Corey calling Venus City Space Patrol.
Venus City Space Patrol here. Go ahead, Commander.
I'm at Matt Henshaw's cabin at the base of Mount ROCAB. But there's no sign of Henshaw. Have you received a message from him?
I have no record of it, Commander. If you can tell me when it was to have been received, I'll check on it.
If he did call, it would have been an emergency.
We've received no emergency messages from that sector of Venus, Commander, except, of course, about the escape.
What escape?
Oh, sorry, sir. I thought you knew. The escape from Criminal Rehabilitation Camp number 2, south of Mount ROCAB.
When did this happen?
Well, yesterday, sir. It happened when some of the men about to be released were called out on special emergency detail on account of the flood.
How many escaped?
Well, just one man, Commander, Hoke Sherman. He managed to slip away while the men were building barricades.
Well, Sherman's dangerous. Have they located him yet?
Not yet, sir, but it's only a matter of time. That whole lowland region is a network of wire-filled ravines and marsh. He can't get far.
Unless he had help from outside. Well, right now, I'm more concerned about Matt Henshaw. I'm going to look for him. I'll call you back at 1400 hours.
Yes, Commander.
Corey out.
Say, that criminal rehab center isn't far from here, is it, sir?
No, just a few miles.
I was just thinking, maybe Sherman had something to do with Mr. Henshaw not being here.
By the looks of this cabin, Henshaw's been gone for days. Sherman escaped only yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
Go on, Hap. We'll work our way up the mountain and see if we can find any trace of Henshaw.
Several miles from the cabin, higher up the slope of ROCAB Mountain, 2 men push their way through the brush. Finally, they stop and gaze at a raw scar of reddish clay where a landslide has spilled down the mountainside into a muddy, turbulent mountain stream.
I tell you, Hoke, there isn't any point going out further.
I say there is. Sooner or later, it's going to be narrow enough so we can cross. Then we can work our way down, far away from the rehab center.
Well, I wonder if they found my spaceship yet.
Yeah, probably. I wish you hadn't landed so far from the center.
Well, how did I know that flash flood was going to cut us off? What a lousy break.
Never mind, Endicott. The important thing is I'm free. We can live indefinitely on this mountain. There's plenty of game. Space Patrol will never think of looking for us here.
Well, suppose the rain begins again.
It'll slow us down, all right, but it'll also slow down the search. Endicott, what in Saturn's rings is that?
What?
That thing sticking out of the dirt where the landslide is.
It's a big sharp rock, I guess.
Rock nothing. It's the prow of a spaceship.
You're right, Hoke. It must have crashed in the storm.
Not in this last storm. Look at that hull, how rusty it is. Must have crashed years ago, and the landslide uncovered it.
What do you know about that?
Endicott, this is a break. There's shelter in and probably supplies. We can hold up here for a while if we have to.
I don't like the looks of it. It may slide down into the stream any minute.
Not unless there's a lot more rain. Come on, let's see what's inside the old hulk. Now, would you look at the design of that hull? They haven't built ships like that in 40 years.
It's an old one, all right. Wonder what happened.
Endicott, hold it. Look here in the mud. Those footprints aren't 40 years old.
You're right. Somebody's been here since the rain stopped.
Yeah, and he's made several trips back and forth.
Hey, somebody's coming out of the ship. I'll bless him when he steps out of the hatch.
Put that gun down, you fool. We're hunters, see? Now, come on. It's only one man, and he's unarmed.
Hold on there. You fellas what?
We're hunting. We saw the spaceship and came to investigate.
Well, there isn't anything to see, just an old hulk that's been abandoned for years. What are you hunting? If it's elk, you'll find a herd farther up the mountain on the west slope.
Thanks. That's what we're after, all right. Elk.
If you head around this landfall, you'll find the going fairly easy.
Thanks.
If you start now, you'll reach the elk herd in time to pick off a couple before dark.
Yeah, well, thanks for the information.
Hey, he acted kind of anxious to get rid of us. What's he up to?
I don't know. But he's got something inside that ship that he doesn't want anybody to know about. He's been lugging it out trip after trip. We'll get out of sight, see what he's up to, and then follow him.
How far is he going to lug that thing?
Not much farther. The way he's staggering.
You're right. He's stopping. Hey, that metal bar must be valuable. He's hiding it behind the rocks.
All right, Endicott. You rush him. I'll stay back here and cover you. I don't think he's armed, but if he starts to draw, I can pick him off from here.
Okay. Hold it a minute, partner. What you got there? I said, what have you got there?
It's none of your business.
I'll just take a look. Well, quite a stack of metal bars you got behind the rock, mister. It's a lot of trouble to go to, lugging them all the way down from that old ship. Uranium. Hundreds of pounds of it. Why, it's worth a fortune.
Yes, it's uranium. It's mine by right of discovery. But I'll be willing to give you a couple bars.
Well, now, isn't it generous? I got news for you. You're giving up the whole works right now.
Drop that ray gun.
Sure.
I'm sure glad to see you, Commander.
But worried about you, man.
Hey, where'd that come from?
That was just a warning. Now, you space patrolmen, drop your weapons or I'll blast you apart.
Yeah, that's my partner. Hid up in the brush. And he means what he says.
You do as I say, no one will be hurt. Now, drop your weapons.
Do as he says, Happy. Before we could hit him, he'd mow us down.
Yes, sir.
All right, Endicott, get your weapons and come on.
Why not finish then?
There might be more space patrolmen around. Any more shots would lead them right here. Now, come on.
Who are those men?
I don't know, Commander. Never saw him till a few minutes ago.
The one we didn't see. What does he look like?
Oh, he's tall, over 6 feet, black hair. He's got a V-shaped scar on his upper lip. Pulls his mouth into a sort of sneer.
Sounds like Hoke Sherman, the escaped criminal from the rehabilitation center south of the mountain.
Hoke Sherman, see? We did get off lucky.
I hope you're right. Oh, Matt, this is Cadet Happy.
Howdy, son.
Howdy.
Let's get to your cabin and get some weapons, and we can go after Hoke and his pal.
If you say so, but that'll give him a head start. I've got some weapons up ahead in a derelict spaceship.
A derelict spaceship?
All right, let's go, but take it easy. We won't try to get close to Hoke until we're armed.
Commander, I suppose I better come clean about this stack of selenium back there. I found it in this deserted spaceship. I wanted to be sure no one took it away from me, so
Moments later, Buzz Happy and Matt Henshaw cautiously approached the rusted hulk of the spaceship, protruding from the moist red clay of the landslide. Seeing no trace of the escaped criminal, Hoke Sherman, and his partner, the three men enter the ancient wreck. Buzz runs his experienced eye over the interior fittings, the crude-appearing control panel with its tarnished instruments.
Matt, this ship is at least 150 years old.
Smoking rockets.
I had it figured around 100.
Of course, it's hard to tell how long it's been here on Mount ROCAB.
I found it here about a week ago after that first big rain.
It may have been covered up a century or more ago by another landslide. You say you found no trace of the crew?
No. They must have got out after they landed. Haven't touched a thing in here except that selenium. When I saw that stack of shiny bars, I got greedy for the first time in my life. Well, I figured I'd get part of it by right of discovery, but I wanted it all. So I took it out of the ship and hid it. I stayed here at the ship to guard it.
We'll talk about the selenium later. Where are those weapons?
They're back aft in the fuel hold. I'll show you.
Now, you stay here at the hatch. Hap and I can find the guns. Let me know if you see anyone outside.
Yes. Oh, you better take this Atomo light. It's dark back there.
Oh, thanks. Come on, Hap. Let's have a look.
Well, whatever forced this ship to land, it certainly wasn't lack of fuel. Just look at all those drums bolted in their racks.
They all seem to be full.
Commander, the ship's moving.
The dirt's giving way. We're sliding down the slope.
Hey, the fuel drums, they're breaking loose.
We've got to get out of here. If one of those drums hits us, we'll be crushed.
Commander! My leg, it's caught. I'm jammed between two drums.
I'll get you out, Hap.
Well, at least the ship isn't sliding anymore.
This thing is heavy.
What was that?
There's a shot. Somebody's shooting through the hull. Must be Hoke Sherman. If he hits one of these fuel drums, the ship will blow up.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Dick Tufeld reporting on America's most heavily armed fighter interceptor, the Northrop Air Force Scorpion F-89D. In a moment, we'll hear from the test pilot on this plane, Bob Love, Korean jet ace, with a record of 6 MiGs in 6 weeks. Primary job of the Scorpion is to protect our country from invading aircraft. Speed more than 600 miles per hour. Weight 20 tons. Now, Bob Love recorded at Edwards Air Force Base.
You know, a fella has to be in top condition to test fly a fast aircraft such as the Scorpion. And that's why I always make it a rule to sleep well and eat well. So, for breakfast, I pick a cereal like Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They're chock full of energy and really taste good. You'll like them.
No other cereal, puffed or flaked, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. So take a tip from Bob Love, Phil Houghton, and other top test pilots. Make your cereals Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. And here's big news. Inside of Chex, you now get a thrilling new Space Patrol trading card. Flip 'em, trade 'em, collect a whole set of 40. Free Space Patrol trading cards inside of Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the treasure of Mount ROCAB. On Mount ROCAB on the planet Venus, Buzz and Happy rescued the mountaineer Matt Henshaw from 2 criminals, Endicott and Hoke Sherman. The outlaws, however, succeeded in disarming the commander and Happy and then fled up the mountain. Henshaw then led Buzz and Happy to a wrecked spaceship to obtain weapons to pursue Sherman and Endicott. While the space patrollers were in the fuel hold, searching for the weapons, the spaceship began sliding down the mountain. A heavy fuel drum broke loose from its moorings, pinning Happy against a bulkhead. Now, as Buzz struggles to free Happy, the rusty old hull of the ship is pierced by gunfire.
He's coming awfully close to those fuel drums.
I'll have you out of here in a second, Hap. I can just roll this thing a few inches.
Hey, he hit a drum.
I wonder it didn't explode.
There, you're getting it, Commander. That does it, sir. I'm free now.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, he hit another drum.
Fuel spraying all over.
One little spark and we'll blow up the whole side of the mountain. Come on, let's get out of here before this fuel blows up.
Wait a minute, Happy. I don't think there's any danger.
Huh? No danger? What?
If that was fuel, we'd smell it.
Well, what is it then?
Water. brackish, foul-tasting water.
Yeah, but the metal drums, they all have rocket fuel painted on them.
Yes, that may be a clue to how this ship happened to land on the mountain with a cargo of thalanium. Somebody switched drums.
Yeah, but then something went wrong, and the thalanium wasn't picked up.
We'll tackle that mystery later. Come on. Oh, Matt, where are those weapons?
They're...
Commander, Mr. Henshaw's hurt.
My shoulder. I got clipped by a hunk of metal from the hull.
Hoke's bullets.
I'll go after that rat.
Oh, wait, Happy. Hoke and his pal may be waiting out there to pick us off. Gotta take care of Matt first. See if you can find a first aid kit.
Yes, sir.
100 yards away from the ancient ship, Hoke lowers his weapon and turns to Endicott.
If there is any fuel left in that old hulk, that must have deteriorated.
You probably got all 3 of them anyway. You sure riddled the hull.
Anyhow, they're scared, and now's our chance. Let's go.
Up over the mountain?
No, down. The way's clear now.
But you said there might be more space patrollers around here.
If Corey had anyone with him, they'd be up here by now. This is our way out. He must have a spaceship down at the base of the mountain. We'll get to it and blast off.
In a space patrol ship?
Sure, what could be safer? It'll at least get us off Venus.
Yeah. We can get another ship later, out in space.
Sure, and on the way down, we can pick up that thalanium.
Are you crazy? The 2 of us would have to make a dozen trips at least. By that time, Corey might come after us.
If he's still alive, which I doubt. Anyway, there's no risk. One of us will guard the trail while the other lugs thalanium down to the ship. Why leave a fortune like that up in the mountains?
Yeah, it's now or never, I guess. All right, let's go.
Back in the control compartment of the derelict spaceship, Commander Corey bandages Matt Henshaw's wounded shoulder.
Well, it's not a very professional job, Matt, but it's the best I could do under the circumstances.
It's fine, Commander. I figured I got off lucky. You take off after those crooks. I'll be all right here.
No, Matt, you've got to have medical attention. Happy and I are going to get you to our spaceship.
Just how do you think you're going to get me down the mountain? Can't walk. And I'm no hummingbird, believe me.
It'll be a rough journey, all right. Rough for all 3 of us, but especially for you, man. Now, wait. That stream out there.
Huh?
Flows right down the mountain to within a few hundred feet of our ship. If we can make a raft...
Yeah, but is the stream deep enough?
It's worth a try.
It's going to be some job finding logs.
We'll make a pontoon raft.
Out of what?
We'll empty a couple of those fuel drums and roll them down to the water. Then we can lash a few poles to them with ropes.
After 2 hours of strenuous labor, Buzz and Happy assemble their makeshift raft. At last, they carry the injured Matt Henshaw down to the stream and place him gently on the bed of logs and saplings lashed securely to the empty fuel drums. Lifting, tugging, and shoving, they get the raft into the stream and climb aboard.
She rides pretty high in the water, sir.
It's going to be hard to maneuver in case we run into any rapids.
Don't worry about that, Commander. The stream's quieted down considerably since yesterday.
Are you comfortable, Matt?
Yeah, sure. This is real relaxing.
All right, Happy, take that pole and let's shove off.
Aye, aye, sir. Here we go.
Come on, Endicott. It's just a little farther.
I don't think I can make it.
Yes, you can. This is the last trip. We'll load the bars and be on our way. Hey, look. There's Corey's ship down there, ready to take us to freedom.
Oh, my leg, my back. This bar weighs more than all the others put together.
Forget how tired you are. Just remember we'll never have to do another bit of work the rest of our lives.
Yeah, that's right, Hoke.
Hold it. Stop.
What is it?
Down at the edge of the water, I saw something. Something moved. There, you see?
Space patrolmen. I saw their uniform. It was Corey and the cadet.
They must have come down the stream.
They'll get to the ship before we do.
Now, don't get panicky, Endicott. One of them's hurt. We can't see them now on account of these trees, but when they come out of the trees, they'll have to cross the clearing to get to the ship. I can pick them off from here. Stay behind this rock and don't make a sound.
Don't miss, Hoke. We're so near to freedom. Don't miss.
They haven't got a chance.
We're nearly there, Matt.
Yes, Mr. Henshaw. As soon as we get through these trees, you'll see the ship.
I sure am in a lot of trouble. It's the first time in my life I haven't been able to walk on my own 2 feet. Since I was a baby, of course.
Now put your weight on me, Matt.
I sure fixed your lead for you. Some hunting trip this turned out to be.
It wasn't your fault that Hoke Sherman escaped from the rehab center.
Maybe not, but if I hadn't been so careless as to get in the way of one of his bullets, you'd have caught up with him by now.
The minute we get aboard the ship, I'll notify Venus City Space Patrol. They'll have search ships all over this mountain region.
Sure, Hoke and his pal Endicott won't have a chance.
Wait a minute. Hold it.
What's the matter?
Look, over there to the right. Isn't that a pretty sight?
A bull elk.
Wow, look at that head and those antlers.
He's a big one, all right. First time I ever saw one down this close to my cabin. Well, Cadet, here's your chance.
Chance?
We're downwind of him. He's far enough away to make a fair sporting shot. Well, son, what are you waiting for?
Well,
You came here to go hunting, didn't you?
Yes, sir, but...
But what?
Well, I guess I've got too recent a memory of what it feels like to be shot at.
Commander?
Thanks, Matt. Some other time.
Fine couple of sportsmen you are. Fly several million miles to go hunting and throw away an opportunity like this. I'm proud of you.
Let's get to the ship, Matt.
Sure.
Yeah, the elk must have heard us. He's turning his head.
Hit the dirt. You okay, Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah, there goes the elk, bounding back into the trees. I guess he isn't hit. Hey, who shot at him?
Take a look up there on those rocks. See them through the trees?
Uh-oh.
Sherman.
Right. I'm still happy. Slide your gun over here to me.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Commander, you don't expect to pick those fellas off with that weapon at this distance, do you?
We can't get much closer without exposing ourselves. Here goes. Oh.
I think I know what's the matter, sir. I was in the water over my waist, and the gun got wet. Now we're in a fine mess. We can't possibly reach the ship.
Happy. Your belt buckle is shiny. It would make a tempting target. Take it off and put it on the end of a stick. Wiggle it around so they can pick up the glint.
Draw their fire, you mean?
Yes, not too often. Just enough to keep them interested. Move around a little, but keep down.
Yes, sir.
Matt, you just lie there.
I think I see them. Something is gleaming among the trees close to the edge of the clearing. You see it?
Yeah, I've been watching it.
If you only hadn't fired that other shot.
How did I know it was an elk?
Oh, don't get sore, Hoke. I'm only saying it's too bad they were tipped off.
Shut up. I'm going to try again.
Did you get him?
I can't tell yet.
You missed, Hoke?
Corey!
Hit him! I'll get him, Hoke.
All right, both of you, on your feet.
Okay, Corey. Sure.
Down to the ship, on the double.
Everything's okay back aft, Commander, except that Endicott and Hoke Sherman don't look so good.
Evidently, space flying doesn't agree with them.
Well, anyway, not when they're being flown for reprocessing at the rehab center.
How you feeling, Matt? Shoulder okay?
It's dropping a little, that's all.
In a few minutes, you'll be at the best hospital in Venus City.
And we'll see that your thelanium is put in a safe place, Mr. Henshaw.
My thelanium.
There'll be a few formalities, of course, but after 150 years, no one's going to step forward and contest your claim. It's yours by right of discovery. You're a wealthy man, Matt.
Well, the three of us are alive. That's the important thing. Yep, we're alive thanks to the commander's nerve and my dumb luck.
Well, it wasn't all nerve and luck, Mr. Henshaw.
It was luck. If Oak hadn't mistaken that elk for us, we'd have been shot without any warning.
Yeah, but suppose we had shot the elk the way we had a chance to.
Yes, you're right, Cadet. That wasn't luck. It was kindness.
Yeah, and the elk was just returning a favor.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. 1, 2, 3 kinds of fun at breakfast time. Space Patrollers, that's what you'll have the very first morning you start eating Chex, wheat Chex, or rice Chex. Because Chex are tops 3 ways, 3 wonderful ways. First, tops for taste. That's Chex, the only cereal that's toasted 3 times to make it crunchy as a cookie and 3 times as good. And second, Chex are tops for size, made in that modern bite-sized design for easy, happy eating. And third, Chex are tops for get up and go. Yes, a good breakfast with Chex gives you the kind of get up and go you gotta have to be a real space patroller. That's what Commander Corey says, and that makes it official. Makes Chex the official breakfast cereal of the Space Patrol. But unofficially, I can tell you Chex are mighty good right out of the box or right out of your pocket anytime you want a treat. Yes, breakfast time or any time, have yourself 3 kinds of fun with Chex, The cereal that's tops 3 wonderful ways. Tops for taste, tops for size, and tops for real get up and go. So go get 'em today. You'll love 'em. Chex, Wheat Chex, or Rice Chex. The only bite-sized cereals in the entire universe. The official cereals of the Space Patrol. And hey, here's a neat surprise. Swell Space Patrol trading cards. You get one free inside of every package of Wheat Chex and Rice Chex. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are hiding in the hold of a freighter piloted by a space pirate. Suddenly, waves of heat burst over them.
Wow, where's all that heat coming from?
Refrigeration system is broken down.
And every second we're getting closer to the sun. We'd better take over and change course before we suffocate.
There's worse danger than that in the next compartment.
Smoking rockets. Those chemicals.
Right. They get a few degrees hotter, they'll blow the ship to atoms.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Strange Case of Space Pilot Prentice, when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Len Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Debris. Other players were Ken Mayer, Bela Kovach, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. Now today's Space Patrol adventure, The Watchmen of WORMAK. On a recent voyage of exploration to the star Orion 14, 50,000 light years from the sun, Buzz and Happy discovered 2 planets. One, called Gobanek, is populated by human beings whose lives are completely controlled by electronic thinking machines and mechanical robots. The Space Patrollers saved one of these inhabitants from an attack by a robot. Now, after a brief flight back to Terra for supplies, Buzz and Happy have returned to Gobanek with their passenger, Mono. The Terra 5 settles down in a valley hundreds of miles from the nearest city.
Stand by for landing. Cut rockets. Hit repeller, Ray.
Yes, sir.
Well, here you are, Mono. Back on Gobanek.
I'm deeply grateful.
I don't know how safe you'll be with those robots looking for you.
The robots seldom stray far from the city, unless they're directly on the trail of someone who has escaped.
They don't use any kind of spacecraft or aircraft to search for you?
No. Our only spaceships are the robot-controlled craft that take cargoes to the deserted planet.
Oh, by the way, Mono, what do you call that planet?
I believe it must be WORMAK. At certain times of the year, a bright star moves across the night sky. Whether it is the same planet we visited in your ship, I cannot say.
Oh, it must be. There's only one other planet circling Orion 14. You'd see it as a moving star against the fixed stars in your sky.
I know you're anxious to explore WORMAK for the mineral you're looking for, so I'll leave you now.
All right. Hap, get that crate of spacephones for Mono.
Yes, sir.
You remember how they operate, don't you, Mono?
Yes, Commander.
You want to be careful. Don't let these instruments get into the hands of the robots or the administrators.
We'll be very careful, Commander. My first task will be to take one of these spacephones to Anila in the city.
Anila? Oh, that's the girl you told us about. But, Mono, how are you going to get to the city?
I'll find a way. Here, Hap. I'll take the box.
Okay, Mono. Careful, it's heavy.
I've got it. Thank you.
Open the hatch for him, Happy.
Yes, sir.
We'd like to give you more help, Mono, but we're outsiders. If we were to interfere actively, the administrators would turn the robots against us, and also against large sections of your own people.
Sure, they'd try to put down the revolt in a hurry.
I understand. But with these spacephones placed with our sympathizers in the cities, we can tell the people the truth. We can tell them that half of all they produce is dumped on a deserted planet.
Yeah, and when they hear that, they'll make the administrators change the robots.
I'll open the outer hatch. Goodbye, Mono, and good luck.
Goodbye, Commander. Goodbye, Happy. And thank you for everything.
So long, Mono.
Let's get ready to blast off, Hap.
Yes, sir.
I hope we've done the right thing.
You mean about the spacephones?
Yes. The Gabonic administrators, like that fellow Roknar, aren't going to give up a good thing without a struggle.
They could still have a good thing if they listen to reason.
The robot government is a form of dictatorship, Happy. And dictators aren't famous for listening to reason. Well, let's see what we're in for on WORMAK. Close ports. Fire jets. Up ship and away.
In the chief city of the planet Gobonic, a girl sits at a crude table in a small room writing.
Yes? Why, you're an administrator.
Yes. I am Roknar, administrator of Class H functions and robot controls. And you are Anila.
Yes, I'm Anila.
Where is Mono?
Mono?
Yes, Mono. Your friend who works in the document reclamation plant. Where is he?
Well, I don't know. That's the truth. I don't know.
When did you see him last?
4 days ago, we had lunch together in the 4th Sector Commissary.
And you haven't seen him since?
No.
That's strange. You are such good friends. Have you wondered about him? Have you been worried?
Yes. No. I haven't been worried. Why should I worry?
You're lying. You know that Mono has escaped from the city.
Escaped? Then it... No, I didn't know he'd escaped.
But you knew he was going to try. You knew he was an aberrationist.
An aberrationist?
Apparently, you do not know that a few misguided individuals have that insane idea that they know more than the robots. They feel that they can improve upon the routine and regulations set down by the electronic computers.
Mono did nothing wrong.
Anila, are you an aberrationist? Well, are you?
No. I've done nothing against the robots.
That's good. Since you are loyal to the Gobonic control system, you will be happy to learn that Mono will never return to the city.
You know where he is?
Yes. I happened to witness his tragic fate.
Oh, no.
He has no one to blame but himself. He fled and was destroyed.
What happened to him?
His fate is too horrible to describe. Perhaps you know some of his friends. People who may also be misguided. Perhaps you can keep them from making Mono's mistake.
Oh, Mono.
That's all, Anila. And I hope it will not be necessary to call on you again.
Mono. Mono.
Millions of DUs from Gobonic. Commander Corey brings the Terra 5 down on the huge spaceport of the deserted city on the planet WORMAK. The city is in ruins from a disaster that, from all appearances, occurred a century ago. Yet at regular intervals, robot spaceships from Gobonic land and dump their cargoes, as they have for ages past. Mountains of unused supplies now almost cover the spaceport.
Landing secured, sir.
Okay, Hap. We'll stay in the ship till we make a thorough instrument check by spaceophone, viewscope, and periscope.
Oh, that city must be deserted, sir. There's no sign of life. Whatever or whoever wrecked the city sure did a thorough job.
It looks that way. But if we're going to bring ships here from our solar system to mine super uranium, we want to be sure that WORMAK is completely safe.
Well, on our way back to Terra the last time, you said you thought robots might still be controlling WORMAK.
That's right.
But, sir, the city was destroyed years ago. What would keep the robots running? And if they're operating, where are they?
Somewhere underground or in a partly wrecked building. Perhaps they're harmless. Perhaps they're not. It's our job to find out.
Commander, there's a ship in the viewscope.
It's one of the robot ships from Gobonic coming in with another cargo.
It makes me sick just to think of it. The people of Gobonic working like slaves, producing goods to dump here on WORMAK.
If Mono's successful, it'll be different, Hap. Empty ships will arrive from Gobonic and haul this stuff back to where it belongs.
Well, I hope that'll be soon.
Let's check the instruments, Hap. If we don't pick up any robot probe rays, we'll get out and look around after that robot ship takes off.
For several hours, Anila has lain on her bed in her room, too stunned by grief even to think.
Yes. Oh, no.
Shh. Anila.
Oh, you're alive. Oh, no, you're alive.
Of course I'm alive.
Oh, he told me something terrible had happened to you, that no one would ever see you again.
Who told you?
The administrator, Roknar.
The administrator was here?
Yes, but it doesn't matter. Now he's gone and you're safe. You've come back.
Yes, but I can't stay. Listen, something wonderful has happened. I've got news that will free all of Gabonik from the robots. I've got proof that the robot control system is all wrong. With this little instrument here, we can broadcast that proof all over Gabonik.
Oh, no, I've never seen you like this. So excited. Your eyes, they're... Mono, you've been through a terrible experience. Lie down and rest, and I'll...
Listen to me, please. See this? It's a spacephone. I can talk to our friends out on the farms hundreds of miles away, and they can talk to me here in the city. And the robots and the administrators will never know it. Watch. I'll show you how it works.
Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have emerged from the spaceship and are working their way around the vast heaps of supplies toward the ruined city. Each is armed with a blast gun and carries a miniature spaceophone equipped with a translator.
Well, so far, WORMAK seems perfectly safe. No electronic control signals, no harmful radiation.
Hap, hold it. Look up there, at the end of that big stack of supplies.
It's an opening in the ground.
Yes, but was it there a minute ago?
Gee, sir, I don't know. I don't think so. Smoking rockets. Look what's coming out of that hole. It's a giant beetle.
It's a robot tank with legs and tractor treads.
Whatever it is, it's a monster. And it's coming right toward us.
Get back to the ship, Hap. Hurry.
It's gaining on us.
Commander Corey, this is Mono in Gabonik City.
It's Mono on the miniature spaceophone.
Commander, can you hear me? This is Mono.
Yes, Mono. I can't talk to you now. Contact me in 10 minutes.
It's urgent, Commander. You've got to help me. Anila's in danger.
Oh, whatever it is, I'll trade places with her. Hey, Commander, that robot's right behind us. Hey, it's closing in, Commander.
We can't outrun it. Maybe we can hold it off a minute. There's a small space between those two stacks of supplies. Duck through the gap quickly.
Yes, sir. We stopped it, sir. It can't get through the opening.
Keep running, Hap. There may be other robots around. Hap, here comes one of those robot ships from Gabonik.
Hey, we're right in its landing pad.
Get away from this stack of supplies. It's probably going to dump its cargo right here.
Commander's going to smash us.
Hit the dirt, Hap.
Whoa, that was close.
Look, beetle-shaped robots plowing through that stack of supplies.
Oh, it's on our trail again, sir.
It'll never make it to our ship.
It'll mow us down before we can get 100 yards.
Hap, run for the other ship. Hurry.
Great. The robot will attack that.
Into the cargo hatch, quick, before it closes.
Yes, sir. Oh. Hey, it worked. The robot stopped. Maybe our blast guns will put it out of commission.
Whoever built that giant watchdog must have put teeth in it. If we attack it, it'd probably blow this whole ship apart.
Commander, the hatch closed. We're trapped.
Well, at least we're safe from that elephant-sized beetle.
Oh, we're out of one jam, and we're in another. This ship will take us back to Gabonik.
Well, here we go, Hap. Relax and enjoy the trip.
What happens when we set down on Gabonik?
We'll stay in the ship. Then when it returns to WORMAK with another load, we will make a dash for the Terra 5 before the mechanical watchman wakes up.
Commander Corey, can you hear me?
Hey, it's Mono. I'd forgotten all about him.
Corey here, Mono. Sorry I couldn't talk to you before, but we were a trifle busy.
I was afraid you'd deserted me. I'm at Anila's place in the city.
Yes?
But there's a robot patrolling the streets. Roknar suspects something. If I leave now, the robot will follow him in. Roknar will arrest Anila. He'll find the spacephones. If you can't help me, Commander, everything will be lost.
I'd help you if I could, Mono, but there's nothing I can do.
I thought of something, Commander. I may be able to get Anila out of the city. If you could pick us up in your ship before the robots track us down...
That's just the trouble, Mono. I don't have my ship.
What?
I'm in a robot freighter bound for Gabonik. I'll have to ride out a round trip back to WORMAK to get my own ship.
But it may be hours or even days before that ship will be reloaded for blastoff.
Days? Smoking rockets.
All right, Mono. Pappy and I,
get to Anila's place and decoy the robots, you two could escape, right?
Yes, Commander. It would give us a chance.
Now, could Happy and I return to the spaceport and stow away in an outbound freighter without being caught?
For a human being to get aboard a spaceship... Well, it's such an unheard of idea on Gobonic that the robots may not even be adjusted to detect it.
Good. Now, what about our Space Patrol uniforms? Won't they attract attention when we walk down the streets of the city?
I never thought of that. Of course they will. You'll be picked up as a non-conforming aberrationist.
Well, how can we get some Gobonic-style clothes?
The work barracks at the port. During his shift, there'll be no one in the barracks. If you could sneak in without being seen, you could find some off-duty clothes.
Okay. Now, Mono, give me the exact layout of the spaceport and how to find Anila's place, and the safest way to avoid the robot patrols.
Tensely, Buzz and Happy crouch in the empty cargo hold as the robot ship sets down at the spaceport on Gobonic. A few seconds after landing, the cargo hatch automatically opens. Cautiously, the space patrollers peer out of the ship.
No one in sight, sir, except clear over there. Over there where they're loading.
That long, rambling structure down there must be the work barracks. Let's go, Hap, and keep on the far side of this row of ships.
Yes, sir.
Here's our first real test, Hap. The barracks.
I sure hope there's nobody in there goofing off.
Have your ray gun ready.
Right. Hey, we're in luck. It's deserted.
There along the wall, Hap. Those racks of clothing.
Yeah, with the numbers over them. Well, I guess they're numbers.
Find a pair large enough to go over your uniform, Hap.
These look about right. Hey, is that an alarm?
Maybe the signal for change of shift. Hurry, get into your outfit. This barracks will be swarming in a minute.
In Anila's dimly lighted room some distance from the spaceport, the girl and Mono wait in anxious silence for a message from Commander Corey. The moments drag on. Then finally Mono speaks.
I should never have tried to involve the commander in our troubles. I was a fool to think they could make it.
Mona, come to the window.
What is it?
They're gone. The robot patrol's gone. The street's deserted.
Rope and I must have given up, at least for the time being. If I hadn't involved the commander in this, we could escape, but at least out of the city.
Shh. I heard steps outside, in the hall.
Hide those space phones quickly.
I'll put them under the bed.
I'll help you.
There. It might just be the woman from down the hall. She sometimes comes.
All right, Mono. Don't move.
Roknar.
Administrator Roknar, if you please. Both of you. You are coming with me.
No. No, not Anila. She hasn't done anything wrong.
She's shielding an aberrationist. An escapee. Now, stand over there and by the wall so I can keep an eye on you while I search this room.
You won't find anything here, Rognar. Better get a couple of your robot bodyguards to help you. By the way, where are they?
They are waiting around the corner, near my surface car. You'll see them when we go to the discipline center.
Discipline center? You can't take Anila there. I tell you, she hasn't done anything.
Shut up. And get over by the wall as I told you.
Don't argue with him, Mono. It doesn't matter. If he takes you, I want to go too.
You shall, Anila, you shall. Now, let me see. Where would the twisted mind of an aberrationist attempt to hide something? Oh, yes. Under the bed, of course.
Commander Corey.
Don't pull that gun, Roknar.
Wow, what a punch. Nice going, Commander.
Hap, get Roknar's weapon.
Yes, sir.
You gave very clear directions, Mono. Oh, the young lady, I suppose, is your friend, Anila.
Oh, yes. Excuse me. Anila, this is Commander Corey and Cadet Happy.
How do you do?
Here's Roknar's gun, Commander, and this other thing. I don't know what it is, but it was fastened to his belt.
Thanks, Hap. What is this thing, Mono? Do you know?
Be careful. Don't touch any of those buttons. That's a robot control unit.
Oh, how does it work?
I've never seen one up close before. Only administrators have them. There's some lettering over the switches. Perhaps I could figure it out. I'm sorry. It's not in regular Gobonic. It's administrative code.
Perhaps I can decipher it. I've operated computers that use this code.
Good. Here, Anila.
Well, this control unit is for Z-type ARG robots.
Oh, the Zargs. Yeah, the robots that look like human beings.
Yes. This switch is a zone alarm control. Bring all Z-type robots toward the unit if it's pressed.
Uh-oh. We don't need that one.
The second switch cuts in the command circuit to give specific orders to individual robots.
Could either of you give orders to a robot?
No. There are certain key words only the administrators know.
And this third button, that's a proximity nullifier switch.
A which switch?
It cancels the impulses that are causing a robot to act. If the robot is near, it'll stop.
Could you get by any robot patrol or robot guard with that gadget?
Well, most of them. Except perhaps those at the higher levels at the administrative headquarters.
Good. Hap, see if you can revive Roknar. We'll make him drive all of us to the spaceport.
All of us?
Yes, we can control Roknar with his own gun. And the robots with this gadget.
I think Roknar's waking up, sir.
Okay, get him on his feet. You and Mono keep his gun in his ribs, and I'll handle the robot control.
Anila, the space phones.
Yes, I'll get them.
Come on, Roknar, get up. You're going for a ride.
Feeling the gun pressed against his back, Roknar, the administrator, meekly accompanies Buzz and his friends down the stairs to the street and around the corner where 3 human-looking robots stand motionless by a surface car. Buzz presses the third button on the control unit, and the robots remain rigid as Happy forces Roknar behind the wheel. The others get in, then Buzz orders.
All right, Roknar, to the spaceport. Let's get going.
You won't get away with this, Corey.
Don't try any tricks, and drive carefully.
Yeah, Roknar. The life you save may be your own.
The reluctant Roknar drives through the city to the spaceport. As the car glides through the gate, Buzz presses the control switch and the robot guard stands motionless. Buzz forces Roknar to halt the surface car in the dark shadow of a stack of supplies. A few yards away loom the dim hulks of empty spaceships waiting to be moved to the loading area.
It's all clear, Commander. No one's in sight.
All right. Everybody out and get aboard the nearest ship. You too, Roknar.
No. I can't leave Gobanek. It's unthinkable.
Nobody's asking you to think. Anyway, isn't thinking just for robots?
You're getting in that ship if we have to carry you. Get going.
Let's go, Anila.
Riding a spaceship, this is exciting.
You're mad. All of you, completely mad. Mad, I tell you, you're mad. Completely mad.
Half carrying the terrified Roknar between them, Buzz and Happy move swiftly to the spaceship, followed by Mono and Anila. Climbing through the open cargo hatch, they work their way forward into a cramped compartment. After a seeming eternity, the ship is towed to the loading platform, and the cargo hold is crammed with supplies. As the hatch clangs shut, Buzz and Happy instinctively brace themselves for the shock of blastoff. When the ship is spaceborne, Buzz leads the others back toward the cargo hold. Working in the dark, they tie Roknar with strips torn from his jacket. Hours pass. And then...
The repeller ray just cut on. We're sitting down on WORMAK.
WORMAK?
Sure. That's where your stupid robot system has been sending half the wealth of your planet. Didn't you know?
I didn't know where it went. That wasn't in my department.
Now listen, everybody. When the ship lands, the cargo hatch will automatically open and the cargo will be dumped out. Now, wait till I give the signal. Then jump out of the ship and follow Happy and me. Understand?
Yes, Commander.
I understand.
Now remember, when I give the word, move fast.
Yes, sir.
What about me? You got me tied up?
You're going back to Gobanek in this ship. We just brought you along to make sure we'd get here.
Yeah, you'll be able to work free of those bonds long before you get back to Gobanek. This is going to be noisy. What did I tell you?
All right, let's go before that hatch closes.
Give me your hand, Anila.
There's Terra 5 right over there. Let's go.
Bon voyage, Roknar. Hey, Commander, there it comes. Old Beetlepuss again.
What is it?
It's a robot.
It looks like some giant insect.
Now, don't look back. Just keep running. We're nearly to the ship.
Commander, it's gaining on us.
Get him aboard, Hap. Be ready to blast off.
Quick, Anila. Up the ladder. You're next, Mono. Into the ship.
That monster, it's big enough to crush this ship.
Get aboard, Hap. We're going to try to hold this robot off with a blaster.
Commander, if you miss it, it'll go for you.
Cadet, you've got passengers aboard. Prepare to blast off. That's an order.
Nice shot, Commander. You stopped it.
I always wondered how those old-time big game hunters felt when they were charged by a rhinoceros. Now I know.
You must have blasted that robot right in the control center. I sure hope that's the last of the robots here on WORMAK.
You've given me courage, Commander. Now I know that the robots can be conquered.
Good, Mono. You've got a real battle on your hands back in Gobanik.
The other ship with Roknar in is gone.
Yeah, it blasted off while we were being chased by that iron beetle.
Let's get back to Gobanik. I think Mono wants to get to work and show those robots who's boss.
Join us again next week for another thrilling adventure with Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars now present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have landed on a distant planet to help 500 enslaved workers escape from a mine. Happy waits in the grounded ship while Buzz walks toward the robot-guarded mine shaft.
Cadet Happy to Commander Corey.
Go ahead, Happy.
I just picked up something in the viewscope screen. It's one of those robot cargo jobs, and it's heading this way.
Happy, those ships never land anywhere in Gobanik except the city spaceport.
This one's sure barreling in, sir. If it keeps its present trajectory, it'll land right in the mining area.
Land? It's set to crash.
Crash?
Mr. Ruger's work. We can't stop that ship. It'll explode and destroy every living person in this area.
We'll return in just a moment with the thrilling story of Frightened Robots.
Space Patrollers, this is Commander Corey. Let me ask you something. When Mom and Dad had their breakfast coffee this morning, did you have a good hot drink? You know, you need a real morning warm-up for all-day power. That's why you should always start the day the Space Patrol way, with a big cup of Nestle's Instant Cocoa. It's just loaded with good hot nourishment for real energy. And Nestle's makes the greatest hot cocoa you've ever tasted. It's rich, it's smooth, it's delicious. It's really out of this universe. And wait till you see how fast and easy it is to fix. Why, Nestle's Ever-Ready is so easy it just about makes itself. Now listen, here's all you do. You just put 1, 2, 3 teaspoons of Nestle's in your cup and add hot water. That's all. Now you're all ready to drink it and get your supply of morning pep. And Nestle's Ever-Ready is the complete cocoa, too. You add nothing but water because whole milk and sugar are already in it. You ought to see the lineup around here when they sound the Nestle's call. Everybody goes for that delicious Nestle's chocolate flavor. That goes for me, too. Now, why don't you get the Nestle Space Patrol habit? Ask Mom to stock your galley with Nestle's and drink it regularly, the way we do. And you'll have power to spare. That's Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa in the bright red can.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Frightened Robots. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are in the Terra 5, high above the surface of the planet Gobonic, a world ruled by robots. They've just blasted off from a forest region where they said goodbye to Mono and Anila, two friends whom the Space Patrollers rescued from enemies in the principal city of the planet. While Buzz is at the controls, Happy idly adjusts the Space Patrol periscope, the amazing hyperspace optical device that can show a close-up view of any part of space.
You see anything interesting, Happy?
Just a train of cars, sir. Probably headed for one of the farming areas outside the city.
Gobonic is a crescent planet. Still, I hate to leave it.
I found a Mono and his friends, you mean?
Yes. Gobonic won't be free until the robots are overthrown. That might take years.
Sure wish we could do something to help them.
Well, it's not our job to meddle into other people's internal affairs, Hap. What we've done was just to save Mono's life. We acted as individuals, not as agents of the United Planets.
Hey, I thought those trains left the city empty.
That's what Mona told us. They brought back full of supplies, and half of it sent to WORMAK.
Oh, these cars are open, sir. They're like we'd haul ore in, but well, some of them are full of people.
Oh, farm workers, probably.
They're just jammed into those cars. Oh, those poor people.
I know how you feel, huh? That's something we have no control over. Our job is to explore WORMAK for radioactive minerals. Better cut off that periscope before you feel worse than you do now.
Yes, sir. Well, hey, we've got to give this to Mono when we let him out of the ship.
Oh, look now, his robot control unit.
Uh-huh. It might come in handy if Mono or any of his friends have to return to the city.
Well, perhaps it's just as well Mono doesn't have it. If he's caught with one of the administrator's robot controls, hate to think what would happen to him.
Agent 7 at Gobonic City calling ARL Camp 21.
Commander, it's one of our space opponents.
Turn up the volume, Hap.
Agent 7 at Gobonic City calling ARL Camp 21. Come in, please.
ARL Camp, that's an anti-robot league hideout.
ARL Camp 21 here. Go ahead, Agent 7.
That's Mono. Hey, they're operating already. They've distributed our miniature spacephones inside the city.
Warn all the League members not to try to enter the city. Don't even contact us by spacephone. The robots are rounding us up.
We've been betrayed.
No, I don't think so. The roundup isn't very selective. But this morning, 500 workers from all sections were picked out and put aboard a work train. They're on their way to the K-Light mines.
K-Light mines? How did you find out?
The robots broadcast it all over the city. Obviously, it's a disciplinary action.
Of course. K-Light is useless. K-Light dust is harmful to human beings.
When 500 workers are diverted from essential production and sent to the K-Light mines, there's only one explanation.
It's a warning to everybody to stop trying to overthrow the robot.
Exactly. Anyone even suspected of aberrationist tendencies, off they go to the K-Light mines.
We'll suspend all activities for the time being. Be careful. ARL Camp 21 out.
Now we know where those carloads of people are going. To the K-Light mines.
Oh, that's criminal, Hap. It's cruel punishment. It's completely useless. I wonder just how automatic those robots are.
You think the administrators, like our friend Roknar, might have more control than they let on?
It's possible. Trouble is, Mono and his friends can't find that out. Only administrators can get near the robot master control.
Our periscope could show us that master control. Or would that be interfering?
Maybe it is. But when robots can send hundreds of innocent people into slavery, I say it's time to interfere.
So do I.
I'll get that map of the city Mono drew for me. Then we'll use the periscope and find out how that robot system operates.
I've got it, sir. There's the central administration building.
Okay, Hap, now we'll scan it floor by floor with the periscope till we find the master robot control section.
Whatever information we find out, we can pass on to Mono.
Well, the lower floor seems to be a headquarters for the robot patrols. Uh-oh. Here's something interesting. There's a shaft right down the center of the building.
Elevator shaft?
It looks like it. I don't see any elevator. Wait. Something's happening at the bottom. A robot just entered the shaft at the ground floor level. There's a hall leading to it from the street.
Oh, private entrance for Zards, huh?
Apparently. Yeah. The robot is rising straight up the shaft. Look.
Wow.
8, 10, 15, probably 20 stories up. Now it's stopped in midair. It touched the control on its belt.
The gravity belt.
That's it, Hap. Now it's reaching out and pulling itself toward a platform at the side of the shaft. And opening a door.
The robot with a gravity belt. Wait, not even Roknar had one of those.
Evidently just the robots have them. Now the robot's walking down a corridor. It's opening a door. Hap, look.
Handing something to somebody. Hey, that's Roknar.
Roknar receiving a message from the robot. And by the looks of that room, that's Roknar's living quarters. Right there in the administration building.
Now the robot's leaving.
If we had one of those belts, we'd get into the administration center.
And then we could save those people from the K-light mines.
Yes.
Then they go back to Gobanik?
Right. Got those Gobanik workflows in the ship. Roknar's robot control unit.
How do we get the gravity belts?
We can find a robot outside the city walls. We'll inactivate him with the control unit. It'll be dark in the city in about an hour. We'll set the ship down a mile or so from the walls.
On one of the top floors of the administration building in Gobanik City, Administrator Roknar, in charge of Class H functions of patrol robots, has been summoned to the office of Daruga, Chief Administrator of Gobanik.
You realize, of course, that you were the first human being from Gobanik to make a space flight in 300 years. You are now an unknown variable where our computers are concerned. Unknown variables are dangerous to our robot-controlled economy.
I don't understand, Daruga. The space flight hasn't changed me. As I explained, I was forced into the ship by these visitors from another solar system.
You, Roknar, may have been contaminated by your brief exposure to these two strangers from outer space.
Oh, no. They will not trouble us again. It is all forgotten.
The computers will not forget. I had to feed false data into the master computer to arrange this shipment of workers to the K-light mines. Some sections are now short-handed. That means longer hours, a general speed-up and lower efficiency.
Yes, but there will be no more anti-robot talk among the workers. They're thoroughly frightened.
Fright, Roknar, is a factor that cannot be measured by the computers. Our robot controls can maintain proper balance only if the human population can be kept calm and placid. Fear and hope of change, these must be kept to the minimum at all times.
Yes, I understand. And I will keep my robot patrols alert for any sign of aberration.
Very well. You may go, Administrator Roknar.
Thank you, Chief Daruga.
Special Directive 47 to Class G robots. Administrator Roknar, in charge of Class H functions of robots, is now under surveillance until further notice. Record and report aberrationist behavior. Daruga.
With rockets cut out, the Terra 5 descends to the ground by repel array a mile from the city. Under cover of darkness, Buzz and Happy make their way to the high walls. The plain, drab coveralls of the Gobanik workers cover their space patrol uniforms. At the gate stands a single robot guard.
There's just one of them. He's got a gravity belt. Maybe we can get another one inside. I think he sees us now. I'm going to immobilize him with the control unit. The robot's frozen, sir. I'll handle this job alone here. I'll take the robot's gravity belt and enter the city. You stand watching the ship.
Yes, Commander.
There's no trick to removing the robot's gravity. It's a simple buckle. It only fits me. Turn of this knob should lift me to the top of the wall.
Sure wish I were going with you, sir.
I'll keep a miniature space phone on hand. I'll keep you informed if I have a chance. Here goes.
Hey, it works.
Return to the ship, Happy?
Yes, sir. Good luck, Commander.
From the top of the wall, Commander Corey looks down inside the city. Seeing no one near, he lowers himself to the ground with a gravity belt. With casual gait, but on the alert, Buzz walks through the streets to the administration building, avoiding the curious inspection of robot patrols by pressing a switch on his robot control unit. A walk down a deserted corridor brings him to a tall shaft extending up to the top floor of the building.
Commander Corey, if that happens, can you read me?
Yes, sir. Everything okay?
So far, I'm at the bottom of the robot shaft. If I can get up the rope now, room without being seen. Here goes. This gravity belt's a great thing. I'll try to pick one up for you on the way back to the ship.
Fine, Commander.
I'm on the landing ledge. Don't try to contact me, Hap. Someone might hear the spaceophone. I'm entering the corridor now. Get your hands up, Roknar.
What do you mean by... Hurry!
Don't try to reach for your robot control. I'd better remove it from your belt. I don't want to use this ray gun on you, so behave yourself.
You've got to get out of here. If you're found in my room,
You'll be sent to the K-Light mine, perhaps, with the other 500 prisoners.
What did you know about that?
You answer my questions first, Rooknar. Do you administrators rule the robots, or do the robots rule you?
I don't understand what you mean.
Just this. Computers juggle a lot of work quotas and picked 500 human slaves to go to the K-Light mine. K-Light is useless. If those people work in the mines very long, they'll get sick. For many of them, it'll be fatal. Isn't that right?
Yes, I suppose so.
All right. Was that K-Light deal automatic, or did somebody prime the computers? I want an answer, Rooknar.
The computers may have been adjusted a little.
And they could also be adjusted to bring those people back.
That's impossible.
I think you can find a way to work it out. Even if you burn out a couple of fuses in the computers, it's better than forcing 500 people to mine poisonous K-Light.
Computers cannot be changed, I tell you.
Now, look, Rooknar. I can do a lot of mischief to your patrol robots. Your push-button police. I can make you look pretty foolish. I can do all this without hurting a single human being, not even an administrator.
You wouldn't wreck my robot.
Unless you bring those people back from the mines, you'll be in the junk business. How about it?
I think it can be arranged. If you give me time to talk to the chief administrator. Of course, he must never know.
But he does know.
Daruga.
Both of you stand perfectly still. This weapon in my hand can destroy you both. A move from either of you, and I shall use it.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, here comes Tony Sides. Well, I'll be. He's growing a mustache.
Who? Me, Captain Two-Fell? What do you mean?
Oh, you sure have. It's brown and quite a long one, too.
Ah, gee whiz. That's no mustache. That's some Nestle's cocoa. You see, I had a cut just a few minutes ago. Well, I guess I was in such a hurry to drink it, I got some on my upper lip. I'll just lick it off. Gee, that's good.
Yes, that's what everybody says, Tony. You know, Nestle's Eveready makes the best cocoa in the universe. It's so rich, so chocolatey, and so smooth.
You know, since we got the Space Patrol habit at our house, all my brothers and sisters drink Nestle's cocoa for breakfast. We love the way it tastes, and boy, we sure love the pep it gives us. Starting the day with a hot drink is real smart, especially when that drink is Nestle's cocoa.
You said it. And Nestle's Eveready is so easy to fix, it practically makes itself. You just put 1, 2, 3 teaspoons in your cup and add hot water, and that's all there is to it. Milk and sugar are already in Nestle, so you don't have to add a thing. Gang, how about you? If you haven't tried the Space Patrol way to start the day, don't wait anymore. Chow up for delicious Nestle's cocoa. Ask your mom to get Nestle's in the bright red can. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Frightened Robots. Buzz and Happy are determined to save several hundred inhabitants of the planet Gobonik who've been forced to mine the poisonous mineral K-Light. While Happy remains in the Terra 5, Buzz undertakes a daring one-man expedition into the city. With the aid of a gravity belt taken from a patrol robot, Buzz rises to the 20th level of the administration building where he encounters Rooknar, an official of the robot-ruled government. Just as Buzz obtains a promise from the unwilling Rooknar, the chief administrator, Daruga, suddenly appears and holds Buzz at bay with a powerful weapon.
Drop your weapon. Go on, drop it.
All right.
No, Rooknar, don't touch it.
But, Daruga, I was only going to hand it to you.
Indeed. Here I find you in a cozy conference with a worker who has somehow been smuggled up above the 3rd floor.
But he's not a worker. He's Commander Corey, one of the visitors from another solar system.
So much the worse for you, Rooknar. I was right. You have been contaminated by this stranger. I heard you plotting against the robots.
No, Daruga. He forced his way in here. He threatened to destroy the patrol robots unless I agree to bring those workers back from the K-Light mine.
He's telling the truth, Daruga.
Your presence here introduces new factors. Variables with which our computers may be unable to cope.
And you administrators will have to do some thinking yourselves for a change.
Not if I eliminate the disturbing factor. If I destroy you, now, right here, the robots need never be disturbed with new information.
That's it, Daruga. Get rid of Corey and everything will be just as it was before he... Corey, let go of me!
Hold still, Rooknar. Let go of him, Corey. You can't escape. There are Z-type robots out in the corridor.
How about this window behind me?
Beyond it is a straight drop, 20 levels above the street.
You see? You are trapped. Come on, Rooknar. You're going through that window.
No, we'll be killed.
Corey, stop. Stop or I'll fire. If you shoot, you destroy Rooknar, one of your own administrators.
Corey, have you lost your mind? Keep away from that window.
You're going through it if I have to carry you. So long, Daruga.
Corey,
stop struggling, Rooknar. I hate to drop you. This gravity belt should support both of us.
We're not falling. We're rising into the air.
Hang on, you'll be all right. Commander Corey to Cadet Happy.
Happy here, sir.
I'll blast off immediately. Pick me up directly over the administration building. If this gravity belt holds up, I'll keep rising.
Yes, sir.
I've got Rooknar with me. They might send some robots up after us, so hurry.
Quickly blasting off, Cadet Happy circles back over the city. A tiny dot on the viewscope shows him that he's picked up Buzz and Rooknar ascending vertically over the administration building. Cutting the ship's velocity, Happy heads toward the commander, pressing a button on the rocket cockpit panel to open the outer hatch.
Can you come closer, Happy?
Yes, sir.
This gravity belt doesn't give any horizontal motion, Hap, just up and down. You'll have to maneuver the ship so I can reach the open hatch.
Yes, sir. When I get close enough, I'll cut my forward speed with a blast from the nose rocket.
Right, Hap. Got to make it on the first pass. Rooknar's boss, Daruga, is sending up some robots with gravity belts.
Okay, Commander. Get set.
I'll get this, Rooknar. I'll hold on to you, and you concentrate on pulling us into the ship.
Yes, Commander.
This is it, Commander.
Now, Rooknar. Now.
I got it.
We're in the airlock, Happy. Kick on the tail rockets. We're losing altitude.
Okay, sir.
All right, Rooknar, move up forward.
Yes, Commander.
Nice bit of maneuvering, Happy.
Thank you, sir.
I got to sit down.
All right, Rooknar. I'll watch him, Hap. I'll take over the controls.
Hovering in the air over the city. We might have been killed.
Yeah? At least it would have been quick. Not like working in the K-light mines.
Well, that reminds me, Happy. I've got to contact Mono. Commander Corey aboard Terra 5 calling ARL Camp number 21. Corey to ARL Camp 21.
ARL Camp 21. Mono here. Go ahead, Commander.
Mono, this is about those men that were sent to the K-light mines. If they escaped, if they survived, could your camp take care of all 500?
For a time, until we could distribute them around to the other camps. At least they'd be no worse off at the mines.
And spread the word around. You're going to have company.
But, Commander, mines are guarded by robots.
I've got 2 robot control units now, plus a technical advisor, Rooknar.
You've captured Rooknar again?
Yes, he's here in the ship. If Happy and I deactivate those robot guards, can you lead those 500 men to safety?
If you can hold the robots off until the men reach the forest north of the mines, we'd have a chance.
Good. I'll pick you up to camp, and then we'll head for the K-light mines. Corey out.
An hour later, Buzz and Happy have picked up Mono, and now, with the anti-robot leader pointing the way, Buzz heads the Terra 5 toward the K-light mines.
Mines are in that range of mountains just ahead, Commander.
You set the ship down far enough away to avoid alerting the robots. Then you and I'll approach the mines on foot.
Can I go with you, Commander?
You better stay with the ship, Happy. Keep Rooknar locked up back aft. If Mono and I run into any problems, we'll contact you by miniature spacephone.
Yes, sir.
Happy, get Mono a blaster while I set the ship down.
Yes, sir.
Leaving Happy in the ship, Buzz and Mono strike out over the ridge for the mines. As Buzz and Mono descend the slope, a breeze charged with an acrid dust blows toward them from the mines.
There's one of the outer guard, Commander. A robot. It sees us.
We'll just keep walking toward it till we're in range to work the control unit.
We've got to deactivate the robot before it deactivates us.
But how many robots are here at the mine?
I think about 25. At least half of them are down in the shaft with the miners.
The robot's suspicious. It's coming toward us.
I think we're in range now.
Okay, stop. I'll use the control unit. It's still coming. I'll give it another charge. My control unit isn't working. Use yours.
Yes, Commander. Mine doesn't work either. Commander, the robot's reaching for his immobilizer ray.
This blaster's likely to arouse the whole camp, but I've got to use it.
You got it.
Back up the hill quick, before the other robots come to investigate. Duck behind your stick at Mono. Let's see if we're being followed.
There are 2 robots heading this way.
It's not moving very fast. It's curious, I guess.
I wonder why our control units didn't work.
I've got an idea about that. Contact Happy. Commander Corey to Cadet Happy.
Happy here, sir.
We had to use a blaster on a robot guard, Hap. The Ruger must have changed the response frequencies on the robots. Our control units don't work.
What are we going to do?
Pick off the robots one by one with blasters?
Well, we can't risk it. The robots might turn on the workers. Now, listen. Get Rook now and bring him here. Maybe he can give these robots direct orders.
Can we trust him?
You'll have to. Moro and I'll be waiting just over the top of the ridge.
All right, Rook, now you can come out now. The commander's got a job for you.
The job? What do you mean?
The commander will explain. Come on, we're going for a walk. Into the airlock, Rookner.
Where are you taking me?
We need an expert on robots, and you're elected. Go on, into the lock.
Of course, Cadet. Anything to oblige. Hey, you... This is the jet I've been waiting for. There. I'd finish you right now if I was sure I'd escape from Corey. But this will hold you for a while.
What's taking Happy so long? I'll contact him again. Commander Corey to Cadet Happy. Happy, can you read me?
Happy here, sir.
Hap, where are you?
In the ship. Commander, I pulled a boner. Rognar got away. He pulled a sneak punch and knocked me cold. I just came to. I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Now, Hap, listen. Stay on guard in the ship. Moro and I are going to try to get into the mines and lead the workers out. For some reason, most of the robots are leaving the area.
Maybe Rognar got a warning through. No, he hasn't had time to get there. And he doesn't have a control unit. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
I just picked up something in the viewscope screen. A spaceship.
Spaceship?
Yes, sir. It's one of those robot cargo jobs. And it's headed this way.
Mono, could it be coming to the mines?
That's unheard of. Spaceships are used only to take cargoes to the other planet, WORMAK. They never land anywhere on Gobanik except the city spaceport.
Well, this one is sure barreling in, sir. If it keeps its present trajectory, it'll land right in the mining area. Maybe some big-shot administrators are aboard.
Human beings never ride in spaceships. Not here on Gobanik, I mean.
Robots are leaving just as that ship is coming in. Hap, how far away is that ship?
Oh, at its present velocity, it should land in about 5 minutes.
Man, looks like it's set to crash. It'll probably explode and destroy every living person in this area.
Smoking rockets.
Stand by to blast off, Hap. Mona and I are returning to the ship.
Racing over the rough ground, Buzz and Mona reach the Terra 5. The incoming robot ship is now plainly visible to the naked eye as the commander rushes to the controls.
Stand by for blast off. Close ports.
Close ports.
Fire jets.
Fire jets.
Up ship and away.
You're right, Commander. That robot ship isn't leveling off. It's headed straight for the mining area.
How are you going to stop it? Those people will be killed.
There's just one chance. Destroy it before it gets any closer. Hap, stand by to fire both atom cannons.
Standing by, sir.
When you're on target, fire.
Ship will hit in 15 seconds, sir, unless we blast it first. I'm on target.
Fire.
I hope that shot's good.
You've got it.
Robot ship's gone. Load at it.
Pressure must have been terrific back in the mines. Let's hope it didn't do any damage. We'll circle back and inspect.
Frightening thing. That ship had struck the ground. All those people.
Then Deruga or some other top administrator must have given the robots a signal to leave the mines. He wanted his valuable robots out of danger.
The administrators say that the master robots are beyond human control.
Yes, that's true.
But Deruga pulled that ship out of a course that's followed for centuries. It must have changed the master control.
Yes. To destroy 500 helpless innocent people. If it hadn't been for you, Commander.
Mono, your enemies have given you proof that the robots can be changed. They can be redirected to help humanity, not to enslave it and destroy it.
Hey, look at those people down there, looking up and waving.
They're waiting for you, Mono. Waiting for you to lead them to freedom.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Commander Corey calling all space jockeys. Calling all space jockeys. Accelerate jets. Full speed ahead if you want to get in under the wire, because today is absolutely the last time we will ever be able to offer you a sensational rocket cockpit for your very own. A gang, don't miss out. The rocket cockpit is so much fun, all equipped with moving viewscope, operating speed controls, our secret star drive, master dials that give you the official Space Patrol code, and atomic cannons that really fire. Now, this rocket cockpit is a real model of the one I fly, so you know it's scientific and complete. Now, here's how you get yours. Send your name and address and 25 cents along with 2 wrappers from any Nestle's chocolate bars to Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. And do it right now, because this offer will never be made again. And I want all of you to have the thrill of flying with your own rocket cockpit.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz is descending the face of a cliff on the planet Gobonic to rescue his friend Mono on a ledge below. In their spaceship on top of the cliff, Happy contacts the commander by spaceophone.
How you doing, Commander?
I've got to go down another 100 feet, Happy. If I can get to Mono before that robot does. Mono, answer me.
What happened, Commander?
Mono collapsed down there on the ledge. The lead robot got him with an immobilizer ray.
Smoking rockets. Can you reach him before the robot?
If I do, I'll be in range of the immobilizer.
I know. Use your blaster on the robot.
From this height, I might hit Mono. And there are 5 more robots closing in.
Be with us again next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, A Planet in Peril. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston. Produced and directed by Larry Robertson. Executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Bela Kovac, and Tony Sides. Dick Tufeld speaking. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Eveready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And famous Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast for armed forces overseas to the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network. The American Broadcasting Company Radio Network presents Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have been locked in a laboratory on the planet Venus. Outside the heavy door, the criminal mastermind Ralph Boger has shouted a weird threat.
Commander, is Boger kidding us? Can he really throw a bottle of acid through that solid door?
I don't know, but if he does, try to catch it. He could on the vibration field.
There's the bottle that came right through the door. Smoking rockets, the lab is on fire.
Hit that door, Hap.
The fire's spreading, sir. Fumes.
If that door doesn't give pretty soon, we're finished.
We'll be back in a moment with a thrilling story, The Invisible Enemy. The United States has seen many changes in the past dozen years, all pointing to a still better way of living. Millions more Americans are working, earning more, saving more. More young people are going to high school and college. More of us are enjoying the luxuries of life, sports, radio, television, the theater, concerts. Church attendance and membership has climbed steadily upward, and, in addition to these material and spiritual changes, have come the miracles of jet propulsion, supersonic flight, antibiotics. The better you know America, the better the future looks. Write for the free booklet, The Future of America, Box 1776, Grand Central Station, New York, 17. Now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Invisible Enemy. Somewhere in the solar system, there lurks a dangerous enemy. His name is Ralph Boger, and he holds control of an invention so revolutionary that the entire resources, enterprise, and courage of the Space Patrol are almost powerless to combat it. Commander Corey, in his first encounter with Boger and his criminal activities, succeeded in capturing Clayton Slake, Boger's accomplice and chief muscle man. As Buzz and Happy bring Slake aboard the Terra 5 at the Terra spaceport, the criminal smirks over his shoulder at the commander.
Get in that compartment, Slake.
Why the rush to take me to the Venus Rehabilitation Center? Are you afraid Boger might rescue me? Is that it?
Frankly, yes. We know that Boger has an electronic device that enables him to walk through solid matter, through walls of buildings.
Sure. Boger can go anywhere he wants. He can help himself to anything he chooses. Money, government secrets, or prisoners of the Space Patrol.
We're going to be sure he won't get you, Slake. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir.
So long, boys.
All right, Hap, up forward.
Slake sure doesn't seem worried.
No, that may be just an act. Or he may be too ignorant to realize the limits of Boger's device.
Well, just what are the limits? If he can walk through solid matter as though it wasn't there, well, he can do just about anything.
Boger's motive is greed, Happy. Sooner or later, he'll attempt something a machine can do, but that Boger himself can't survive.
And he'll destroy himself.
That's likely. But he might take innocent people along with him. Let's blast off, Hap.
Oh, we're cleared with space control, sir. We've got the green light for spacewalk number 3.
Okay. Close ports.
Close ports.
Fire jets.
Fire jets.
Up, ship and away.
As the commander's ship blasts off from Terra and eases into its flight orbit to Venus, 2 men in another spaceship intently watch their viewscope screen.
That's Corey's ship, Boger. I guess I better get into my spacesuit.
There is no hurry, Grog. I got to compute his exact vector and then set our own course to intersect it.
Then we close in, midway between Terra and Venus, right?
Yes. Here, put these on just before you get into your suit.
What are they? Some kind of goggles?
Well, they are electronic spectacles.
For what?
When we move in close to Corey's ship, all the matter in this ship will be vibrating at a very high frequency.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes us invisible.
Exactly. And ordinary matter will be invisible to us because it's on a lower spectrum, a lower plane.
These electronic spectacles fix it so I can see to rescue Slake from Corey's ship, that it?
That's right.
How come Slake and I never used these goggles before?
You have never been invisible before. You have walked through walls, but the field was at a low rate of vibration. You could be seen and you could see.
You sure nothing will go wrong? I'll stay invisible?
Just follow instructions. We'll go over it once more, just to make sure. Now, let's assume that this ship is now invisible and I pulled alongside Corey's ship.
Yeah, the signal from you, I stepped through the hull of this ship into the Terra 5.
But first, turning your field control on your belt.
Yeah, naturally. Inside the Terra 5, I search for Slake. I give him the extra spacesuit I brought along, then we go after Corey.
You got it. When you have finished, Corey, spaceophone me, then come back aboard. All right, Grok, put your electronic spectacles in place. I'm going to make this entire ship invisible.
All set.
There. The ultra-vibration field is on. Our ship is invisible, even to Corey's view scope.
There's no way out of this compartment, that's sure. Hey, what's that? Something funny's going on. Where did you come from?
To the hull of the ship.
Benson Grok?
Yeah, it's me. But calm down. Here, I brought you a spacesuit. Put it on.
Oh, sure. But how did you get in the ship?
From Boger's cruiser. It's right outside, waiting.
How'd you pull alongside without Corey finding out?
Boger's ship's invisible. Just like you'll be when you turn up the field in your spacesuit belt.
Invisible?
Yeah. Boger's using extra high frequencies this time. Guess he's got a lot of tricks you and I don't know about. Here, let me help you with your suit.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'll sure be glad to get out of here.
We got a job to do first. We've got to finish Corey.
Well, I don't know about that.
Boger's orders. How many are aboard?
Just Corey and the cadet.
The 2 of us can handle him. We'll take him by surprise.
Yeah? I tried that once. That's why I'm here.
This time there are 2 of us, and we'll be invisible.
We can't attack Corey while we're invisible. We'll pass right through him like you would through a wall or the hull of a ship.
That's right. While we're invisible, we're as harmless as moonbeams. But we can sneak up on him. Then we cut off the field control. That makes us solid.
And then we take care of him.
Fast and thorough. Come on, finish with that spacesuit. Oh, wait, I forgot your electronic goggles.
The which?
These things. You'll need them to see with when you're invisible. I'll show you how they work.
Well, Hap, we're past the halfway point to Venus and no trouble yet.
Were you expecting any?
Oh, I've been on the alert for spaceships. I thought Boger might make an attempt to rescue Slake.
Yeah, I think it's too big a risk for Boger to take. Anyhow, we can pick up another gorilla like Slake without any trouble. Say, Commander, I've been thinking.
Yes, Happy?
It'll be about 2 hours before we reach Venus, and by the time we hand over Slake to the rehabilitation camp, that'll be another half an hour.
Oh, you're hungry, is that it?
Me? Oh, well, no, not especially, but I thought I thought I'd go back to the galley and get you something.
Ah, good idea, Hap. Get 3 servings of 4J.
3 servings?
Yes, we've got a passenger aboard, you know.
Oh, yes, Slake. I forgot about him. Well, how about the 5H pills for him?
No, Hap. When the crew eats, the prisoner eats, and the same kind of chow we do.
Oh, sure, Commander. I'll see that Slake is taken care of.
But watch him when you take the food into his compartment.
No, I will, sir.
In the small galley amidships, Happy scans a row of buttons, then presses one marked 4J 3 times in succession. Within a few seconds, the concealed robot mechanism is releasing the electronically cooked foods on a tray. Happy is so fascinated in watching the process that he does not notice an even more remarkable occurrence in the galley. 2 figures in spacesuits suddenly materialize behind him. Each holds a ray gun.
Get your hands up, Cadet. Turn around.
What?
Not a yip out of you either, Buster.
Slake, how did you get out of the compartment? And you, how did you get aboard?
We'll go into that later. Where's the commander?
Well, I'll tell you. He was in a hurry to get where we're going, and it was so nice out. Well, he decided to get out and walk.
Listen, Shorty, get cute with me, and I'll finish you right now. Now, let's have it. Where's Corey?
Well, gee, he could be almost any place in the ship. Try the bowling alley on the lower deck.
I'm giving you one more chance, Space Clown.
Cut it, Grog. Can't you see he's stalling? Corey's probably at the controls waiting for his lunch. If the cadet isn't up there pretty quick, Corey will come back here to investigate.
Okay. Let's slug the comical cadet and go after Corey.
Now, wait a minute. Look at that food. There's service for 3. Who's the extra lunch for?
It was for you, Slake. And I punched the button with my own little hands. Now, aren't you ashamed?
Now, listen, cadet. No more fooling. Take 2 trays and go up forward to the controls.
Hey, Grog, listen.
Quiet, Slake. I get this, cadet. Don't try to warn the commander. It'll be invisible and right behind you.
Invisible?
Shut up. Now pick up those trays and get moving.
Well, there you are, Hap. I was beginning to get a little worried. Here, I'll take one of those trays.
Oh, yes, sir.
That hot cocoa smells good. Have you fed Slake yet?
No, not yet, sir. I think I'll give him his tray right now.
Happy! What got into you? Why did you throw that tray of food?
I thought they were right behind me.
You thought what? Happy, what's the matter?
They're gone. I aimed it right where their heads should be, but they're gone.
Who's gone?
Oh, Slake and that other fellow. They were in their spacesuits, and suddenly they vanished. I was standing there in the galley watching the food come out of the robo-server, and suddenly I seemed to hear a voice say...
Put up your hands.
And there stood... Commander, look, it's Slake.
That's right. My pal Grok has you covered, too.
You heave the tray right through us, cadet.
Then you were here all the time.
Right behind the cadet. But we're not hallucinations, Corey. We're real.
And we're going to prove it to you the hard way.
We'll be back to Space Patrol in a moment. A big part of Christmas, especially a big part of our Christmas cards and packages, are Christmas seals. The seals that fight tuberculosis. TB strikes 1 American every 5 minutes. But progress in the fight against TB since the first Christmas seal was sold has met a saving of more than 7 million lives. The Christmas seals we use on our cards and packages help bring the greatest gift of all, the gift of good health, not only to our friends but to everyone. This year, use the new double Christmas seals, 1 red, 1 green, the colors of Christmas. Answer your Christmas seal letter. If you haven't received yours yet, mail your contribution to your Tuberculosis Association. They'll see that you get your Christmas seals. Remember, your contribution is the important one. Thank you. Now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Invisible Enemy. Buzz and Happy aboard the Terra 5 are transporting the criminal Clayton Slake to Venus. Undetected by the Space Patrollers, Rolf Boger maneuvered his own spaceship alongside the Terra 5, making it completely invisible by means of a special electronic field. The field also made it possible for Boger's accomplice, Benton Gruck, to step through the solid hulls of the ships and liberate Slake. Gruck and Slake suddenly materialized in the control cabin, taking Buzz and Happy completely by surprise. The 2 criminals, weapons in hand, are advancing on the Space Patrollers.
Just stand where you are, Corey, till Slake and I figure out the easiest way to handle this.
Who are you, and how did you get aboard?
Not that the information is going to do you any good, but I'm Benton Gruck. I got aboard from the ship that's alongside yours.
So Boger can make an entire spaceship invisible, even to viewscope rays, huh?
That's right.
It's going to be a big mystery what happened to you, Corey. The Space Patrol will probably find your ship circling in space. They'll wonder how I escaped and how...
Wait a minute, Slake. Better check with Bozier.
Yeah, maybe we'd better.
Rock to Bozier. Come in.
Bozier here. Did you get Corey?
Yeah, we're holding our ray guns on Corey and the cadet now. How do you want to finish him?
Well, put them to sleep with their ray guns. Then smash their spaceophone transmitter. And before you leave the Terra Phi, open the outer airlock. When the air escapes, well, that will take care of them.
Okay, Bozier. Hey, Corey, move away from those controls. I don't want you hitting them when you fall. Come on, move.
All right, Grok. I guess you win this one.
What's the matter, Corey? A little weak in the knees, huh?
No, my foot slipped, that's all. I probably stepped in some of that food Happy tossed around.
He's scared, Grok. The great Corey is scared.
All right, have it your way.
Hey, what's that? What's happening to the ship?
Grok, Slate, what is wrong over there? I can't see the Terra Phi.
Grok, I'm blacking out.
I don't know what's happening, Corey, but I'm gonna get...
Grab Slake, Happy. Grok's folded.
Yes, sir. Slake's blacked out, too, Commander. I'll ease him onto the deck. I guess you must have hit the star drive control with your elbow when you slipped.
Yes, Hap, I must have.
What a lucky accident. Hey, you did it on purpose. Hey, imagine knowing those controls so well you can work them with your back turned and make it look like an accident.
Now that we're in hyperspace, Bozier can't find us.
Yeah, and we've got 2 of his men.
Get those spacesuits off of them before they revive. I don't want to have to search this ship for invisible men.
Yes, sir. I've got our hyperspace vector figured out, sir. We'll be cutting back into regular space in a few minutes.
Good. I think Grok's coming around now. Grok, snap out of it. Grok, can you hear me?
What happened?
You're in hyperspace. We're as invisible to your pal Bozier as you were to us.
Hyperspace? Star drive. You got away from Bozier by kicking into star drive. Where's Slake?
He's locked up back aft.
Yeah. Instead of losing a crook, now we've got 2.
And we're going to have 3, Grok. You're going to help us. Where is Bozier's hideout?
I don't know.
Don't give me that. If you've got the idea that Bozier can rescue you, just forget it. Now, where's his hideout?
He's probably got several.
I found this map in your pocket. It's a chart of a section of Venus. Now, what does this mark here indicate?
I don't know.
You're carrying around a map of a desolate section of Venus, and you don't know what it is?
Well, maybe I'm going prospecting someday.
Oh? Well, I'm going to jump your claim.
What do you mean?
If this map had nothing to do with Bozier, you wouldn't be so evasive. Hap, we're coming out of star drive. When we pull out, set a vector for Venus.
At an altitude of several miles, Buzz scans the surface of the planet Venus, as projected on the viewscope screen, while Happy keeps an eye on Bent and Grok.
There's a structure down there between 2 rows of hills, but no sign of any activity.
How does it check with the mark on Grok's chart?
Oh, it pinpoints it exactly. Grok, if you change your mind about talking, what is that building down there?
You're smart, Corey. You figure it out.
I have. Bozier knows that even if you don't willingly tell me what you know about him, I can get it with a brainograph. His first thought will be to rush to the most important hideout that you do know about.
Yeah? Why? To wait for you to arrest him?
No. No, to destroy evidence and to pick up valuable equipment or money that he has hidden. That's it, isn't it?
No, you're way off, Corey. Way off.
We'll see. Happy, lock Grok up in another compartment. I'll land the ship and we'll search that building.
With Grok and Slake securely locked up in the ship, Buzz and Happy land the Terra 5 a few hundred yards from the low, sprawling building in the Venus hills. Now they stand before the heavy front door.
It's probably locked. It'd be a job to break it in. Strange. It's unlocked.
Bozier must feel that isolation is all the protection he needs out here.
Maybe. If it is Bozier's place, we'll find out in a few minutes.
Come on.
Sure seems deserted, all right.
Perhaps someone's in the next room. Easy now. Have your ray gun ready. We're moving in fast.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's empty. Just a bunch of filing cabinets.
That's what we heard, a drawer closing. Whoever was here went through that other door. Come on.
Well, no one's in here either. Say, look, it's some sort of a lab.
There's no other door. Whoever came into this room is still here.
But, sir, there's no place to hide.
Boja doesn't need a place to hide.
Huh? Oh, the ultra-vibration field. Yeah, he can be invisible.
Tap the door.
We're too late. We're locked in.
That's right. You walked into a trap, Corey.
It's Boja, all right. He's on the other side of the door.
And as safe from you as if I were 1,000,000 DUs away.
Let's hit that door, Hap.
Yes, sir.
Listen to me, Corey. You are wasting your time. You can't break out of that lab.
This door has to give some time.
Yes, but you won't live that long.
What do you mean?
I have a bottle of acid in my hand. When I turn on the vibration field, I can hurl the bottle right through the wall into that room.
Oh, tricks, huh?
Yes, it's an amazing trick. Inside the room, the bottle will leave the vibration field and become solid again. It will crash and break.
And then what?
Just wait and see, Corey. Wait and see.
He cut on the field.
Oh, is Boja kidding us? Can he really throw a bottle through a solid?
I don't know, but if he does, try to catch it.
There's the bottle. It came right through the door. Right through the door! Smoking rockets. The lab's on fire.
Quick, Hap. We gotta break down that door.
Those fumes.
Hit the door, Hap.
The fire's spreading, sir.
If the door doesn't give pretty soon, we're finished.
Back aboard the Terra 5, Benton Gruck sits on his bunk in the locked compartment, moodily contemplating his fate. At a strange sound, he raises his head, then leaps to his feet in amazement as a figure materializes just inside the bulkhead.
Boja.
Surprised, Ralph?
Boja, listen. Coy and the cadet are searching your hideout.
Yes, I know. They came in while I was finishing up a few details, but...
You were here? Well, where's your ship? We didn't see it.
Of course not. I left the field down. It's invisible.
What about Corey?
I expect he and the cadet are having a rather hot time right now. Where's our friend, Slade?
2 compartments aft, I think.
That's fine. Now, stand close to me. I'm going to turn on the field up high enough to include both of us. All right, Druck. Through the bulkhead. We release Slake, and then we get to my ship.
In the burning laboratory, Buzz and Happy are exhausted from their efforts to break down the door. Nearly overcome by smoke from the flaming acid, they prepare for another effort.
I'm only good for one more smash at the door, sir. Yeah. From the smell of that smoke, that's pyronectic acid. If we can find a chemical to neutralize it. I wouldn't know it if I saw it. I'll start looking through these cabinets. Well, nothing here that's any good. No chemicals at all in this one. Just belts. Maybe we'd better take one last try at the door. Hap, these belts, they're just like the one Grock was wearing. Put one on. They can get us out of here.
Yeah, if Boja hasn't cut off that field transmitter.
We've got to work fast. Haven't got to give my belt a trial. I'll turn the control knob until I can put my hand through this cabinet.
Oh, you've got it, Commander.
Turn yours number 4, Hap.
Yes, sir. Got it.
Okay, come on. Walk through the door.
We made it.
Cut the vibration control. When you get to the front door, be careful. Boja still may be around.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Hap, hold it.
Looks clear, sir.
Wait. Look over there toward our ship.
It's them. Boja, Slake, and Grock.
Keep back inside the door. Don't let them see you.
Doesn't look like they're coming here. But where are they headed?
Probably to Boger's ship.
His ship? He sure must have landed a long way off.
He's got the invisibility field on. That's why we didn't see it when we landed.
Oh, sure.
It's going to be tough to stop them before they get to the ship we can't see.
Yeah, and when we don't want them to see us first. Hey, how about making ourselves invisible?
We don't have those special electronic spectacles, Hap. Turning this belt control up a few notches would make us invisible, all right, but we'd be blind.
How come?
Probably because our optic nerves and the retinas of our eyes would be transparent to light. Without the goggles to rectify the light frequencies, we wouldn't gain anything by being invisible.
Well, if we could get behind them and sneak up.
That's our only chance, Hap. Look, they're going to pass behind that thick clump of trees. If we can make it to the trees, we'll be fairly close.
Yeah, provided they don't change their direction.
Come on, Hap. Let's go.
How far is it to the ship, Boger?
Oh, less than 100 yards. It's just this side of that big Venus oak.
Imagine being that close to a spaceship and not being able to see it.
Mm-hmm. You're seeing the oak right through the hull, Gruck.
One thing sure, Boger. You really took care of Corey. Look at the smoke and flames shooting up over that clump of trees.
Yes, the laboratory is in an inferno by now. In a few minutes, the entire building will collapse in flames.
I gotta hand it to you, Boger. Corey sure met his match this time.
There is nothing in our way anymore, gentlemen. Incidentally, I will have to board the ship first and cut off the field transmitter.
Why?
To materialize the ship. Otherwise, you couldn't see to get aboard. And you would pass right through the hull.
Oh, sure, I forgot about... Boger, look behind us.
Why, it's Corey and the cadet.
I thought you said you'd finished.
Yes, I'm happy. Yes, sir. Boger, do something.
Let go of me, Corey. Boger, help us.
He's gone. Vanished. Okay, I'm through.
Yeah, hold it, Corey. I've had enough to.
All right, get up.
We'd have licked you, though. If Boger hadn't run out on us.
Hey, maybe he didn't run out. Maybe he...
Shut up, Grock.
Commander, did you hear what Grock said? Boger might have gone after weapons. And being invisible, he could pop up any place.
Yeah, you better let us go, Corey. Boger will be back with a blaster any minute. It'll work just like that bottle of acid back in the lab.
Yeah. Only this time he won't miss.
He's probably aiming it at you right now, Corey. Point blank. What's that?
It's your pal, Boger. He's deserting you.
Wow, an invisible spaceship blasting off. Well, that's the strangest sight I've ever seen. It's the strangest sight I never saw.
We'll figure it out later, Hank. Let's get these men back to the ship. Then we'll work out a plan to trap Boger.
Yes, sir. And the next time he shows up invisible... if he's invisible the next time I see him... if I see him, I'll grab him.
A preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. At this particular time in our history, millions of young men throughout the country are faced with military obligations. If you are a young man between 17 and 18 and a half, you can start fulfilling your military obligation right in your own hometown by joining the National Guard. You can go to school or hold down a job at the same time. You will go on active duty only if your outfit is needed in a national emergency. The Guard offers many advantages and opportunities for its recruits. These include extra income, learning new skills, pilot training, retirement benefits, and sports and social activities. Get the facts about joining from your local National Guard Armory. Now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in the Jupiter City atmosphere plant, searching for a powerful bomb hidden by the criminal Boger.
Commander, listen. Hear that?
It's a timing device. We're close to it. Here, this way.
There it is.
Now, if I can figure out how to deactivate this thing.
10 seconds, Commander. It's getting ready to go off.
If this isn't the right control, Jupiter City will be blown off the planet.
Be with us next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The City of Hidden Doom. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser.
Other players were Norm Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Bela Kovac. Lee Zimmer speaking. Don't forget to tune in next Saturday at the same time for exciting adventure on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have discovered a strange castle in a valley on the planet Mars. Curiously, they make their way down a long corridor.
This place has the weirdest lighting, sir.
Yes, it seems to come from the walls and ceiling as if the surface were glowing.
I wonder where this corridor leads. It seems to go on forever.
A trick of perspective, Happy.
Hey, what happened? I can't walk.
Hap, look at the floor. It's getting transparent.
Smoke and rockets. It's disappearing right from under us. Hey, Commander, we're falling!
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Revenge of Dr. Yeager. Breakfast time, Space Patrollers, the happiest time of the morning for all of you when you fill up your breakfast bowl like this with Rice Chex. Yes, Rice Chex, the triple treat cereal, tops three ways. Tops for taste, tops for size, tops for get up and go. Toasted 3 times until it's cookie, crisp, and crunchy. Every spoonful tastes like more. You bet Rice Chex is tops for taste, tops for size, has that modern bite-sized design. Size just right for a perfect bite. And it's hollow inside. It fills up with milk or cream, glides from your bowl right onto your spoon. That's easy, breezy eating. And gang, Rice Chex is tops for get up and go. And wow, after a good nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex, you're ready to swing into action in school or play. So, Space Patrollers, swing into action right away. Fill up your bowl every morning like Commander Corey and Cadet Happy with Rice Chex. Or for a neat whole wheat treat, try Wheat Chex. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. Tops for taste, tops for size, tops for get up and go. So get them today in the red and white checkerboard packages with a big full-color picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the terrific Space Patrol trading card on the inside. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Revenge of Dr. Yeager. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are in the Commander's space battle cruiser, the Terra 5, returning to the man-made planet Terra after a mission to Jupiter. Several thousand DUs inside the Mars orbit, Happy picks up a spaceship in the forward view scope.
It's a small private cruiser, Commander. There's no sign of a rocket blast. It must be in free fall.
What's its vector, Hap?
I haven't reckoned it yet, sir, but well, at the rate we're gaining on it, its velocity is very low. And it doesn't seem to be on any planetary vector.
Better call them.
Yes, sir. It looks like a drifter to me, all right, sir.
Emergency. Private cruiser M89 calling Space Patrol Battle Cruiser Terra 5.
Hey, they're calling us.
It's a faint signal for such a short distance.
I'll boost the gain, sir.
Private cruiser M89 calling Terra 5. I'm in trouble.
Commander Corey aboard Terra 5 to cruiser M89. What's your trouble?
I'm not sure. Power failure, I think.
We'll join airlocks with your ship and come aboard. Corey out. Happy, stand by to operate magnetic coupler.
Standing by, sir.
You'll both go aboard. Bring the emergency oxygen bottle just in case.
Thank heavens you're here.
Are you all right, miss?
Oh, yes, I am now.
The cabin air pressure seems okay, sir.
Oh, yes, everything's fine.
Just a minute. Didn't you space a phone an emergency? You said something about power failure.
I'm sorry, but I didn't know what else to do. You see, I was frightened.
Are you alone in this ship?
Well, yes, Commander. You see,
Happy, check that control panel.
Yes, sir.
What's your name, miss?
Lorna Stark.
Is this your ship?
Yes, I'm from Lowell City, Mars. You can check that.
I certainly will.
The instruments check, sir. The rocket controls are off, that's all.
Yes, that's right. I've been in a free fall for about a half an hour.
Why?
I was afraid someone was after me. I thought if they didn't see the rocket exhaust, I'd have a better chance. Oh, I was just praying for a Space Patrol ship to come along. You have no idea how relieved I am.
You'd better have a good reason for faking a distress call. Who's after you and why?
Well, I'm afraid it's going to sound very strange. That's why I wanted you to come aboard so we could talk privately. I was afraid to explain over the spaceophone.
I'm listening, Miss Stark.
Well, perhaps I'd better start at the beginning. Did you ever hear of a Dr. Yeager?
Yeager?
Wilhelm Yeager, the scientist and inventor.
Dr. Yeager's been dead for nearly 30 years.
Yes, I know. He and my father were friends. You probably heard that several of Dr. Yeager's inventions were never made public, that they're hidden in a secret castle.
Dr. Yeager was quite a colorful personality from what I've read. A lot of fantastic legends have sprung up about him, but how does all this tie in with your fake emergency call?
Commander, that castle of Dr. Yeager's is not legend.
Yeager? Yeager. Sure. The fellow the old-time pilots talk about. The man who's supposed to have made all those frightful inventions. Weapons so terrible he never even wrote down his secrets.
He did write them down, Cadet. I've seen some of the designs.
Huh?
Designs for what, Miss Stark?
I don't recall them all now, but there was the Letha Ray.
Just a minute. You mean the Letha Ray actually existed?
It exists now.
Where? Who has it?
Well, nobody. It's still where Dr. Yeager hid it.
You don't know where it is?
No, but somebody thinks I do. That's why they're after me.
Well, who has reason to suspect that you know about Yeager's secrets?
A man named Carl Bracker. He once worked for my father. He was present when I opened the sealed package containing documents that Dr. Yeager gave my father. You see, Dr. Yeager left it up to my father's judgment whether certain inventions were to be revealed. One day, about 3 years ago, I came across that sealed package. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it.
Go on.
A moment later, my father and this Carl Bracker walked in. My father was furious with me. Right then and there, he destroyed the documents. He said Dr. Yeager was right, that people couldn't be trusted. I was ashamed and frightened. Neither Father nor I mentioned the matter again. Then after Father passed away, Bracker showed up.
And wanted you to tell him where Yeager's secrets are hidden?
Yes, but I told him I didn't know. He was angry. He said I'd be sorry, but he went away. Then a few days ago, this other man started following me. I just know Bracker sent him.
When you saw those documents, did you notice where Yeager's inventions were hidden?
Yes, but I've forgotten. I pushed it out of my mind. I didn't want to know.
Miss Stark, I want to give you a brainograph test.
You don't believe me?
No, that's not the point. If that information about Yeager is in your subconscious, someday you might recall it or be forced to reveal it. I want to find those inventions, if they exist, to keep them from falling into the wrong hands.
And the brainograph will make me remember?
It'll put your thought images on a screen. Even those dim patterns and impressions your conscious mind isn't aware of. It's completely painless. Are you willing?
Well, of course.
Well, it'll be late when we get to Terra. I'll arrange for a room for you at the Terra Space Hotel with a guard at the door.
Guard?
You said someone was after you, remember? Let's get into my ship. You can tell me more about this Carl Bracker.
Early the next morning, Buzz and Happy arranged with Major Robertson, Space Patrol Security Chief, to set up a brainograph test. Then they hurried to the Terra Space Hotel to get Lorna Stark. They step out of the elevator and walk down the hall.
Room 2309, wasn't it, sir?
Yes. Say, where's the guard? He was to stay on duty in the hall until relieved.
The door's unlocked, sir.
Something's wrong here. Miss Stark.
Hey, Commander, look. It's the guard. He's on the floor, tied up and gagged.
Just a minute, Sergeant. Happy, untie him. I'll loosen the gag. There. Where's Miss Stark?
They took her away. I tried to stop them, but they slugged me.
They?
Yes, 2 men, a big one and a little fellow in a waiter's outfit. That's how he got close to me out in the hall. The little guy with the tray, he pulled a ray gun on me and forced me into the room. The big guy came in. Guess he'd been waiting around the turn in the hall.
Here's a waiter's coat and tray on the floor, sir.
How long ago did this happen?
About 2 hours ago. He really tied me up. I've been trying to
What about Miss Stark? Did she know the men? Did she go willingly?
Well, she put up a squawk till the big guy got rough. But she seemed to know him, called him by name. Let's see, Bracker. That's it, Bracker.
Hap, get on the phone to headquarters. Have them check the files on Carl Bracker. I want all the data on my desk when we get there.
This is all we have on Bracker, sir.
Is there a photo?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, is this one of the men?
That's him, all right, sir.
What's his record, Hap?
Well, picked up 2 years ago in a space safety code violation, Section 23D, Installing instruments in a spaceship without a license. Fined 50 credits.
Any address?
Let's see. Just the place he works. Cosmocraft Instrument Company, 18 Newton Place, Terra.
Cosmocraft.
Spelled with 2 Ks. Real cute. Merton Yost, Chief Engineer and Consultant.
I've heard of that outfit. They rebuild instruments and deal in second-hand electronics equipment for spaceships. Personally, I wouldn't trust them to repair a sundial.
I wonder if Bracker still works there.
Now, come on. We'll drop around and see if he's renewed his license.
From the outside, Cosmocraft Instrument Company appears to be like the other small independent manufacturing concerns that thrive in the clean, handsome buildings on Newton Street. But a visitor would find the interior rather uninviting. The office is littered with papers and out-of-date technical books. A small, nervous man sits at a desk, glancing first at the street door, then toward the back room that serves as a workshop. In the shop, Lorna Stark sits huddled on a packing case, while a large man towers threateningly over her.
I'm tired of playing games, Lorna. Now let's have it. Where's Yeager's castle?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know.
Don't give me that! It's on those papers. The lethal ray and all those other secret weapons are at the castle, aren't they?
I've forgotten, I tell you. Believe me, Bracker, I've forgotten.
Hey, cut out that noise. I can hear you clear out in the office.
She's playing coy, Yost. But I'll get it out of her.
We shouldn't have brought her here.
All right, get back out there and shut the door. Suppose somebody comes in.
All right, Bracker, but please keep quiet.
All right, Lorna. Now, you'd better talk. Where's Yeager's castle?
I don't know. I don't know.
This is it, Hap. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Yes, gentlemen?
I'm Commander Corey.
Yes, Commander Corey. What can I do for you?
Does Carl Bracker still work here?
Bracker? Bracker, let's see.
I shouldn't think in a place of this size you'd have much trouble remembering who's in the payroll.
Mr. Bracker left us just last week. I don't know where he is.
Is there anyone else I can talk to?
No, I'm all alone here this morning. My assistant's out on a job at the spaceport. Sorry, I can't help you.
All alone, huh? Come on, Hap.
You can't go back there.
Oh, we can't, huh?
You heard what I said.
Oh, you want to play rough.
Good work, Hap.
Stop it, you're hurting me.
All right, Bracker. Let go of her and get your hands up.
Oh, Commander Corey.
Get him way up, Bracker. Search him, Hap.
Yes, sir. He had this under his jacket, sir. A blast gun.
Commander, I remember now. Yeager's castle is in Mars. It's in the Hartog Hills.
We'll discuss it later, Miss Stark. All right, Bracker, just take it easy and come over here.
Stay right where you are, gentlemen, and don't move. I said don't move. I can shoot the girl before either of you turn around.
Yost, I've been wondering what happened to you.
Drop your weapons.
It's his play, Hap.
Sorry, sir. I thought I clobbered him good.
Now, that's being very smart, gentlemen.
Thanks, Yost. I'll just pick up my gun and add a few finishing touches.
Oh, no, you don't.
Here, Lorna. That takes care of your space patrol friend. Yost, get the surface car ready while I bind and gag the girl. We're getting out of here.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
This is Dick Tufeld in Los Angeles with the story of one of the fastest planes in the world and a word from the man who test flies it, Joe Lynch. It's North American's Air Force F-86D Sabre Jet Interceptor. Speed well over 700 miles per hour. Wingspan is 37 feet. Length 41. Cruising range 500 miles. Now, by special tape recording made at International Airport, the well-known test pilot of the Sabre, Joe Lynch.
The D is a one-man interceptor, so when you fly it, you're really on your own. That's why I see to it that I'm in good condition all the time. And one way to stay in good condition is by eating a good breakfast cereal like Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They're just packed full of energy, and they taste swell. I think you'll like them, too.
No other cereal, puffed or flaked, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. So take a tip from Joe Lynch, George Welch, and other top test pilots. Make your cereals Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Revenge of Dr. Yeager. Buzz and Happy burst in upon Carl Bracker as he attempted to force Lorna Stark to reveal the hiding place of sinister weapons invented by the late Dr. Yeager. In the excitement of the rescue, Lorna blurted the location of Yeager's hidden castle, just as Bracker's partner, Merton Yost, intervened. Fearing resistance would endanger Lorna, Buzz and Happy surrendered their weapons. Bracker knocked the space patrollers unconscious. Then he and Yost escaped, taking the girl with them.
Now, an hour later, Buzz and Happy find themselves locked in the repair shop of the dingy spaceship instrument factory on Terra.
Wow. Wait till I get a hold of that guy Bracker. He raised a lump on my head the size of Mars' first moon.
Mars? Huh? That's where Yeager's castle is. Did you hear Lorna just as we came in?
I was sort of busy. If I did hear it, Bracker's gun knocked it out of my mind. Whereabouts on Mars, did she say?
Yes. It was right then that Yost came in, but I think I recall it. The Hartog Hills.
Hartog Hills? That's a new one on me, and I thought I knew Martian geography.
It's a range a few hundred miles northwest of Marcab City. And come to think of it, it's a good place to hide a castle.
We're locked in.
That isn't going to last more than a few seconds. We'll notify headquarters that we're blasting off from Mars.
Oh, gee, Commander, do you think Bracker will go there? Doesn't he know that you heard Lorna tell where the castle was?
He's gone pretty far already, Hap. He may figure that it's worth taking a chance on getting his hands on Yeager's weapons. Those rumors are even half true. One man could wipe out an army with the lethal ray alone.
Wow. Let's hope we find the castle before Bracker does.
The door, Hap.
Oh, yes, sir. Allow me.
Here, Hap, I'll help you out. Now to the spaceport. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Merton Yost sits hunched over the controls of a private cruiser, watching the red-tinged disk of the planet Mars grow larger in the viewscope. He turns as Carl Bracker shoulders his way through the narrow opening into the control compartment.
Can't you get any more acceleration out of this old bucket?
Take it easy, Bracker. We'll be over the Hartog Hills right after sunup, the way I figured.
Well, you better contact Jacobs at Marcab City. We'll meet him out in the desert. He can fly us to the Hartog Hills to look for the castle.
Smart idea. When we locate Yeager's hideout, there won't be a grounded ship there to give us away.
Sometime later, another ship enters the thin, cold atmosphere of Mars. As Buzz handles the controls, Cadet Happy compares the terrain in the viewscope screen with the detailed 3D projecto chart of this sector of the surface of Mars.
Hartog Hills appearing in the screen now, sir.
And so far, no sign of any ship that might be Bracker.
I'll bet he didn't have the nerve.
Well, let's not underestimate him, Hap.
No, sir. You sure were right when you said the Hartog Hills were a good place to hide a castle. Those rock formations are sure confusing.
I'll cut our altitude, Hap, and place back and forth across the range. Now the viewscope scanning beam to a small arc.
Yes, sir.
Crisscrossing the range of hills, Buzz and Happy examine the terrain from every angle, peering down into steep-walled canyons, bouncing scanning beams off weirdly formed rocks, and probing into vegetation. Then, for a fraction of a second, a formation appears in the viewscope that causes Buzz and Happy to exchange glances.
Well, was it or wasn't it, sir?
I'm going to circle back and make another pass over that canyon at a slightly different angle of approach. What we saw might have been a natural formation.
I've been staring at different shapes of rocks for so long, I don't think I'd recognize a castle if it had a sign on it.
We'll know in a minute, Hap. That's it, Happy.
Yes, sir. I can make out columns and even steps. But wow, what a job of camouflage.
Yeager built the entire facade of an enormous building right against the wall of a canyon. Magnificent.
Yeah, if we'd flown over at another angle, well, we never would have seen it.
Well, there's no sign of another spaceship near here.
Yeah, but there's plenty of room to land in front of the castle.
Well, we'll land and have a close look at Yeager's castle.
A few moments later, Buzz and Happy stand before a beautiful facade of a building constructed against the wall of the cliff. Broad steps lead up to a gigantic door.
Gee, Commander, now that we're right in front of it, I wonder why we didn't notice it from the ship.
Every line of that building was cut to blend with the cliff when seen from a height. It's a beautiful job, Hap.
Yeah, look at the size of that door. We'll probably have to get something from the ship to blast it open.
Let's go up and examine it first.
Uh-oh. Commander, the door, it's swinging open. Somebody's in there.
Have your ray gun ready, Hap?
Yes, sir.
There's no sign of anyone. The door may have opened automatically. I'll go in first, Hap.
Smoke and rockets. Look at the size of this hall. Hey, Commander, the door, it's closing.
We better get out while we can. Hurry.
Hey, now the door's swinging open again.
It is automatic. You don't have to worry. Let's explore the castle.
I'd sure like to find those weapons that Yeager hid.
That may take time, judging by the size of this place.
I wonder where all this light is coming from. There aren't any windows.
The light seems to come from the walls and ceiling, as if the surface were glowing.
Imagine building a place like this inside a hill where nobody can see it. Yeager was a genius, all right, but I think he was a little nuts.
Well, at least he was sane enough to try to keep dangerous weapons out of the hands of people he thought might misuse them.
Yeah. I wonder where this corridor leads. Seems to go on forever.
Trick of perspective, Happy.
Hey, what happened? I can't walk.
Have to look at the floor. It's getting transparent.
Oh, smoking rockets. It's disappearing. Right from under us. Commander, we're falling!
Buzz and Happy plunge downward in total darkness. Any moment they expect to land with shattering suddenness on some hard surface. But seconds pass, and they keep plunging down into the blackness.
Commander, I'm slowing down.
Yes, so am I.
Oh, we're at the bottom. Wherever that is.
Stand right where you are, Happy. It isn't safe to move in this pitch blackness.
When that floor opened up from under us, I never expected to move again.
Lucky I brought my atomo light.
That won't be necessary, Commander.
Who's that?
You'll see when I turn on the lights. There.
Bracker.
Now, don't reach for your weapon. It'll be the last move you make. Raise your hands.
Do as he says, Happy.
Yours. Take their ray guns.
All right, Bracker.
Bracker, what have you done with Lorna Stark?
She's perfectly safe in the next room. You're probably wondering just what happened to you. You're now in a lower level of Yeager's castle. You were lowered by one of Yeager's amazing inventions, a levitation beam, controlled by this panel here.
But the floor just dissolved under us.
That part of the floor up there is actually the top cross-section of the levitation beam. By cutting the beam completely off, I could have dropped you to your death.
I suppose you want a medal.
Yost, open the door. I'm sure the commander would like to talk to Miss Stark. Get moving, you two.
What are you going to do with us, Bracker?
We'll see in a moment.
Oh, Commander Corey.
In there, both of you.
Commander, they found out everything. The big room where Dr. Yeager hid all his horrible weapons.
That's right, Corey. Yeager left full instructions. Now, you three stay in here a few moments. Then we shall see how the lethal ray works.
You aren't going to use it on us.
Exactly. There's a small hand model that should serve the purpose quite nicely. I'll be right back.
We've got to try to find a way out of here before they get back with that lethal ray.
We've got to stop them, Commander. With those weapons, they can wipe out whole cities. And it's all my fault.
No, that's not going to help.
Oh, but look. Look what was in the room with the weapons. A paper that Dr. Yeager left.
Let me see it. I had hoped that this message would never be read. The fact that you are reading these words is proof that human beings cannot be trusted. Therefore, you deserve to be destroyed. Knowing there was evil and destruction concealed here, you came willingly. Very well, use these forces that I have discovered. Destroy yourselves and improve the universe. Dr. Wilhelm Yeager.
Wow.
A very bitter man.
He was right. Human beings can't be trusted. I proved that.
Everybody makes mistakes. And Dr. Yeager made one when he assumed everyone was evil.
And Bracker made a mistake when he thought there was no other way out of this room. Look behind this tapestry.
A door. See if it's locked.
It opens into a long hall.
Come on, quickly, before Bracker comes back. Hurry, Lorna.
Well, if only we can find our way out of the castle.
Well, anyway, there's plenty of light.
Once we get out of here and get to the ship, we can call a space patrol squadron and destroy the castle if we have to.
But if Dr. Yeager's weapons are as powerful as he said they are, couldn't Bracker and Yost fight off all the spaceships in the universe?
Well, they might get some of us, but we could keep them holed up here at least.
Smoking rockets as sure as a long corridor.
Look out, Hap.
What did I hit?
There's a big mirror across the corner of the passage. The passage turns here.
Sure enough. And the mirror's at an angle so you can see around the corner. It looked like the passage went straight ahead.
Up we are!
It's Bracker. He's after us.
Around the corner, quickly.
Stop!
Commander, what are we going to do? This is the end of the passage.
Must be a door here. Yes, there is.
Oh, it's locked. We're trapped.
And Bracker's coming for us.
Yeah, I can see him in the mirror coming up the corridor. And he's got a weapon.
Come on, Yost. We got him now. They can't get out.
Use a lethal ray.
I want to get a little closer.
Hey, Commander, does he think that lethal ray shoots around corners?
He doesn't know he's aiming at a mirror. He thinks the corridor is straight.
Yeah, but, sir, what if the mirror reflects the ray toward us?
Go on, Bracker. What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for him to plead for mercy. Well, Corey, haven't you anything to say?
Don't talk. Keep perfectly quiet.
All right, then. We'll see how Yeager's lethal ray works.
on. It destroyed them completely.
Yeah. Very satisfactory. But I had the regulator set unnecessarily high. Look what the ray did to the wall.
Blasted a hole in it.
They're coming closer to examine it. We'll jump them when they reach the turn in the passage.
Yes, sir.
Lorna, keep absolutely quiet.
Incredible, isn't it, Jost? You'd never know that a few seconds ago 3 human beings were standing here.
Now, Hap, Bracker, look out. I'll take that weapon, Bracker. All right, Bracker, get up.
Corey, I saw you disintegrate.
Yeah, the 3 of you. I saw it, too.
You can't always believe what you see. You were looking at a reflection. The lethal ray merely destroyed a mirror on the wall behind it.
A mirror?
That's right. It's the first and last bit of damage Dr. Yeager's lethal ray or his other weapons are going to inflict. Come on, Hap. Let's get these crooks up to the ship.
Yes, sir.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Hey, Hap, where are you hiding your rice checks and wheat checks these days?
Right here, Captain Tufeld, in this top-secret Space Patrol file cabinet. Hey, you got to be careful where you keep the checks around here. They taste so good, anybody who sees them eats them.
Are you filing them under C for checks?
Smoking rockets, no. Under T for tops. Oh, one thing for sure, Captain. It's no secret that rice checks and wheat checks are tops. 3 ways. For taste, for size, and for get up and go.
Yes, sir, gang. Hap is 3 times right. Checks are tops 3 ways. For taste, Sunny Gold rice checks or power-rich wheat checks. Delicious right out of the box for snacks or out of the bowl with milk or cream. Tops for size. Checks are made in that modern, streamlined, bite-sized design for super easy eating. And checks are tops for get up and go. Real Space Patrol get up and go. After a good breakfast with checks, you're off to a blazing lightning-fast start every morning.
Jumpin' Jupiter, Captain Tufeld. What are we waiting for? Hey, let's get going on the checks right now. Space Patrollers, why don't you get going? Go get checks today.
Look for them in the red and white checkerboard packages with the swell picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the wonderful free Space Patrol trading card on the inside. Rice checks,
wheat checks.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are captives aboard a spaceship from another galaxy. In a desperate attempt to warn the United Planets of an attack, the 2 space patrollers are trying to master the bewildering controls of a spaceophone in the strange ship.
Well, gee, Commander, this certainly doesn't look like any transmitter I ever saw before.
Hold it, Hap. I think you've got it. Don't touch anything else. Make the call.
Smoking rockets. Commander, look.
It's the robot. Zervok sent him to stop us.
He's a monster. And he's coming right for us.
Get that call out, Hap. I'll try to hold that thing off.
Space Patrol, emergency. All units. It's got me.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Visitor from Galaxy 9, when rice checks and wheat checks again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Norman Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Checks and Wheat Checks, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol!
In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are climbing a steep mountain on the planet Venus in pursuit of a criminal.
We're on his trail, all right, Commander. See? There's where he dug a foothold.
Watch your step, Happy. It's a 2,000-foot drop if you slip.
I think I'd better rest a minute, sir. I'm getting dizzy. Everything's getting dark.
I noticed the same thing, but it's not dizziness. My head's perfectly clear.
Hey, look at the sun. I can hardly see it. It must be an eclipse.
Venus doesn't have a moon. There can't be an eclipse.
Smoke of rockets. It's pitch dark.
This is Vogan's work. He's got the blackout beam on us. If we try to move another inch in this darkness, we'll drop into the chasm.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Serpent of Saturn. Here he comes, gang. Here he comes. The fastest boy on roller skates in the neighborhood. Get up and go, and look at him go. Wow! Now, there's a space patroller who really has it. He just got up from a good, nourishing breakfast. Just finished off a big bowl of rice checks with plenty of milk and sugar. He's packed full of action energy, the kind of action energy that'll help to make you a whizzer on rollers and help make you so alert that you can come up with the right answers in your classroom. Yes, sir, Space Patrollers, you start off any day ready for action when you eat a whopping good breakfast with Rice Chex. Because Rice Chex is tops for get up and go. Tops for taste, too. A delicious triple toasted shredded rice treat that's good with milk or cream and super good with fruit. And tops for size because it's bite size. The just right size for easy eating. So, gang, try Rice Chex yourself. And try Wheat Chex, that wonderful, wonderful whole wheat cereal. Rich in energy, swell tasting, and bite size. So don't forget Chex, rice, or wheat. It's tops three ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. Look for them in the red and white checkerboard packages with the picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the front and the neat free Space Patrol trading card inside. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Serpent of Saturn. Ordinarily, the appearance of the monthly Space Patrol Bulletin is a routine event. It causes no excitement, except perhaps among the officers and men of the publications section who are charged with the responsibility of preparing this official monthly report on Space Patrol activities. But this time, there is considerable interest in the document by every level of command. In his central office at Space Patrol Headquarters on Terra, Commander Corey frowns and shakes his head as he examines a copy of the bulletin. Cadet Happy, returning from an errand in another part of headquarters, fails to notice the commander's unusually serious manner.
Gee, Commander, everybody's sure studious all of a sudden. All over headquarters, people are reading the bulletin, even the file clerks. I guess the editors added a page of jokes.
There's certainly nothing funny in this issue of the bulletin, Happy.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Especially in the Secretary General's notes in the margin of this copy.
Something wrong?
Plenty.
Those robberies, is that it?
Partly, but it's more than that. Do you realize that in the past 10 days there have been 23 cases of assaults against space patrollers? And all apparently without reason.
I heard about a couple of them, sir. One on Venus and another one on Pluto.
Well, if we hadn't been so busy on Neptune the past week, I'd have alerted our men to take special precautions. Now, take a look at this breakdown here in the bulletin.
All over the solar system. Lowell City, Jupiter City, the Lunar Fleet Base.
And in every case, our men were the victims of unprovoked assaults. Jumped from ambush, beaten.
But why?
Well, I think it's part of a carefully organized attempt to demoralize the Space Patrol.
You mean some sort of a gang is behind it, Commander?
Yes. Looking at each incident individually, one might think that a group of hoodlums just decided to gang up on a space patroller.
Uh-huh.
When you put them all together, a rather interesting coincidence shows up. You notice whenever a beating occurred, a robbery followed within a day or two in the same locality.
Oh, then you think the gang behind the robberies is also behind the beatings?
That's about the size of it, Happy. Apparently, the plan is this, to try to get our agents concerned about their own personal safety and reduce their efficiency.
Well, if it keeps on like this, it might work.
We're not going to let it. This gang has succeeded so far because it's well organized and evidently has spies in high places.
What's the plan, sir?
Well, the last attack on space patrollers occurred in Jupiter City at the spaceport, right?
Well, yes, sir. Those two off-duty pilots. Oh, you mean if they follow the pattern, the gang may be planning a robbery at Jupiter City?
Exactly. And the only thing we can do now is to alert our men in Jupiter City.
Major Robertson to Commander Corey.
Robbie's calling, sir.
Yes, Robbie?
Commander, we've got another one.
A robbery?
Yeah, and it's really serious. A model of the blackout beam has disappeared right out of the Jupiter City lab.
Jupiter City? Hey, Commander, you sure called that one.
Yes, but too late. Robbie, blast off for Jupiter City immediately.
Yes, sir.
Make a thorough check of security measures. I want a brainograph test made of everyone at the Jupiter City lab. Spaceophone a complete report to me.
Meantime, in one of the finest buildings in Saturn City, capital of the ringed planet, a huge, broad-shouldered man sits behind a desk in a large but simply furnished office. Coiled on the desk, in a lifelike pose, is a startling example of the taxidermist art, a hooded cobra. The large man presses a button, and a moment later, a door opens, and Thad Vogan swaggers in.
Yes, Mr. Gargeth?
Vogan, the Venus Express will blast off in half an hour. You will be aboard.
Yes, sir.
When you arrive in Venus City, we'll charter an atmosphere ship and go to our hideout at the base of Mount Janik. You will pose as a botanist collecting samples.
I understand the Venus wildflowers are quite beautiful this time of year.
You can admire the flowers while you wait for Preston.
What's my business with Preston, Mr. Gargeth?
You will give him an instrument which you will find in the emergency tool locker of the atmosphere ship. The light neutralizer.
Oh, you've got the blackout beam.
Of course. Right out of the Jupiter City Space Patrol laboratory.
I'll bet Corey's tearing his hair.
Unfortunately for our cause, Corey is given to more direct and effective action. However, I think we can divert Corey's attention.
I'll rough up some more of his men?
This time I'll rough up Corey himself.
That's taking on quite a job, isn't it, Mr. Gargeth?
It's time we struck at Corey before he strikes at me.
Yes, but how?
It's very simple. Corey will be informed that the Cobra will rob automatic factory R18 outside of Saturn City.
But, Mr. Gargeth, the Space Patrol doesn't even know your organization exists. Why tip him off?
We can't hope to keep our operations a secret indefinitely. Corey must have figured out by now that these robberies have been masterminded by one organization.
Yes, but to use our secret name.
Why do you think I selected Cobra as my insignia?
Well,
you think I'm just being melodramatic, don't you? I selected the Cobra as an emblem because of its psychological effect. To the average person, the Cobra suggests something silent, ominous, and deadly. Isn't that right?
Yes, Mr. Gargeth.
Fear is a useful weapon. Before long, we will have the inhabitants of all 10 planets shuddering at the mention of the Cobra. Even the Space Patrol.
But how does that take care of Corey?
You think Corey would miss a chance to capture the leader of a gang that has pulled off more than 20 daring and successful robberies?
Oh, I don't suppose he would.
That's why I'm going to lure him to Factory R18.
Just how are you going to do that?
There's a civilian clerk named Walter Reiner at Corey's headquarters on Terra.
Oh, yes, he gave us some information once.
Reiner isn't much use to us, too undependable. But I'm going to plant some information on Reiner and have Corey tipped off. Corey will think he's uncovered a plot. And fly right into our trap.
Sometime later at Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, Appy enters the commander's office with an extremely nervous young man, Walter Reiner.
This is Reiner, sir.
Thanks, Appy. Sit down, Reiner.
Yes, Commander, thank you.
I'll tell you why I've brought you here. I've received 2 anonymous tips that you have some information about a robbery.
A robbery? No, sir, that's not true.
And somebody seems quite determined to get you into trouble. Can you think of anyone who would have reason to do this to you?
Why, no, sir. Believe me, if I knew anything about a robbery, I'd report it at once.
According to these 2 informants, you're supposed to be carrying written information on you right now. Information that you're to pass on to someone else.
But that's not true, Commander. You can search me if you want. Here, I'll empty my pockets. You can examine everything. Here's my identification folder. You can look through that. There is nothing in it but...
Something wrong?
It's a slip of paper. But I don't know how it got there.
Let me see it. Plan 4 is now in effect. The Cobra will personally supervise a theft of radioactive strontium from automatic factory R18, north of Saturn City, at 1800 hours Universal Star Time.
Smoking rockets.
I don't know anything about it. Honestly, Commander. I know it looks bad, but I swear I don't know anything about
This
it.
Cobra that's mentioned here, does that mean anything to you?
No, sir, not a thing. It's a horrible trick.
All right, Reiner, all
It's
right.
somebody's idea of a joke.
I said it's all right, Reiner.
You mean you believe me?
Somebody was very anxious for me to find this on you. Just go back to your work and don't say anything to anybody about it, understand?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commander. Thank you very much.
Well, somebody sure must have it in for Reiner to play a trick like that.
I want Reiner watched, Happy. I'll assign a man to trail him and contact Saturn Space Patrol. I'm going to put a heavy guard on Factory R18.
You mean that Reiner isn't on the level and there really is going to be a robbery?
I think someone's trying to lure me to the factory. As for Reiner, he may be an innocent dupe. We'll watch him for a while.
Commander, he's coming back.
Commander, I got to tell you something.
Yes, Reiner, what is it?
I didn't tell you the whole truth before. When you let me go, I was relieved. Then I got scared. I'm afraid of what they might do to me.
What do you mean by they?
The gang. The Cobra gang.
And you did know about that note?
No, sir.
Well, who is this Cobra?
I don't know. But he's got a powerful organization of criminals. They're behind all of those robberies.
And you're a member of the gang?
No, not exactly. I just sold him some information a few months ago about some security control procedure.
Whom did you deal with?
Was a man named Wogan. Thad Wogan. He's one of the higher-ups.
Why are you telling all this now?
Because I think they want to get me out of the way. They're afraid I'll...
Double-cross them the way you did the Space Patrol?
I'll make up for it. I know more about the gang than they think I do. I know their secret space-phone frequency.
All right, Reiner. Start at the beginning and give me the whole story.
Even after hours of careful questioning, Commander Corey is able to obtain only a few useful bits of information about the band of criminals. Then, with Reiner in custody, Buzz and Appy begin the tedious task of checking the gang's frequencies.
Nothing on this band so far, sir. You suppose Reiner made a mistake in the frequencies?
Well, what he told us checks with the brainograph test.
Imagine that little rat selling security secrets. I'd sure like to know who's the head of this.
Vogan calling Cobra.
Hold it, Happy.
Vogan to Cobra.
We've got something.
Vogan to Cobra.
Cobra here. Go ahead, Vogan.
I'm set up at Maljanik.
Have you tried the neutralizer?
Yeah, it works fine. We can put it to uses the Space Patrol never dreamed of.
They've got the light neutralizer.
All right. Preston will relieve you of the machine at about 1700 hours tomorrow. Just sit tight. Cobra out.
Mount Jonik. It's about 300 miles north of Venus City. Let's get to the ship, Happy. Vogan is going to be relieved of that light neutralizer sooner than he thinks.
High above the cloud-draped peak of Mount Janik, the Terra 5 circles slowly. Then, using repel array, begins to descend as Buzz and Happy scan the terrain by sensitive viewscopes. In a small building at the base of the mountain, Thad Vogan clicks on a spaceophone.
Cobra calling Vogan. Come in, Vogan.
Vogan here. Go ahead.
Something's gone wrong. Don't wait for Preston. Take the light neutralizer and get out of there.
What's the matter?
Corey didn't fall for that robbery. He's arrested Reiner, and the little sap knows more about our organization than you thought he did.
He doesn't know a thing about it. Nothing that could hurt us anyway.
Look, Vogan, do what I tell you. Get the neutralizer and get out of there. I'll contact you later. Cobra out.
Now, listen, boss. What's he getting all excited about? Everything was just fine and... Who could that be? Well, this paralyzer ray will take care of the situation.
There doesn't seem to be anybody here, sir.
Go in the next room. Easy now. All right, drop that gun.
Sure, Space Patroller. Like this. Get him, Hap. Now, while you're both relaxed, enjoying the effects of my paralyzer ray, I'm going to make sure I won't be bothered by you again. This building is quite flimsily constructed. Have you noticed? A few touches with this atomo torch, and this room will be a roaring inferno.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
This is Dick Tufeld in Los Angeles reporting on a plane that can fly 1,000 miles without refueling, the North American FJ-2 Fury. In a moment, we'll hear from the well-known test pilot on this Navy jet plane, J. Ray Donahue, Jr. The Fury is a carrier-based fighter armed with 4 20-millimeter cannons. It flies 650 miles per hour, has an altitude mark of 45,000 feet, its length 37 feet. Now, J. Ray Donahue, Jr., recorded at Edwards Air Force Base.
To fly at supersonic speeds, a test pilot must have plenty of energy. That's why I always get a good night's sleep and start the day off with a good breakfast cereal like rice Chex or wheat Chex. They have plenty of energy, and they taste mighty fine. And I know that you'll like them, too.
No other cereal, puffed or flaked, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. So take a tip from J. Ray Donahue Jr., Bob Love, and other top test pilots. Make your cereals Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. And now back to our space patrol adventure, the Serpent of Saturn. Gargoth, who calls himself the Cobra, has organized a band of criminals that has successfully committed scores of daring robberies. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy traced Gargoth's chief henchman, Thad Vogan, to a hideout at the base of Mount Janik on the planet Venus. When Buzz and Happy entered the small building, Vogan rendered the space patrollers helpless with a paralyzer ray. Then, to prevent pursuit, he set fire to the building. Now, as the flames roar about them, Buzz and Happy struggle against the effects of the paralyzer ray.
Hey, Commander, I can move a little. Try to stand up, Happy. The heat. This place is like a furnace. If we can't shake the ray effect off in a couple of minutes, we're finished. I can move my arms, but I can't stand up. I made it. My legs are numb, but I can walk. Here, give me your hand. There. Lean on me. It's wearing off. I'm going to make it. A few more steps. We'll be outside the building. We made it. Wow. Yeah, I got a lucky break. The charge in Vogan's ray gun was fairly light. Commander, look back at the building. We got out just in time. Can you see Vogan anywhere? No, sir. The smoke is too thick. But he couldn't have blasted off yet. Would have hurt his ship. There he is, headed for his ship. Yeah, I see him now. Hey, what's that he's carrying? Must be the light neutralizer. Oh, if my legs weren't so numb, we could catch him. Uh-oh, he saw us. I just wish he'd come back here. He acts like he's considering it. Well, he's not going to risk getting within range of our ray guns. I bet he wishes he'd taken them from us. He was so sure his fire trap was going to work. Hey, that's funny. He's not going to his ship after all. He's heading for the mountain. Come on, Hap, let's try to follow him. Yes, sir. Why didn't he go to his ship? We couldn't have stopped him from blasting off. Oh, it's an atmosphere job. Logan probably figures we could space a phone for a patrol ship to go after him. Yeah, sure. He's taking a chance on losing us on the mountain. You have your miniature spaceophone, Hap? Yes, sir. Report to Venus City headquarters and keep on after Vogan.
With Buzz and Happy doggedly following him, Thad Vogan climbs higher and higher up the steep face of Mount Janik. At first, he outdistances them. But as the minutes go by, the effects of the paralyzer ray wear off, and Buzz and Happy start gaining on Vogan.
Vogan's sure hanging onto that light neutralizer. If you throw it away, he'd be able to climb a lot faster. He won't drop it till he has to. I hope he hangs on to it. After the way we're risking our necks to get it back. I'll say this for Vogan. He climbs like a mountain goat. I'll say. Hey, Commander, is that model the only light neutralizer in existence? Yes. This model was to be tested, then if proved successful, a larger model was made into a spaceship. Well, does it really black out light completely? It can, but it's designed to reduce the sun's glare on ships making flights on sunward vectors, particularly between the inner planets. It sure would come in handy on construction jobs on space platforms. Uh-huh. Hey, it looks like Vogan's going to take us clear to the top. Make sure he doesn't get directly above us and drop a rock on us. We're still on his trail, sir. See? Here's where he took a foothold. Watch your step, Happy. It's a 2,000-foot drop if you slip. I think I'd better rest a minute, sir. I'm getting dizzy. Everything's getting dark. I noticed the same thing, but it's not dizziness. My head's perfectly clear. Hey, look at the sun. I can hardly see it. Hey, there must be an eclipse. An eclipse on Venus? Hey, that's right. Venus doesn't have a moon. But there can't be an eclipse. But something's shutting off the sun. It's a heavy fog, maybe. Don't move, Hap. Smoking rockets. It's pitch dark. Vogan's turned the blackout beam on us, the light neutralizer. If we try to move another inch in this darkness, we'll drop into the chasm. Well, isn't he in the same fix we are? Not necessarily. The neutralizer can be adjusted to dim out light all around you, or it can be focused in a beam. If we only had our atomo lights. They wouldn't work, Happy. The field of the neutralizer cuts out all light waves. What are we going to do? We can't go back down. We can't go ahead, and... Well, Vogan's got us at his mercy. There's one thing. He can't see us. He doesn't have to see us. All he's got to do is wait until we make a false move and we're goners. Wait a minute, Hap. There's a good-sized rock here next to me. I can feel it. I'm going to try to give it a shove down the side of the mountain. When it drops, let out a yell. I get it. Make him think we've fallen. Right.
Here goes.
Look out, Commander!
How was that?
Very realistic. For a minute, I was afraid you did fall. Press close to the cliff and keep very still.
Hey, he turned off the neutralizer. I can see.
He'll probably wait to be sure we're gone.
I hope he doesn't come back down here to investigate.
Vogan to Cobra. Vogan to Cobra.
Listen, he's got a miniature spacerphone. Turn your volume up, Hap.
Vogan to Cobra.
Cobra here. Where are you?
Halfway to the top of Mount Janik. Corey and his cadet were after me.
They're on Venus?
Now take it easy, Mr. Gargeth. It's all right. Corey and that cadet won't bother us anymore. I took good care of them.
Good. How?
I turned on the light neutralizer. They couldn't see in the blackout beam and fell off the ledge.
Nice work, Vogan.
Yeah, but I'm still on the mountain, and I don't like it.
I'll come and get you.
Think I want to wait up here while you come all the way from Saturn?
I'm not on Saturn. I'm in a spaceship not very far from Venus.
Well, that's better. Get her as soon as you can. Corey may have notified the Space Patrol before he fell.
All right, you get to the top of the peak. Everything looks clear. I'll land and pick you up. Cobra out.
Hurry.
So the Cobra's name is Gargeth.
And Vogan thought he was on Saturn. Probably that's the headquarters of the outfit.
It's possible.
What do we do now? Tip off the Venus City Space Patrol?
If we use our spacerphone, Vogan might hear it.
Sure.
We'll take a chance on sneaking up on Vogan. If we capture him before Gargeth gets here, we may be able to trick him into landing.
And then we'll have the Cobra.
Come on, let's go. Stay close to the cliff so he can't see it.
Slowly and cautiously, Buzz and Happy resume their climb up the steep mountainside. Occasionally, they get a glimpse of Vogan far above them. Then they press close to the cliff and wait.
We've had one good break. Vogan doesn't ever look down.
He's probably afraid he'll get dizzy.
And the going's not so steep now, sir.
We're getting near the top. I'm thankful for this growth of brush at the summit. It'll help us hide from Vogan.
Hope we can get him before the Cobra shows up.
Drop, Happy. Hit the dirt.
Did he see us?
I guess not. He's going on. But he started to look down this way. We'd better wait a few minutes.
At last, Vogan reaches the summit of Mount Janik. Wearily, he lays down the light analyzer, then sits on a rock to rest. Silently, Buzz and Happy creep closer.
Careful, Happy. Don't let him hear us.
There's not much cover from here on. Do we rush him?
Let's try to get a few yards closer. If he has a chance to use that blackout beam, we could never find him.
Yeah. Oh, gee.
Get the neutralizer, Hap. I'll handle Vogan.
Corey!
I'll take that gun, Vogan. All right, Vogan. Had enough?
Yeah.
Happy, got the neutralizer?
Yes, sir. Hey, Commander, it's a spaceship.
It's probably Vogan's pal. Better all get out of sight before he gets close enough to see us. Come on, Vogan. Get over there by that brush. You stand out where you can be seen. We'll be in the brush right behind you.
Yeah, sure. I'm coming.
Cobra to Vogan. Cobra to Vogan.
Answer him, Vogan. But don't try to warn him.
Okay. Vogan to Cobra. Go ahead.
There aren't any ships in the vicinity. I'm coming in to pick you up.
All right, come ahead.
Corey's here. Watch out. Give me that spacerphone.
Corey, you told me Corey was dead.
I was very much alive, Gargeth. Or Cobra, wherever you are. Now make it easy on yourself and land, or I'll have every patrol ship in the Venus sector after you.
You'd better talk fast then, because I'm going to blast you off that mountain with a space torpedo.
No, boss. Please don't.
You've made a stupid blunder, Vogan, but I assure you that the rocket is meant only for Corey. If you get it, well, it's an unfortunate accident.
Space torpedoes? We don't stand a chance.
We've got to hide. We've got to hide.
Happy, sure your spacephone's turned off?
It is, sir.
Good. Let's have a look at that light neutralizer.
That's not going to save us, not from torpedoes.
See, this setting ought to be about right for our purpose. Now, we'll just set the neutralizer here on the ground. Now, come on. Get out of the field of darkness, quickly.
I can't see. Of course you can't, stupid. Just do what the commander tells you. Come on. Hey. We're out of the field. He can see us.
If you stay in the brush, just get far away from that field of neutralized light. Yeah, this should be safe enough.
Commander, you've made a nice target. From here in the ship, the field of darkness looks like a black hole on the top of the mountain. A black round hole. Somewhere inside that hole you were hiding. So feudal, Commander. So pathetically feudal.
He's making a pass right over us. He fired a torpedo. Smoke and rockets. The field of darkness is gone. And when you look at that hole, what a blast.
Well, there goes a perfectly good light neutralizer blown to bits.
Yeah. And also, there goes the Cobra. He figures he finished us.
You sure he's not coming back?
Doesn't look like it.
I sure hate to see that crook get away.
He'd better enjoy his triumph while he can, Happy. Because we're going after the Cobra, and we won't give up till we get him.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Hi, Space Patrollers. This is Captain Tufeld.
And Cadet Happy.
I'm reporting to you on Rice Chex.
And I'm reporting to you on Wheat Chex.
Rice Chex, triple toasted shredded rice biscuits. The taste mighty good. Tops for taste. That's Rice Chex.
Wheat Chex. Boy, they've got a swell whole wheat flavor that just can't be beat. Tops for taste. That's Wheat Chex, too.
And Rice Chex are made in that modern, bite-sized design for easy eating. Tops for size. That's Rice Chex.
Wheat Chex are bite-sized for super easy eating. Tops for size, too.
And, gang, after a good, nourishing breakfast with Chex, rice, or wheat, you'll see they're tops for get up and go.
Real Space Patrol get up and go, like the Commander has.
Chex, a good word to remember at breakfast time or any time, because
they're tops 3 ways. For taste, size, and get up and go.
Look for the red and white checkerboard packages with the picture of the Commander or
the swell picture of me on the outside.
Yes, and the terrific Space Patrol trading card on the inside. Rice Chex.
Wheat Chex.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are exploring the system of unused water mains under Jupiter City, searching for a hidden laboratory operated by the Cobra Gang. After trudging nearly a mile in a crouched position, Happy moans.
Oh, my aching back. I sure wish this pipe was 6 inches bigger.
From the chart, the lab should be just a few hundred yards ahead.
Commander, there's air blowing through the main.
Yes, it's getting stronger every second.
This is like being in a wind tunnel. What's causing it?
The air's being forced to the main by the water behind it.
Water? What water?
From the reserve tank. Gargot knows we're down here, and he's trying to drown us.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Gems of Jupiter, when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Len Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Deverett. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Bela Kovach. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are trying to escape from a mansion on the planet Venus, where they're being held prisoners by Emil Gargoth, leader of the Cobra Gang. Suddenly, Happy moves toward a large cabinet and opens it.
Wow, is this a break, Commander? Weapons, ray guns, blasters, paralyzers.
Take a couple of ray guns, Happy.
Hey, something just made me go to this cabinet. A real strong hunch.
I know, Hap. Take the ray guns. Those are blasters. Put them back.
Well, yes, sir. Well, I'm not arguing, sir, but wouldn't the sight of a blaster have more effect on Gargoth?
All right, it doesn't matter. That's good. Careful, Hap. You're pointing the gun right at me. Lower your arm.
I can't. Something's controlling my movements.
Happy, lower that gun.
I'm trying to. Commander, my finger is squeezing the trigger. I can't stop it.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Secret of Dr. Borodeck. Plenty delicious, plenty good. Yes, sir, Space Patrollers. Those are the words I use when I talk about rice checks. Now, Space Patroller, how about you?
Who, me?
That's right. What words would you use to tell me how good Rice Chex tastes?
Super Keen and Senior George. That's the way Rice Chex taste to me, Captain Tufeld.
Swell. And hey, how about that modern bite size that Rice Chex has? What do you say about that?
Just right for a bite with a real smooth fit for a spoon.
Man, that's great. Now you have yourself a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex, and what happens? That's it, Space Patroller. Yes, sir, gang, that's exactly the kind of blast-off you get after a nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex. But any way you say it, any way you eat 'em, out of the bowl or out of the box, Rice Chex are tops 3 ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go.
For sweet whole wheat, try Wheat Chex.
Look for Rice Chex and Wheat Chex in the red and white checkerboard package with the full color picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the free Space Patrol trading card inside.
Chex, rice or wheat, real neat.
And now today's Space Patrol adventure, The Secret of Dr. Borodeck. On 10 planets, Space Patrol agents are ready to pounce upon known members of the Cobra Gang. But the syndicate of criminals appears to have suspended all operations, and its shrewd leader, Emil Gargoth, has gone into hiding. The name of the dread organization seems to have been dropped completely from public minds. Certainly, it's far from the minds of 2 men who sit chatting in a comfortable mansion on the outskirts of Venus City. One is the wealthy and elderly Andrew Means, retired interplanetary financier. The other is his host, the youthful-appearing Dr. Clement Borodeck, a mysterious yet popular figure in United Planet society. After a lengthy discussion, Andrew Means suddenly turns to Dr. Borodeck.
Dr. Borodeck, I want to know your secret.
Secret? What secret?
The secret that has enabled you to live for centuries.
Mr. Means, are you sure you feel well?
Now, don't try to change the subject. You're a man of mystery, Dr. Borodeck. You live well. Your fine mansion here, your splendid laboratory, the freedom to travel. Now, I don't know how you get your money, and I don't care. But you do have something that I want. The secret of a long life. Life 2 or 3 times beyond the normal span.
Mr. Means, a man of your wisdom certainly can't fall for this superstitious gossip about me.
Doctor, I've had you investigated. I've done some of it directly in my talks with you. No man could know so much about so many things unless he had lived through them.
I happen to have a deep curiosity and a photographic memory, that's all.
Dr. Borodeck, I have documents to prove that you were living 125 years ago. Yet, today you could pass for 35. I will pay you for that secret.
Really, I don't know whether to be flattered or insulted.
Doctor, I'm an old man. With the best of care and medical attention, I can't expect to live many more years. But you can prolong my life, just as you have prolonged your own. Tell me how, and I'll give you anything you ask.
I'm sorry, Mr. Means, but you've let your fears and your desires deceive you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an experiment underway in my laboratory that requires my attention.
In his central office at Space Patrol headquarters on the man-made planet Terra, Commander Corey goes over reports from Space Patrol agents with Cadet Happy.
Well, from the looks of these reports, the Cobra Gang certainly seems to have gone out of business.
Yes, sir. Maybe we finally scared Gargoth into quitting.
He may have quit, but I haven't.
Yeah, but unless Gargoth does something or shows himself, how can we get him?
There are 2 reports here that merit looking into, Happy. A man of Gargoth's description was seen in Mercury City with a certain Dr. Borodeck.
Dr. Borodeck? Who's he?
Well, my personal opinion is that he's a fraud. He makes a specialty of getting into the good graces of important people.
Oh, hobnobbing with the elite, huh?
Yes, I think he's a confidence man, but he works so smoothly we've never been able to get anything on him.
Well, maybe Borodeck knows where Gargoth is.
Borodeck is the kind of a crook that has to appear respectable in order to operate. He might tell us what he knows about Gargoth, providing we convince him his own reputation is in danger.
Well, where's this Dr. Borodeck now, Commander?
He's got a fancy estate outside Venus City.
Oh, and we were blasting off for Venus tomorrow anyway.
Right. We just arranged to drop in on Dr. Borodek.
In his mansion on Venus, Dr. Clement Borodek walks briskly down the corridor leading toward his laboratory. But as he enters the room, his placidly confident face assumes an expression of worry and distrust. Seated before a control panel, a huge man glowers at a series of viewscope screens, each mirroring a view of a room in the huge house. As the big man turns, Dr. Borodek's face suddenly changes. He smiles pleasantly.
Well, I see you've figured out the controls for yourself, Mr. Gargeth.
Mighty clever setup, Borodek. So while you're in this lab, you can see what's going on anywhere in the building.
Oh, I frequently have guests. It helps me maintain my reputation for being able to see into the past and into the future, just by knowing what's going on in the present.
Yes. I've just watched the way you handle Andrew Means. I'm afraid you went too far, Borodek. You practically insulted him.
Of course. Nobody dares insult Andrew Means. When someone does, he's intrigued. Especially when that person has something Means wants.
Then you think he'll be back with another offer?
Of course. He's back in his suite in Venus City Hotel, brooding over the fact that I have the secret of long life. The secret he wants more than anything in the universe.
Yes. I am amazed that he fell for the fantastic idea. He actually thinks you're 200 years old.
Why shouldn't he believe it? Didn't we make sure that his agents would find evidence of it?
How much do you think he'll pay for your secret?
If you'll let me work with him, all he has. But it'll take time.
How much time?
A month, perhaps?
I can't wait. If you can get me 1 million credits within a week, I'll give you a quarter of it.
Make it 300,000, and I'll include my latest invention, the robot suit.
Look, Borodek, let's not try to bargain. I need a lot of money, quick. You can get it from Andrew Means without involving the Cobra Gang. But you couldn't get it from Means without my connections, my agents who planted the evidence of your immortal youth. Now, shall we quit stalling?
All right, Mr. Gargeth. Forget the robot suit. I can easily find other buyers. I'll settle for a quarter of anything I get from Andrew Means.
Good. Borodek, tell me the truth. Can you actually control the actions of anyone wearing that robot suit?
Of course. If you like, I'll show you how it works. We might even use it on Andrew Means.
How?
Have you thought of what will happen after Means buys my secret of long life and finds that he's still growing older?
What do we care? You can tell him he waited too long to use it.
That won't satisfy Andrew Means. He'll charge he's been swindled. There'll be an investigation.
Yes, you're right. Means has the influence to cause plenty of trouble. We've got to get rid of him before he knows whether your big secret is a fake or not.
Exactly. And with my robot suit, we can make it look as though Means met with a fatal accident through his own carelessness.
You mean we can make him do something that's entirely against his will?
Yes. The strongest will in the universe is powerless against the force that controls my robot suit.
Show me how it works, Dr. Borodek.
An hour after they arrive at Venus City, Buzz, Corey, and Cadet Happy have complete reports from Space Patrol agents operating in the capital city of the planet Venus. In a special office at Venus City headquarters, Buzz outlines a plan to Happy.
As far as Borodek is concerned, we'll be there to find out about a former associate of his, Anton Tolver.
Then you can bring up Gargoth sort of incidentally.
Yes, but even forgetting Gargoth for the moment, we might be able to stop one of Borodek's dirty deals.
What do you mean, sir?
A very prominent and influential man has been visiting Borodek regularly over the past few weeks. He's the type of man who ordinarily would spot Borodek as a crook right off the bat and avoid him, but the doctor seems to have him fascinated.
Who is the man, sir?
An elderly retired businessman, Happy. Andrew Means. While he was active, he never had time to worry about himself, but now he keeps going from doctor to doctor, from specialist to specialist.
Is he sick?
No, he's in perfect health. But he has an obsession, Happy. He has offered doctors fabulous sums of money for every year they would guarantee to keep him alive. Naturally, no legitimate doctors accept this offer, but Borodek is just the type who might prey upon the fears of a worried old man. Well, come on, Hap. Let's go out and have a talk with Dr. Borodek.
Meantime, in the library of Dr. Borodek's estate, Borodek listens while Andrew Means continues an urgent plea that's been going on for 3 hours.
It isn't fair, Borodek. It just isn't fair. Now look at me. I haven't begged for anything in my life. But I'm begging you to sell me your secret. Sell me your secret.
Mr. Means, assuming for the moment that an extended lifespan were possible, what makes you think you would enjoy it?
What's that to you? Well,
We learn as we live, don't we? But just when we learn to enjoy life to its fullest, it's taken away from us. Borodeck, people think of me as a fairly good man. Isn't that true?
Yes, Mr. Means. Quite good.
Well, I've made mistakes. Give me a chance to correct them. Extend my life, Dr. Borodeck. What will you lose?
All right, Mr. Means. What do you offer?
1 million credits.
When can you get the money?
I can have it here in 3 hours.
Good. When you get back, I'll administer the treatment.
Dr. Borodeck is apparently alone in his mansion on Venus City when Commander Corey and Cadet Happy arrive to question him. The doctor is quite at ease as Buzz and Happy stand in the same library where an hour before the elderly Andrew Means pleaded his cause.
Of course, Commander, I remember this Anton Tolver, but he hasn't worked for me since, a year ago, on Saturn, I think it was.
All right, Doctor. Thank you. Oh, there's something else I wanted to ask.
Yes, Commander?
Where is Emil Gargoth?
Emil Gargoth?
The man you were seen with in Mercury City 12 days ago.
I don't seem to recall Emil Gargoth.
And you've never heard of the Cobra Gang?
Yes, I've heard of it. But then, Commander, you have your sphere of interest and activities, and I have mine.
Andrew Means, for example.
Just what do you mean by that?
I understand Mr. Means has been visiting you recently.
Yes, he has.
Professionally?
Commander, I don't think that's any of your business.
Well, since you're so frank, I don't suppose you'd object to a brainograph test at Venus City headquarters.
A brainograph test? On what?
Your qualifications to be called doctor and your knowledge of Gargoth. Will you come with me?
Well, I
have a warrant, Doctor. How about it?
Really, this is most extraordinary.
Get your hands up, Corey. You too, Cadet.
That voice, Commander. It's Gargoth.
That's right, and I've got a ray gun here, so don't try anything.
Well, Gargoth, from your past performances, I know you aren't showing up to rescue your pal Borodeck. You could have escaped while I was taking him to headquarters. Apparently, you need time to put over a deal. A deal involving Andrew Means, perhaps.
You're pretty smart, Corey. Yes, Means will be here very soon.
Mr. Gargoth.
Shut up, Borodeck. I'll handle this. Yes, Corey, when Means shows up, he'll have 1 million credits for me. Then I'll get rid of him. And you and the cadet will get the blame for it.
Is that so?
I warned you, Corey. Borodeck, get Corey and the cadet out of the library before Andrew Means arrives. Get them into the robot suits.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Dick Tufeld in Los Angeles reporting on the first airplane with swept-back wings used in the U.S. Air Force, North American's F-86 Sabre jet fighter. In a moment, we'll hear from George Welch, the famous test pilot of the Sabre jet. The Sabre is 37 feet long, weight 8 tons. Wings are swept back at a 35-degree angle. Top speed more than 650 miles per hour. Now, George Welch recorded at Edwards Air Force Base.
I was lucky enough to fly the F-86 Sabre jet for the first time. The first time up or the 50th, every flight is important. That's why I have to keep in top shape. I like to eat good food with lots of energy in it. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex meet that test, and they taste exactly right. I think you'll like them, too.
Make sure you keep yourself ready for action, the way George Welch and lots of other famous test pilots do. Eat Rice Chex or Wheat Chex every morning. The cereals that are tops 3 ways. Tops for taste, for size, for real get up and go. That's Chex, wheat or rice. And remember, they're tops with America's top pilots. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Secret of Dr. Borodeck. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have visited the mansion of Dr. Borodeck in Venus City, not knowing that the doctor is shielding Emil Gargoth, the head of the Cobra Gang. When Buzz asked Borodeck to submit to a brainograph test at headquarters, Gargoth suddenly appeared and knocked Buzz and Happy out with blast from a ray gun. Right now, it's an hour later. Buzz and Happy find themselves prisoners in a small, locked room.
Commander, look how we're dressed.
I was just noticing, Happy.
What did Gargoth do with our uniforms?
Evidently, his plan depends on our not looking like space patrollers.
Plan?
Remember what he said just before he put us to sleep with the ray gun? He's going to use us to get rid of Andrew Means.
Well, sure, but how's this outfit going to help?
I don't know. Let's try getting out of here.
Locked.
Luckily, Gargoth didn't think of removing my ring.
Oh, the electronic key.
Right. It's an electronic lock on the door. This ring may solve the combination. I'll try it. A few turns of the settings ought to tell the story.
It worked.
Yes, the door's open. Now remember, Hap, our job is to protect Andrew Means.
Yes, sir, but what with? We're unarmed.
We'll find something. Come on.
Borodeck, why are you puttering around here in the lab?
Just getting the props ready for the final act, Mr. Gargoth.
What do you mean?
I want Andrew Means to be impressed when he sees the miraculous potion that will make him live indefinitely. Here, what do you think of it?
Looks all right, but then anything would do.
I can't agree, Mr. Gargoth. When a man is paying 1,000,000 credits for a few drops of liquid, he should get his money's worth. You'll note that the liquid glows. Isn't that a beautiful violet light?
Yes. Is it poisonous?
Naturally, and quite sudden and painless. Andrew Means will never know he's been swindled.
And when Means is finished, we force Corey and the cadet to carry him out.
And over the cliff.
You're sure you can control their movements to that extent?
You'll see.
Speaking of Corey, he and the cadet should be conscious by now.
I'll check. Let's turn on the viewscope monitor.
They're gone. They got out of the room.
Mr. Gargoth, bring that robot suit control box here quickly while I try to locate Corey on the other screens.
All right.
They're not there. They're there. There they are, in the downstairs hall.
Here's the control box.
You work it, Mr. Gargoth, just for practice. Whatever you do, keep them from going near that cabinet. I've got some weapons stashed in it.
They're just looking around now. Can we hear what they're saying?
Yes, and after we get them under control, you can talk to them. Just throw these 2 switches.
Look, Borodeck. You go down to the library and get ready for Andrew Means. I'll handle Corey and the cadet.
What do you have in mind, Mr. Gargoth?
Just leave things to me.
All right. You understand the robot suit controls, don't you? These dials and levers operate the cadet's suit. The other set works Corey's.
Yes, I know. Watch me make the cadet turn to the left.
You turn it the wrong way. He's headed right for the cabinet. Here.
I can do it. Just get out and let me alone.
All right, Mr. Gargoth, sure.
I wish I knew the layout of this house. Since we're unarmed, we've got to catch a Gargoth and Borodeck by surprise.
I hope we get them before they get Andrew Means.
Happy, what are you doing?
Going to this cabinet, I guess. Hey, this is a break, Commander. Look what's in the cabinet. Weapons, ray guns, blasters, paralyzers.
Take a couple of ray guns, Hap.
Hey, something just made me go to this cabinet. A real strong hunch.
No, Hap, take the ray guns. Those are blasters. Put them back.
Oh, well, yes, sir. I'm not arguing with you, sir, but, well, wouldn't the sight of a blaster have more effect on Gargoth?
All right, it doesn't matter. But I'd hate to have to use a blaster, even on Gargoth. Be careful, Hap. You're pointing that gun right at me. Lower your arm.
I can't. Something's controlling my movements.
Happy, lower that gun.
Well, I'm trying to, but... Commander, my finger's squeezing the trigger. I can't stop it. Smoking rockets. Sure lucky you ducked, Commander. I'm sorry.
What in the universe came over you, Hap?
Well, I don't know. It was like something had hold of my arm. Commander, it's happening again.
This time you won't be able to duck, Corey.
Gargoth.
That's right. I'm in Borodeck's lab, right above you, watching you through a viewscope. But I can control every move you make. You're my puppets.
It's these suits. I can feel the fabric tightening on my legs.
That's right, Commander. You and the cadet are wearing Dr. Borodeck's robot suits. Under electronic impulses, the fibers contract just like muscles. I haven't had enough practice yet to control both suits at once, so I'll merely keep you lying down on the floor, Commander. Aim, cadet.
Happy, step on that strip of rug. Move quickly.
Squeeze the trigger.
Look out, Commander!
Sorry I had to yank the carpet out from under your Hap.
Oh, I'm glad you did.
You're only delaying things, Commander. And it won't do you any good to grab Happy's arm. I can still make him point the gun at you.
Happy, I've spotted the viewscope camera. The lens is right under that map of Venus on the wall.
Yeah, I see it.
Pretend to struggle. When your aim's right, pull the trigger. Let go of that gun, Happy.
He can't let go, Commander. See, I'm easily controlling his arm. Lower. Lower. The gun is just above your head now. Cadet, you clumsy fool, you've destroyed the viewscope camera. It's not going to help you any. I can't see you. But I can keep you from moving until Borodek and I are ready for you.
My legs, I can't move them.
Just set these controls. There. That'll hold the two of you. Oh, Commander, for your information, the viewscope screen from the library shows that Andrew Means has arrived. Borodek and I arranged for you to dispose of him and yourselves. See you later, gentlemen.
Wow. We're really in a spot.
Yes. We've got to think of a way to break the control of these suits.
Yeah, but the control is up in the lab, and we can't move.
Must be a control center in the suit itself. A unit that picks up the impulses from the control transmitter.
But where could it be? This whole suit is just like smooth fabric.
Except across the chest. It's built up heavier there. Hap, can you move it all?
I can turn my body from the hips up. That's all.
Good. I'll try to roll over on my back. And you swing down hard on my chest.
And break the controls.
It's worth a try. All right, Hap. Swing hard with your fist. Try it again.
Are you sure you won't change your mind, Mr. Means?
You agreed to sell me some of the potion, Dr. Borodek. I've got the money right here. Now, surely you aren't going to miss a few drops. After all, I'm giving you 1,000,000 credits.
Well, very well. Inside this Endurium canister is a sealed flask.
Why, it glows.
Yes, Mr. Means. It glows with an immortal light.
What a pity there is so little of it.
You see now why I'm reluctant to part with even a few drops.
What if something happens to me on the way back to the city? Suppose the plastic container breaks. Do you have an Endurium container?
I think I can find one in my lab. But to be safe, why don't you drink a few drops here? Now.
Why, it's an excellent idea.
There's a small glass. I'll pour a few drops in it. Here, Mr. Means.
Careful. Thank you. Now, I just drink this. Is that right?
That's right. To a long life, Mr. Means.
Don't drink that, Mr. Means.
Corey! Now, look what you've done. You spilled it. The most precious fluid in the universe.
Happy, watch Borodek.
Yes, sir.
What's the meaning of this?
Calm down, Mr. Means.
Calm down, indeed, when the space patrol hears of this
Mr. Means, I'm Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol.
Do you think I am a fool?
I do, Mr. Means. You're all fools.
Gargoth.
Don't move, Cadet. You either, Corey, or you get this blast gun.
Gargoth, I thought you said you had him under control.
The control must have gotten out of adjustment. I brought it down here for you to test.
All right, keep him covered.
Dr. Borodek, you mean this really is Commander Corey?
That's right, Means. He almost upset our plans. That secret liquid is just the opposite of a life potion.
If one drop of that stuff had touched your tongue, you'd be lying there on the floor. But if this robot suit control mechanism works, your finish will be more exciting.
Want to carry out our original plan then, Mr. Gargoth?
Yes. We'll force Corey and the cadet to walk over the cliff carrying Means.
You can't do that. You can't.
For 1,000,000 credits, Mr. Means, I could do anything. Hide the control, Borodek. Make the cadet walk toward Means.
Fight it, Happy. The way I told you to in the other room.
Huh? Oh, yes, sir.
It's working. He's straining against the control.
What is he going to do?
He's going to pick you up, Means. Borodek, control Corey.
The power in that robot suit, the cadet can lift Means with one arm. But I'll control Corey, too, just to show you how it's done.
That's it. You've got them both moving now, like puppets.
Okay, Hap, rush him. Okay, Hap, that does it. Pick up that blast gun.
Yes, sir.
Borodek, why did you cut the control?
He didn't. We did. We broke him.
All right, Mr. Means. That stack of money is yours, I believe. Take it and hold on to it.
No, Commander. I'm not going to hold on to it. I'm going to give it away. This man here promised that this money would ensure me a long life.
I'm sorry, Mr. Means. This must be a disappointment to you.
No, not at all, Commander. In laboratories all over the solar system, legitimate scientists are working on methods to prolong life for everyone. This money is going to help them.
It's a fine, generous idea, Mr. Means.
I never did a generous thing in my life. I'm going out of retirement and make more money for this research. I'll see that those scientists get results, even if I have to stand over them for the next 100 years.
You know, Mr. Means, I believe you will.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Hiya, Space Patrollers. Cadet Happy here. You know, the Commander and I have been telling you all along that checks are tops for get up and go. So if you haven't tried them yet, grab yourself a good, nourishing breakfast in the morning with a bowl full of rice checks or wheat checks, and you'll see what we mean. Use just cream and sugar or slice up a big banana over them. Eat up, and zowie, you're up and at 'em like a real Space Patroller. But say, listen, here's another way I like to eat checks, right out of the box, anytime I get hungry. Yes, sir, gang, checks are top for snacks because they're tops for taste. Smoking rockets, nothing beats that swell toasted taste. Real keen and crispy delicious. And size? Man, oh man, checks are tops for size. Their modern bite-sized design is just right for easy eating. So, Space Patrollers, anytime you get hungry, reach for that red and white checkerboard package of checks. Pack 'em in your pockets before you blast off for play. Pack 'em in your lunchbox for a swell recess snack time. Checks, rice or wheat, tops for taste, for size, for get up and go, and tops for snacks, too. Space Patrollers, maybe you think you don't like salads. Well, here are some that are really different. One's called Funny Bunny Salad. Fun to look at, neat to eat. Made of cling peaches and cottage cheese, teamed up with crispy, crunchy rye crisp. Smoking rockets, it's delicious. Tell Mom to look for these swell salad recipes and the fixins for them at her grocer's.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in a surface car speeding down a highway toward Lowell City on the planet Mars.
It looks like we're going to make it, Commander. If anyone was going to stop us, well, they've lost their chance. Commander, look!
I see it, Hap. It's an atmosphere ship, and it's swooping down right on top of us.
The Cobra gang. And there's no way we can fight them off.
What they're waiting for. If that ship is armed, they're close enough to blast us to pieces.
Uh-oh. What's that?
Magnetic holding field.
Smoking rockets are picking up the car.
Well, help us. If they cut that field, we'll crash.
Be sure to join us again next week for the thrilling story, The Zero Ray, when rice checks and wheat checks again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Stephen Robertson, and Bela Kovach. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol!
Space Patrollers, this is Commander Corey. Whenever fires, floods, or any disaster strikes your town, the Red Cross is right there to answer your call for help. Now, the Red Cross is calling on you to help keep this wonderful service rolling. I want all of you to answer the Red Cross call. Give your dimes and nickels to the 1954 Campaign Fund.
Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Checks and Wheat Checks, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a surface car speeding down a highway toward Lowell City on the planet Mars.
It looks like we're going to make it, Commander. If anyone was going to stop us, they've lost their... Commander, look!
I see it, Hap. It's an atmosphere ship. It's swooping down right on top of us.
The Cobra gang. And there's no way we can fight them off.
What they're waiting for. If that ship's armed, they're close enough to blast us to pieces.
Uh-oh. What's that?
It's a magnetic holding field.
Smoking rockets are picking up the car.
Will help us. If they cut that field, we'll crash.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Zero Ray.
Rice checks are the perfect size. It's tops with all the guys. Fit right into a spoon, good to eat, morning, evening, and noon.
Well, hi, Space Patrollers. This is Captain Dick Tufeld, and that was George, the Space Patrol jingle maker, telling you in his way that rice checks are tops for size.
For flavor, tops, too. Those checks ring a bell. Any way you eat 'em, rice checks taste swell.
Tops for taste, you bet. A delicious toasted taste. Rice checks will ring the bell with you, Space Patrollers, any way you eat it.
With a good breakfast or out of the box for a snack, eat rice checks, gang, for a quick comeback.
A quick comeback or a quick go-ahead. You get it after a nourishing breakfast with rice checks. because rice checks are tops for get up and go.
If you like whole wheat, super keen and neat, make sure, Space Patrollers, the checks you eat are wheat.
Rice checks, wheat checks, in the red and white checkerboard package, with the picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the free Space Patrol trading card inside. Rice checks, wheat checks, tops 3 ways, for taste, for size, for get up and go. And now today's Space Patrol adventure, the Zero Ray. With Emil Gargoth at last in custody on Terra, Commander Corey has had every right to consider the menace of the Cobra Gang to be ended. Even if Gargoth should stubbornly refuse to name his henchmen, the brainograph could easily reveal their identities and every detail of the elaborate structure of the criminal organization. But something has happened to prevent the immediate use of the brainograph on Emil Gargoth. In his central office at Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corey fumes at the delay.
There isn't any excuse for this. I gave orders that Gargoth was to be watched every second.
Well, maybe he really did get sick, Commander.
Of course he's sick. Must have had some chemical concealed on him. Somebody slipped up when they searched him.
Well, anyway, he'll be out of the hospital in a day or so, and then we can give him the brainograph test.
By then, most of his important agents will know Gargoth has been captured. They'll have time to get away.
I guess that's right. But at least they won't be operating as the Cobra Gang. There'll just be a lot of individual rats running for cover.
So much depended on the fast closing in on Gargoth's leaders. I'll get that, will you, Ham?
Yes, sir. Commander Corey's office. Cadet Happy here. Yes, Dr. Arnold. Yeah, he's right here. Commander, it sounds important.
Yes, Dr. Arnold. What? But I posted a guard. I'll be right over. We've got to get over to the Terra Hospital right away. Gargoth has escaped.
A few moments later, in the office of the superintendent of the Terra Hospital, Buzz and Happy listened to a greatly distressed Dr. Arnold.
Before you question your guards, Commander, I want to accept full responsibility. Emil Gargoth was admitted here as a criminal and as hospital superintendent.
Just a minute, Dr. Arnold. The matter of responsibility for Gargoth's escape is secondary right now. I want to find out where he is and how he got away.
I'm sorry I can't tell you that, Commander. There was so much confusion at the time.
All right, Doctor. Happy.
Yes, sir?
Bring those 2 guards in here. I'll find out why they left their posts at the door of Gargoth's room.
I can tell you that, Commander.
Now, hold it, Ham. All right, Doctor.
They left their posts to move some patients that were completely helpless. Patients that I thought were in grave danger.
Danger from what?
Fire, explosion, I don't know. Things were in a turmoil here for a while.
What do you mean, fire and explosion?
Well, everything went crazy all of a sudden. From all over the hospital, patients were complaining that their rooms were too warm. The heating system was out of control. And then we discovered the water pipes were frozen.
Frozen? Here on Terra?
That's right. It's as though the electronic brain that controls our temperature systems had gone mad. Patients, nurses, even some of the doctors were panic-stricken.
You say the temperature controls went mad. What caused it?
I don't know. But I didn't want helpless patients to be hurt in a fire or explosion or whatever was threatening. I gave an order to my staff to evacuate the bedridden patients, and your Space Patrol guards elected to help. During the confusion, Gargoth disappeared. I have jurisdiction over this hospital, Commander. I declared an emergency. Your guards acted accordingly. I hope you won't be too hard on them.
Technically, they deserted their posts, but I think under the circumstances I would have done the same. As it looks to me, Gargoth took advantage of an accidental situation, or his gang engineered the whole thing.
I don't see how that could be. The hospital heating and refrigeration systems are automatic and virtually foolproof.
After I talk to those guards, suppose we make a complete check. Happy, call those men in here.
A few moments later, Commander Corey dismisses the guards and, with Dr. Arnold and Happy, examines the master temperature control unit in the sub-cellar of the Terra Hospital.
This graph on the control unit tells a story, Commander.
Up to 1400 hours, everything was normal, almost a straight line.
Yeah. Then the heating chart swoops up to 140 degrees.
To freeze the water system and raise the room temperatures to the degree we experienced a while ago, well, the whole central regulating system would have to be out of adjustment. And as you see now, everything's normal.
Yes. Doctor, what's that device over there in the corner?
Oh, frankly, I don't know. I never saw it before.
Let's have a look at it. Judging by the handles on it, it was meant to be portable.
It isn't very heavy, sir.
Well, Dr. Arnold doesn't know what it is, and it doesn't resemble anything I'm familiar with.
Me either, Commander.
We just take it to the security lab for a check.
In the rear-view scope of a private space cruiser, the bright circle that is Terra grows smaller and smaller. 2 men watch it intently, moment after moment, without speaking. Then, with a sigh of relief, the larger of the 2 men turns to his companion.
Well, the screen's clear, Razzler.
If anyone was after us, we'd have spotted them by now.
Yeah, I guess we made it, Mr. Garga.
I'd like to know what's going on back at that hospital. I'll bet Corey's tearing the place apart.
Yeah, but what if he found a zero ray?
Well, what if he has? Does that mean he can trace it to you? Well, does it?
No, of course not. At least not right away.
Wait a minute. Do you mean there's a slight chance that the zero ray can be traced to you?
Now, look, Mr. Garga, didn't I take a big chance getting you out of the hospital? Would I be hiding you out in my place at Meteor Lake if I thought the Space Patrol would reach out and grab me?
It's my policy to trust nobody. You may be sincere, Rensler, but you're not infallible. Your cabin at Meteor Lake will do for the time being.
Yes, sir.
When we reach Venus, I'll check with my agents for a safer hideout.
Back in his office at Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corey examines a stack of diagrams and documents. From time to time, he pulls one aside and places it in a separate file. Buzz looks up as Happy enters.
Here's the Space Control Operations Report, Commander.
Okay, Happy. Incidentally, it didn't take long for the lab to find out what that gadget was for.
The one we found at the hospital?
Mm-hmm. It's a practical application of the Volkovsky principle.
Oh, it is? Well, what's the Volkovsky principle, Commander?
Well, as you know, heat is the result of rapid movement of molecules, either in a gas, liquid, or solid.
Yes, sir.
Some time ago, a scientist named Volkovsky advanced the theory that extremely low temperatures might be produced by an electromagnetic force that slowed down molecular vibration.
And this thing we picked up at the hospital does that?
Yes, Happy. It projects invisible beams that literally freeze everything they touch.
Wow. And that's what froze the water system.
Exactly.
Hey, but wait, the rooms were overheated. What caused that?
The same device. One of the freeze beams was focused on the master thermostatic control. As you know, a thermostat doesn't think, it reacts. When it contracts from cold, it turns on the heat, trying to restore normal adjustment and equilibrium.
Oh, and this gadget fooled it.
Yes, when the central thermostat registered cold, the system kept pouring out heat.
Wow.
Fortunately, the device producing the freeze beam shut itself off before any real damage occurred.
Except that Gargoth escaped.
Yes. But Major Robertson found out something very interesting, Happy. He made a check through our records of everyone submitting designs pertaining to the Volkovsky principle. He found this.
It's too complicated for me, sir.
It's a preliminary application for a patent presented 5 years ago by 3 electronics engineers here on Terra. The government board of analysts pointed out some defects, and everybody lost interest.
Well, there weren't any defects in that model we found at the hospital. Those 3 inventors must have corrected their mistakes.
No, Happy, they lost interest. The man who drew up their designs seems to have continued independently. The designs were drawn up by Ulrich Rensler. See, his name is on this drawing.
Mm-hmm.
Robbie's positive that the physical work done on the freeze beam device is that of Ulrich Rensler. It matches that of the models of other types of inventions submitted for inspection.
Oh, then Rensler is working with the Cobra gang.
Either that or the Cobra gang stole the model from Rensler and planted it in the hospital.
Rensler. Hey, wait a minute. That operations report I just handed you. Could I see it a moment, sir?
Here it is, Ham.
I know I saw that name here somewhere.
For the past year, Rensler has been living on Venus by Meteor Lake. Supposedly on royalties from his inventions.
Here, sir, I found it. This ship that blasted off at 1432, private cruiser VP-738. It's registered to Ulrich Rensler.
I'll alert Venus Space Patrol, then we'll blast off for Venus. Let's see if anything's going on at Meteor Lake.
Several hours later, the Terra 5 roars high over the cloudy surface of Venus, spiraling around the Meteor Lake region 300 miles west of Venus City. Carefully, Cadet Happy adjusts the infrared viewscope scanner.
I can make out a construction of some kind, Commander. It seems to be on a slight rise of ground a few yards from the lake shore.
That's Rensler's cabin.
Uh-oh. And there's a spaceship. It's set down in a clearing just south of the cabin. It looks like the class and type of cruiser registered to Rensler.
See if you can find a place where we can land without being seen or heard from the cabin.
That's going to be tough, sir. Unless we want to hike through the hills several miles.
Let me take a look at that screen. That is going to be a problem. The lake would act like a sounding board if we came in close.
Yeah, and the valley would echo our rockets.
Hey, wait. At the north end of the lake, there's an inlet. Sort of like a pointing finger.
Yes, sir.
That inlet is shielded from the cabin side of the lake by this curved ridge. A low gliding approach from the north might do the trick. We'd have to land on the other side of the inlet, but that ridge might dampen the sound.
Yeah.
Still means a hike nearly halfway around the lake. But stand a good chance of surprising Rensler and Garga.
Inside the comfortable cabin, Ulrich Rensler gazes out through the window out across the lake. Smiling, he turns to his companion.
Beautiful, isn't it, Mr. Garga?
That's the 3rd time you've said that. Look, show me where your space phone is. I want to make arrangements to get out of here.
Just as you wish. But you're just as safe here as any place.
I'm sure I heard a spaceship a while ago.
It's nothing to worry about. Possibly one flew over the valley several miles north of the lake, and the sound rumbled down. No one could get close to the cabin without our seeing them. And believe me, we could hold off an army.
Yes? How?
The same device I used to throw the hospital temperature control system out of order. The zero ray.
You mean that's a weapon?
Yeah. It's got an effective range of 1,000 yards. Turn it on any living thing for 10 seconds, and it will freeze it solid. Look, I'll show you.
What are you going to do?
Just watch. I'll turn it on. Better stand over there out of the way. Now, that's it. Now, you see those leaves fluttering in the breeze? Keep your eye on them.
They've stopped moving.
That's right. The smaller the object, the quicker it works. The zero ray slows the dents of any electrons down almost to a stop.
Wait. Look over there. Those bushes by the edge of the lake. Something moved.
Yeah, it's probably a deer. There are a lot of them in this.
That's no deer. It's a man. He's gone now, but I saw his Space Patrol uniform.
Don't worry, Mr. Gargod. This will take care of him nicely.
But he's out of sight.
That doesn't matter. A few sweeps of the zero ray across that clump of brush, and every living thing there will be frozen solid.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Dick Tufeld in Los Angeles reporting on the famous jet plane assigned to the vital Air Force mission of defending America's homeland, Lockheed's F-94C Starfire. In a moment, we'll hear from Tony LaVere, the well-known record-breaking test pilot on the Starfire. Within seconds after warning, this radar-controlled interceptor can be off the ground and streaking to 45,000 feet or higher. Packing 48 rockets, it can fly and fight in sunshine or darkness at speeds of more than 600 miles an hour. Now, Tony LaVere tape recorded this morning at a California air base.
You know, good health is important to a test pilot, and I have to stay in top condition. I get lots of rest and eat plenty of good food. That's why I like a good cereal for breakfast, like Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They have real energy and they taste swell. Why don't you try them?
Make sure you keep yourself ready for action, the way Tony LaVere and lots of other famous test pilots do. Eat Rice Chex or Wheat Chex every morning. The cereals that are tops three ways. Tops for taste, for size, for real get up and go. That's Chex, wheat or rice. And remember, they're tops with America's top pilots. And now back to today's Space Patrol adventure, the Zero Ray. Emil Gargoth, leader of the Cobra Gang, escaped from the Terra Hospital with the aid of Ulrich Rensler. And now the two men are hiding in Rensler's cabin at Meteor Lake on the planet Venus. Hoping to take the two criminals by surprise, Buzz and Happy are cautiously making their way through the brush along the lake shore, unaware that they've been observed. From the cabin, Rensler is sweeping the deadly zero-ray beam over the vegetation, planning to freeze the two space patrollers literally in their tracks.
Something happened. I could do with the rest. This heat is really something.
Yeah. Look at these leaves and branches.
What about them, sir?
A moment ago they were swaying in the breeze. Now they're rigid. Yet the breeze is still blowing.
Uh-huh. It's rippling the water on the lake.
Hey, look out, Happy.
Commander, if you hadn't warned me, that limb would have hit me.
Happy, look at these leaves and twigs.
Smoking rockets, they shattered, just like glass.
And feel the limb.
Cold. Cold as ice.
Yes. In the tropical weather of Venus.
This is a perfectly healthy branch. Now, why would it break off in a little breeze?
Because it's brittle. Hap, look over there to your right. See how those leaves suddenly stop fluttering?
Yeah. It's as though something were passing over them and freezing them.
Hap, quickly. Under the bank and jump off into the water. Hurry.
Wow. I'm glad we jumped instead of dived. The water isn't even up to our hips.
Rensler and Gargoth have one of those freeze beam machines at the cabin.
Then they've seen us.
Probably. They aren't sure exactly where we are, or they wouldn't be swinging the beam around like that.
I hope that bank is high enough to shield us.
It is. The beam is right over our heads now.
How can you tell?
That branch just above us suddenly stopped moving.
Well, look, sir. The tree on the left is still moving.
Yeah. They must have shut off the freeze beam.
They figure they finished us, huh?
We'll keep to the water and work around past the cabin, and maybe we can surprise them.
See? There's not a sign of them. They're somewhere in that brush, rigid as statues. Let's go and find them.
No. We're getting out of here right now.
What for? Nobody will bother us now.
Are you crazy? How do we know that a whole fleet of Space Patrol ships won't be landing here any minute?
Yeah, maybe you're right. But I still don't think Mars is such a good place. You operated from there for a while.
I operated from Lowell City. This place I've got in mind is a way off from everything.
Yeah, you showed me on the map. All right, Mr. Gargon, I'll load the zero-ray equipment in the ship. So
Leave it here. I don't want to take time to bother with it. Let's get out of here while we've got a chance.
Wait a minute, Hap. Don't go any farther. I can see the roof of the cabin now. Got to be careful, not let Gargoth and Rensselaer see us.
It's going to be rough, passing the front of the cabin. The bank isn't very high, and there's no vegetation. Smoke and rockets! There's the spaceship blasting off. Oh, they got away. I guess they knew that we dodged the freeze ray.
Not necessarily.
See, they're nearly out of sight already. And it'll take us at least an hour to get back to our ship.
Let's go to the cabin instead. Leave the spaceophone Venus City to alert patrol ships to look for Rensselaer's cruiser.
I hope they haven't smashed their spaceophone transmitter.
Now, come on, Hap. We'll keep under cover as much as possible. For all we know, somebody may still be at the cabin.
Cautiously, Buzz and Happy work their way toward the cabin, then softly approach the door, which stands wide open.
Maybe somebody's in there after all. The door's open.
Well, we've got to come out in the open now. Come on. I'll go in first.
It's deserted, all right.
Yes, it has all the signs of a hasty departure.
Yeah, they didn't even take time to pack. Look at all the stuff here. Yeah. Rensselaer must have thousands of credits worth of furnishings.
Let's look around. Maybe we can get a clue on where they went. I'll check over the desk.
Yes, sir. Say, here's the freeze beam equipment. Only Rensselaer calls it the Zero Ray. Zero Ray Model X1, it says here on the panel.
Several notebooks here. I'll take them along to study later.
Commander, here's some numbers scribbled down. By the looks of them, they may be spaceophone frequencies.
Let me see them.
And here's some maps, astrogation charts, and sectional maps of some of the planets.
Let me see those maps. Are there any special marks on them?
No, I'll check, sir.
Here's a notation on this scratch pad that might mean something. The word Jupiter's been crossed out, and there's a word that looks like it might be Mars. And it says 150 NE-LC.
150 NE-LC. It doesn't mean a thing to me. Oh, Commander, here's a chart of sector H5, Mars, and it's got a mark on it.
Let's see it. Yeah, it's a tiny cross. That's all arid desert in that region. Cross is between Lowell City and a nearly played-out mining area. Wait a minute. Let's see the scale. Happy, what if NELC stood for northeast of Lowell City? How far is that small X from Lowell City?
About 150... Say, 150 NELC. Yeah, it fits 150 miles northeast of Lowell City.
I'll spaceophone Mars Space Patrol to check on that area from very high altitude so we won't scare anybody away. Then we'll blast off for Mars.
Great. But I sure dread that long trek back around the edge of the lake to that ship. Why, if Rensselaer only had a boat, we could row across and save a lot of time.
It's all right, Hap. We'll walk across.
Okay, that's an idea. We can walk across the lake?
Sure. We can work this zero ray. Stand back, Hap.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to focus it right at the edge of the lake and turn up the power.
Smoke and rockets. The water's turning to ice. A whole strip of it.
A strip as wide as the freeze beam. After I make that spaceophone call, we'll carry the zero-ray machine down to the lake and make our bridge of ice ahead of us as we cross.
In the small sleeping compartment of his private cruiser, Ulrich Rensselaer tosses fitfully on his bunk as the ship streaks through space toward the planet Mars. Suddenly, he awakens with a start as a hand grips his shoulder.
Come on, Rensselaer, wake up.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Garg.
Who did you expect it to be? There's nobody aboard but us.
Just jumpy, I guess. Do you want me to take the controls for a while?
Yes. That isn't why I called you. Your quick freeze ray didn't work back at the lake.
What? How do you know?
I overheard part of a space phone conversation. You know who that was trying to surprise us at the cap? Commander Corey.
Corey?
We not only missed him, but he's wise to our plan. He knows we're going to the desert outside of Lowell City.
Oh. How could he possibly know about that?
All right, don't get excited. I've got a plan worked out so we can finish Corey for good.
Wait, Mr. Garga. Let's leave Corey alone.
It's foolproof, Rensler. Corey's going to search the desert in a surface car. He figures he can pass for somebody connected with one of those mining outfits in that area.
Yeah.
We'll switch to an atmosphere ship at Hubble Settlement on the other side of Mars. Then we'll take care of Corey.
With Lowell City far behind them, Buzz and Appy roar over the Martian desert highway in a sand-scarred surface car. From their rough work clothes, they appear to be a couple of mining engineers on their way to one of the lonely quarries or mines on the Martian wastelands.
Gee, Commander, we've come more than 50 miles and we haven't seen a soul.
That's probably why Gargoth's picked this region for a hideout.
With this battered-up car and the surveying equipment, we ought to be able to get pretty close to his place without exciting suspicion.
That's what I'm counting on, Hap. With all those tools back there, we could be independent prospectors if we have to.
Hey, Commander, look.
I see it, Hap. It's an atmosphere ship, and it's swooping down right on top of us. That ship's armed. They're close enough to blast us to pieces.
Hey, what's that?
It's the ship's magnetic holding field.
Smoking rockets. Hey, they're picking up the car. They're right off the highway.
We're helpless. If they cut that field, we'll crash.
Well, the ship's sure gaining altitude fast.
Yes, it's too late to jump.
Are you all right, Commander?
It's Gargoth.
Listen to me, Commander. Switch your space phone to 478.2 megacycles. And don't attempt to contact Space Patrol headquarters or I'll cut the holding field and drop you. Understand?
Yes, Gargoth. I understand.
We are now 100 feet off the ground. Rensler will maintain this altitude until we are far away from Lowell City. Or over the hills, I shall cut the holding field and drop you into a most inaccessible spot, miles from a highway or road. Chances are the wreckage will never be found.
Just how do you think you're going to get off of Mars? Every spaceport is being watched, and this is only an atmosphere ship.
I have a spaceship ready, and it's miles from a spaceport, Commander. Now, if you'll excuse me, Corey, I'll keep a sharp lookout for Space Patrol ships.
What a fix. Not a patrol ship in sight.
No. I'm sure that spacephone switch is at the off position, Hap. I don't want Gargoth to hear us.
Believe me, there are a few things I want him to hear.
Gotta work fast, Happy.
What can we do? We're suspended under the belly of a ship 100 feet off the ground, and Gargoth will probably take us higher before he drops us.
Hap, reach back in that tool chest.
Yes, sir.
There's an atomo torch there?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now listen, right above us in Gargoth's ship is a small cargo bay. Now get busy with that cutting torch.
There's no other ship in sight, Mr. Gargoth.
Good, and we're at 250 feet altitude.
That ought to make it nice and permanent.
All right, Rensler. Cut the holding field.
There they go.
I'll bank the ship so we can watch that surface car crash.
Boom! Some smash, eh, Mr. Gargoth?
Well, that takes care of Corey and his cadet.
It sure does. There's no doubt about it this time. We really... Mr. Gargoth.
Rensler, what's the matter with you? Have you... Corey, don't stand there gibbering, Rensler. Shoot them.
No, you don't. Hey, Commander, the controls. Gargoth's trying to crash us. We're driving straight for a hill.
Hold Rensler, Hap. Okay, Gargoth, I'll take over.
Oh, you pulled her out just in time.
I'll take the ship into Lowell City, Hap. This time we'll make sure Gargoth doesn't pull any tricks and escape.
No, sir. He won't get a chance to dodge the brainograph test by going to the hospital either. Yeah, Gargoth, you're going to the brainograph with a clear head if I have to knock you cold.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Space Patrollers, you all know what sound effects are. You hear them all the time on your radios. But listen to these musical sound effects and see if you can guess what we're doing with Rice Checks and Wheat Checks. Yep, Space Patrollers, there's a big bowl filling up with Rice Checks or Wheat Checks. Man, oh man, it even sounds delicious. And it tastes even better. Those triple oven-toasted biscuits are tops for taste. Now we're pouring on the cream. Listen, you can almost hear those crisp, crunchy Chex filling up with that cream. And then for the first bite, wow, what a bite, sized just right. Because Chex are made in that modern bite-sized design, makes them tops for size. Hey, that's you, blasting off for a big day of action after a good, nourishing breakfast with Chex, the cereal's tops for get up and go. So, gang, go get Rice Chex today, and get Wheat Chex, too, the official bite-sized cereals of the Space Patrol. In the red and white checkerboard package with a picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside, the one and only cereals that bring you a free Space Patrol trading card inside the package. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. Now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits, advancing across the rocky surface of the planet Mercury toward the hideout of an escaped criminal.
Hold it, Happy. Something moved up there ahead of us.
It looked like an animal of some kind.
An animal on Mercury?
That's right. Well, whatever it is, there's another one.
Hap, it's a small robot. Castro is probably using them to observe us.
They look like turtles, except that they move a lot faster.
You go back a few hundred yards and figure out another plan of action. Hap, look behind us. We're surrounded by them.
Yes, sir. Oh, my leg!
It's some kind of weapon. They're shooting pain rays right through our spacesuits.
They're closing in on us. Dozens of them. Commander, I can't move.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Super Brain of VOLMER CASTRO, when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Baylor Kovach, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits advancing across the rocky surface of the planet Mercury toward the hideout of an escaped criminal.
Hold it, Happy. Something moved up there ahead of us.
It looked like an animal of some kind.
An animal on Mercury?
That's right. Well, whatever it is, there's another one.
Hap, they're small robots. Castro is probably using them to observe us.
They look like turtles, except that they move a lot faster.
You go back a few hundred yards and figure out another plan of action. Hap, look behind us. We're surrounded by them.
Yes, sir. Oh, my leg!
Some kind of weapon. They're shooting pain rays right through our spacesuits.
They're closing in on us, dozens of them. Commander, I can't move.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Super Brain of VOLMER CASTRO.
Say, Captain Toothfell, will you settle an argument for me and the gang?
I'll sure try, Tony. What's the trouble?
Well, sir, we're all fighting over which Nestle's chocolate bar is the best. Janie says the milk chocolate. Joey votes for the almond bar. But I say Crunch is the greatest. What do you think?
Well, now, Tony, that is a tough one. Because as everybody knows, Nestle's makes the very best chocolate, no matter which bar you favor. There's nothing as smooth and creamy as a Nestle's milk chocolate bar in the red and white wrapper. And the Nestle almond bar in the blue and white wrapper is the same rich chocolate loaded with fresh toasted almonds.
How about my favorite, Crunch?
I was coming to that. Nestle's Crunch is the really different chocolate bar with a mystery, crunchy consistency that gets crisper with every bite. It's really out of this world.
But which one do you really think is best?
Best? Why, any Nestle's bar is best, Tony. There's never any argument about that. So, gang, when you want the best in chocolate bars, you want Nestle's. You know what Commander Corey says? He says Nestle bars are tops in our ration because they have all the rich milk and sugar it takes to speed up your jets and give you extra rocket energy.
But, Captain, you still haven't settled our argument.
Well, tell you what, Tony, why don't you take this handful of Nestle's bars to the gang and tell them there's no use arguing. Just remember, Nestles. Nestle's makes the very best chocolate. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the super brain of VOLMER CASTRO. For nearly an hour, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have listened spellbound to Dr. Ernest Blake as the great authority on the human mind describes his new invention, the cerebroscope. Dr. Blake, a member of the clinical consulting staff of the Criminal Rehabilitation Center on the planet Mars, has made a special space flight to Terra to report his recent discoveries to Commander Corey.
As I understand it, Dr. Blake, your cerebroscope can actually increase or amplify intelligence.
Yes, Commander. Its full applications and possibilities can't be estimated at present without further tests.
A moment ago, Doctor, you said you had increased the intelligence of rats with your cerebroscope.
Yes, from 50 to 100%.
Wow.
It's very interesting, Dr. Blake, but... Dr. Blake, have you experimented on humans?
Well, that is one reason for my visit, Commander. I want official permission to test the cerebroscope on volunteers in the Criminal Rehabilitation Center.
You mean on those eligible to be discharged as cured?
Naturally. It might be dangerous to increase the mental powers of those who still have criminal tendencies. Just how dangerous, no one can say.
I don't believe you've answered my question, Doctor. Have you experimented on humans?
I made one test. Or rather, my assistant did.
Who was the subject?
I was.
What were the results?
Before the experiment, I took several intelligence tests under supervision of my assistant. After just 5 minutes of cerebroscope radiations, I repeated those tests along with similar tests. Commander, my score was more than 40% higher.
Smoking rockets.
And you're now more intelligent than you were before.
Perhaps. But I don't know how permanent the effects are or in how many areas of intellect the radiations are effective. That's why I want to make more tests on others.
Dr. Blake, I'd like to look into this matter a little further before I make a recommendation.
Well, could you come to the Rehabilitation Center and examine the cerebroscope?
I'd like to very much, Doctor, but I can't get away for at least 2 days.
Well, I have some business here on Terra that will keep me here that long. Suppose I contact you day after tomorrow.
Fine, Doctor. We'll see you then.
A short distance from Lowell City on the planet Mars is the Criminal Rehabilitation Center. Here, one of the latest arrivals, VOLMER CASTRO, is undergoing initial processing. He sits silently as the official interviewer, Rhoda Nexon, gives him routine instructions.
In this first test, a series of questions will be flashed on the screen.
Break it off, Rhoda. Break it off. Your tenants are gone.
Well, just to be safe, Mr. Castro, I think we'd better proceed with a regular test.
Now, look, I offered to let you use that cerebroscope on me in return for a chance to escape. The quicker you give me that treatment, the sooner I can figure a way to get out of here.
I know, but we can't make it obvious that I'm helping you escape. I'm taking enough chances as it is.
I'll cover you, Rhoda. I'll make it look as though I forced you to help me.
Well, then at least take part of the test. We've got plenty of time. The attendants won't be back for 3 hours.
How long does the cerebroscope treatment take?
I'm going to give you 15 minutes of radiation.
And that'll make me the smartest operator in the solar system, huh?
Well, I can't promise that, but your brain will be at least twice as efficient as it is now. Shall we get on with the test?
All right.
A few hours later, in Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, Commander Corey gives Cadet Happy some astonishing news.
I don't know the full details yet, Happy, but VOLMER CASTRO escaped from the rehab center.
Smoking rockets. How did he manage that?
That's the big mystery, Hap. It's almost as though he had the cooperation of the whole staff, yet we know that's impossible.
Commander, is it true about Castro? Is that why you sent for me?
Yes, Dr. Blake, it's true.
I can't believe it. No one has ever escaped from that Martian center.
I haven't pieced the story together yet, Doctor, but somehow Castro managed to deceive several key members of the staff. He literally walked out, or rather drove out in a surface car, and no one raised a hand to stop him.
I've had a strange premonition all morning, Commander. A strong feeling that something was wrong at the center. Since I took that cerebroscope treatment, my mind seems sensitive to thoughts of others. He must have had help to escape like that. Such a thing is unthinkable. Our staff is thoroughly reliable.
I know, and they're experienced in dealing with clever criminals.
This had to happen while I was away.
I haven't told you the worst part of it, Doctor. Your assistant, Rhoda Nexon, disappeared with Castro.
What?
And your cerebroscope is missing.
No.
It's true.
Hey, the cerebroscope. Say, wait a minute. Maybe that's the explanation.
How about it, Doctor? Could your device make a super-intelligent crook out of an ordinary swindler?
I can't say for certain. But I am afraid it's possible.
Well, still, how would Castro have known about the cerebroscope? And who would he get to give him the treatment?
That's what we're going to find out. Let's get to the spaceport and blast off for Mars.
An All Planets Alert has given every Space Patrol agent a description of VOLMER Castro and Dr. Blake's missing assistant, Rhoda Nexon. At this moment, the escaped criminal sits calmly in a small apartment in Lowell City, Mars, while Rhoda Nexon nervously but expertly checks a series of test forms.
Haven't you finished yet, Rhoda?
Oh, yes, but I was just rechecking.
Why waste time? You know as well as I do that the answer tabulating system is foolproof.
These results are unbelievable. Fantastic.
Then I am a genius, is that it?
It's frightening. Your score is 28 points higher than the previous top rating.
Is that so? And who is the ex-champion?
Professor Maxwell Huxley, a descendant of a long line of geniuses.
So I topped old Huxley, huh?
Well, not in the matter of actual information, of course, but in intellectual potential, you're far superior.
Naturally. So the cerebroscope made me an all-around genius.
No. In moral values, the sense of right and wrong, you're still subnormal. Well, Mr. Castro, we've completed the agreement, so I'll be going.
You'll remain with me. I may have further use for you.
I don't want any money from you, Mr. Castro, and I promise I won't go to the Space Patrol. Just let me go.
You might as well stop begging, Rhoda. Your pleading has absolutely no effect upon me, except to irritate me. I don't trust you, Miss Nexon, and I have good reason not to.
Well, what do you mean? Didn't I help you escape?
You had no intention of keeping that promise, Rhoda. You merely wanted a human guinea pig for an experiment. Dr. Blake refused to test his invention on human beings, so you decided to take advantage of his absence and do a little research on your own. Isn't that right?
Well, how did you know that?
And I was right. You didn't dream that Blake's gadget would make me able to outsmart you and the rest of the staff at the rehab center.
But I told you it would. Why would I risk getting in bad with Dr. Blake and losing my job? You've got what you wanted, a powerful brain and your freedom. Oh, be fair, Mr. Castro. Let me go.
Oh, you forget, Rhoda, that although my intellect is high, my sense of fairness, of right and wrong, is subnormal. Now, you're staying with me. Now, be quiet. I have to figure a way out of our present danger.
Danger? What danger?
I don't know exactly. But I have a strong sense of an opposing force. A powerful mind working against me. I think, in fact, I'm sure it's the mind of Dr. Ernest Blake.
Elsewhere at the Terra spaceport, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are ready to blast off for Mars. With them in the control compartment of the Terra 5 is Dr. Blake.
Instrument check completed, Commander.
Good. Dr. Blake will blast off as soon as we get the go-ahead from Space Control. Just relax.
There's something I should have told you before, Commander. I don't think there's any doubt that my assistant, Rhoda Nexon, is responsible for Castro's escape. Mind you, I can't give you a single bit of evidence for suspecting her of disobedience. Yet I'm convinced of it. What's more, I'm sure that before we reach Mars, I'll be able to tell you where to find Rhoda and Castro.
I hope you're right.
Space Control Terra to Commander Corey aboard Terra 5.
Corey here. Go ahead, Space Control.
Mars space lock is clear, sir. Space Control on.
Stand by for blast-off.
Standing by, sir.
Fire rockets.
Fire rockets.
Up, ship and away.
Come on, Rhoda. Let's get out of here.
The Space Patrol must be looking for us everywhere. For all we know, there may be agents out in the street right now.
There aren't. Our main source of danger is coming toward us now, from Terra.
How do you know?
Don't ask questions. I know a place on Mercury where we'll be perfectly safe. Right now, our enemies are roaring toward Mars. But they'll never arrive. They will destroy themselves out in space.
I just rechecked the vector computer, sir. We're 2 hours out of Mars.
That'll bring us into Lowell City at 1340. Is Dr. Blake still sleeping?
No, sir. The last time I went back aft, he was pacing his compartment and muttering to himself. When he saw me in the corridor, he slammed the door.
He's under quite a strain, poor fellow.
He's got me worried, Commander. How can he be so positive that Castro's in Lowell City? I think he knows a lot more about this escape than he lets on.
We'll find out how much he knows before very long.
You're not going to find out anything, Commander. I've got a blast gun here. Do what I tell you, or I'll use it.
Dr. Blake, this is hardly the time for a joke.
This is no joke, Corey. You're planning to hold me responsible for Castro's escape. Well, you're not going to hold me up to disgrace. Change vector.
Dr. Blake, I don't know what you're talking about.
Do what I tell you, or I'll blast both of you.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Come and get it! Hey, all you rocket jockeys, I've got something new and sensational to tell you about today. I mean Nestle's Quick, the greatest way to make chocolate milk you ever tasted. Quick makes the richest, most chocolatey, most delicious chocolate milk in all the universe. It's the same wonderful flavor as Nestle chocolate bars. Oh, just think if drinking milk could taste like that. Jumpin' Jupiter. And Space Patrollers, Nestle's Quick is just as quick and easy to make as it is delicious. You can fix yourself a tall, frosty glass of Quick in no time, anytime. Now, here's all you do. Pour out your glass of milk and then add 2 spoonfuls of Quick powder. Yes, sir, you heard me. First, you pour in the milk, and then you put in the Quick. Nestle's designed Quick to mix in a flash. It's never messy to make, and you don't have to beat it or shake it in special containers. And that special Nestle's chocolate flavor won't settle at the bottom or stick to the sides. No, sir. Quick is real chocolatey from the first sip to the last swallow. And Mom will be real pleased to know that Quick is fortified with vitamin D, just what you need for strong, healthy bones. And believe me, when Mom sees how you drink up every drop of your milk, she'll be glad to get Nestle's Quick all the time. Now, gang, here's how to get the official chocolate milk maker for all Space Patrollers. Ask Mom to bring home the big brown and yellow can of Nestle's Quick. That's Q-U-I-K, Quick. And then the happiest sound at your house will be the one that means great chocolate milk. That's the Quick Call, like this. Come and get it! Nestle's Quick! And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the super brain of VOLMER CASTRO. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are aboard the Terra 5, heading for the planet Mars with Dr. Ernest Blake, inventor of the cerebroscope, a device that vastly increases the efficiency of the brain. Through the use of this invention, VOLMER CASTRO was able to outwit the staff of the Martian Criminal Rehabilitation Center and escape, taking Dr. Blake's assistant, Rhoda Nexon, with him. For some unaccountable reason, Dr. Blake is attempting to force Buzz to change the vector of the Terra 5.
I'm warning you, Corey. Don't turn around or I'll blast you.
Okay, Doctor, you name it. Where do we go?
Let's see.
Drop the gun, Doctor. I said drop it. There. It's okay, Commander. I've got him.
Nice work, Happy. I'll admit you had me worried when you jumped him.
Take a look at the gun, Commander.
Oh, he was bluffing. It's a ray gun.
Yes, sir. If it was a blaster, I wouldn't have dared risk it. When I saw it was a ray gun, I figured the worst that could happen to you was that, well, he'd put you to sleep for an hour.
It's a ray gun. What have I done? What have I done?
You haven't done anything, fortunately. But just what were you trying to do, Doctor?
I don't know. I must have lost my mind. Something made me do it, Commander. Some powerful force took control of me. Castro.
Castro?
Yes. I know he's used the cerebroscope now. I know it.
And you think he forced you to attack us?
There's no doubt about it. My behavior a moment ago, it couldn't possibly have benefited me. But it could benefit Castro. I tell you, I thought that ray gun was a blaster.
It's hard to believe that Castro could control your mind from a distance, yet he seems to have deceived and controlled the staff at the rehab center.
Yeah, there must be a lot more to this cerebroscope of yours than you told us, Doctor.
There's a lot about the human mind that we don't know. I tell you, Commander, Volmer Castro's mind is powerful enough to send a spark across space to my mind.
And perhaps you're sending a spark to his.
Yes, but not as strong. Remember, I was subjected to the cerebroscope radiations for a few minutes. Who knows how long Castro may have been under the treatment.
Wow.
Commander, Mercury. Change vector to Mercury.
Why?
That's where you'll find Castro.
Catch him, Happy. Yes, sir. He's unconscious, sir.
Take care of him, Hap. I'm changing vector to Mercury.
Some moments later, viewscope scanning beams sweep back and forth over the rocky surface of the planet Mercury as Buzz and Appy search for a trace of VOLMER Castro.
If Dr. Blake is right, we should be over Castro's hiding place.
Should I wake the doctor, sir?
I don't think you could, Happy. A while ago, I gave him a short burst with a vapor injector to put him to sleep.
Smoking rockets. Is he getting out of hand again?
No, it was Dr. Blake's own idea. He's afraid that if his brain is fully conscious, Castro might become aware of it and know we were after him.
Oh, I see.
So immediately after the doctor got his mental fix on Castro, he asked to be put to sleep.
Uh-oh. Commander, look.
A grounded spaceship.
Yeah, in the black shadow of that peak. Without the infrared probe beam, we'd never have seen it.
Get our spacesuits out of the locker, Hap. We'll land and search for Castro's hideout.
Under the sun-baked rock of Mercury, VOLMER Castro relaxes in one of the cool, comfortably furnished chambers of his hideout. His captive, Rhoda Nexon, paces the floor nervously.
Rhoda, sit down. Take it easy.
I don't like this place. How long are you going to keep me here?
Really, you could be in a far worse place. Even if it is underground, it's well lighted, with its own independent air-producing system. I've set aside a room for your private use.
Look at you, Castro. You fancy yourself a master criminal, and yet you're living underground like a mole, hiding.
That's only temporary. In time, I shall be able to go and come as I please.
Suppose the Space Patrol finds your hideout. You're trapped.
I'm not defenseless, Rhoda. I have a corps of alert and well-armed sentries guarding this place.
I haven't seen a living soul here.
That's right. I didn't say the sentries were living. They're small, highly maneuverable, and in some respects they think for themselves.
Robots.
Exactly. The robots could hold off quite a force until I escape through the cavern to the spaceship, if necessary.
I don't care how brilliant you are, Castro. You're still one man against organized society.
At present, I am just one man. But a true leader has no difficulty recruiting followers. I will draw them into me with irresistible force.
What's that?
Come, Rhoda. I better lock you up for the time being.
What do you mean, lock me up? What's happening?
The robot sentries have sighted a moving object on the surface near the hideout. Before I go to the control chamber, I'm going to put you where you can't interfere.
Meantime, in their spacesuits, Buzz and Appy walk across the rough, oven-hot rock surface of Mercury, searching for Castro's hideout. Suddenly, Buzz grips Happy's arm.
Hold it, Happy. Something moved up there ahead of us.
It looked like an animal of some kind.
An animal on Mercury?
That's right. There's no atmosphere. Well, whatever it is, there's another one.
Hap, they're robots. Castro is probably using them to observe us.
They look like turtles, except they move a lot faster.
We'll go back a few hundred yards and figure out another plan of action. Hap, look behind us. We're surrounded by them.
Yes, sir. Oh, my leg.
There's some kind of weapon. They're shooting pain rays right through our spacesuits.
They're closing in on us. Dozens of them.
But they've stopped now. It's almost as though they were watching us.
They are, and so am I.
It's VOLMER Castro, I believe.
That's right, Commander. I can see every move you make through the viewscope eye of each of those little robots. I can monitor you through any single robot or a combination. Now, since you seem so anxious to find my hideout, my sentries will escort you. Follow them.
All right, Castro.
First, drop your ray guns. Go on, or I'll jolt you with a pain ray. That's better.
Surrounded by the strange turtle-like robots, Buzz and Appy make their way across the rough rocks. Almost like living things, the robots occasionally break formation to avoid obstacles, but immediately close in again. Finally, Buzz and Appy enter an airlock with 4 of the robots scurrying in after them. At last, they're in an underground chamber, face to face with VOLMER Castro.
That's it, gentlemen. Raise your face pieces.
All right, Castro. What have you done with Rhoda Nexon?
She's here, Commander. You will join her in a moment. You were directed here by Dr. Blake, I presume. I thought I'd disposed of him out in space, but occasionally I still seem to make slight contact with his mind. Here, Rhoda, I've brought you some company.
Space Patrolman.
Yes, Commander Corey and a cadet. Commander, you'll notice that the robots have stopped a few feet away from you. They're watching you. They're going to see that none of you leave this room alive.
Castro, what are you going to do?
I'm going to the control panel.
he's a fiend, Commander. A fiend with a super brain.
Did you help him escape from the rehab center?
I didn't mean to. Honestly, I did not. I never dreamed anything like this would happen.
Let's not waste time talking. Hap, let's see if we can get out of here.
Maybe we can break down that door.
Oh! Hold it. We've got to knock out those robots. When we get close to them, they blast us with a pain ray.
If there was only something in here we could use for a weapon.
There's nothing. I've looked.
If there was only a rod or something, maybe we could flip them over on their backs and get out of their range. Hey, how about that chair?
We couldn't get close enough. Even if we threw the chair, I doubt that it would smash them. They look very rugged.
Yeah, there's nothing on these walls except a couple of mirrors. Nothing that would do us any good.
Oh.
I'm at the robot control panel now, Corey. I'm gradually increasing the strength of the pain rays. In a few moments, you'll all suffer unendurable agony. You can't avoid the robots. Wherever you move, they'll follow you. Even when I'm on my way to my spaceship, the robots will continue their work.
I can't stand this.
Commander, she's fainted.
The girl is fortunate. I'm leaving now, Commander, with Blake's cerebroscope. I can't bear to watch people suffer.
Dirty rat.
We can't fight those robots. But maybe we can trick them.
How?
Notice they avoid each other. It's a built-in reaction to keep them from getting in each other's way.
Yeah, well, that doesn't do us much good. We're not robots.
No, but maybe we can make these gadgets think we are.
Huh?
The mirrors. We'll each take one from the wall. Hap, hurry.
Yes, sir.
Hold the mirror close to the floor, Hap. Now, watch out. Don't drop it.
Oh, the pain is so bad I can hardly control myself.
Hurry, Hap. Hold the mirror so the robot's electric eye will see its own reflection. Like this.
Commander, it's working. They're turning away from us.
They act like they're going mad.
Yeah, they're whirling around like crazy.
Maneuver them away from the door. That's it.
Wow, are they confused?
Keep them that way while I try to break down the door. Here, take this other mirror.
Yes, sir.
Keep them at bay. Got it, Hap. Keep the robots off while I carry the girl out.
Okay, Commander. I've got them under control.
All right, Hap. I've got Rhoda. Hang on to those mirrors and back toward the door.
Yes, sir. They're following us, Commander.
I don't think that broken door will hold them, but the mirrors will. Hap, as you back out of the room, put that chair in front of the doorway and prop the mirrors against it.
Okay, Commander. Hey, it's holding them, sir. They won't come any closer than 3 feet from the mirror.
Let's find a spacesuit for Rhoda and get her to the ship.
Well, what about Castro and those other robots outside?
We'll smash the robot control panel. Then we've got to get to Terra 5 before Castro tries to blast it from his ship.
Moments later, Buzz and Appy get Rhoda Nexon aboard the Terra 5, where the now fully conscious Dr. Blake is anxiously waiting for them.
Doctor, take care of Rhoda. Get her out of that spacesuit.
Yes, Commander. Is she all right?
She's coming around.
I saw that ship blast off, Commander, about 5 minutes ago.
It was Castro.
You're lucky, Doctor. If Castro had any space weapons aboard, he'd have blasted this ship for sure. Happy, prepare the ship for blastoff.
Yes, sir.
My cerebroscope. Did you find it?
Castro took it with him.
You were right, Doctor. Rhoda gave him a treatment. He's got a super brain.
With my cerebroscope, he can take other criminals and raise their mental powers.
Smoking rockets. He can form a ring of super criminals.
That's what we've got to prevent.
Yes, but what chance have we got? With that tremendous intellect of his.
Don't forget, Doctor. No man is really smart if he sets all decent people against him. Happy, fire rockets. Up, ship and away.
In just a moment, an action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Brought to you by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Say, did you ever take a taste test, Space Patrollers? Well, man, oh man, it sure is fun when it's Chex you're taste testing. How do I know? Well, I just took one. First, I tested them with sugar and cream. Super keen taste. Then I added fruit. Super neat taste. Next, I tried them right out of the red and white checkerboard package. That was a snack test. And Chex, rice, or wheat for snacks can't be beat. Yes, sir, gang. I rate Chex tops for taste. You'll rate them tops, too. Next, I tried them for size. Bite size is the just right size. Just right for your spoon. Just right for delicious, easy eating. Chex, rice, or wheat, tops for size. You bet. And as for get up and go, gang, have yourself a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, and you'll be rated tops for get up and go. So, Space Patrollers, you take the Rice Chex, Wheat Chex taste test today. And I'm positive you'll agree, Chex rate tops 3 ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, the cereals with the super swell free Space Patrol trading card inside the red and white checkerboard package. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. A saboteur has just escaped from the locked compartment aboard the Terra 5. Now, with ray guns drawn, Buzz and Happy are searching the ship.
He still must have that special spacesuit on, sir. At least it wasn't in the compartment.
How did he get out?
Smashed the door.
Rough customer. There he is. After him, Hap. Halt where you are, I'll fire.
He's heading for the weapons compartment.
This'll stop him.
Wow, that ray gun never even phased him.
It's that suit. He's completely shielded. Come on, we'll have to tackle him.
He's in the compartment with all those weapons.
All right, Halcorn, come out of there.
Come and get me. And you better have something better than a ray gun, because I can drop you if you take another step.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Test of the XK3. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Len Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston. Produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Norman Jolly, Virginia Hewitt, Ken Mayer, and Anthony Sides. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for the new, exciting Space Patrol. Space Patrol was brought to you today by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Visions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, a saboteur has just escaped from a locked compartment aboard the Terra 5. Now, with ray guns drawn, Buzz and Happy are searching the ship.
He still must have that special spacesuit on, sir. At least it wasn't in the compartment.
How did he get out?
Smashed the door.
Picked up customer. There he is. After him, Hap. Halt where you are, I'll fire.
He's heading for the weapons compartment.
This'll stop him.
Wow, that ray gun never even phased him.
That suit. He's completely shielded. Come on, we'll have to tackle him.
He's in the compartment with all the weapons.
All right, Halcorn, come out of there.
Come and get me. You'd better have something better than a ray gun, because I can drop you if you take another step.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Test of the XK3.
One bowl of rice checks. Here you are, Commander.
Thank you.
Me, I'll have wheat checks.
Hi, Space Patrollers. This is Commander Corey.
And Cadet Happy, having ourselves a top breakfast with our favorite cereals, Chex.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, Space Patrollers. Tops for taste. Terrific tasting out of the box or out of the bowl.
Smoking rockets, they're delicious.
Chex are tops for size. Size just right for easy eating.
You know something, Space Patrollers? That neat bite size makes Chex taste even more delicious.
Right, Hap. And, gang, a good, nourishing breakfast with Chex is tops for get up and go.
Official Space Patrol get up and go, just like the Commander has.
So go get 'em, Space Patrollers. Chex, rice or wheat.
In the red and white checkerboard packages.
With a picture of me or the swell picture of Cadet Happy on the outside and the free Space Patrol trading card inside.
Say, Commander, how about another bowl of Chex? This time, I think I'll have rice Chex.
Make mine wheat Chex.
And now today's Space Patrol adventure, The Test of the XK3. Commander Corey faces the problem of capturing VOLMER CASTRO, a criminal whose already clever mind has been transformed into a superintelligence by means of an ingenious brain sensitizer. But as far as the public is concerned, the escaped crime genius is of minor importance compared to a coming race from Pluto to Neptune to test a new space drive for interplanetary flight. Even in Space Patrol headquarters on the man-made planet Terra, the race seems to have taken priority over the search for Castro. In his central office, Buzz Corey focuses a pinpoint tracer beam on a gigantic space chart as Cadet Happy looks on.
This will show you the relative positions of Pluto and Neptune, Happy.
Yes, sir. They're in opposition to the sun.
Right. As far apart from each other as they can ever get, nearly 7 billion miles, or more than 250 million DU.
Wow, that'll be some race.
Mm-hmm. It's the longest straight line distance between any two relatively stable points in the solar system.
Yes, sir. But if the distance is the object, why not race the two ships clear around the orbit of Pluto?
That may come later, Hap. But if the XK-3 performs the way we think it will, no further test or demonstration will be necessary.
Well, then you think the XK-3 is sure to win?
Well, it's too early to be certain about something as new and revolutionary as the new space drive, Happy.
Well, from what I hear, nobody but a lot of old fogies think the Atlas stands a chance.
Well, I wouldn't call a man an old fogey merely because he puts his faith in something that's been proved dependable. The Atlas has covered billions of DUs with the standard drive.
I'd sure like to be aboard the XK-3, Commander.
No one is going to be aboard either ship. Each will be robot-controlled.
Oh, to keep the human element out of the contest, huh?
At the present stage, the XK-3 space drive isn't shielded against radiation.
Oh?
If the test is successful, shielding will be installed, but it would be pretty expensive to shield a unit that probably will have to be pulled apart anyway for a checkup. All right, Happy, suppose we forget about the race and settle down to work. Huh?
And that means VOLMER Castro. Any leads on him yet, sir?
We're checking on his past associates.
Yeah, but now that he's got his super brain, he'll probably get himself a new gang. Crooks more in keeping with his high IQ.
That's undoubtedly what Castro wants to do, but it'll take time. Smart as he is, Castro can't go it alone. He's wanted by the Space Patrol. He'll need help. Obviously, no honest man will help him.
So we'll have to contact some of his old gang.
Right. The doctor's cerebroscope didn't put facts or knowledge in Castro's brain. It only made his brain more able to use the facts that are already there. Right now, he'll use that intelligence to gratify his old selfish motives and weaknesses.
Well, what are his weaknesses, sir, outside of stealing?
That's what we want to find out from his former associates. Let's contact Captain Damon and see if he's picked up any of Castro's old gang.
Elsewhere, in a small community on the planet Mars, VOLMER Castro seems entirely unconcerned by the fact that he is number one on the Space Patrol list of wanted criminals. His penetrating eyes never leave those of his visitor, a tall, burly spaceship technician named Grant Halcorn.
You understand, Halcorn? You'll leave at once for the Pluto test base. Your traveling instructions are in this folder.
Well, look, Mr. Castro, I don't know about getting inside the base.
It's all been arranged. We'll have no trouble if you keep your mouth shut. Once you're aboard the XK-3, well, you know what to do.
I suppose they make a check of the ship before blastoff.
Of course they will. But they won't be looking for stowaways. Not in that gear compartment smack up against the space drive unit. Now, they'll be too interested in checking instruments and controls.
I'm worried about that spacesuit, Mr. Castro. Doesn't seem like much protection.
It's been thoroughly tested. You'll have done your work and be out of the ship before a harmful dose of radiation has a chance to penetrate.
Yeah, if I can stand the exhilaration. That suit's awful bulky. Suppose I can't move to the escape hatch.
The XK-3 won't be given high acceleration until the flight's well underway. By that time, well, you'll have made the necessary adjustments to the robot controls to prevent acceleration.
Sure. Then I bail out as the ship crosses the Jupiter orbit.
That's right. Your jetpack will be sufficient to give you a trajectory away from the XK-3's vector, and I'll pick you up.
Okay, Mr. Castro.
I got this, Halcorn. I've got a considerable sum of money on this race. The XK-3 is the heavy favorite. If the Atlas wins, I'll have 10 million credits to set up my organization.
Now, don't worry. The XK-3 won't stand a chance.
Naturally.
Two days later, in Space Patrol headquarters, Buzz and Happy checked through data Space Patrol agents have supplied on Castro and former members of his gang. On the huge space chart, two small lights, one red, one green, move with agonizing slowness sunward from Pluto. Despite the temptation to watch the progress of the race, Happy diligently checks the reports.
What a bum this guy Castro is, Commander. Even his pals can't trust him. Here are 6 guys who've told our agents that if they even saw Castro again, they'd bust him in the jaw.
Well, they might have said that just for effect. Did any of them say why they were angry at him?
Yes, sir. They're all sore about the same thing. Castro made bets with them and then welched when he lost. But he always collected when he won.
Very interesting, Happy. Very interesting. We've just learned something quite useful about Castro.
We have?
Yes. He's a gambler.
Yeah, and very unsportsmanlike.
I'll notify our undercover men to keep an eye on suspected big-time gamblers. They'll need cooperation from local authorities on that. Gambling is out of Space Patrol jurisdiction.
Some guys will gamble on anything. I know a mechanic who's betting on the Atlas. Imagine a guy who's supposed to know something about spaceships, and he bets against the XK-3.
Well, perhaps out of sense of loyalty, Happy. You know how fond you can get of a spaceship, whether you fly it or help repair it.
Well, he's one of those old fogies who doesn't like anything new.
Well, we must have a lot of old fogies in the universe, Hap. A lot of intelligent people think the Atlas will win.
People must be crazy. The odds are 20 to 1. And look at the chart, sir. The Atlas blasted off ahead of the XK-3, and already the XK-3 is gaining.
The race has just started. Neptune is still millions of DUs away.
Well, the only way the Atlas can win is for somebody to fire a space torpedo into the XK-3.
If you're worried about somebody blasting the XK-3, forget it. I've assigned patrol ships from every planet to guard the race vector.
Oh, the lucky guy that drew the assignment for Terra. Who got it, sir?
Happy, I volunteered to patrol the Terra sector, and now you'd like to go along?
Would I? Smoking rockets? I mean, well, yes, sir.
There's plenty of time. The lead ship isn't even to the Saturn orbit yet.
Yeah, the Atlas is leading. But I bet the first ship we see is the XK-3. Here it comes, Commander, and right on vector.
Yes, fairly close to schedule, too. Adjust the viewscope sensitivity control, Hap. Let's see which ship it is.
Oh, it's the XK-3, of course. What else could... Hey. Commander, it's the Atlas.
Why shouldn't it be the Atlas? It blasted off first. It's the total elapsed time that determines the winner.
Well, yes, sir, but the way the XK-3 was gaining at first...
I'll check with Pluto. Commander Corey aboard Terra 5 calling Pluto Space Control, XK-3 robot testing section. Corey to XK-3 testing section.
This is XK-3 testing section. Go ahead, Commander.
The Atlas just passed Terra Patrol segment of the test vector, approximately on schedule.
Yes, sir. We've been monitoring the Atlas control section. The Atlas was thrown off a vector by meteors outside the Saturn orbit. Velocity was reduced, and vector changed to avoid meteors. The Atlas is now back on plotted vector, but behind schedule.
What about the XK-3?
We are having trouble, sir.
What kind of trouble?
Well, Colonel Balcom thinks it's the space drive. Acceleration hasn't developed as it should.
Could it be the robot controls?
No, the Colonel doesn't think so. The new space drive responded perfectly beyond the limit of previous tests. But now there seems to be a dampening off, as the Colonel expressed it.
And you can't compensate by adjusting the robot controls?
We've tried that, Commander. The trouble showed up near the Jupiter orbit. We are in complete control here on Pluto, except that the space drive seems to choke itself off. The Colonel described it as a self-limiting function inherent in the drive force. Acceleration is becoming deceleration. But I would be glad to relay any suggestion to the Colonel.
Colonel Balcom is in complete charge of the XK-3. There are no suggestions. Corey out.
Of all the rotten luck.
In his private cruiser, VOLMER CASTRO carefully adjusts his spacephone receiver to a prearranged frequency, while holding a vector some distance from that of the test course.
Alcoin to Castro. Alcoin to Castro.
Castro here. Keep your transmitter power as it is. I can reach it.
If you got a fix on this ship, I'm going to bail out. I've stuck with this crate too long already.
Now, there was a reason. The Atlas was delayed by meteors. I didn't want the XK-3 to gain an advantage because of that.
She's choked down now, Chief. The more they try to accelerate her from Pluto control, the more she'll slough off.
Good. Bail out. I'll pick you up.
Listen, I'm only a speck in space. The momentum of the ship will carry me forward.
I can mentally compute your trajectory when you leave the ship. And don't worry. I may have to hold off until patrol ships are out of range.
I've got it in the viewscope, sir. The XK-3. But it might as well be a century-old tub the way it's blooping along.
I can't understand it, Hap. There's nothing in the short test of the XK-3 to suggest trouble like this with a new space drive.
Somebody in Pluto robot control is goofing up.
Well, that's unlikely, Hap. Any defect in a robot control system would show up in the self-analyzer, the self-monitoring system. And you know as well as that. Hap, look at the viewscope screen, number 3.
Smoking rockets. What is it, a baby meteor?
I don't think so. At any rate, it's receding from us. No meteor was ever that shape. Get a vector on it, Hap.
Yes, sir. Hey, am I nuts? It looks like a man. A man in a spacesuit.
You're right. Line him up in the vector computer, quickly.
Well, what in the name of Jupiter's moons is he doing out there? Now, I've got it, sir. Unless he's changed course with a jetpack or something, this is the way it lines up.
His vector would cross that of the XK-3.
Yes, sir. But backtracking the XK3 vector, the ship and the man were at the intersecting point at the same instant. Either they came mighty close to a collision,
Or the man's trajectory began at the ship.
In other words, he was aboard the XK3. But that's impossible. Nobody could survive the radiation from the power unit. It's completely unshielded.
I'm changing vector. We're going to overtake that man. Get into a spacesuit, Hap, and then into the airlock. Get ready to pull him aboard.
In a few moments, the Terra 5 has adjusted its forward velocity to match that of the man in the spacesuit. In his own spacesuit, Cadet Happy waits in the airlock with the outer hatch open, ready to pull the man into the ship. Now the strange Voyager floats rigidly, like an inflated toy a few feet from the open hatch, as Happy directs Commander Corey by spaceophone.
I've got him, sir. I'm pulling him in.
Careful. Is he armed?
No, sir. He's got a new type of spacesuit. Thick metal. It looks like a... Uh-oh, my radiation indicator's clicking like mad. This guy's as radioactive as a ton of uranium.
Get him aft to the decontamination compartment, quickly.
Following Commander Corey's orders, Cadet Happy takes the unresisting captive to the decontamination compartment, thrusts him in, and turns on the radiation neutralizers. Half an hour later, at the commander's request, Happy goes back aft to investigate, then rushes to the control compartment.
Commander, he's gone. He's got out of the compartment.
What?
It's empty, sir. He must be hiding further aft.
I'll cut on to automatic control. All right, come on. Have your ray gun ready.
Yes, sir. He must still have that special spacesuit on, sir. At least it wasn't in the compartment.
How did it get out?
It smashed the door. But the radiation must have been neutralized. The decontaminator was off automatically. There he is.
After him, Hap. Hold where you are, I'll fire.
Commander, he's heading for the weapons compartment.
This will stop him.
Wow, the ray gun never even phased him.
That suit. It's completely shielded. Come on, we'll have to tackle him.
He's in the compartment with all those weapons.
All right, come out of there.
Come and get me. And you better have something better than a ray gun, because I can drop you if you take another step.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Dick Tupel with news from Edwards Air Force Base, Muroc, California. I've got an interesting story for you this morning about one of the most unusual-looking planes in the sky today, the XF-92A, designed by Convair Aircraft, San Diego. Now, in just a second, I'm going to introduce you to the Air Force test pilot on that plane, Major Chuck Yeager, the first man to fly faster than the speed of sound. But first, I'd like to tell you a few things about the XF-92A. It looks exactly like a triangle. It's often called the flying triangle. Wings are swept back at a severe angle, 60 degrees. Top speed of this Air Force interceptor is about 700 miles per hour. Service ceiling is over 45,000 feet. And it takes some doing to test fly a ship like that. You need energy, plenty of it. And to face the risk involved, you need steady nerves. And now let's hear what a real test pilot has to say about it. Meet Chuck Yeager.
Let me tell you what it takes to be a test pilot. To start with, I have to be in good condition. That means get plenty of rest, plenty of exercise, and good food at every meal. For breakfast, I like a cereal that really tastes good and has plenty of energy.
Like Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, right, Chuck? Yes, Chex are the cereals that are tops three ways. For taste, for size, for real get-up and go. So make sure you keep yourself ready for action, the way famous test pilots do. Pick your cereal for flavor and for energy. Today, get Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. And remember, they're tops with America's top pilots. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, the test of the XK3. Buzz and Happy, patrolling the Terra segment of a test race vector between Pluto and Neptune, discover a man in a spacesuit, hurtling through space on an angle from the course of the XK3. Buzz suspects the man has been aboard the robot-controlled XK3, but does not know that he is Grant Halcorn, hired by VOLMER CASTRO to sabotage the experimental ship. When Halcorn escapes from the radiation decontamination compartment, Buzz and Happy fire their ray guns at him, but with no result. Halcorn reaches the weapons compartment of the Terra 5 and threatens to shoot the space patrolmen if they move.
You might as well put up those ray guns. They won't penetrate this suit. If you come a step closer, I'll put you both to sleep.
What'll we do, Commander?
This ray gun will work on both of you, even through the cadet suit, and you know it. Well, what are you going to do?
All right. Step out and let's talk it over.
There's nothing to talk over. Just keep your distance, Commander.
Just who are you, and what are you doing aboard the XK3?
Oh, you figured that out, huh?
Well, I don't think there's any harm in telling you now. Grant Halcorn. I was just making sure that the XK3 wouldn't win the race against the Atlas.
Who are you working for?
What makes you think I'm working for anybody?
Because really smart men don't run risks of radiation burns, even in shielded suits. The smart boys hire chumps like you to take all the chances.
Is that so?
Now, who would want the new spaceship drive to fail? Someone interested in standard drive ships?
Maybe.
No, Halcorn. Anyone in the industry would realize that one failure wouldn't stop progress. The only one who would benefit would be a man who would bet heavily against the favorite. In other words, a professional gambler. A gambler who refuses to take chances. Someone like VOLMER CASTRO.
All right, Corey. I haven't got time to listen to you. Get moving, both of you.
I hit it right, didn't I, Halcorn?
I said shut up. Go on. Move forward. You too. So smart, Corey. Well, this time you're up against some real brains. Hold it. It's in this compartment. Never mind, I'll look myself. Empty. In you go, Commander. Go on! Yeah, that'll hold Corey. Now you, Cadet, you're coming up forward and show me how to work your spacephone. I've got to contact a certain party. All right, cadets. Stand right where you are. If you move, I'll put you out cold with a ray gun. Got it?
Sure. Big shot.
Halcorn to Castro. Halcorn calling Castro.
Castro here. Go ahead.
I'll make it short, Chief. Aboard Corey's flagship, the Terra 5, but don't worry, I'm in charge.
You telling the truth?
Sure. Commander's locked up in a compartment, and the cadets here at the business end of a ray gun. Now, here's what I did.
I'm not interested in details. We haven't much time. Head for Jupiter's fourth moon. You know the place I mean.
Yeah, you bet.
Land and come aboard. And we'll blast off for Venus and wait there until my men collect the bets.
You'll collect, all right. The Atlas is sure to win.
I know. Now, change vector for Jupiter moon number 4 as quickly as you can. Castro out.
Right, Chief.
So the commander was right. You are working for Castro.
Shut up and take those controls. Head this ship to Jupiter number 4. Now, don't try any cute antics. What's that? The meteor alarm?
I don't know. Smoke on rockets. It's the air system. There's a leak in the hull.
Where?
Check the indicator. There, see where that red light's flashing?
Yeah, I see. Well, where's the damage?
In compartment 3. We've got to get there quick.
Take it easy. It's airtight, isn't it? You and I have got spacesuits on.
Yeah, but Commander Corey's in there. He hasn't got a spacesuit.
That's his tough luck.
Look, Halcorn, if you bring the commander into Castro alive, isn't that going to boost your stock?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, then hurry. If we act quickly, maybe we can save him.
All right, get going. Here's compartment 3. Close your face piece.
Okay.
Someone open the door.
Hurry, Halcorn. We've got to work fast.
Yeah. Hey, where's Corey? Where'd you go?
Drop that ray gun, Halcorn. Drop it. I've got him have you raise the space piece.
Yes, sir.
And sit on him. He's hard to handle.
All right, Halcorn, just relax.
Now, take it easy, Halcorn. There's no hole in the hull.
Oh, that's a relief, sir. But what set off the alarm?
Thermostat on the bulkhead.
The thermostat? But it'll only sound an alarm if it registers excessive cold or heat.
It was heat that did it. Have friction from rubbing my belt against it. Let's get Halcorn out of that spacesuit so it'll be easier to handle. And we'll get him up forward. And Halcorn, if you know what's good for you, you'll talk. Talk fast.
That's the straight truth, Commander. Castro's waiting for me on Jupiter's fourth moon.
First, I'd like to restore the XK-3's robot controls to normal.
There's nothing you can do about that, Corey.
The XK-3 must be virtually in free fall by now. If we take all the acceleration we can stand, we can overtake the XK-3 and correct those instruments.
How can we locate the XK-3?
Pluto Space Control is probably broadcasting periodic reports. Check that frequency. I'll get into Halcorn's shielded suit and be ready to go aboard.
By the time Buzz has donned the heavy, cumbersome spacesuit, Happy has obtained a fix on the XK-3. It is still hurtling on toward Neptune at a steady velocity, but of course losing ground to the still accelerating Atlas. With Happy at the controls and Halcorn securely bound, the Terra 5 gains steadily on the XK-3. Then Commander Corey steps into the airlock, ready to transfer to the robot ship. With the spaceophone transmitter at low power, Happy contacts Buzz.
We're alongside, Commander.
Ready when you are, Hap. Apply magnetic holding field.
Yes, sir. Airlock's joined, sir.
Very good, Happy. I'm going aboard.
Everything okay, sir?
Yes, Hap. I'm at the robot instrument panel now.
Can you fix it, sir?
Yes, but I'd defy anybody to figure out what was wrong if they didn't know exactly what Halcorn did in here. He's made adjustments that gradually cancel out the control impulses from Pluto.
I didn't think Halcorn was that bright.
He just followed instructions. Castro is the genius. He's figured out the right combination to dampen the controls. Something that wouldn't happen by accident once in a million times.
Wow.
I've about got it reset, Hap. It'll take several seconds to build up the balance, which is lucky. It'll give me time to get back to Terra 5 before the space drive takes hold.
I'll be ready to cut loose, sir.
Do it the second I give the word, Hap. There. That's the last setting. Stand by.
Standing by, sir.
I'm in the airlock, Hap. Disengage holding field.
Okay, sir. Smoking rockets. The XK-3 really took off. Are you okay, Commander?
Yes. I'll go back to the decontamination compartment and neutralize this radiation. You set a vector for Jupiter's fourth moon.
Following the directions of Grant Halcorn, Cadet Happy skims low over the surface of Jupiter's moon, number 4. Suddenly, below them, in a crater, Buzz and Happy see a private space cruiser. A few moments later, inside the cruiser, VOLMER Castro watches with grim satisfaction as a figure lumbers across the floor of the crater in a bulky spacesuit. Then, as he hears steps in the airlock, he draws a ray gun and holds it behind his back.
Well, Halcorn, raise your face, please, and get out of that suit. It must be very uncomfortable.
Hello, Castro.
Corey, hold it. Don't move.
Oh, come now, Castro. A man of your intelligence should know that a ray gun can't penetrate this shielded suit.
It might work at close range. You better hold it, Corey. I warned you.
Hand over the gun. All right, Castro. Get into a spacesuit. I'm taking you aboard Terra 5. And get this simple fact into that super brain of yours. One false move and I'll flatten. Castro, get that suit off. And we'll put you back aft with your friend Halcorn. Prepare to blast off, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Well, what's so funny, Castro?
Well, just amused. You know, when I'm discharged from the center, I'll be free of what you call my criminal tendencies. But I'll still have my superior intellect.
I hope so.
And I'll have more than that. I'll be a very rich man, Corey. And what will you be doing? Still risking your neck while every crook in the solar system hopes you'll break it.
Frankly, that's what I like. But what makes you think you'll be a rich man?
From the money I've won on the race. I can still collect, you know.
Happy, get the Neptune Space Control channel, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
Bulletin, NY 459. Repeating for all Space Patrol units. Neptune City Space Control. The robot cargo ship Atlas has just landed at the spaceport, completing a non-stop flight from Pluto.
See what I tell you, I won.
The Atlas arrived just 2 hours and 15 minutes after the XK-3 broke all records.
It's impossible.
The XK-3 with its new space drive roared into victory despite a long delay that gave the Atlas a 10 million DU lead. Official figures of the XK-3's record run will be released at 0900 Universal Star Time. Neptune Space Control out.
It can't be.
I don't believe in gambling, Castro, but this is one bet you're going to pay in full.
Ready for blastoff, sir.
Fire rockets.
Fire rockets.
Up, ship and away.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle chocolate bars. Hey, gang, do you hear this at your house? Come and get it! Nestle's Quick! Yes, that's the Nestle's Quick Call, music to the ears of every space patroller. Quick makes the most delicious chocolate milk ever invented. It's rich, it's smooth, it's super chocolatey. Tastes just like those wonderful Nestle's chocolate bars. And say, you can make your own frosty glass of Nestle's Quick in no time flat, anytime you want it. Because after you pour out your glass of milk, Yes, I said after. Then you just put in 2 spoonfuls of smooth chocolate quick powder and give it a little stir. And, gang, that's all you have to do to make the chocolate milk that's real George. Mom will find Nestle's Quick in the big brown and yellow can, so ask her to get plenty because Quick is so full of vitamin D, it's better than good for you. Come and get it! Nestle's Quick! And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are testing a new spaceship out beyond the Saturn orbit. Suddenly, they find themselves on a collision course with another spaceship.
That pilot must be crazy. He suddenly changed vector right toward us.
He's not trying evasive action, so it's up to us. Fire starboard rockets.
Commander, he's still coming at us.
Hap, that ship is a robot-controlled guided missile. If we don't blow it up, it'll hit us. Stand by to fire space torpedoes.
Standing by, sir.
Fire 1.
Commander, the torpedo controls are jammed. We're going to crash.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Image of Evil. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston. Produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Bela Kovach, Norman Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for the new exciting Space Patrol. Space Patrol was brought to you today by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz is trying to rescue Happy from a cavern on Neptune. As he hurries toward the cadet, a strange sound echoes in the cavern.
Hap, what's that?
Just one of Polidor's tricks. He's trying to scare us with sound.
Corey, you're only a few yards from the cadet, and I am on another planet. But watch, you'll never reach him.
Commander, look out! The gate's closing!
Happy!
It's no use, Commander. You're both my prisoners.
We'll be back in a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Cavern of Fear.
Cadet Happy!
Yeah?
Cadet Happy!
Yeah? Who's there? Oh, smoking rockets. It's a walking, talking totem pole.
Nope, no totem pole. Me, wearing all 3 of my Man from Mars totem heads, stacked one on top of the other.
Space Patroller with all these totem heads, you look about 8 feet tall.
And I could see you, and you couldn't see me. That's magic forward vision. And every totem head has a special secret vision place that lets you see out, but nobody see in.
Say, gang, have you got any of these king totem heads yet? They're more than 12 inches high from head to shoulders. Your identity is a complete secret. And those neat colors, red and yellow, green and black. A weird face in front with fang teeth, flop ears, and a beak-like nose. Got a fantastic face in back, too. Put it on and you're coming and going at the same time. Remember, with your totem head, you can see out, but nobody else can see in.
That's magic forward vision.
Man, oh man, it's terrific. Get a lot of totem heads, and you can be a walking, talking totem pole. Like my pal here. It's easy to get him, too. And send for yours today.
For every Man from Mars totem head you want, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686,
St. Louis, Missouri. Now today's Space Patrol adventure, the Cavern of Fear. Exactly 7 minutes after the report of the robbery, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy were in Division A of the Express Office of the Terra Spaceport. That anyone could successfully carry off a robbery in Division A was incredible. For 15 years, Sam Grady had observed the formal security regulations as chief agent of Division A, observed them faithfully, but without the slightest suspicion that anyone would dare to violate them. Yet here is Sam Grady, his head still throbbing from an aching blow, face to face with the commander-in-chief of the Space Patrol, trying to explain a robbery that just couldn't happen.
All right, Grady, let's go over it once more. Everything was all right at your check-in time at 2200 hours. You came in here and opened the safe.
That's right, Commander. I took the package of Zyklon crystals out of the safe.
All right. You had the package. You closed the safe. You checked the code book.
I started out of this room to give the package to Lieutenant Briggs. As I got to the door, I heard this voice.
A voice here in the room?
Well, yes, it was a big booming voice.
What did the voice say? Do you recall?
Well, this doesn't make sense, but I thought it said, "Have you forgotten something?" It was a thought that might have been in my own mind at the time. I'm very conscious of security regulations, you know, so I turned back.
Did you see anyone?
Not then. But as I walked back toward the safe, I was suddenly aware of a movement behind me. It seemed like there were 2 men in the room, and as I turned, one of them slugged me. That's all I remembered until I heard the officer in charge standing over me, shaking me.
And by then, these men had disappeared with the Zyklon crystals.
Yes.
Well, Commander, this voice booming, it sure sounds like Polidor to me.
Polidor?
He's behind several major robberies. By some means, he's able to project his voice to direct members of his gang. Whatever this device is, it enables Polidor to see and hear as well as project his voice. Unless we grant Polidor magic powers, this device has to be planted at the scene of his crimes by human agents.
I don't see how any device could be hidden in here, in Division A. And yet that voice, it was so full and powerful.
I'll check behind these files, Commander. Maybe there's
just a minute, Happy. Come here.
Yes, sir?
What's that on your shoulder, that white powder?
Smoking rockets, and I just had this uniform
Wait,
cleaned.
don't brush it off. Whatever it is must have dropped in your tunic since you came in this room. Grady, I want you to come along with us to headquarters for a brainograph test.
Why, sure, Commander. I'll do anything I can to cooperate.
We'll get to the lab, have that powder on the uniform analyzed. Maybe it's a clue to pull it on, maybe not. We won't know until he grabs it, our date.
Date?
I'll tell you about it later. Come on, let's get to headquarters.
Far out in space, a private cruiser races away from the man-made planet Terra. Turning from the controls, the pilot tunes the spacephone to a rarely used frequency, adjusts the scrambler circuit, and beams the signal into space.
Vortex aboard cruiser S-713 calling Polidor. Vortex to Polidor. Vortex calling Polidor.
Polidor here. Go ahead.
Zyklon crystals are aboard. Blanchard is still on Terra as you direct.
Good. The express alert will not be to identify us. I was tuned in when he was being questioned by Commander Corey.
Oh, then Grady recovered all right?
Yes. Corey is going to give him a brainograph test. But don't worry.
What about the detectoscope weapon?
It's destroyed. Reduced to powder.
That'll leave Corey with another mystery on his hands.
Yes. Wojciech, you will proceed to Neptune as directed.
Sure, Polidor.
Hold the Zyklon crystals at the cavern until I contact you. Polidor out.
In Commander Corey's central office at Space Patrol headquarters, Buzz and Happy are examining the results of the brainograph test on Sam Grady, express agent of Division A.
Well, one thing's sure. Grady wasn't in on the job.
No, everything he told us was the truth. He wasn't even guilty of carelessness.
Polidor's men had everything figured down to the last detail. Say, Commander, what about that powder on my jacket?
The lab's still working on it, but I have a preliminary report. Powder is composed of several different elements, materials that might be used in electronics equipment.
Then Polidor must have had some gadget fastened to the ceiling. The gadget he projects his voice from.
Mm-hmm. Also, it apparently acts as a viewscope and sound detector as well as a reproducer.
It sure must be a compact device. Judging from the amount of powder, the whole thing couldn't have been much larger than a coin.
Well, some of the material may have been completely vaporized. What fell in your jacket was just the gas.
Yeah, but how was it destroyed?
Possibly by a vibration. And Polidor heard me tell you to search the room. He may have transmitted a frequency that disintegrated the device.
I'd sure like to know who planted it there. Say, back in Division A, you mentioned something about a trap for Polidor. How are you going to work it?
It's already in operation, huh?
A group of businessmen are holding an important meeting in the green room at the Terra Hotel. Discussing a financial matter I'm sure Polidor will be very interested in. The shipment of 1 million credits to the SATURN Trust Company.
The green room? But that's supposed to be spy-proof.
Exactly. Behind the walls, floor, and ceiling is an electronic jamming device that would garble any recording or secret picture.
Even this gadget of Polidor's?
I know. But if Polidor succeeded in planting his gadget in the green room, it'll be working. Had the jamming device disconnected, Polidor will hear everything that goes on in that room.
How can we be sure that he heard about the meeting?
I've arranged for some carefully planted leaks. If Polidor's spy set up, he should have picked up our planted information.
1 million credit bait. That ought to lead Polidor into a trap, all right.
It's nearly 1,400 hours, Hap. The meeting in the green room ought to be breaking up soon. When everyone leaves, we'll search the conference room.
On the top floor of the luxurious Terra Hotel, Buzz and Happy wait unobtrusively at the end of the corridor as 10 important business leaders file out of the green room. As the group steps into an elevator, Buzz touches Happy's arm.
It's clear, Hap. Come on.
Commander, I think that last man saw us. I'm pretty sure he recognized you.
I know he did, Hap. That was Nelson Kettering, chairman of the meeting. He's the only man in that group who knows we're setting a trap for Polidor. Go on in, Hap.
Hey, this is some room. And look at the size of that conference table.
I'll check this switch, and we'll search the room.
Switch?
Protective system was turned off during the meeting. To give Polidor an earful. Then when Kettering left, he turned it on.
Oh, I get it. So Polidor couldn't hear us or see us while we're searching the room.
Yeah. We'll start a systematic search. We'll check every square inch of the walls and ceiling.
It'd be pretty hard to conceal anything in this room. The walls are smooth and plain.
Hap, look up at the ceiling. You see anything up there?
No, sir.
Look close, right in the center, directly over the table.
I still don't see. Oh, yeah. A small round thing. I can barely make it out.
You put one of these chairs on the table, haven't you? You can get a closer look.
Sure, sir.
Here, I'll give you a boost.
Something like a large button. You want me to see if I can pry it loose?
Here, Hap, take this metal box. Electronically shielded like the conference room. If you get that button down, drop it in the box.
Yes, sir.
Now hold the box right under it so the gadget will remain in a strong shielding field.
It's coming loose, Commander. I got it.
Hand me the box, Hap.
Yes, sir.
All right. Get back to headquarters and have the lab analyze this thing. We get to headquarters, we'll have a checkmate on everybody here at the hotel who has access to the conference room.
Yeah. Might give us a lead on who planted that gadget.
Help! Help! Gentlemen, can you help me?
What's the trouble?
It's my partner. I was sent up here to help him clean one of the rooms. Barry was laying on the floor of the janitor's supply room out cold.
Come on, Hap.
Must have dropped a bottle of cleaning solvent. The fumes got him. Here, right in here. See, there he is.
Wow. No wonder he passed out. That stuff burns my lungs.
I hope we're not too late.
You hold the door open. Hap, let's drag him out in the corridor where he can get some fresh air.
Yes, sir. I'll take his feet, Commander.
I ask you to hold that door open.
Get your hands up, both of you.
Uh-oh, Commander.
Isn't a ray gun rather odd equipment for a janitor to carry?
I cut the chatter. Hand over what you took out of the conference room.
What makes you think we took anything out of the room?
I watched you go in and I watched you come out. Now hand over that box. Come on, or you'll get what that guy got.
All right. Here you are.
It's being smart, Cole. Now don't try anything. I'm watching you. Now take a look in this box. Well, you found it, huh? Thanks, Cole. You saved me a lot of trouble. I just put this detectoscope button in my pocket.
Wait, Blanchard. Hold the button up.
Polidor.
Well, Corey and the cadet.
They found a button in the conference room, Polidor.
Where are you now?
In the janitor's supply room of the Terra Hotel. We took care of the real janitor with the ray gun and borrowed a spare uniform from his locker.
Blanchard.
Yes, Polidor.
You're on the top floor of the Terra Hotel?
Yeah.
Good. I notice a window in the rear of the room. Use the ray gun on Corey and the cadet. Then shove them out the window. A 30-story drop, Commander, and you'll be out of my life for good.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. A spook from outer space. Or An Indian from a reservation on Mars. Or a mystery man from another solar system. Yes, sir, Space Patroller. You could be any one of those weird characters when you're wearing a Man from Mars totem head with Magic Forehead Vision. That's the special secret vision plate every totem head comes equipped with. So you can see out, but nobody else can see in or know who's wearing the Man from Mars totem head. And to make sure your identity is a complete secret, it's more than 12 inches high. Colors that are out of this world. Red and yellow, green and black. Remember, you see out. Nobody sees in with Magic Forehead Vision. Fantastic fun. You can have it with a Man from Mars totem head. Get one. Get as many as you like and wear them all. Stacked one on top of the other. For every totem head you want, send a rice check or wheat check box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. Now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Cavern of Fear. Buzz and Happy have been lured into a janitor's supply room on the top floor of the Terra Hotel by Blanchard, one of Polidor's confederates. Holding the Space Patrollers at gunpoint, Blanchard removed the detectascope button from a shielded box, enabling Polidor in some remote and unknown place of security to see and hear everything in the room. Polidor has ordered Blanchard to use the ray gun on Buzz and Happy, and then thrust their unconscious forms through the window 30 floors above the street.
All right, Corey. You heard what Polidor said. I think I'll take care of you first.
You're making a mistake, Blanchard. Why should you run all the risks, do Polidor's dirty work?
Go on, Blanchard. He's just calling. Let him have it.
Okay, Polidor. What's that?
It's just the intercom on the wall. Blanchard, look out!
I'll take that gun, Blanchard. Hey, that was a beauty, Commander.
Where's Blanchard's ray gun? Now, where's that detectascope?
Well, Blanchard had it in his left hand. It's probably clenched in his fist.
I'll get it. It's too late.
Nothing but fine powder.
Polidor set off a disintegrator impulse when he saw his boy was in a jam. Hap, I'll answer the intercom. You check on the real janitor. I think he's starting to come around. We'll take Blanchard to headquarters.
By the time Blanchard is brought into Commander Corey's office at headquarters, he has expressed himself as being willing to cooperate. He sits rubbing his bruised jaw as Buzz questions him.
Okay, Blanchard. Have you ever seen this Polidor?
No. I don't know of anybody who has.
Can you give me the names of any of Polidor's agents? You might as well tell me now, Blanchard. We can put you under the brainograph, you know.
All right, I'll tell you. I only know one of them, Pete Vorchek. I worked with him once.
Where's Vorchek now?
I don't know. He split up after a job at the express office.
Oh, the Zyklon theft.
Yeah. Vorchek had his special orders. I had mine. But wait. But Vorchek and I got pretty chummy. He told me a couple of things I wasn't supposed to know about the cavern.
What cavern?
It's a place on Neptune, Sector 17K. Vorchek was supposed to go to the cavern with the Zyklon.
And meet Polidor there, maybe?
Yeah, I doubt it. Nobody ever meets Polidor, except probably one or two of the higher-ups.
This cavern on Neptune, how many men are there?
Probably just Vorchek now. Polidor doesn't like the boys to get together and compare notes. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless he's got somebody in the Cavern of Fear.
Cavern of Fear?
Yeah, maybe Vorchek was pulling my leg. The Cavern of Fear is supposed to be a place Polidor uses to throw a scare into wise guys that get out of line. Part of the cavern is cold and damp and pitch dark. The icy water drips from the walls. Polidor had these detectascopes hidden around, and hour after hour, these horrible noises boom around in the cavern. Vorchek says he's seen some pretty brave guys going nearly out of their minds.
Vorchek is there. He'll be contacted by Polidor. Blanchard, can you tell me exactly where this cavern is?
If I could see a map of Neptune, I think I could. Vorchek mentioned a couple of landmarks.
If you ran too close, Vorchek would see the ship and warn Polidor.
Well, Commander, if one man were to be dropped off a couple miles away in a spacesuit, he might find out quite a bit.
Yes, but if he were discovered...
Well, I think I could do a little scouting without being caught, sir. Please, sir. And I could keep in contact with you in the ship on a secret frequency.
All right, but remember, you're volunteering as a scout and not as a one-man assault force. Turn Blanchard over to the guard. We'll blast off for Neptune.
In a remote, mountainous region of the planet Neptune, Pete Vorchek advances the heat regulator in a sealed-off section of a system of caverns. Then goes to a spaceophone transmitter and adjusts the controls.
Pete Vorchek at Neptune Station calling Polidor. Vorchek to Polidor.
Polidor here. I was about to call you, Vorchek.
I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me. When do I get away from here?
I've had my hands full with Commander Corey. He captured one of my men, Blanchard.
Blanchard?
Yes, but there is no need to worry. Blanchard knows nothing that can lead Corey to me or to you. Isn't it right?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Corey, however, is getting to be a problem. He discovered one of my detectoscopes. Had his hands on it for a few minutes before I was able to destroy it. We shall have to be more careful in hiding them after this. Oh, you will remain where you are until I eliminate Corey.
But Polidor...
It won't be very long. Let me tell you. Corey doesn't know it, but pride
Far to the east, the Terra 5 circles over the mountains of Neptune. Alone in the ship, Commander Corey sets the spaceophone receiver to a secret space patrol frequency. Anxiously, Buzz waits. And then...
Cadet Happy calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5.
Corey here. Go ahead, Hap.
Blanchard's tip was on the level, sir. I've located the entrance to Polidor's cavern.
Any sign of life?
Not yet. Except for the airlock at the cavern opening, it looks like any other mountain in this part of Neptune.
Don't take any chance of being seen.
I'm a good mile from the cavern, sir, hiding behind some rocks. But with these binoculars, the airlock looks only about 20 feet away.
Where you stand, how close can I land the ship without tipping off Vorchek if he's in the cavern?
Well, there's a ridge to the north about 2 miles from here. If you could set down behind that, you'd be okay.
All right, Hap, I'll join you. Give me your exact location.
As Happy crouches behind the rock, watching the cavern entrance, he's unaware of the tread of heavy space boots behind him. As Happy looks northward for a glimpse of the Terra 5, a man in a spacesuit steps up behind him with blast gun in hand.
Get your hands up, Cadet, and away from the spaceophone control.
Where did you come from?
The cavern over there. You were watching the wrong entrance.
You're Vorchek, then.
That's right. You're waiting for Commander Corey.
Suppose you picked up our secret frequency.
Oh, no. Simpler than that. One of Polidor's men managed to plant a detectoscope in the Terra 5. Polidor heard the commander talking to you and tipped me off. Make it move.
Now, look, the commander will be landing in a few minutes, and if you know what's good
I'll
for you...
I'll take care of him later. Polidor wants me to make you comfortable in the cavern of fear. Now start walking.
Entering the airlock, Happy is forced to walk for hundreds of yards through the winding passage of the cavern. Vorchek has opened the facepiece of Happy's spacesuit, and the cadet can smell the cold, dank air of the cavern. The rocky walls glisten with a greasy wetness in the beams of Vorchek's atomolite. Suddenly, Happy finds himself in total darkness and is aware that he is alone.
Hey, Vorchek, where are you? Vorchek, what happened to the light? Hey! Smoking rockets. A wild animal. And me in the dark without a gun. It's coming closer.
Are you frightened, Cadet?
Polidor. Well, that's a relief.
The relief?
Well, sure. Now I know there's no wild animal in the cavern. That roar was just a sound effect, projected here the way your voice is, by your detectoscopes.
Quite logical. However, you can be quite sure, can you?
What do you mean?
I am far away on another planet, but you can't be certain just what might be in this cavern. Listen. Some animal may be creeping closer, its claws scraping the rough rocks.
Sure. Let's hear some more of your sound effects, Polidor. Put on a show for me.
You are brave now, but wait a few hours. The darkness will have its effect on your reason. Your senses will play tricks on you. Your imagination will get out of control. And for the first time in your life, you will know pure terror.
Landing the Terra 5 and not finding Happy, Commander Corey has made his way to the cavern searching for the cadet. Cautiously, he makes his way through the winding passage with the aid of an atomolite. Occasionally, from the blackness ahead come strange sounds.
Oh, shut up. Happy.
Happy, where are you?
Commander, I see your light. I'm back here.
I'm coming, Hap. What's that?
Oh, just one of Polidor's tricks. He's trying to scare us with sound.
Corey, you're only a few yards from the cadet, and I am on another planet. But watch, you'll never reach him.
Commander, look out. The gate's closing.
Happy!
It's no use, Commander. The cadet is locked behind the gate, and Vorchek will see that you don't escape.
Look, Polidor, there'll be a squadron of Space Patrol ships here looking for us.
Let them come. Vorchek will be gone when the Zyklons are full. And, of course, I am here in voice only.
This whole section of Neptune is being watched right now. Your man Vorchek can't get through that patrol.
Thank you, Commander. He can't escape in his ship, but he can in yours.
Not unless I'm in it. The controls are locked, and only Happy and I can operate them.
Oh, well, I don't mind losing Vorchek and the Zyklon if I can do away with you and the cadet. Vorchek can risk being shot down by your patrol ships if he likes.
I'm right behind you with the blaster, Corey, so get him up.
Well, Vorchek, you've been getting an earful, huh?
Yes. You're going to get me out of here, Corey.
Vorchek, don't be a fool. It's a trick.
Maybe, Polidor. But I know where I stand with you now. Come on, Corey, let's go.
Just a minute. Open the gate and let the cadet out.
Let him stay in here. I can't watch both of you.
You mean you leave him here alone in this cavern?
Maybe Polidor will talk to him during his final hours. Come on, Corey, let's get out of here. You go first.
All right. That's the way you want it. Had enough? On your feet.
Sure.
Now open that gate, Vorchek.
Take it easy. I was only kidding. Here's the control back of this shelter rock.
Commander.
You okay, Hap?
Oh, yeah. Oh, great. Hey, you've got Vorchek.
He's riding back with us. Too bad we can't include Polidor. Did he give you a rough time?
Oh, he sure did. I didn't mind the bats and the leopards, but one sound really had me scared. I figured I was really off my rocker.
What was it?
Well, it was so real I could almost feel it rubbing up against me. Even through my spacesuit.
Rattlesnake?
No, it was... Hey, I thought I heard it again. Just now.
Look down at your feet, Hap.
It... Smoking rockets. A kitten. And it's real.
Hap, don't tell me you're afraid of cats.
Oh, no, sir. Not when they're real. But these imaginary cats that aren't there, I can't stand the sight of them.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure, which will be brought to you by Nestle's Quick, for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. Who is the man from Mars? Who's in that weird, spooky totem head with a face in front and another in back? Fellas and girls, it can be you. Yes, you can have this sensational totem head with magic forehead vision. Imagine, when you wear your totem head, you can see out, but nobody can see in. That's right. Magic forehead vision works only for you. When you're in that totem head, you can fool your best friend. Even your mom won't know it's you. It's easy to get your totem head because you drink that super wonderful, extra delicious Nestle's Quick, don't you? Sure. You know Quick makes the best chocolate milk in the universe. Well, just send the lid from the can of Nestle's Quick or a tracing of the front of the label, together with your name and address and 25 cents to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That address again, Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. You'll get your totem head soon, so you can be the man from Mars. Now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are aboard the Terra 5, preparing to fight off an attacking robot ship.
Fire stern torpedo 1.
Fire 1.
Surely you don't think I'm aboard this robot ship, Commander?
In a few seconds, Polidor, there won't be any ship. Hey, Commander, the torpedo exploded short of the target.
The ship is protected by a force field. Our torpedoes explode when they hit the field.
That's right. You can't stop this robot ship.
It's gaining on us, sir.
If we don't act quickly, it'll ram us and blow us to bits.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Race Against Time. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson. Executive producer Mike Jeffers. Other players were Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Bela Kovac. George Barclay speaking. Don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting adventure on Space Patrol! Space Patrol was brought to you today by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk. And those famous Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are aboard the Terror 5, preparing to fight off an attacking robot ship.
Fire stern torpedo 1.
Fire 1.
Surely you don't think I'm aboard this robot ship, Commander?
In a few seconds, Polidor, there won't be a ship. Commander, the torpedo exploded short of the target.
This ship's protected by a force field. Our torpedoes explode when they hit the field.
That's right. Keep firing if you like. You can't stop this robot ship.
It's gaining on us, sir.
If you don't act quickly, it'll ram us and blow us to bits.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Race Against Time. Come and get it! Come and get the coolest, most refreshing, most delicious glass of chocolate milk ever. Space Patrollers, that's Nestle's Quick. There's nothing in this universe that tastes so good, mixes so fast, and cools so well. Nestle's Quick has the same terrific flavor as your favorite Nestle's chocolate bars. What's smooth, velvety chocolate? And it's so easy, Quick just about makes itself. Listen, first you pour out your big frosty glass of milk, then you just drop in 2 teaspoons of Nestle's Quick. Swish it around for a second, and there it is, your Quick-Me-Up, packed with nourishment, full to the brim with cool refreshment, just what you want in this hot weather. So be sure you get Mom to bring home the big brown and yellow can of Nestle's Quick, so you can make yourself a glass of Quick anytime you like. And remember, this is the sound of good things coming. Come and get it! Come and get your Martian totem head, too. Boy, you'd better hurry because this offer is almost over. You can have tons of fun with your totem head because it's got magic forehead vision. You can see out, but nobody can see in. Today, send the lid or a tracing of the label from a can of Nestle's Quick, together with your name, address, and 25 cents, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri, and hurry! And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Race Against Time. Commander Corey is waging a battle of wits against Polidor, the invisible mastermind behind a series of daring crimes. Although Buzz and Happy have captured several of Polidor's agents, the identity of the super criminal remains a mystery. Right now, the Commander and Cadet Happy are in the office of Neil Channing, Chief Chemist of the Solfex Products Company in Lowell City on the planet Mars. Channing's staff has just completed a laboratory analysis of a complex mixture of chemicals provided him by the Commander.
Here you are, Commander. It's as complete and detailed as we can make it.
Thanks, Channing. I'll check it over now if you don't.
Go ahead. Well, you'll probably notice that in most of the items, our reports merely confirm the findings of your Space Patrol Security Lab experts. I'm sorry we weren't able to supply much new information.
Don't expect miracles, Channing. At any rate, your independent tests cut down the margin of error. This paragraph on component 11. You've got data here that we don't have.
Well, we should have. After all, it's a product we make here at Soltex. We intend to market it under the trade name Lumaplex.
Lumaplex?
It's a synthetic mineral with several unusual properties. For one thing, it amplifies light.
Lumaplex? That's a new one on me.
Channing, I believe you said you intend to put it on the market.
Yes, it's still in the experimental stage.
Well, aren't you surprised that we should bring you a sample of it for analysis?
Not especially. It's our policy here at Soltex to let small independent researchers experiment with our new products. Why, we even have high school chemistry students on our trial and error shipping list. Pays off, too. Some of our best commercial ideas have come from Anchor.
Mr. Channing, did you ever hear of someone called Polidor?
Polidor? Oh, you don't mean this long-range ventriloquist who's been throwing his voice all over the solar system?
Yes. This sample of powdered chemicals is the remains of the gadget he uses to project his voice.
He calls it a detectoscope.
For the materials you found in this sample, Channing, could you construct a device that would act as a spacophone and viewscope combined?
Some order.
And could you make it so compact that it's the size of a half-credit coin and only twice as thick?
Definitely not. I don't say it's impossible, but it's beyond the scope of our know-how here at Soltex.
Well, it's not beyond Polidor's know-how.
If we can find the man who put your Lumaplex to work, it might help us locate Polidor. To your knowledge, how many outsiders are working on Lumaplex?
At least 10 individuals are firm. I can give you a list.
Good. I'm not overlooking the possibility that someone here at Soltex might have found out more about Lumaplex than he's told his employers.
It's not a pleasant thought. I'm sure my employees are loyal, but I admit it's an angle you'll have to consider, Commander. Say, maybe it's none of my business, but do you intend to question everybody on that list I mentioned?
Our agents will. Why?
Well, would it help you if you had a little background on these experimenters, the general direction of their research?
It certainly would.
Then Gannett's your man. Rudolph Gannett. He's an amateur astronomer, and he keeps in touch with a lot of the small fry experimenters, crackpots and all.
Would an astronomer know much about electronics and its Lumaplex?
Gannett might. Remember I said he was an amateur astronomer. He was a research chemist before he retired. Now he's got a nice place outside Lowell City where he putters around making his own telescopes and all the paraphernalia that goes with it. Even molds and grinds his own lenses. Every new plastic that comes out, he makes optical tests on.
He might be interested in work on Lumaplex because of its light-amplifying properties. Now, since we're here in Lowell City, we'll have a talk with him.
Well, I'll tell you how to find his place. But I'm warning you, Commander. You'll be lucky if you can get Gannett's head out of the Milky Way long enough to talk to him. His mind is usually a million light years out in space.
We'll take a chance. Thanks, Channing.
Outward bound from Terra, a private cruiser follows a vector that avoids the regular space lanes. Its pilot, Chad Tessick, keeps a wary eye on the viewscope screens and speaks into the spaceophone.
Everything's set, Polidor. Not a hitch.
If you're sure you're not being followed, proceed to headquarters. I have another job for you. It involves Commander Corey.
Corey? I thought Janik drew that detail.
Yes, but unfortunately, an unforeseen move on Corey's part through Janikov's schedule. I want you to dispose of Corey before 1600 hours tomorrow.
That's pretty short notice, isn't it?
Perhaps. But I want Corey out of the way when our device puts the telecommunications center out of commission.
Maybe we can figure a way to have Corey at the center when our gadget does its work.
Yes. It would give me great satisfaction for Corey to be on hand when the entire nerve center of his precious space patrol is burned out.
The Omicron radiation would finish Corey, just like it's going to take care of everybody in the communications building.
It's a tempting thought. But an attempt to maneuver Corey into the center at exactly 1600 hours might arouse his suspicions and upset our plan.
That shouldn't be hard. Corey's headquarters isn't far from communications.
No, but Corey isn't on Terra.
No, where is he?
In Lowell City. It appears to me, Tessie, that Commander Corey's unhappy fate will be among the important messages that the communication center will be unable to transmit. Hold it around.
On a high hill some 60 miles from Lowell City is the home of Rudolph Gannett. It is not a spectacular residence, its only unique feature being a small dome that unmistakably identifies it as an observatory. In a library adjoining the dome, Gannett looks up from a list of names Commander Corey has just handed him.
I see you have Professor Arlington's name here.
Do you know him?
Oh, quite well. I don't wish to seem unkind, but you might as well cross his name off the list.
Then you don't think he's working with Lumaplex?
Playing with Lumaplex is more in Arlington branch, Commander. Please don't misunderstand me. Arlington is competent in his field. A good instructor, but not an original research man.
Let's see. Having just 2 names as being likely to experiment with Lumaplex along the lines I mentioned. James Hollister of Jupiter and Lawrence Earhart of Mercury City.
Yes, Commander.
Well, thank you for your help, Mr. Gannett.
Oh, you're not leaving. I was hoping to show you my observatory.
I'm sorry, but we've got to get back to Lowell City. Later, when we aren't so rushed, Happy and I'd be delighted to see you.
Well, we sure would, Mr. Gannett.
Oh, you men who search for criminals are always in a rush. That's why I like astronomy. There are no criminals in the heavens. The stars all obey the law.
Maybe that's because they're old enough to know they can't get away with disobeying the law. So long, Mr. Gannett.
Goodbye, Mr. Gannett, and thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Goodbye, gentlemen. Tessie, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Corey and the cadet just left. Keep out of sight.
I took care of their surface car, Commodore.
Give them 10 minutes to start. Then take my car and trail them. This time we've got to make sure.
With Commander Corey at the wheel, the Space Patrol surface car moves swiftly over the deserted road to Lowell City. The many turns and grades in this stretch through the mountains keep Buzz and Happy from noticing the car following, a mile behind.
Hey, we're making good time for this kind of road.
Mm-hmm. What time is it?
Well, I've got 11:16, but my watch is slow.
What? That Happy's watch isn't correct at a split second?
Well, I noticed it at Gannett's place, sir. I checked it with his clock, and I'm a half a minute behind.
Well, an astronomer would certainly have the correct time. I don't want to take my eyes off the road, Hap. What does my watch say?
Why, well, that's funny. Yours is the same as mine. We both can't be off the same amount.
Well, right now, 30 seconds can't make any difference.
That's right. We'll still make Lowell City by 1200. Say, wouldn't it be a joke on Gannett, the well-ordered astronomer, if his clock was wrong?
Mm-hmm. I just happened to think an observatory would have several clocks, keeping different kinds of time. Universal start time, local start time.
Oh, sure. The clock I saw was probably on Mars sun time. Hey, Commander, our windshield is fogging up.
Fog in this dry Martian atmosphere? Something is clouding the windshield.
What's wrong with that automatic gizmo? That electronic field is supposed to repel dust and
Hap,
vapor.
I can't see. Look out the side and guide me.
Commander, you're too close to the edge. A little to the left. Hey, we're going over!
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, Space Patroller.
Hi, Captain Tufeld.
Hey, see, you got another keen man from Mars totem head in the morning mail. How many you got now?
3 and 4 more to come. Just wait. I'm going to have the biggest totem pole in the whole universe. Because I'm sending for totem heads just as fast as I can get box tops.
Smart boy. And Space Patrollers, if you haven't started your totem head collection, you better get going right now. Because this terrific offer ends soon.
And you don't want to miss out on the fun you can have with these neat totem heads. Wear them over your head, and from head to shoulders, you're in disguise. A man from Mars totem head is more than 12 inches high, and every one of them has magic forehead vision.
Yes, sir, magic forehead vision. That's the special secret eye plate. You can see out, but nobody else can see in.
And when you get lots of totem heads, you can build yourself an honest-to-goodness totem pole in your room or in your backyard, like I'm doing.
Each totem head has a face in front and one in back, too. A beak-like nose, fang-like teeth, and ears that flop. And wait till you see those bright Martian colors. Red and yellow, green and black.
Hurry, gang. Get your box top in your quarter and send for yours now.
Remember, Space Patrollers, this offer soon ends. So for every totem head you want, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Race Against Time. Buzz and Happy are in the surface car driving through a mountainous region of Mars after interviewing an amateur astronomer named Rudolph Gannett. Suddenly, the windshield of the car clouded up, and before Buzz could bring the car to a stop, it careened over the edge of an embankment. Now the car is tumbled to a stop in the soft dirt just a few feet from a straight drop-off.
A moment later, another surface car rounds the bend and stops at the scene. A man gets out and ascends the slope toward the wreck. The two space patrollers lie motionless in a battered surface car. Then Happy moans and stirs. Suddenly, he's aware of a quick, firm grasp on his arm. A pressure that in 1 second tells Happy, even in his dazed condition, that Buzz wants him to remain quiet and feign unconsciousness. An instant later, the car door is yanked open.
Pretty neat job. Not quite neat enough, Tessie. One of them is still alive. I heard him moan.
They're both out cold. I can finish them off easy.
Keep your hands off the car. We don't want fingerprints.
Okay, Porter. I'll be careful.
When you coated the windshield, you used too thin a solution. It should have clouded up instantly. Then I transmitted the energizing field from the observatory.
Well, it worked okay. The windshield is clear now. It looked like Corey lost control and tumbled over the cliff.
No, if he hadn't had time to slow down, he'd have gone completely down to the bottom. Anyway, Corey won't be able to stop our little surprise party on Terra at 1600.
Well, look, why don't I drag him out and toss him over the ledge? It looked like they were thrown out of the car.
It's an excellent suggestion. But first, dispose of the detector scope.
Can't you destroy it with the disintegrator impulse?
Naturally. But you don't think I want Space Patrol investigators to find the powder in the car, do you?
Yeah, that's right. They'd know the wreck wasn't an accident.
Or find out that Gannett and Polydor are the same. Now, before you dispose of these two, throw the detectoscope over the ledge. I'll disintegrate it in midair, and the powder will never be found. But remember, leave no clues. Be careful. Polydor out.
Okay, Polydor. Here goes. I'll take care of these two guys. Come on, Corey. You're going over the cliff.
I'll take over from here, Tessie.
Need some help, Commander?
No.
Except to carry Tessig up to his car.
Oh, he got colder than he thought we were.
Maybe. We'll give him a chance to trick us.
No, sir. Now we know who Polydor is.
Since he disintegrated the detectoscope, he doesn't know we made him yet.
You sure were right when you pegged Gannett as a phony.
I'll notify Lowell City headquarters to send a couple of patrol ships to Gannett's observatory. That is, if our class space phone works. That's dead.
Maybe there's one in Tessig's car.
Yes, and also a hidden detectoscope. Whether we use the spaceophone or not, Polydor will be tipped off that we're still alive.
I guess a surprise attack on his observatory is impossible.
We'll take Tessig to Lowell City. Then we'll send patrol ships to the observatory while I work on Tessig. I've got to find out what Polydor meant by a surprise party on Terra at 1600.
Yeah, I heard that. It sure can't be anything good.
Remember, after we get near Tessig's car, not a word about Polydor, Tessig, or Terra. Maybe we can't keep him from seeing us with his detectoscope, but we can keep him on a hot seat, worrying about what we're going to do.
After a fast and silent trip to Lowell City, Buzz dispatches 2 patrol ships to Polydor's observatory. Then, in the Space Patrol headquarters of the Mars capital, he questions Chad Tessig.
Once more, Tessig. What's Polydor planning to do on Terra at 1600?
Polydor? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, then. Gannett. I heard the whole conversation back at the wreck. Polydor is Gannett, and you're working with him.
You've been working too hard, Commander. You're imagining things.
I'm through wasting time, Tessig. I'm giving you a brainograph test.
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, Happy?
The patrol just reported in from the observatory.
Polydor was gone, I suppose.
Yes, and so was that small atmosphere ship we saw parked near the house. The agents are searching the place from top to bottom looking for evidence. Get anything out of Tessig?
No. The brainograph will fix that.
Oh, another thing, sir. The local lab men went over to Tessig's car. They found some more powder. Polydor had a detectoscope in there, all right.
Now get this, Tessig. If anything serious happens on Terra in the next few hours, we're going to hold you personally responsible.
You can't do that. It's not fair.
Huh. Look who's talking about fairness.
Tessig, I know Polydor has planned a catastrophe for 1600 on Terra. You can help prevent it. If you don't, you'll take the consequences, and Polydor can't protect you.
All right. It's a Terra Communications Center. It's going to be put out of commission if it works.
How?
At 1600 hours, a surge of high-voltage current's going to be sent over the regular power lines. It'll burn out every bit of equipment in the place. Spacephones, viewscopes, computers, relay transmitters, recording equipment, everything.
Well, how about the voltage regulators? They'll automatically break the circuits if there's an overload.
Not with the higher frequency current we're using. It'll jump every fuse and relay you've got. That whole center will be burned out. It'll be completely useless.
Where's this device planted? What part of the building?
In Power Section 4. It's well hidden where no one could plant it unless they knew it was there.
Tell me where it is and how to shut it off. I'll spaceophone instructions to Terra.
No, it's not that easy. Polydor made sure it'd be a thorough job. It'll not only burn out all the equipment, but it'll take care of every living man in the building.
How?
Omicron radiation. When that charge hits every light in the building, whether it's turned on or off, will throw out deadly Omicron rays.
Smoking rockets.
You're going under the brainograph, Tessig. I'm going to find out how to shut off that machine.
Yeah, you lick, Corey, because I don't know. You could bet that the men who installed it are scattered all over the solar system by now.
Gee, Commander, what are we going to do?
You can't do anything.
Tessig, if that machine were right in front of you, could you figure out how to shut it off?
I think so. But I'm on Mars, and the machine's on Terra.
That can be fixed. I'm taking you to Terra.
But you can't make it by 1600.
I'm going to try. Come on, Hap. Let's get him to the ship.
With Tessig locked securely in an aft compartment, the Terra 5 roars toward Terra. For the 10th time in the past hour, Happy has recomputed their vector, weighing space against time in endless calculations.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
What do you figure now, Hap? What's our ETA?
15:50 and 25 seconds.
Less than 10 minutes to get from the spaceport to the communications center.
And we don't know how much time Tessig will need to shut that thing off.
We could take more acceleration, but I don't know about Tessig back there. We've got to keep him healthy and alert.
When we drag him into communications, he'll be alert enough. He'll have to be to save his own skin.
I'll increase acceleration a little. We can cut down our travel time another 5 minutes. Hap, look at the rear view scope.
A spaceship on our tail, and it's gaining on us.
That looks like trouble.
Hold the door. The acceleration must be terrific.
It's probably under robot control. I'll challenge him and find out. KENNA aboard Terra 5, calling spaceship. Now 5 DUs astern on our vector, following Space Meridian 125. Request identification. Acknowledge. Happy, stand by to fire space torpedoes.
Standing by, sir. Still coming on.
Corey aboard Terra 5 to unidentified cruiser. You're on a collision course with this ship. Unless you acknowledge and change vector, you'll be fired upon.
Very well, Commander. Go ahead and fire.
It's Polidor, all right.
Polidor, we've changed vector, and your ship is still tailing us. I'm giving you one more chance.
I'm on target, sir.
Fire stern torpedo 1.
Fire 1.
Surely you don't think I'm aboard the ship, Commander?
In a few seconds, there won't be a ship. Commander, the torpedo exploded short of the target. Something must have been wrong with the proximity fuse.
No, Cadet. This ship is protected by a force field. Your cosmic torpedoes will never reach me.
Commander, should we try it again?
It'll be a waste of time. The proximity fuses react to the force field instead of to the actual hull of the ship.
That's right. Keep firing if you like. Meanwhile, this robot ship will pursue you and ram you.
If we time it right, and wait till he gets real close.
No, we'll be destroyed by our own torpedo.
Exactly. You may as well face it, Corey. You will never reach Terra. And as you probably know by now, the communication center will be destroyed at 1600 hours. In a moment, Commander, my viewscope screen will go blank. And I'll know that you and the Terra 5 have been blasted to bits. Goodbye, Commander.
Gee, sir, what can we do? Evasive tactics are no good. Polidor's robot keeps right on our tail.
Hap, put on a spacesuit, then shove a cosmic torpedo out of the cargo hatch. I'll cut down our acceleration.
Yes, sir, but what good will that do? The torpedo will have the same velocity as the ship. It'll stay right with us.
That's the idea. Hurry. Get that suit on. When you're ready to shove the torpedo out, signal me on your suit spaceophone. Now get going.
Happy to Commander Corey.
Go ahead, Hap.
The hatch is open. Torpedo's ready.
Have you disconnected the proximity fuse?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going to cut our acceleration. Push the torpedo out, but take it easy. It'll explode on contact.
That's clear of the ship, sir. But it's floating right along under us.
Good. The robot ship is gaining fast. Brace yourself and keep clear of that hatch. I'm blasting ahead on all rockets.
Okay, Commander.
Everything all right back there, Hap?
Yes, sir. But there was a big flash of light astern.
That was Polidor's robot ship colliding with a torpedo. When I accelerated, we pulled ahead fast and left the torpedo behind.
And the robot smacked it instead of us.
Check on Tessig before you come forward. I want him in good shape when we reach Terra.
It's 15:48 by the ship's chronometer when the Terra 5 roars to the Terra space lock. Buzz and Happy are rushed to the communications building in a surface car, holding the panic-stricken Tessig between them. A swift elevator drops them down to power section 4, where the infernal device is poised to hurl destructive current and deadly radiation through the huge building.
Come on, Tessig. Where is it?
It's in this room, there, behind that panel.
Get to work and shut it off.
And make it snappy. It's awful close to 1600.
There it is.
It's already started. We're too late.
It's just building up potential. It won't throw the current into the main line until the power's up.
Well, don't just stand there. Shut it off.
Commander,
I can't remember. I can't think straight. Let's get out of here. There isn't time to get out. The only way you can save your own neck is to save everybody else. Now get to work. Hey, I think this is the switcher.
Nothing happened.
That must be for one of the preliminary operations. Once it's underway, it can't be stopped. I can't think. I can't think. I can't think. If I turn the wrong switch, it would throw the power on ahead of time.
Hessig, you've only got a few seconds.
Quiet, Hap. Don't rattle him any more than he is.
You might as well all relax, gentlemen. There is nothing you can do.
There's a detectascope in here, too.
I don't suppose, Commander, you'd like to spend your final minute of existence in explaining how you avoided my robot ship? When the viewscope went blank, I thought I had you.
Make him shut up. Let me think.
Now, how can Puri make me shut up when I'm safely on board?
Polidor, tell me how to stop this machine, please. He's not going to tell you. You've got to do it yourself, and you've got just 10 seconds.
But, Commander...
8, 7, 6, 5, 4... I can't 3,
2, 1... Something's gone wrong.
It's not going to go on.
Those fools! Those bungling fools! There's only one thing that could be wrong. They forgot to set the final locking switch.
The locking switch? Which one is that? This one, right here. But it's in position. That's all I wanted to know.
It's off.
I don't understand. It was on before. Why didn't it work? Happy, what time do you have?
Exactly 1600. Hey, my watch must be slow.
Polidor, if you're still listening, what time do you have?
35 seconds past 1600.
Right. By Mars local sun time. I was hoping you'd be too excited to remember there's 30 seconds difference.
But, Commander, you were counting off the seconds.
By Mars sun time. The machine was set by universal star time. Polidor thought his machine was out of order and obligingly told us how to fix it.
Next time, Puri, you won't be so lucky.
We'll meet again soon, Polidor. And I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Polidor. And next time, we'll fix your clock.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages.
Say, gang, are you walking around without your head?
Now, Hap, how can anybody do that?
Smoking rockets, Commander. I mean the totem head. That's the greatest thing since heads were first invented.
Oh, I get it. And Space Patrollers, you want to get one of these spooky totem heads. You can see out, but nobody can see in. You've got to act right away. There's very little time left, and when this offer ends, it'll never be made again.
Don't be without your head when it's so easy to get a totem head. You just send your name and address and 25 cents together with the lid from a can of Nestle's Quick or a tracing of the front of the Quick label or a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
Got that, boys and girls? It's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
Now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are trying to get out of a huge castle on the planet Venus, where Polidor is holding them prisoners. The two Space Patrollers are struggling, trying to open a heavy door.
It's locked. But in a castle this size, there must be more doors.
The chances are Polidor has them all locked.
Yeah, by electronic control. Commander, something smells strange.
I noticed it, too.
My eyes are burning.
Gotta find Polidor and take our chances. He's filling the castle with poison gas.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Robot of KENNA. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Bela Kovach, Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol. Space Patrol was brought to you today by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program in your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are trying to get out of a huge castle on the planet Venus where Polydor is holding them prisoner. The two Space Patrollers are struggling to open a heavy door.
Oh, it's locked. But in a castle this size, there must be more doors.
Chances are Polydor has them all locked.
Yeah, by electronic control. Hey, Commander, something smells strange.
I noticed it, too.
No, my eyes are burning.
We've got to find Polydor and take our chances. He's flooding the castle with poison gas.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Robot of KENNA. Hi, gang. Captain Dick Tufeld and...
The Man from Mars.
Reporting to you on...
The Man from Mars Totem Head with... Magic Forehead Vision.
And, gang, this is the very last time we can offer you this terrific totem head on Space Patrol. So you better hurry. Get your box tops and quarters in the mail right away.
Space Patrollers, this is Cadet Happy.
Alias the Man from Mars.
And Smoking Rockets, get yourself a totem head. Put it on, and you can be a man from Mars, too. With magic forehead vision and two faces, one in front and one in back. Play neat tricks on your pals with magic forehead vision. You can see them, they can't see you. Works like a pair of X-ray eyes. With those two faces, you're coming and going both at the same time. And jumpin' Jupiter, the totem head is more than 12 inches high in real Martian colors. Red and yellow, green and black. Fantastic ears, nose, teeth, and a swell pointed head. But remember, this is the last time we can offer it. So send for yours today.
Cadet Happy.
The Man from Mars.
Is right, Space Patrollers. So for every totem head, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top together with your name and address to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And don't forget your 25 cents.
That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
And now today's Space Patrol adventure, The Robot of KENNA. The Secretary General of the United Planets has just sent a spaceophone message from Jupiter asking Commander Corey to deliver some important documents to the Secretary's daughter, Carol. Right now, Buzz and Happy are in the Secretary General's home on the man-made planet Terra. The commander hands the sealed pouch to Carol.
Since you're going to Jupiter in your own ship, Carol, I think it'd be a good idea if I assigned a Space Patrol agent to go with you.
Surely no one but Father, you and Happy know that I'm carrying the papers, so what's to worry about?
Lately, a lot of things we thought were secrets turned out to be otherwise.
He means Polydor, Carol.
Oh, Polydor. I'm sure he's after more important information than what I'm taking to Father.
Carol, there's information in this pouch that could be worth millions of credits. And Polydor isn't the only crook who'd like to get his hands on it.
Buzz, you sound so serious.
I just want you to realize that with those papers in your ship, it's no longer a pleasure trip. It's government business.
Of course. Well, don't worry. I'll get them to Dad at the governor's conference. Buzz, did Father suggest a bodyguard for me?
No. If he had, there'd be one aboard your ship with no argument.
I suppose an escort would be a tip-off if this was an official trip.
Yes, it would, since you usually make space trips by yourself. That's another reason I'm not insisting. Well, Hap and I'd better be going.
Oh, do you have to?
It's getting close to 2200, Carol. Isn't that when you were planning to blast off?
Golly, Moses, I had no idea it was so late. I still have some last-minute packing to do.
Of course. Come on, Hap.
Yes, sir. Have a nice trip, Carol.
Oh, thanks, Happy.
Goodbye, Carol, and be careful.
Goodbye, Buzz. And thanks.
Just a minute. Did I startle you, Miss Carlyle?
What are you doing here?
Is that any way to talk to a Space Patrol lieutenant?
You're not a Space Patrol lieutenant.
All right, so I stole the uniform. I look like a lieutenant.
Well, Lieutenant, I'll just get Commander Corey.
Stay right where you are. If you try to scream, I'll use this ray gun on you.
Who are you? What do you want?
Why, I'm your escort. I'm going to get aboard your ship with you at the spaceport.
You must be out of your mind. All I have to do is...
You were about to say that all you have to do is signal to the guards and they'd grab you. Isn't that right? I advise you not to try it, Miss Carlyle. If anything happens to me, I have friends on Jupiter, where your father is.
You wouldn't dare harm my father.
Come, Jethro, you're wasting time.
What was that?
One of my friends. He's on another planet, but he can see and hear us perfectly.
Polydor.
Yes.
Jedro, take the girl and the document, and hurry.
Where's the voice coming from?
From a small device called a detectoscope. When your father had this room redecorated last week, one of the workmen installed it.
In all this time...
I've heard many interesting conversations, Miss Carlyle. Your father has such important guests.
Come, Miss Carlyle. If we're noticed at the spaceport, it'll merely appear that a Space Patrol officer is escorting the Secretary General's daughter to Jupiter.
Elsewhere, in the Coronine Mountains of Venus, hundreds of miles from the nearest city, stands the Castle of KENNA. It was built during the 25th century by a wealthy space merchant as a showplace to entertain his friends in interplanetary commerce and society. Now, 5 centuries later, it is a deserted, crumbling ruin. It is here that Jedro has brought Carol.
Here she is, Polidor.
Welcome to KENNA Castle, Miss Carlyle. Jedro, did you have any trouble?
No, but I'd better camouflage Carol's spaceship.
Yes, and later you can move it into the hangar under the mountain. Miss Carlyle, do you know who I am?
You're a criminal who calls himself Polidor.
Yes, and you are one of the few people in the universe who have met me face to face as Polidor. As Commander Corey now knows, I'm Rudolph Janet, retired research chemist and amateur astronomer.
I'm not the least interested or impressed.
Aren't you curious why you were brought here?
No.
Of course you are. By bringing you here with the documents, I have a powerful control over Commander Corey.
What do you mean?
Isn't it obvious? To ensure your safety, Corey won't be quite as reckless in his efforts to capture me.
Then you're going to let him know you abducted me.
No, I'm going to lead Corey into a trap. Jedro.
Yes, Polidor.
Take Miss Carlyle's identification bracelet. See that it's delivered to Corey at the Terra headquarters according to Penn.
Right.
And now, Miss Carlyle, after I lock you in your room, I'll set the stage for Corey's downfall.
Hours later, in the central office at Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, a very worried Commander Corey talks on the intercom to a security captain.
He's now 4 hours overdue at Jupiter City.
All private commercial ships have been alerted, sir, just as you ordered. So far, report negative.
I talked to the space control operator who checked her out through the airlocks last night. Her ship blasted off on schedule.
Yes, I know. I talked to the gate patrolman who saw Carol get aboard with her bodyguard.
Commander, here's...
Just a minute, Captain. Captain, what did you say about a bodyguard?
I said I checked with the gate patrol at the spaceport. I found a man who saw Carol board her ship with his space patrol lieutenant.
Carol was going alone. I didn't assign an escort.
What?
Captain, get hold of the gate guard. Get a description of that lieutenant and check with personnel and operations. Alert the officer locator section.
Yes, sir.
Corey out. Captain, you hear that?
Yes, sir.
That was one of our officers with Carol. We'll have signed out with space operations.
Unless he's gone OPWL.
We haven't had an off-planet without lead case in 5 years. I think a lieutenant was a phony, and a checkup will prove it.
Oh, sir, this package is for you. A private messenger brought it.
I'll look at it later. Who's it from?
It doesn't say. It's marked urgent, personal, and official business.
Open that happen. I'm getting out a special search plan on Carol.
Yes, sir. Look and rockets, Commander, look.
A girl's bracelet. Pat, let me see that. It's Carol's.
Yes, sir. The identification bracelet her father gave her for her birthday.
Let's see that piece of paper.
Yes, sir.
I have information that will help you locate Carol Carlyle. Through a set of circumstances, I was able to obtain this bracelet without the knowledge of her actual abductors. This puts me in a dangerous position. Still, I feel it my duty to cooperate with the Space Patrol.
Wow, does that sound phony?
There's more. If you, Commander, will land on Jupiter Moon number 6 at exactly 1900 hours Universal Star Time, I will give you what facts I have. I regret being forced to use this indirect method, but to contact you openly would cost me my life.
He just happened to find Carol's bracelet. Does he think they're going to fall for that?
Under the circumstances, there's only one thing to do. We're blasting off for Jupiter number 6.
At 1900 hours Universal Star Time, Buzz lands the Terra 5 on the airless surface of Jupiter's 6th moon, at a point directed in the anonymous message. Moments later, a small private cruiser arcs in and hovers until Buzz and Abby step out of their ship in their spacesuits unarmed. The cruiser settles slowly down to the rocky satellite and cuts rockets. For long minutes, the space patrollers wait. Then, slowly, the cruiser's hatch opens, a ladder is lowered, and Buzz and Happy stride forward.
I'll go first, Hap. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are aboard. Show yourself.
Proceed forward.
Come on, Happy.
stand right there.
Where is Carol Carlisle?
There are certain preliminaries, Commander.
Let's get to them. Close that hatch so we can open these face pieces and talk man to man.
Our conversation can best be carried on as we are, in our spacesuits.
You've got us at a disadvantage. You can see us, but we can't see you. Your note said you weren't connected with whoever abducted Carol Carlisle.
That is correct. I'm not.
Then why are you wearing that one-way vision face piece?
Yeah, and why the dim lights?
Yes, for an innocent man, you're taking a lot of precaution.
Please, if you'll listen, you'll understand. May not approve, but you will understand. I do know the men who are holding Miss Carlisle.
Yes, and you're afraid of reprisals. You're scared. Now what?
I want to ask a favor. In exchange for certain information.
Keep talking.
I have here on this small duty desk a bundle of currency. 200,000 credits. I want you to deposit it in the Terra Bank to the account of D.J. Whitney.
Then if I promise to deposit the money, you'll tell me where to find Miss Carlisle?
Yes. Now will you deposit the money?
Uh-huh. If you can prove that Carol is safe.
That's easy. Space-phone has been on since you came aboard. Hold the door. Put the girl on.
Hold the door. We might have known it. Carol, this is Buzz. Can you hear me?
Yes, Buzz.
Watch what you say, all of you.
Are you all right? Have they harmed you?
No, I'm all right.
Sounds like Carol.
Buzz, it's a trap. They're going to frame you. Listen.
That's enough of that.
Bullador's got Carol, but we've got you.
Is that so?
Commander, he closed the hatch.
Open it. We're taking you to our ship.
You are?
Gub him heavy.
I've got him. Oh!
That takes care of the cadet. Now, Commander, you're next.
I'm going to open that face piece of yours and give you
That's your match this time, didn't you, Corey? I'll just pick you up, slam you against the bulkhead. Just like babies. Now I'll haul you boys back aft and blast off for Venus.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Totem poles, and more totem poles. Tall ones, small ones, middle-sized ones. In every Space Patroller's backyard, they're going up. All of them made out of those super scary, super spooky Man from Mars totem heads, stacked one on top of the other. Say, gang, how about yours? Have you started building your totem pole yet? Well, if not, you'd better hurry, because today is positively the last time we can offer you on Space Patrol the terrific Man from Mars totem head. Yes, sir, today is the last day I can tell you about the fantastic fun you can have with the Man from Mars totem head and Magic Forehead Vision. That's the special secret vision plate on each totem head. When you wear it, you can see out, but nobody can see in. Colored red, yellow, green, and black, the Man from Mars totem head is more than 12 inches high, with a face in front and a face in back. 2 pointed ears, 4 weird eyes, a beak-like nose, and fang-like teeth. Get 1 or 2. Wear them one on top of the other. Fool your friends and scare your pals. And remember, you can see them, but they can't see you with Magic Forehead Vision. So get lots of totem heads. Stack them one on top of the other. And you have an honest-to-goodness totem pole to guard the door to your room or the gate to your backyard. But send for them right away, because today is the last time we can offer you the Man from Mars totem head. So for everyone you want, send a rice Chex or wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, the robot of KENNA. Carol Carlisle has mysteriously disappeared on a space flight to Jupiter. Following instructions in an anonymous note delivered to Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, Buzz and Happy blasted off to Jupiter's 6th moon. Meeting the informer, a man whose identity was completely hidden by his spacesuit, Buzz learned that Carol is being held captive by the super criminal Polydor. Carol's spaceophone warning that they were in a trap caused the Space Patrollers to attack their treacherous informer. Amazingly, Buzz and Happy were overpowered, apparently with ridiculous ease by their adversary. Right now, they've regained consciousness in a dimly lit room.
Commander, are you okay?
I'm still groggy from that slamming around.
Lucky we had our spacesuits on. We'd have plenty of broken bones. Hey, we're not in our spacesuits now.
No, we're not in that cruiser anymore.
Stone floors, stone walls, we're on land. But what land?
The immediate problem is to get out of here.
Yeah. I don't know who that guy was, but he could be the wrestling champ of the solar system. He handled both of us like we were a couple of kittens.
And that's what'll trap him eventually. He took the trouble to hide his face, yet he displays the one characteristic that will set him off anywhere in the universe, his incredible strength.
Yeah, but suppose he's smart and doesn't play Samson again.
Half a man who could resist every temptation to show off just isn't human. Just isn't human.
Sir, somebody's coming.
Oh, so you two finally came out of it, huh? Don't try anything.
Get him. A gun in one hand and a toolbox in the other. Must be hunting for work.
Well, that's it. Have your fun while you can.
Hey, Commander, this is the fellow that was on that cruiser. I recognize his voice.
You're very clever. Come on, let's go, both of you.
Where?
Volador wants to talk to you. Here, Cadet, you lug this tool case.
Me? I don't know whether I can. If it gives you trouble, well, I'll try it. It's not so heavy.
Out the door. You first, Cadet. Now, Corey.
Now what? Drop that gun.
I'll get it, Commander.
Met your match this time, didn't you?
Smoking rockets, Commander. You took care of him easy. But in his ship, he tossed us around like nothing.
I could tell he wasn't superhuman the way he carried that toolbox.
Say, maybe it was the spacesuit that gave him extra power. A spacesuit with muscles.
This man wasn't in that spacesuit.
But, sir, his voice. It's the same as on the ship. Somebody's coming.
Give me that ray gun. Stand back.
Commander, look. A robot.
Shut the door. Try to keep it out.
That's no use, sir. He's stronger than both of us together.
This is what licked us before, the robot.
It's coming after us.
I'll try the ray gun, but I don't think it'll work.
Never even phased it.
Hand over the weapon, Commander.
Polidor's voice, coming out of the robot.
The gun, Commander. Or do you want the robot to take it away from you? That could be quite painful, you know.
Okay. Catch.
He caught it.
No, testing the robot's reflexes, weren't you, Corey? Like his strength, they're superhuman.
What have you done with Carol?
You are going to see her in a moment. She's in the other part of the dungeon.
Dungeon?
Of course. You're in Borcana Castle on Venus. Now, since you have knocked my friend out, the robot will escort you to Miss Carlyle's suite.
So, the robot was wearing the spacesuit. Now I don't feel so ashamed of getting licked.
Chedro was here in the castle all the time. You heard his voice through the detectoscope on the robot's head.
The robot piloted the ship from Jupiter's sixth moon here to Venus.
Yes. The robot is quite clever, provided he's controlled by a clever man. Out the door, gentlemen, and left to the corridor.
Let's go, Hap.
Unbolt the door, Corey, and go in.
Buzz, Catherine. It's my fault you're here.
Take it easy, Carol.
Polidor didn't get rough with you, did he?
No, I'm all right, but I shouldn't have warned you.
Forget it. Happy and I would have tackled this robot anyway.
Sure.
It's such an ugly, horrible thing.
Yeah, it looks better in a spacesuit.
The robot is designed for utility, not for beauty.
It's Polidor's voice.
Yeah. I'm getting used to hearing his voice boom out of walls, spaceships, and now this animated ash can. Gus here.
Gus?
The robot. If he's going to be around, he ought to have a name of his own.
Gus the robot. Somehow it fits his personality.
It's time we got down to business, Corey.
Fine, but let's talk man to man, not through this mechanical monstrosity.
Yeah, and this dungeon is cold and damp and reeks of paint.
It's giving me a headache.
Fine place to put the Secretary General's daughter, in a room full of paint cans.
If you cooperate, you won't be here long. The paint, incidentally, is to be used on my spaceships. I find it necessary to change markings and identification numbers.
Don't you know that's illegal?
We're wasting time. Between the three of you, I should learn some interesting facts about the Space Patrol and government plans.
You're still wasting your time.
Remember the robot. He can be very persuasive. Corey, we'll start with the Space Patrol code system. Come, I'm waiting.
Well, this is going to take some time. I think I'll pull up a can of paint and sit down. Oops. The lid's loose on this one.
Let me see that.
Sure. Here, Commander.
Corey, what are you going to do with that can of paint?
Black paint, not too thick, not too thin. Stand back, Carol, away from Gus.
Paint isn't going to stop this robot.
No, but it'll slow him down.
Wow. All over Gus's head and down his front.
I can't see. Confound you, Corey.
Now, I'll put the empty can over his head for good measure.
Oh, look out, Buzz. Don't let him grab you.
Cap, the robot dropped the ray gun. Get it. Let's get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Get for this, Corey.
Come on, Carol. Pull that door shut and throw the bolt.
That was close.
I can still hear Gus stamping around in there with a can on his head. That was a great idea, Commander.
Before that robot will be any more use, pull it over. We'll have to get the can off its head and wipe the paint off the detectoscope.
Poor Gus, just like a blind Samson.
Poor Gus, my eye. He's a walking pile driver.
Carol, do you know how to get out of this castle?
They brought me down that stairway over there.
Come on. Try the door, Hap.
That's locked.
A castle this size, there must be more doors.
Chances are Polidor has them all locked.
Yeah, by electronic control.
I was hoping to get Carol to a safe place and then search this castle till we found Polidor.
Buzz, something smells strange.
I noticed it too, sir. My eyes are burning.
Yeah. Polidor's flooding the castle with poison gas. Now we've got to find him.
Buzz, Carol, and Happy rush through the bleak corridors of the huge castle. They try door after door. All are locked. And each moment, the toxic vapor becomes more and more unbearable, burning their lungs, making them gasp for breath. Right now, they're painfully groping their way down a dimly lit corridor near a winding stairway.
Even if we do run into Polidor, how are we going to handle him? I can hardly see.
He'll be in the same fix we are.
He's probably shut himself up in an airtight room waiting for the gas to finish us.
The coward. He knows we've got a gun now, so now he won't...
Happy, listen.
Somebody's up the stairs.
Must be the central stairway of the castle. Goes up to the tower and down to the dungeon.
Say, if we go up, we can get away from this gas.
Look up there. About 4 flights. There are 2 of them.
They're wearing spacesuits.
Polidor and Jedro.
So that's how they're avoiding the gas.
Door up there leading outside.
Yeah, I saw a shaft of light. If they don't lock it, we can follow them and get out of here.
Look, something's wrong with one of them.
Hey, look how he's staggering around.
Maybe there's a leak in the spacesuit.
Hey, that means that...
Look, he's falling over the railing. The other one isn't even helping him.
Stand back. He's going to drop down the stairs. Happy, you stay here with Carol. There isn't much chance he's alive, but we can't leave him there.
Sure, sir.
Listen. Someone's coming up the stairs. Carol, who else is in the castle?
I don't know. Just Jedro and Polidor, I thought.
Smoking rockets, Commander. Look. It's Jedro.
Yeah, it's me, but don't worry, I'm not. Get me out of here.
Hey, wait a minute. You're here, and one of those men in the spacesuit was Polidor. Who was the other one?
The robot. Yeah, that's the one that fell down the shaft.
How do you know?
Because Jedro made him fall, isn't that right?
Yes. Polidor ran out of me, left me here to die, but I got this. It's one of the robot control mechanisms. Polidor had the other.
We were fighting for control of the robot. Polidor up there and you down below.
Yes.
That's why he staggered.
But why would he take the trouble to put the robot in a spacesuit?
Perhaps to confuse us in case we caught up with him.
And he figured Gus was more used to him now than Jedro.
Come on. Let's go up the stairs and out that door.
You can't. It won't open. Polidor had the only key.
Well, maybe we can break it down.
It's no use.
You mean we're locked in this castle?
Yes, Polidor thought of everything. We can't even shut off that poison gas.
Got to break that door open.
But Jedro says we can't.
Jedro, down at the bottom of the stairwell is something that might help us, the robot.
Gus? He must be smashed into 1,000 pieces.
Try that control, Jedro. Hurry.
Okay, I'll cut it on. Might work at that. You see this little screen that just lit up?
Yeah, it's the robot's shadow.
Now, let's see if it'll move.
Oh, his arms are moving.
See if you can get him on his feet. Hurry, we can't hold out much longer.
Hey, it works. Gus is walking.
Once I get him started, he'll follow the railing right up the stairs.
Come on. We're going up to the door and wait for him.
Oh, Gus is still coming.
Try the door just in case.
It's no use, sir.
I feel faint.
Keep fighting, Carol. Jedro, can you get any more speed out of that robot?
There he is, coming up the last flight.
He's hardly damaged at all.
There's a big dent in the helmet, but outside of that, he's all right. Stand back and give him room. Go ahead, Jedro.
Yeah, sure.
Commander, catch him.
I've got him.
What a time for him to pass out.
I've been watching him work the controls. Let's see if I can operate, Gus.
That's it. He's raising his arms.
Here goes. Keep out of the way. He's going to start swinging.
Attaboy, Gus. Give it all you've got. Hooray. Good boy, Gus. We're free.
Happy, you take care of Jedro. Bring him out into the air. Come on, Carol. You'll be all right in a minute.
Oh, I'm fine now, but that air.
Hey, all we got to do now is go down these steps outside the castle and... Well, come on, Jedro, on your feet.
Thanks.
Polidor. He's getting away in a spaceship.
With the document.
No. No, he hasn't got him. I sneaked him away from him and hid him.
Where?
Inside the robot. That's why I tried to get control of it.
A gang of cutthroats. Polidor runs out on you. You double-cross Polidor. And it looks like the only decent guy in the outfit is Gus. Hey, Commander, did you work the robot control just then?
No, why?
Gus moved. Maybe he's got a short circuit from the fall. He's holding out his right arm.
Happy. You just paid Gus a compliment. I think he wants to shake hands.
Huh? Well, put her there, Gus.
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
The last of the spook from outer space. The last of the walking, talking totem pole.
Yes, Space Patrollers, this is the very last time I can tell you about the fun you can have with the Man from Mars totem head with magic forehead vision. Wear one and you're the spook from outer space. The totem head is 12 inches high from head to shoulders. And with magic forehead vision, you can see out, but nobody sees in. Wear two, and you're the walking, talking totem pole. You really look just like an honest-to-goodness totem pole, too, because each Man from Mars totem head comes in honest-to-goodness totem colors. Red, yellow, green, and black, with honest-to-goodness looking totem ears, nose, eyes, and teeth. And man, oh man, just wait until you get yours. But you better not wait, because you've got to send for yours right away. Because this is the last time I can offer you the Man from Mars totem head with magic forehead vision. Now, for each one you want, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy, dressed as prospectors, are tramping across the great Martian desert toward Polidor's hideout.
Getting closer. That must be the hideout right over that dune.
Can't expect to sneak up on him. Surprise him. Best we can hope for is that we can get close before he recognizes us.
Uh-oh.
I see him. He sees us. Just keep walking.
Can't tell whether it's Polidor or not, but he's got a gun.
Halt. What do you want?
Our car is back in the desert about 2 miles.
That's too bad. You won't be needing it anymore.
Drop Happy. He's got a blast gun.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Trial by Terror, when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Bela Kovach, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present exciting action on Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy, dressed as prospectors, are tramping across the great Martian desert toward Polidor's hideout.
We're getting closer. That must be the hideout right over that dune.
We can't expect to sneak up and surprise him. The best we can hope for is that we can get close before he recognizes us.
Uh-oh.
I see him, Happy. He sees us. Just keep walking.
I can't tell whether it's Polidor or not, but he's got a gun.
Halt! What do you want?
Our car is back in the desert about 2 miles.
That's too bad. But you won't need it anymore.
Look out, Happy. He's got a blast gun.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure,
Trial by Terror. Gang, here's a scene I like to see in every space patroller's kitchen when I tune in my viewscope at breakfast time. It looks something like this. A big bowl on the table, a spoon, and next to the bowl and spoon, a red and white checkerboard package of rice checks. Then into the bowl goes the rice checks. Then cream and sugar, and sometimes fresh fruit. And now it's time to dig in. And man, oh man, oh man, digging into that bowl of rice checks is just like digging into a bowl full of sunshine. Golden shredded rice biscuits, triple oven toasted, till they're crisp as a cookie and 3 times as tasty. Tops for taste, you bet. Tops for size, too. Made in that modern bite-sized design for slick and easy eating. And Rice Chex is tops for get up and go. After a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex, you're full of the same super-powered get up and go that Commander Corey starts off his day with. So, Space Patrollers, the next time I tune in my viewscope at breakfast time, I want to see you eating Rice Chex. And if you're a whole wheat fan, try Wheat Chex. Remember, Chex are tops 3 ways, for taste, size, and get up and go. In the red and white checkerboard packages, with the big full-color picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside, and the wonderful free Space Patrol trading card on the inside. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Trial by Terror. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are maintaining an all-night vigil in Room 27 of the Space Patrol Security Lab. Room 27 houses an array of electronics equipment known officially as the Terra Internal Protective Alarm Coordinator, but usually referred to as the Crime Trap. The complex device is connected to hundreds of key points on the man-made planet Terra, banks, government offices, and laboratories. Its sensitive detection instruments are ready to report any attempt at forced entry, unusual movement, or outbreak of fire at any of these crucial locations. For hours now, the row of viewscope screens have remained dark. Unbroken rows of small green lights indicate the system is in operation in all circuits. Bored by the uneventful hours of waiting, Happy stands up and stretches.
It looks like that tip on Polidor was false, sir. Unless he managed to break into the vault without setting off an alarm.
Not even he could do that. The vault at Triplanet Construction Company is equipped with nearly every known detection device.
Polidor must know that.
Yes, there's a good chance he also knows that there are 2 million credits in the vault. It's a tempting haul.
He's sure running an awful risk.
His men are. You can be sure that Polidor himself is playing it safe.
Sir, would it be all right if I skip down to the commissary for another glass of milk?
Wait till Lieutenant Callan gets back, huh?
Yes, sir. Boy, I sure wouldn't want his job. Imagine having to watch these panels 6 hours a day and nothing ever happens. Uh-oh, I spoke too soon.
Check the panel hat.
Hey, it looks like that tip was on the level after all.
Now, wait a minute. That alarm isn't from the Triplanet vault. Their light's still green. What's the number under the red light?
49, sir.
49. That's Universal Map and Chart Company.
Polidor's mob wouldn't be pulling that job.
Hey, Lieutenant Callan, we'll let the local... Perhaps something's wrong with the crime trap.
Hey, there must be a short circuit. Smoke's just pouring out of the panel. Smoke and rockets, the central panel blew up.
Every circuit's dead.
Wow, with the alarm system out, every bank on Terra could be robbed.
Now get Lieutenant Callan. I'll spacephone our patrol cars to close in on Triplanet and the map company.
Less than a mile from Space Patrol headquarters, a small surface truck pulls up to the rear of the Zenith Microfilm Laboratory building. A man leaps from the truck, grabs a large case, and enters the building. Then, taking a heavy metal bar, he scrapes it across the floor. A section of the flooring swings upward, held against the metal bar by the pull of a magnet on the underside of the trap door. Placing the case down in the opening, the man closes the trap door and walks to a spaceophone transmitter.
Bram Slazer at Station 5 Terra calling Polidor. Bram Slazer calling Polidor.
Polidor here. Go ahead, Slazer.
Arnig and I got the credits.
Excellent. Any trouble?
Not in the Triplanet vault, but we were nearly stopped by a Space Patrol surface car during the getaway. There were patrol cars all around the Triplanet building.
There may have been some sort of leak. But we won't worry about that now that you got the 2 million credits.
When do Harning and I blast off?
Both of you remain on Terra until further orders. Lie low for a couple of days.
Now, but Polidor, the original agreement was that we were to deliver the credits to you right away and get paid off.
You'll be running a risk if you try to take that money off of Terra now. In a day or two, I will provide a distraction.
What do you mean, distraction?
Something will happen to one of the big cities on Mars. A disaster so terrible that Corey will forget all about those 2 million credits.
Now, what's going to happen?
I want it to be a surprise. You and Harnong stay on Terra. And keep out of trouble. Hold it around.
Woz and Happy have just returned to the commander's central office at Space Patrol headquarters after examining the vault of the Tri-Planet Construction Company building.
Wow. 2 million credits gone, and not a single clue. Polidor did it again?
He got away with the theft, but we'll have some clues when he tries to put that money into circulation.
How do you mean, sir? Checking the serial numbers?
That'd be difficult. The money was in fairly small bills, but they're impregnated with radioactive carbon particles. Within a few hours, every bank in the solar system will be supplied with radiation detectors.
Then when anyone passes any of that money across the counter, he'll be nabbed.
No. A Space Patrol agent will be put on his trail. The person actually passing the money might be entirely innocent. It'll take a lot of quiet investigation, but eventually we'll trace the money back to its original source, to one of Polidor's men.
That could take weeks.
Maybe months, unless Polidor's short of operating cash.
If we could only find out who tipped us off.
The lab experts have examined the damage at the crime trap in room 27. Somehow, one of Polidor's men bridged a small explosive device across one of the circuits in the main control.
Well, right here in headquarters.
The attempt to break into the map company had just one purpose: to set off an alarm in the coordinator system. And that triggered the explosive that blew out the master control.
And prevented the alarm in the Tri-Planet vault from registering.
Right. Polidor had both jobs timed to the split second.
Well, the biggest mystery right now is who tampered with the control panel in room 27.
That part isn't a mystery, Hap. One of the maintenance men was in there yesterday. He didn't show up for duty today, and he can't be located.
If we could only find him and give him a brainograph test.
That wouldn't help much. You know how Polidor works. His men know only their own phase of the job, nothing about anything higher up. Now get it, Hap. Corey here.
Commander, this is Special Agent Parker. Some of that Tri-Planet money's already in circulation.
Interesting. Polidor's trying to unload it fast, huh?
Yeah, tell her at the Terra Bank was handed a 100-credit note. It was as radioactive as Madame Curie's floor mop.
Have you traced the bill?
The teller told me it was passed by a fellow that works for Zenith Microfilm Lab. His name's Harnung. Want me to follow up on it, Commander?
Find out all you can about the microfilm lab, but indirectly. Check on their employees, who owns it, and who their clients are.
Yes, sir.
Where is this outfit?
467 Orion.
Keep working undercover, Parker. I'll check on Harnung. Corey out.
Say, this Zenith outfit is really sharp. Look at their sign. An elephant never forgets. Neither does Zenith Microfilm, and it takes less space. Clever.
And below it, our clients are protected by Tie-Pack.
Hey, they're closed.
There's a light on inside.
Somebody's coming.
Have keep that radiation detector out of sight. While I'm talking to this fellow, you wander around the plant.
A little private snooping, huh?
Make it obvious youthful curiosity. Walk close to their files, but be interested in their lab equipment.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry I was about to say we're closed for business, but of course that doesn't apply to the Space Patrol.
I'm looking for Mr. Harnung.
Oh, I'm Harnung. What can I do for you?
I'd like to ask you a few routine questions inside, if you don't mind.
Of course. Come in, gentlemen. Sit down. I was just checking through some orders. Got a few rush shipments I want to get out tonight.
I'll go right ahead. We can talk as you work.
Thank you.
Hey, you've sure got a lot of swell equipment here.
You better not touch anything, Happy. You might upset some delicate adjustments.
Yes, sir.
No, he can't have heard anything. Now, what was it, Commander?
You visited the Terra Bank this morning, is that right?
Yeah. On some business for the firm.
You gave the teller a 100-credit note.
Don't tell me it wasn't any good.
No, it was good, all right. I'd just like to know where you got it.
I'm afraid I can't tell you, Commander.
You mean you get so many 100-credit bills you can't remember?
I wish that were true. No, what I mean is I wasn't in the office when the bill came in. Perhaps Mr. Ogilvy could help you. He's our bookkeeper. I could tell you where he lives.
Oh, fine. You can give me his address later.
Say, is it all right if I go back here?
Oh, the processing lab? Yeah, of course. Make yourself at home.
Now, don't disturb anything, Happy.
All right, Commander.
Now, Mr. Harnung, when would this 100-credit bill have come in?
Well, I don't know. Possibly late yesterday. This morning, our petty cash was low, so I took the bill to the bank to get it changed. As I say, if you go and talk to Ogilvy...
I'll do that. I noticed you're protected by Terra Internal Alarm Coordinator Service. Do you often have material here that would tempt burglars?
Well, Commander, frankly, we don't need the service, but it looks good on our advertising. You and I know that no burglar's going to waste his time and run the risk of breaking into a place like this.
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, Happy?
Something very interesting back in the lab.
Oh?
Well, things are really clicking.
Harnung, before you give me your bookkeeper's address, I'd like to see the rest of your plant.
Yeah, of
course. Now, over here's our display room where we show the client samples of...
I'd like to see the lab first.
There's something radioactive under the floor of the lab, sir.
Okay, Hap. Come on, Harnung. I'm sure we'll need your explanation of some of the lab equipment.
That's just like any commercial microfilm lab, Commander. Nothing you gentlemen wouldn't understand.
You never can tell. There are tricks to every trade.
Here's the spot, Commander. Listen to the detector. Now watch what happens when I put it down on the floor.
What's under this flooring, Harnung?
I don't know.
If you look close, Commander, you can make out very fine cracks in the floor in the form of a square, like a closely fitted trap door.
Yes, I see. Open it up, Harnung.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
By the way that detector's clicking, I'd say there's about 2 million credits worth of radioactivity under this floor.
If I can find something sharp, maybe I can pry it open, sir. Oh, I know, that metal bar. Hey, that's funny. It was right over here under the window, on top of a packing case. It looked like a crowbar. Yeah, but where did it go?
Here it is. Come in. Oh, I got Corey. Hold it. No, you don't, Harnung.
Nice going, Slazer.
You couldn't wait to dip into that 2 million credits.
Yeah, but Slazer, we were broke. How did I know?
Shut up. Take this bar and open the trapdoor. While you're loading the money in the surface car, I'll make sure that Corey and the cadet are out of the way for good.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Dick Tufeld in St. Louis reporting on the twin-jet Air Force fighter, the McDonnell Voodoo XF-88A. In a moment, we'll hear from the noted test pilot who flies this plane, Phil Houghton. Speed of the Voodoo is a military secret, but it's plenty fast. Wingspan is 40 feet, length 55, weight 10 tons. And now, Phil Houghton recorded at Lambert Airfield.
After seeing the Voodoo, I guess you know why I like my job. There's one thing about it, though. A test pilot has to stay in good condition, get lots of sleep, and eat good, healthy food. That's why I like rice checks and wheat checks for breakfast. They've got plenty of energy in them, and they really taste swell. I think you'll like them, too.
Make sure you stay in condition the way Phil Houghton, J. Ray Donahue Jr., and other top test pilots do. Every morning, eat a good, nourishing breakfast with rice checks or wheat checks. The cereals that are tops 3 ways. Tops for taste, for size, and for real get up and go. That's Chex, rice or wheat. Remember, they're tops with America's top pilots. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Trial by Terror. Using a radiation detector, Buzz and Happy have discovered the hiding place of 2 million stolen credits in a microfilm laboratory used as a front by 2 members of Polidor's gang. While the Space Patrollers were busy with Harnung, the other criminal Slazer emerged from hiding and knocked out the Commander and Happy before they could defend themselves. Right now, while Harnung removes the stolen money to a surface car, Slazer grips a metal bar as Buzz dazedly raises his head.
Don't try to get up, Corey. I can make it quick and painless for you and the cadet if you don't try to put up a fight.
How much is Polidor giving you out of that 2 million credits?
And what makes you think we're working for Polidor?
I've got the money in the car. What's taking you...
Quiet, you fool. Don't stand in the door bellowing. Now, what is it?
Have you finished them yet?
Have a quick push against this stack of cases.
Yes, sir. Get out of here.
When they fall, they may break that
Sure, it's
window.
a thorough job. With this much
They're rocking,
stake, we
sir.
can't afford to...
Their fault.
That does it?
Hey!
Hey, what good do you think that's going to do you?
Window opens into the alley and it's deserted.
I realize that.
I just stole it. Get to work with that bar, Slazy.
Just a moment. I believe this plant's protected by Terra Internal Alarm Service.
What about it?
Oh, nothing. Except that in room 27 at Terra headquarters, a red light's flashing. In a few seconds, every patrol car in the district will be heading this way.
Slazer, he's right. Let's get out of here, quick.
Corey's bluffing. The master panel's out of commission.
We've got auxiliary units, you know. But of course, it's up to you. Polidor will be mighty grateful to you for getting rid of us at the cost of your own freedom.
Slazer, come on.
It would only take a second.
Every second counts. Throw that bar down and let's go.
All right. But there's one thing I'm going to do first. Smash this spacerphone.
That's enough. Come on.
Let's go. We'll lock him in.
Oh, that was close.
I'll give you a hand, Hap.
Oh, my head. Oh. Hey, I didn't know that master alarm panel was replaced so quickly. I'm surprised.
If it's working, I'm surprised. Slazer sure put that spacerphone out of order. I'll check the dials. Maybe I can find out what frequencies they've been using. Hap, get that bar and pry open the door.
Weakened and dazed by their treatment at the hands of Slazer and Harnung, it's several minutes before Buzz and Happy can wrench open the locked door of the microfilm lab. Hailing a patrol car, Buzz spacephones an alert to the Terra spaceport. Then he and Happy speed to headquarters to supervise the hunt for Slazer and Harnung. Right now, as Happy enters the commander's office after an errand to the security lab, Buzz adjusts a spacephone receiver.
The alarm coordinator panel is working now, Commander. Gee, if they'd only finished it a few minutes sooner, our alarm from the microfilm lab would have gone through.
Well, we've had a couple of good breaks, though, Hap. 3 of Bolidor's chief agents have been picked up, 2 in Saturn City and 1 on Mercury.
Great. When we give him a brainograph test, maybe we can find out where Polidor is.
I know where he is.
What?
I've been monitoring the frequencies I found jotted down by Harnung and Slazer at the microfilm lab. I intercepted a call from Polidor, and communications got a fix on it.
Where is he?
On Mars. Approximately in the center of Sector K7 on the Great Martian Desert.
Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Polidor calling Station 7 Mercury. Polidor calling Station 7 Mercury. Station 7, I assume you are listening but cannot acknowledge. Disaster Plan C is now in effect. Repeat, Disaster Plan C is now in effect. Suspend operations until after Space Patrol sounds triple red. At approximately 1500 hours. Polidor out.
What's he talking about? Triple red is our... Commander, triple red is our code for a Mars emergency.
Exactly.
We'd better notify Mars Space Patrol where Polidor is.
They know, Hap. Getting Polidor might be simple, but it wouldn't necessarily stop this disaster plan C of his.
It sounds as though he's getting desperate.
Right. Gotta take him by surprise. He expects us to sound a triple red at about 1500 hours.
That would give us time to get to Mars, maybe with 2 hours to spare.
We'll need that time, Hap. Hundreds of lives, maybe thousands, depend on how we use those 2 hours.
In a skillfully camouflaged building in the great Martian desert, the master criminal Polidor counts through several huge stacks of credits, then glowers at the 2 men who sit silently in a corner.
You're 100 credits short of 2 million.
I explained that, Polidor. I needed money for expenses,
So you trotted right down to the Terra Bank with a radioactive 100-credit bill. I ought to cut your share in half.
But, Polidor, now we know those bills are radioactive. Otherwise, you might have circulated some yourself and got caught.
You have to admit it's right, Polidor.
What good is this money if we can't pass it?
That isn't our fault. And maybe we can neutralize the radiation.
Yeah, that's true. Right now I have something more urgent to think about. The destruction of Lowell City.
What?
Lowell City?
Disaster Plan C, remember?
Well, what do we gain by that?
With a city in ruins, who is going to bother about you or me? The Space Patrol will have its hands full.
How are you going to do it?
It will be simple. Right now on Deimos, the outer moon of Mars, is a robot spaceship full of high explosives. I can control it from here. Cause it to blast off and set it on a vector that will send it crashing into Lowell City.
Isn't there some other way to save our skins? Destroying a whole city.
If you think of a method as effective, I'll consider it. In the meantime, follow orders. No one must interfere with my plan to destroy Lower City. Naturally, no ships can approach without warning. But an attack by land is another matter.
What are you worried about? This place is like a fort.
Yes, and forts have been known to fall even to a few men on foot. You two are going on patrol right now.
After a swift flight to Mars, Buzz and Happy set their spaceship down in the great Martian desert, miles from Polidor's hideout. Dressed as prospectors, they cover more miles in a battered desert-going surface car. Now, their faces and hands grimy with grease and dirt to hide their identity, they trudge onward through the cold Martian twilight.
Perhaps slow down. Let your shoulders slump. You'd be spotted as a space patroller from a mile away.
We're getting closer. That must be the hideout right over that dune.
Yeah, we can't expect to sneak up and surprise Polidor. The best we can hope for is to get close to him before he recognizes us.
Uh-oh. Look.
I see him, Hap. He sees us. Just keep walking.
What light there is behind him. I can't tell whether it's Polidor or not, but he's got a gun.
Halt! What do you want?
Our car is back in the desert about 2 miles.
That's too bad. But you won't need it anymore.
Drop, Happy. He's got a blast gun.
I missed you on purpose. But if either of you makes a move, I'll let you have it.
It's Slazer.
Let him do all the talking.
Well. On your feet, men, and keep your hands up. That's it. I'll just take your weapons. Thanks, Commander. Now yours, Cadet. You know, Polidor will be glad to see you. And I can finish what I started back on Terra. Now get moving. Go on in.
Who are these men?
Just a couple of prospectors. Prospecting for trouble.
Oh, Corey and the cadet. You're just in time to watch the destruction of Lowell City.
Lowell City?
So
that's what you meant by disaster plan C.
Oh, so you intercepted one of my spaceophone messages. Yes, Commander. A few minutes ago, I launched a robot spaceship from the outer moon. At 1500 hours, it will crash into the heart of Lowell City. It is now 14:55.
Polidor, what can you possibly gain by a thing like that?
I'm a hunted man, Commander. Even with you out of the way, your hounds of the law will be hot on my scent.
Well, do you think wrecking a city will make them stop hunting you?
No. But it will give me a breathing spell while the Space Patrol is evacuating the injured, caring for the homeless.
Why, you inhuman...
Careful, Commander. Slazer, cut on the viewscope. The large screen, if you will. Thank you. There. What you see there is the planet Mars as it looks from the nose port of a robot ship. Each second brings it closer to its target.
You've forgotten about space control. They'll detect it.
No, Cadet. In a moment, I will step into the next room where the control mechanism is. And at the proper time, I will change vector. Space control defenses will have no time to act.
Polidor, think of the helpless women and children in that city.
It is nearly time to change vector. Watch the screen, gentlemen. You will see Lowell City move from the right edge to the exact center. It will grow larger and larger. And when the screen goes blank... Stop him! Stop Corey! Corey, come out of there! Open this door! Slazer, you and Harnung keep an eye on the cadet.
Sure we will.
Don't move, Cadet.
Harnung, cut on the intercom so Corey can hear me.
Okay. Look at the screen. Corey's changing the course of the robot ship.
Hooray, Commander, you did it. You saved Lowell City.
Save your cheers, Cadet. Commander, can you hear me?
Yes, Polidor, I hear you.
Open this door. If I have to break it down, I'll come in there with a blast gun.
Come ahead. Now I've got a blast gun, too. Now, what are you waiting for? You're 3-1 against me.
Harnung, Slazer, one of you go and get him.
You go in, Polidor. It's your idea.
You cowards. I'll fix him. Corey, you forget that we got the cadet out here. If you want to see him alive, surrender. Come out with your hands up and empty.
Smart thinking, Polidor. That'll get him.
How about it, Corey? Are you coming out, or do we shoot the cadet?
Don't let him bluff you, Commander. After he wrecks the city, he'll get us anyway.
Now, isn't the cadet heroic?
Shut up, all of you. Well, Corey, I'm counting to 10.
While you're counting, look at the viewscope screen. What do you see?
You're heading the robot toward Mars.
That's right. Straight toward the center of Sector K7.
That's where we are. Corey, are you crazy? You blow us all up.
We gotta get in there and stop him. Change that control.
Now, listen, all of you. If I hear a shot, I'm going to smash this robot control. Nothing you can do will prevent that ship full of explosives from crashing.
Polidor, look at the screen. It's getting close. Let's get out of here.
You plan to destroy a city. That means you can't run far enough or fast enough to avoid that explosion.
Corey, listen to reason. Stop that thing. Change its course.
Not until you give Happy your weapons.
Listen. It's getting close. Polidor, give up.
Don't be fools. We got 2 million credits here, and Corey's bluffing. He won't dare let the ship crash here.
Oh, no?
It's right above us. Polidor, give up!
Yes, Polidor, surrender. I'll shoot you.
No, don't. You heard what Corey said. If he hears a shot, he'll smash the controls. All right, Corey, we'll surrender. Cadet, take our guns, quick. Please, just drop them.
How's it going out there, Hap?
I've got him covered, Commander.
Hurry.
Please.
Change vector.
You may get up off your knees now, gentlemen.
Well, I see everything's under control, huh?
Yes, except Polidor and his pals are nearly passed out from fright. It's a shame in a way.
I know what you mean, Hap. I'd hope that...
Hey, Polidor's going for a gun!
Oh, no, he's not. Thanks, Polidor. I've been wanting to get that out of my system for a long time.
It's over. It's all over.
Good thinking. Polidor doesn't need a spaceship to fall on him. Or does he?
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Say, Space Patrollers, Commander Corey's been getting a lot of fan letters lately. Got a couple of them right here. And man, oh man, you should hear all the wonderful things Space Patrollers are saying about Chex. Listen, I'll quote you a few. Love those Chex. Best tasting cereals of all. And taste real George with fruit. Super swell with milk and sugar. Here's another good one. I like Chex because they're bite-sized. Take along a pocketful most every place I go. There you have it, gang, and that's just a few. But I know that you'll all like Chex. They're the tops in cereals, tops 3 ways. For taste, size, and get up and go.
Right, Captain Tufeld. Commander Corey here, Space Patrollers. Now, I want all of you to be Rice Chex, Wheat Chex fans like I am. So try 'em. Have yourself a good, nourishing breakfast with Chex. And I'm sure you'll agree, Chex are tops in cereals.
Gang, you heard what the commander said, and he's the #1 Chex fan. So go get him today. In the red and white checkerboard packages, with the picture of the commander or Cadet Happy on the outside, and the wonderful free Space Patrol trading card inside. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, tops 3 ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. Now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are trying to escape from a mysterious underworld kingdom on Mercury. Suddenly, a robed figure steps before them.
Commander, it's Varg.
There is no use resisting. You will never leave this underground city.
What's going to stop us?
The sun. The precious sunlight you surface dwellers prize so much. It is pouring down into the shafts beneath you.
What's he talking about, Commander?
The sun's heat here on Mercury is terrific. If it suddenly expands those pockets of frozen air, it'll blast these caverns wide open.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Menace Under Mercury, when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Baylor Kovach, Norman Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex present exciting action on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have entered a repair shop in Mercury City to search for a spy from interstellar space.
The room's empty, sir. Targold is telling the truth.
It's the same. We'll take Targold to headquarters for questioning.
Commander, look. Behind that cabinet.
Don't try anything, Commander.
It's Smead.
Come out here, Smead, with your hands up.
I'm in control here, Corey. There is a deadly, invisible beam right between us. Now drop those guns, or you'll be nothing but a heap of ashes.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Design for Disaster. Hang on to your space helmets, gang. Here comes Cadet Happy. Around the corner. Over the fence. And clear the way because here he is.
Hiya, Captain Tufeld.
Hi, Hap. Hey, how come all the shortcuts? Why the big rush?
Smoking rockets. I was in a hurry to get here and tell all the space patrollers about this neat new surprise the commander has for them. Take a look, Captain. It's plenty terrific.
Wow, the Space Patrol periscope.
An honest-to-goodness Space Patrol periscope with magic mirrors that let you see around corners, over fences, and around trees and over bushes, but nobody can see you.
Yes, sirree. You see without being seen. Over the heads of a crowd, too, because the Space Patrol periscope is a big, 24 inches long. It's tapered special for wide-angle vision with a real mirror at the top and one at the bottom, too.
Jumpin' Jupiter, gang, you sure can have fun with one of your own. The commander wants you to have one, too, and he wants all of you to listen to today's Space Patrol adventure and find out how we use our official Space Patrol periscope.
So get your paper and pencils ready. In just a few minutes, I'm going to tell you how to get your periscope.
Say, Captain, how did you know I took all those shortcuts a while back? Over the fences and around the corner. Oh, sure. How space happy can you get? You were peering through your periscope.
Right, Cadet.
Ah!
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure designed for disaster. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have captured one of the agents from TIRANNA, a distant solar system that plans to attack the United Planets. For hours now, Buzz has given phonograph tests to the agent Rogarth, attempting to learn all possible information about the enemy. Happy is in the commander's central office right now at Space Patrol headquarters as Buzz enters from the security lab.
Hello, how's it going, Commander? You getting anything out of Rogarth?
But even to the brainograph, it's slow.
Found out where TIRANNA is?
Yes, it's in the constellation Pegasus. A little more than 80 light years from our solar system.
If we only had enough star drive ships to send on a scouting mission. And when's the attack scheduled?
Rogarth doesn't know.
It's too bad that other agent Smeed got away from us. I'll bet he knows.
Rogarth might help us locate Smeed. In the next session with the brainograph, I'm going to ask him to name every base of operation and every hideout Smeed might visit. Frankly, Hap, unless we locate Smeed and find a way to stop that attack from TIRANNA, the United Planets are facing slavery or annihilation.
Almost anyone is likely to enter a spaceophone repair shop. Also, strange pieces of equipment and strange noises are not likely to cause suspicion in such a place. These are two reasons why Matthew Smeed has set up another Tyrannian agent, Pax Targo, in a spaceophone shop in Mercury City. Smeed, carrying a small receiver, has just entered Targo's shop.
Good afternoon. I wonder if you could tell me what's wrong with this set?
It's okay, Smeed. No one's in the shop.
Good. Have you contacted Griff Benyon?
Yes. He's very interested in your proposition.
I knew he would be. Benyon is the type of criminal who prefers the melodramatic.
I'd say that blowing up the Mercury City atmosphere plant just to rob a bank is more than just melodrama.
Of course. It's military strategy for the Tyrannian cause. But Benyon doesn't know about that part of it, does he?
No. No, he thinks I just want a share of the bank loot.
And Benyon is willing to plan the explosive himself?
Yes, as soon as I complete the device.
It isn't finished yet?
There's a few more details to take care of. It's over there on the bench. I want to test the timing mechanism.
All right. Now, tell me just what you told Benyon.
Well, Benyon hides the explosive in the atmosphere tank. Then he and his men put on spacesuits waiting for the explosion.
Concealed at doors?
Yes. The surface truck will be in Slaker's warehouse. When the atmosphere plant blows up, there will be a panic all over the city. Benyon and his men rush to the Mercury City Bank. Benyon's gang scoops up all the money they can lay their hands on, piles into the truck, and then goes to the spaceport.
And we'll be on Venus, waiting for Benyon to bring us our share of the money.
Suppose Benyon gets captured.
Well, we'll see that he isn't, even if we have to dispose of him ourselves. Anyway, Benyon must never know that you have any connection with TIRANNA. Now, hurry and finish the time bomb.
In his central office on Terra, Commander Corey has just completed his interrogation of the captured Tyrannian agent, Rogarth. Right now, he's telling Cadet Happy the results of the phonograph test.
Rogarth was able to locate 5 possible hideouts where he might find Smeed.
Well, those shouldn't take long to cover.
The trouble is there are probably several more. But according to Rogarth, Smeed might be hiding on Saturn, on Jupiter's third moon, Mercury, Venus, and Mars.
Well, we could alert our agents and hit all 5 places at once.
That'd be fine. We could be sure he'd be at one of those 5 places. If he's somewhere else, those simultaneous raids would only tip him off.
Yeah, that's right. It would be even harder to find.
However, I think I have something here that might solve our problem. In this cabinet. This could do the trick.
Hey, what is it?
It's that new piece of equipment I mentioned last week, Chap. The official Space Patrol periscope.
You mean that tube is going to help us find Smeed?
Yes, sir. Here, I'll show you how it works. Look out the upper window.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll just move this chair up and stand on it.
Now, that isn't necessary. You just take the periscope. That's it. Hold one end to your eyes and point the other end out of that top window.
Smoking rockets. It's like being 2 feet taller.
Yes. By turning it sideways, you can see around corners with it.
Hey, this is great. If there was a criminal around a corner with a blast gun, you could find out where he was without getting hit.
That's right. And notice the wide-angle vision it gives you.
Oh, this is some gadget. But, well, I still don't see how it's going to be much help in finding Smeed.
Wait till we test it out in space. When you're outside of the strong gravity field of the planet, you can use a periscope to see objects millions of DUs away.
Oh, like a high-powered telescope, huh?
That's better than a telescope, huh? If you're out in space with a telescope, you might be able to see this headquarters building here in Terra. But with the periscope, you could see inside the building. You could look into any room, any office.
Smoking rockets. So that's how we're going to look for Matthew Smead.
You won't know we're watching.
Well, why can't we work it right from here? Or from the roof of the building?
Because of Terra's gravity field. The periscope is like our star-drive spaceship. It operates through another dimension in hyperspace. When delicate long-distance adjustments are necessary, the periscope must be in a near-zero gravity field.
I'm sure anxious to see how it works out in space.
Well, let's go to the Terra 5, Hap. We'll give the periscope its first action test.
Millions of DUs from any planet, the Terra 5 cruises through space on automatic control. Buzz and Happy examine the new Space Patrol periscope, now held securely in a bracket attached near the control panel. Buzz has attached the small, compact adjustment mechanism which enables the periscope to focus upon any remote point of space.
We drew another blank. I'll reset the adjustments for the place in Mercury City.
Oh, the Space-Phone repair shop?
Yes. I've got it, Hap. Look through the periscope.
Why, it's like we were standing right in the street, in front of the shop.
Let me take over again. I'll change the focus to inside the shop. It looks legitimate enough. Some testing equipment. Several Space-Phone receivers and transmitters taken apart. The desk with papers scattered all over.
Anyone there, sir?
Yes, there's a man working at the bench. Doesn't look like a spaceophone. It's a square box with a sort of top gun on it. Uh-oh. Someone's opening the door in the back of the shop. Now, take a look.
Yes, sir. Smead.
The man we're looking for, Mercury City.
We can space up on Mercury City headquarters and have that shop surrounded.
There's too much chance of Smead intercepting the call. Remember, he's surrounded by a whole shop full of spacephone equipment. Chances are he's constantly monitoring our channel.
Yeah, that's right. And for all we know, he might even know our codes.
Keep watching him. Maybe we can pick up some hints.
There it is, Smead. All ready for action.
Good. Take it easy. Don't blow it up here.
Don't worry. The safety switch is on.
And what about Griff Benyon?
He's coming here to pick it up later this afternoon.
All right, then all we have to do is... Ow!
What's the matter?
Something bit me on the hand. Where did these ants come from? Your desk is swarming with them.
Oh, put some fruit in the drawer yesterday and forgot about it.
Where's your medicine kit?
Don't worry, Smead. Those ants won't hurt you.
How do you know they won't? Remember, we're from another solar system. We may not be immune to bites from these insects.
Hey, that's right. I'll get rid of them right away.
You can do that when I'm gone. Now, about this deal with Griff Benyon. You set the timing device right here. When Benyon leaves, you go to the spaceport. We don't want to be in Mercury City when the atmosphere turns over.
Smead's leaving the shop, Commander. Can we follow him with the periscope?
We can for a while, but when we get closer to Mercury, the increasing gravity field will blur the image. We'll land at Mercury City and go directly to that spacephone shop. Maybe we can make Smead's partner talk.
Two hours later, Buzz and Happy are in a surface car on a side street in Mercury City. Leaving the car a block from the shop, they continue on foot. In the shop, Targol is carefully going through his papers, destroying incriminating evidence.
Yes, gentlemen? Something I can do for you?
Do you run this shop?
Yes, I do. I'm Pax Targol.
We're looking for a man named Smead. Matthew Smead.
Smead? I don't believe I know anyone by that name.
We'll just take a look around, Targol.
You won't find your Mr. Smead here.
Not now, maybe, but he was here.
Yeah, we saw him.
You saw him?
No, let's not argue. Lead the way into that back room. Go on, Targol. You can follow that.
Yes, sir. There. As you can see, the room is empty.
I'm taking you to headquarters for questioning, Targol.
Just what is this all about?
Commander, look, behind that cabinet.
Don't try anything, Commander.
It's Smead.
Come out here, Smead, with your hands up.
I'm in control here, Commander. Do you hear that sound? That's a disintegrator beam.
Disintegrator beam?
That's right, Cadet. There's a deadly, invisible beam in this room, forming a wall between you and me.
Turn it off or I'll use this ray gun.
Try it, and I'll sweep this beam over you. In a fraction of a second, you'll be nothing but a heap of ashes. Now, drop those guns.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. All set on the pencils and papers, gang. In just seconds, you're going to find out how you can get your super sensational Patrol Periscope. The official Space Patrol Periscope with the magic mirrors that let you see around corners, over fences, while nobody can see you. Yes, you see without being seen. And, gang, just wait till you get your first look through. It's a big 24 inches long and tapered special for wide-angle vision with 2 mirrors, one at the top, one at the bottom. It comes in real George Space colors, too. Blue, yellow, and red. Wowie! Think of the fun you can have peering at your pals through your periscope. And you'll have lots of fun putting your periscope together, too. You do it yourself. Easy directions are right on the envelope it comes in. And it takes only a few minutes, and presto, you're set to start peering through your periscope. Now, gang, remember, you can see around corners and over fences and around trees, over bushes, but nobody can see you. Okay? You set with pencil and paper? Here's how you get your official Space Patrol Periscope. Send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. Now, Space Patrollers, don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure designed for disaster. With the aid of the new Space Patrol Periscope, Buzz and Happy located Matthew Smead in a hideout in Mercury City. Smead and his accomplice, Pax Targal, are agents from the remote solar system TIRANNA, which is preparing to attack the United Planets. When Buzz and Happy accosted Smead in the back room of the Spaceophone repair shop, Smead cut on a disintegrator beam and threatens to focus the deadly rays on the space patrollers.
You haven't a chance, Corey. Do as you're told.
If that's a disintegrator beam, Smead, why doesn't it destroy the walls of this room?
It's simple. It's tuned to a frequency that affects only living tissues. It doesn't harm inorganic, lifeless matter. However, if you like a demonstration, just watch what happens to the cadet.
All right, Smead, this round is yours. Drop your ray gun, Happy.
Yes, sir. Very wise, gentlemen. Targo.
Yeah?
When Corey and the cadet step back, and I'm sure they will, you pick up their weapons. Don't move till I tell you to. You might step into the disintegrator beam.
I'll wait, don't worry.
Step back, gentlemen, into that closet. Go on. All right, Targo, get their guns.
You can cut off the disintegrator now, Smead. I got them covered.
Lock them in the closet.
Sure.
Now, I want you to get on the phone and call your friend.
Oh, you mean?
Yes, you know very well who I mean. Tell him there has been a change in plans. We will bring the necessary equipment to him.
What about Corey and the cadet?
When we leave, I'll turn the beam on. That'll keep them under control. There. He can't get out of this room without knocking out a wall. Now get that bomb and let's get out of here.
I didn't hear anything out there, sir. I think they've gone.
I think Smead about us off that easy. Let's try breaking out and see what happens.
No objection so far.
I'll give him another kick.
The room's empty, sir. They've gone off.
Hold it, Hat. Don't move. The disintegrator beam is on.
Oh, and I was just about to cross the room.
The source of that beam is down there.
We can get to that machine and turn it off.
No, we can't. Speed placed it where we can't get to it without stepping into the beam.
Then we're blocked.
We could only find exactly where that beam is and locate its boundaries. Perhaps we could crawl under it. Uh-oh.
Well, what is it, sir?
Look down at the floor next to the wall.
I don't see anything except a swarm of ants.
That's what I mean. Either they're crawling along the molding, an army of them. Hap, if we can get some of those ants in that metal bar, we can use it as a test rod. We'll move it around slowly. When the ants start disappearing or dropping off, we'll know that they...
Hey, we'll know we're on the beam. Great. I'll get the rod.
Get some ants on it. And we'll start near the floor and work up.
Carefully holding the bar at arm's length, Commander Corey probes for the invisible beam. Inch by inch, he advances across the room.
Be careful, sir. It's a foot off the floor, and the ants are still okay. Uh-oh. Now they're gone.
This is the lower limit of the disintegrator beam, Hap. About 18 inches off the floor at this point. We'll lie on our stomachs and crawl across the room to the door. And keep low.
Don't worry, sir. I'll be so flat you'll think it's my shadow.
Moments later, Buzz and Happy are in their surface car. As they drive toward Mercury City headquarters, the commander issues spaceophone orders to the City Patrol Division.
Are those instructions clear, Captain?
Yes, Commander. I'll assign men to watch the repair shop. The guards at the spaceport will be alerted to stop Speed and Targo as they show up.
Oh, one more thing, Captain. I want you to check on a couple of phone numbers I found on scraps of paper at the spaceophone shop. Find out who they're listed to and the address.
Yes, sir.
They're both Mercury City numbers. Virgo 45907 and Thor 23611.
I'll trace them immediately, Commander.
Inform Colonel Harris that I'm blasting off immediately to make some tests with the new periscope. May be able to locate Smeed with it. Corey out.
Elsewhere, in another part of Mercury City, Smeed and Targol wait impatiently beside a spaceophone.
What's wrong with Banyan? Why doesn't he call?
I hope he didn't lose his nerve.
Well, he's had plenty of time to place that explosive at the atmosphere plant. Get it.
Yeah?
This is Banyan. Everything all set?
Have any trouble?
Not a bit. Time bomb is hid when nobody could find it, even if they were looking for it.
Where are you now?
At a booth at the Space Hotel.
Better get to the warehouse. There isn't much time.
I'm on my way now.
Okay, Banyan. See you later. Everything's going fine, Smeed.
You get over to the warehouse. We can use 2 of those stolen spacesuits for our getaway.
Thousands of DUs from the planet Mercury, Buzz and Happy recheck Smeed's known hideouts for a trace of activity, focusing the periscope carefully from planet to planet.
Captain Walters at Space Patrol Headquarters, Mercury City, calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5.
Corey here. Go ahead, Captain.
I've traced both of those numbers, Commander. The Virgo number's a doctor's office. Dr. Chandler. Doc's okay. He says that Pax Targol made an appointment by phone and then canceled out. He never saw Targol, and he never heard of Matthew Smeed.
How about that phone number?
It's listed to Slaker's warehouse on Meridian Street. There's no answer.
What's the address?
101 North Meridian.
I'll check it with the periscope. Anything else, Captain?
Nothing on Smeed or Targol. We got a report from the atmosphere plant. One of the guards thought he saw Griff Banyan duck down a stairway.
The guard sure it was Banyan?
Yes, sir. But he got away. Colonel Harris has ordered a complete search of the atmosphere plant, and so far we haven't found anything.
Ask the Colonel to continue the search. Keep all Space Patrol personnel away from that warehouse till I scan it with a periscope. I'll contact you later. Corey out. Hap, get that map of Mercury City and check the coordinates of that warehouse.
I've already done it, Commander.
On the way, just for luck, we'll see what's going on at the atmosphere plant.
Okay. If Griff Banyan's hiding there, the periscope might be able to sneak up on him where the guards couldn't.
Methodically, with delicate adjustment of the periscope focusing control, Buzz explores every corridor, every room of the vast atmosphere plant in Mercury City. They watch the technicians at work. They see guards searching storerooms, peering behind machinery. There is no sign of Griff Banyan.
Well, if Banyan was there, he's gone now.
Yeah, with the periscope, we've been able to look into places the guards overlook.
Now, wait a minute. Take a look at this. Look under that large vent. What do you see?
It's a piece of equipment. A meter of some kind, I guess.
Doesn't it look familiar?
Well, in a way, yes. It's sort of crude and homemade, but...
The last time we saw that box, it was on a bench in Targo's spaceophone repair shop.
That's right. Now I remember. Sure, there couldn't be 2 boxes just like that.
There's a tie-in between Smeed and Griff Banyan. We're really in for trouble.
You think either Smeed or Targol gave that box to Banyan, and Banyan put it in the atmosphere plant?
Probably. It's very likely an explosive of some kind.
Oh, if that main filter blows up, it'll cut off the air supply for all of Mercury City.
Well, I contact Mercury City headquarters. You switch the periscope back to that warehouse. Just thought of something I overlooked.
Yes, sir.
Commander Corey aboard Terra 5 calling Captain Walters at Mercury City headquarters. Urgent. Corey to Mercury City headquarters.
Captain Walters here, Commander.
Captain, listen carefully. Send a demolition squad to the central air purifying chambers at the atmosphere plant. Under the main vent, they'll find a small box. It's probably a time bomb.
Well, that's why Griff Banyan...
There may not be much time, Captain. I want trained demolition men on that job right away.
Yes, Commander.
Double a guard at the spaceport. Smeed and Targol are working with Banyan. With that bomb ready to go off, they'll stop at nothing to escape. Corey out. How about that periscope? You got the warehouse yet?
Yes, sir, but the image isn't too clear. I thought I saw something move, sir, near the truck.
You did. The 4 men there, all carrying something. Spacesuit. With official Space Patrol insignia.
We'd better tip off headquarters to round them up.
I'll order a stakeout surrounding the block. Move in now might scare away the men we're after, the ringleaders. The image is completely gone now. Take the periscope out of the bracket. We may need it when we get back to Mercury City.
Landing at Mercury City Spaceport, Buzz and Happy find no indication of alarm. Under the normal activity, Space Patrol personnel are quietly preparing for any emergency if disaster should strike. Right now, in the service car, Buzz and Happy speed to the warehouse on Meridian Street. As it pulls to a stop at the rear of the structure, Buzz makes a last-minute space-phone check with headquarters.
Corey and surface car M78 calling Captain Walters at headquarters.
Walters here, Commander.
Happy and I are at the warehouse. Any word from the atmosphere plant?
It just came in. It was a bomb, all right, but it's harmless now. Demolition men said it was the trickiest gadget they ever handled. It was set to go off at 1,500 hours. If it had, the whole air purifier unit would have been blown clear through the atmosphere shell.
Close call. Thanks, Captain. Stand by. Corey out. Now, Hap, here's where we go to work. In the periscope.
Yes, sir.
A small window we can just reach with the periscope. Careful.
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
Several men. All in spacesuits except one. He's getting one laid out. It's Targo.
No sign of Sneed?
I can't tell. Some of the men are getting into the truck. And Targo's looking at his watch.
Just 1,500. I expect an explosion.
Oh, it's funny. 4 men are in the back of the truck and the 5th man is locking them in. But they got in willingly at the point.
Delivery truck. And probably being locked in because of an accidental discovery. I recognize that 5th man. It's Griff Bannon.
Click who planted the time bomb.
Look on me through the door. Get ready.
Yes, sir.
How do you get into that space, Chicago?
Something's gone wrong with the bomb. You must have tampered with the setting.
Are you crazy? Look, bomb or no bomb, the boys and I are going to pull off that bank job.
Get your hands up, Banyan. You too, Targo.
Bannon, unlock the truck. Let the boys out.
No, you don't, Banyan. Get Banyan, Hap. I'll handle Targo.
All right, Banyan. On your feet. And get out of that spacesuit. You won't be needing it.
Nice tackle, huh? Now, you want to continue the work out, or will you tell me where to find your pal Sneed? He's near the spaceport, waiting for the explosion.
Yeah? Well, we've got news for you. The only thing that's going to blow up will be Sneed's plans.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. A secret agent from outer space, or a spy right here on Earth. That's you, Space Patrollers, spying through the magic mirrors of your neat new official Space Patrol periscope. And man, oh man, you're in for plenty of exciting times with yours. You can set your periscope sights on all your Earth pals, spy on them from around corners, over fences, and from behind trees. Those magic mirrors of your periscope let you see them, but they'll never, never see you. Yes, sir. You see without being seen.
Right, Dick. Space Patrol is this is Commander Corey. And listen, here's something special that'll come in mighty handy when you're out space spying. It's an identification chart printed right on your periscope. Shows you exactly what the people who live on all the major planets might look like. What's more, on every periscope, there's a place for your name, address, and solar system.
And remember, Space Patrollers, this is a real periscope. A big 24 inches long and tapered special for wide-angle vision, with a mirror on top and one on the bottom.
Space Patrollers, be the first official space spy in your gang. Get your own official Space Patrol periscope today.
And here's how you get them. Send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That address again is Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents and your Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Bite-sized checks taste good to me. Bite-sized checks. Wheat checks, rice checks. Get your checkerboard cereal today.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in their Star Drive ship when a patrol ship piloted by the spy Matthew Smead suddenly approaches.
Keep watching Smead in the periscope, Hap. I'll blast away to another part of space.
Yes, sir. Commander, what's wrong?
Our rocket's cut out. The emergency units are dead. We're in free fall.
You're completely helpless, Corey.
The Space Patrol. It's me.
There is no escape, Commander. You're prisoners of TIRANNA.
Be sure to listen next week for the thrilling story, Prisoners of TIRANNA, when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Bela Kolbach. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks present exciting action on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast for armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Rice Checks and Wheat Checks, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Visions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their Star Drive ship when a patrol ship piloted by a spy, Matthew Smead, suddenly approaches.
Keep watching Speed in the periscope, Hap. I'll blast away to another part of space.
Yes, sir. Hey, Commander, what's wrong?
Our rocket's cut out. The emergency units are dead. We're in free fall.
You're completely helpless, Corey.
The Space Patrol. It's Smead.
There is no escape, Commander. You're prisoners of TIRANNA.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Prisoners of TIRANNA.
Captain Tufeld, think this is a pretty good spot to watch the boat races?
Well, no, Hap, that seawall's kind of high.
Well, just peer through your periscope like I'm going to do. You'll see everything clear as day.
Hey, that's right. The Space Patrol periscope is a big 24 inches high, tapered special for wide-angle vision.
And the Space Patrol periscope's got 2 magic mirrors that let you see around corners, over fences, and around trees, and over bushes. But nobody can see you.
Yes, sir, gang. You see without being seen. And say, you'll like the neat periscope colors, too. Blue, yellow, and red. And on every periscope, there's a special place for your name, address, even your solar system.
Real keen for space spying. Or for spying on your Earth pals. Remember, Space Patrol periscope works for you, like magic. You can see around corners and trees, over fences and bushes, but nobody can see you.
Now, Space Patrollers, if you don't want to miss out on all the fun you can have with the periscope, you better hurry, because this offer is limited. So right away, today, send a Rice Checks or Wheat Checks box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Prisoners of TIRANNA. Within the past few weeks, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have captured several spies from TIRANNA, a warlike group of planets that's intending to attack the solar system. But in spite of these arrests, Buzz has been unable to learn much about the enemy forces or the time set for the attack. Attempts to capture TIRANNA's chief spy, known on the United Planets as Matthew Smead, have thus far failed. Right now, Cadet Happy is just entering Commander Corey's central office on Terra.
Sorry I'm late, Commander. I was in the gym taking a workout, and I just got your message.
I'm glad to see you're keeping in shape, huh? Your exercise hasn't made you too tired for a space flight, right?
Oh, I'd never be that tired, sir.
Good. A few hours ago, an unidentified ship blasted off from Saturn 6. One of our patrol ships Space warned the pilot to stand by to be boarded. Instead, the ship poured on more power and then vanished.
Vanished?
Didn't explode, it just disappeared. There's only one thing. And the star drive vanished into hyperspace.
That means it was a ship from TIRANNA.
Right. I've been making things very uncomfortable for Matthew Smead, and I figure he's going back to enemy headquarters to report.
Are we going after them?
No, not exactly. We're going to scout around Tirana with our new Space Patrol periscope and find out what they're up to. When a spy leaves enemy territory in a rush, Hap, we've encountered one of two things. Either he's afraid of being caught, or his own forces are ready to attack.
Uh-oh. Tirana may be all set to invade the solar system.
That's what we're going to find out. Let's get to the spaceport and blast off in the star drive.
Tirana is a planetary system 80 light years from the sun in the constellation Pegasus. The vast distance is traversed in an amazingly short time in the star drive ship using a hyperspace principle that cross the barriers of ordinary space and time. Buzz has set the hyperspace vector computer to bring the ship out of star drive a considerable distance from Tirana.
I've just completed the astrogation check, sir. That star is Tirana, all right, and we're 300 million DUs away from it.
Good. What we picked up from those captured spies were well outside the orbit of the outermost planet. Check the viewscopes carefully.
Yes, sir.
So far, we're alone in space. Now, you watch out for ships. I'll locate the planets.
That's going to be some job. There's 15 of them.
We'll start with the 7th planet from Tirana. It's the main one of the system. Our job now is to locate the principal cities and any concentration of spaceships. Hap, set up the periscope while I figure out which of those planets is Tirana 7.
Although the name of General Mognir means nothing to Buzz and Happy, it's a name spoken with dread on the planets of a dozen solar systems throughout the galaxy. As head of the intelligence section of the Tiranian forces, General Mognir has directed the vast network of spies that have laid the groundwork for the defeat and slavery of the inhabitants of scores of planets. At this moment, in his headquarters in the capital city of Tirana, Mognir sits before a huge chart of our own solar system, glowering at a man who stands before him. His visitor is known to the Space Patrol as Matthew Smead.
Agent Kasurig reporting, General.
You made fast time from the United Planets before.
Your message ordered me to return to Tirana immediately.
I'm glad to see that you obey at least one of my commands. Do you know what I told you?
No, sir. Our forces are ready to attack, perhaps?
Not quite. And if all our agents are like you, we never will be.
Well, I have done my best, General.
So, you were sent to the United Planets to obtain data on their defenses, to send us samples of their weapons. You have failed us.
Some of my top assistants were captured. All of my work was undone.
And how did it happen to be captured?
I had a run of bad luck, General.
Bad luck, indeed. Bad luck is a sniveling phrase used to excuse carelessness, inefficiency, or something even worse.
What do you mean?
Perhaps you are tired of being the historic agent of Tirana. You wish to spend the rest of your life as Matthew Smead in the United Planets.
I am loyal to Tirana, I swear it.
Your achievements today certainly don't speak well for your loyalty, mistress. You have permitted the enemy to know of our coming attack. Thus, you have robbed our own forces of the important weapons supplies.
But, General...
The United Planets forces will be ready to fight. This will compel us to use great force. We shall have to destroy vaster sources than otherwise we could have taken back.
General, listen,
I haven't
please.
time to discuss them on any giving you a new assignment. There's an opening on one of our captured planets, a desk job.
I'm eager to serve Tirana any way you see fit, General. What planet is it?
Yakala.
But that's the plague spot of the galaxy.
Yes. The climate is foul, the insects are large and poisonous, and the inhabitants greatly resent the Tiranian rule.
General Mognir, before I accept this new assignment...
Your acceptance is already in effect. Tomorrow morning, a spaceship leaves for Yakala. You will be on it.
Now, please understand, as I say, I'm willing to take...
I have a call here. If you don't mind.
Sorry, General.
Mognir. Yes, what's it like? And its origin? No, don't attack. Just keep it under observation until further orders, Mognir. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Something wrong?
Nothing wrong. Except that an unidentified spaceship is cruising outside the orbit of Planet 15. Obviously a star drive ship, because it got through our outer perimeter warning system.
Where is it from?
It's a spy ship from the United Planets.
That's impossible. They have only one star drive ship in operation.
One is enough. You got here in one ship, didn't you?
There is only one of them. It can be dangerous.
our patrols can blast it to pieces. I expect a brilliant idea like that from you, Missouri. Here we have a splendid piece of enemy technology right on our back doorstep. Something you haven't been able to provide us, and you want to blast it to pieces? I should have sent you to Chicala long ago.
General, if I capture that ship, will you reconsider the Chicala assignment?
Don't be ridiculous.
Please, General, I admit I failed to an extent. But I do know more about the United Planets than anyone in Tirana. I know their weapons and the way their pilots think. Give me a chance to get that ship.
All right. But if you fail, you'll be on your way to Chicala tomorrow morning.
Elsewhere, with their star-drive ship at low velocity, Buzz and Happy are scanning the surface of Tirana 7 millions of DUs away through their Space Patrol periscope. Using an optical principle that operates through hyperspace, the periscope can focus on any point, even penetrate buildings. During the past few moments, thousands of square miles of the planet have been projected on the image mirror of the periscope.
It's the biggest city we've seen in Tirana so far, Commander. Now I've got to focus on the street. Nothing strange about the people, except their clothes.
See if you can find a spaceport or a manufacturing center.
Yes, sir. If we only had a map of Tirana, we could set the periscope for exact coordinates. As it is, we're just working hit or miss.
Once we find one good target, it'll help us locate others.
Yeah, we can look at inside offices in the map room.
Find the military headquarters, might be able to locate their plans for attack.
Commander, I think I've got something. Take a look at the periscope.
Never mind that. Check number 3 viewscope screen.
A spaceship. I wonder if they've seen us.
Check the vector hat.
Yes, sir. Now, one good thing, it's still a long way off. Now we can probably get away.
Well, not yet. First, we use our periscope. Set up the coordinates on the focusing control and see what that ship looks like up close.
Yeah, maybe we can tell what kind of element it's got.
Better yet, we can see inside the control compartment. The image of our ship is in their viewscope, so know it's time to get moving.
It's changing vector slightly, sir.
We've got it in the periscope now.
Is it a star drive job, sir?
It's smaller than the Tirana ships. Ones that we've seen scouting around the solar system. I'd say it's just slightly larger than our ship.
If it isn't star drive, we stand a good chance of getting away.
The periscope's in the pilot now. Take a look.
Yes, sir. Smoking rockets, it's Matthew Smead. Big as life and twice as ugly.
How they expected to run into him so soon.
I don't like that look on his face. But then, come to think of it, I never did.
That's pretty smart. No wonder he's got our ship in his viewscope screen.
What's he up to? Trying to get closer without tipping us off that he sees us?
Maybe relaying our position to other ships. For the time being, we'll continue our scouting mission from another part of space. Brace yourself, Happy, or blast away from here.
Yes, sir. Hey, what happened?
Our rockets cut out. The emergency units are dead. We're in free fall.
Well, fine time for this to happen. I'll check the instruments, sir.
Matthew Smead calling Commander Corey upward United Planets Star Drive Ship number 1. Smead to Commander Corey.
Pat, get to the periscope and watch Smead.
Yes, sir.
Corey here. Go ahead, Smead.
If you are wondering what happened to your rockets, you're in range of my null ray beam. You're completely helpless.
Not quite. Try coming aboard and find out.
This time we're playing it my way. There is no escape, Corey. You and your ship are prisoners of Tirana.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Peer through your periscope, Space Patrollers, and you'll see around corners and over fences. Around trees and over bushes. But nobody will see you. Yes, that's the way the magic mirrors of the Space Patrol periscope work. You see, but are never, never seen. Take it with you as you watch a football game or parade. You won't miss a thing, and you'll see right over the heads of the crowd. And when you want to play at being a space spy, here's something that'll come in mighty handy. It's a special identification chart printed right on your periscope. It shows you exactly what the people who live on all the major planets might look like. Yes, sirree, Space Patrollers, you sure can have a lot of fun peering through your periscope. And say, you put it together yourself. That's right, all 24 inches of it. Easy directions are right on the envelope it comes in. You can do it quick as a flash, and then you're all set to start peering through your Space Patrol periscope. But hurry and send for yours today. This terrific offer is almost over. Just send a rice checks or wheat checks box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Prisoners of Tirana. Cruising at low velocity, millions of DUs from Tirana 7, Buzz and Happy are scanning the surface of the planet for military installations with their Space Patrol periscope. Sighting a Tiranian spaceship, they focus the periscope inside the control compartment and discover the pilot is the Tiranian spy, known to them as Matthew Smeed. When they attempt to elude the enemy ship, Smeed cuts off their rocket power with a null ray. As he closes in on their helpless ship, spacephoning instructions to them, Buzz and Happy watch the spy through their periscope.
Listen carefully, Commander. My ship has been designed so that its airlock will couple with your United Planets ship. When I join airlock with you, come aboard.
Suppose we don't.
You have no choice. I have weapons aboard this ship that can render you incapable of resistance. And your space torpedoes, the null ray makes them useless.
All right, Smeed, we'll come aboard. Oh, the space force will come here. What to do now? Get in the control tower. As much as we can about that ship, what the layout is and how it operates. When they go aboard, if the chance comes, we'll jump in. We have to operate his ship with no help from Smeed.
Yes, sir. He's maneuvering up to the airlock now, sir.
His controls are very similar to ours. I think I know their placement in the tower.
What about weapons?
That's some sort of a gun, the holster.
The ship's right alongside ours, and our velocities match.
I know how he works the airlock holding field control. The switch he's pressing now is probably his spacer.
Our ships are joined, Corey.
You were right, Commander.
Corey, do you hear me?
Yes, Smeed, I hear you.
Then come aboard. And I'm warning you, at the first sign of a weapon, I'll be ready for you. So don't get any ideas.
All right, Smeed. Let's go. Open the inner hatch.
How about it, sir? Shall we take a chance on getting in with our ray guns?
Well, not now. Play along with them till we see a chance it'll pay off. I'll go first.
Raise your hands. Both of you. That's it. Now, step over there where I can watch you.
Come on.
That's fine. Commander, I'm very grateful for your timely arrival.
What do you mean?
When I turn you over to General Mognier, it will restore me to his good graces.
Yeah? Who's General Mognier?
He's the chief of the Tiranian intelligence section. He'll be delighted to hear that I not only captured your ship, but the commander-in-chief of the Space Patrol as well. Don't move, Corey. Just to be on the safe side, I'd better quiet you down with this M-ray gun. Oh, don't be alarmed. It's similar to your paralyzer ray. You'll be conscious, but unable to make any rash move.
Let's get him happy.
Oh, quite effective, isn't it? Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll spacephone General Mognier for instructions.
Although unable to move, Buzz and Happy intently watch Smeed and listen as the spy carries on a spacephone conversation with General Mognier in the Tiranian language. Cutting off the transmitter, Smeed adjusts the spaceship controls, completely ignoring his helpless captor. Finally, as the planet looms large in the nose port, Smeed turns to Buzz and Happy.
That planet, gentlemen, is Tirana 7, capital of the Tiranian system.
What of it?
Well, I thought you might like to know. It might be your home for some time, depending, of course, on how the General plans to dispose of you.
What are you going to do when we reach the planet? Parade us through the streets?
No. It would not do to let the general public know that an enemy ship has penetrated our defense screen. It might cause uneasiness. Your own ship will be left temporarily at an unused base on Tirana 7. As soon as I detach your ship from mine, you will be taken to the spaceport of our capital city. There you will be interviewed privately by General Mognier.
I can hardly wait.
I must warn you, Cadet. The General has no patience with impudence. Oh, there's one matter that will have to be attended to before we reach Tirana 7. Your uniform.
What about them?
Well, they would attract attention, give rise to rumors and speculations. When we step out of the ship, you will be dressed as Tiranian civilians. And remember, treat General Mognier as he deserves.
I sure will, if I get the chance.
Hours later, Smead sets down his spaceship at the spaceport of Tirana's capital city. Commander Corey's star drive ship has been left at a deserted base some miles away. The effects of the M-ray having worn off, Buzz and Happy are marched in front of Smead across the landing strip to the administration building. Dressed in Tiranian clothes, they attract no attention from the throngs of the crowded spaceport. Right now, they're in an office where a thick-set man in full military regalia stares at them with cold, penetrating eyes. At last, the general speaks.
Zavaga Blaze, General.
Musculata Karupori. Other Kala, Cadet Hop, Plum.
Now we will continue this discussion in the United Planets language of the people. I'm General Mogner, Chief of Intelligence Section of the Imperial Tyrannian Space Armies. It's the purpose of the Empire of Tiranna to liberate the people of your solar system. I expect you to cooperate.
You said liberate, General. Don't you mean enslave?
It doesn't matter. It has been decided that your planets are to come under Tyrannian rule. We want to achieve this with as little violence and destruction as possible. If you work with us, you can save the lives of your people.
Whether I help or not, you're going to have a fight in your hands. And get this straight. I'm not going to tell you a thing.
And that goes for me, too.
You heard the General? Speak up!
That's enough of that, Professor. No violence here. Someone might think we are mistreating our own civilians.
I am sorry, General.
They will be worked in a quiet place. Then they will be executed as spies. And with the full support of our population, we will launch an attack on the planet.
General, may I assume that the Jakala assignment is no longer in effect?
That's right. In fact, I'm considering a promotion.
Thank you, General. I could almost say that your renewed faith in me is reward enough. Thank you.
Stop phoning, Kosarak. You know I can't
get the General hat. Yes, sir.
Kosarak, you can't use it.
I'll take it.
My arm.
I got the General, Commander.
Needs out, too. I hope nobody heard the racket.
What do we do now? We're on a strange planet.
Well, with these Tiranian clothes, maybe we can get the ship without attracting attention.
Well, what about these two? They'll be coming out of it pretty quick.
Supply closet over there. We'll drag them in and shut the door and use Smead's M-ray gun on them as an extra precaution. Come on, Hap, let's work fast.
Locking the Tiranian general and his spy in the closet, Buzz and Happy walk out of the office with affected casualness. Silently, they retrace their steps through the administration building and out into the spaceport. Right now, they're within a few yards of Smead's ship.
We're okay so far, Commander.
Luckily, nobody had occasion to talk to us.
Well, my knowledge of Tyrannian is pretty limited.
All right, come to the ship.
Yeah, nobody seems to care. At least I don't see anybody coming out to investigate.
Close the hatch up. Now, I can remember how Smead operated these controls.
Hey, Commander, what if they have a space control here? If we have to get spacephone instructions to blast off, we're shot.
We won't wait around to find out. Check the viewscope to see if there are any other ships landing or blasting off.
Yes, sir.
Now the controls. First Smead pressed this lever.
We're all clear in every direction, Commander.
Get set, Hap. Gotta fire a rocket.
We made it. Nice going, Commander.
We've got to find that deserted base in our own ship to pull the safe.
I just hope no one goes looking for General Mogner until we're completely off Tiranna.
Flying high above the surface of Tiranna 7, Buzz and Happy scan the terrain, searching for the abandoned base. With only his memory and sense of direction to guide him, Buzz watches the ground below for familiar landmarks, mountains, rivers, and stretches of plain that he has seen only once before. Meantime, Happy checks the viewscopes for a sign of pursuit. At last, Buzz puts the ship into a rapid descent toward a barren stretch of ground where a single spaceship waits.
You did it, Commander. Wow, I wouldn't have found that ship in a month.
Next few minutes tell the story, Hap. Judging from our own experience with that M-ray, Smead and the General should be able to move pretty soon.
Yeah, they'll have every ship on the planet looking for us.
I'm going to set down as close to our ship as I can, Hap. And I warn you, this landing may be rough.
Wow. The Commander, you handle this crate like you've just finished a 50-hour refresher course. Well, now to board the old star drive and...
Half the view scope.
It's a ship. It looks like it's heading right for us.
It's on a landing vector on it. What I've seen, there are no cities within 300 miles of this place. He's coming for us.
We'd better make a run for the star drive, sir.
We wouldn't have a chance.
Yeah, that's right. He could stop us with a null ray before we got off the ground.
Null ray, that's it. We'll fight him off with our own weapons. I can remember how Smead worked it.
He turned this gadget here, I think.
Yes, that's it. There's the barn at night. An intensity gauge. Now, if I can focus it right. Check that ship's vector hat.
It's decelerating, sir. Dropping lower. Now it's steady.
I think he's in the beam half. His power's off. Can't do anything now but continue in free fall.
At his present vector, he'll go clear over us.
If he misses that range of mountains, he'll be lucky. Come on, Hap, into our ship and blast off.
Blasting off without further opposition, Buzz and Happy accelerate under rocket power, watching Tirana 7 grow smaller in their rear view scope.
Have you worked out the hyperspace vector yet, Commander?
Not quite, Happy.
I won't feel safe until we're in star drive and away from the whole Tirana system.
We've got to reach higher velocity, Happy. The mass factor of that star and the 15 planets is pretty high for a safe transition into star drive.
Commander, another ship's after us.
Use the periscope, Hap. If we can find out what their plan of attack is, we can stall them off.
Yes, sir. I'll line it up on them.
They use an all ray on us before we get into star drive. We're sunk.
I've got the ship, Commander. How to adjust the focus inside the control compartment. Commander, it's General Mogner and Sneed.
What are they doing?
Just watching the view scope. They sure look sore, especially the General. Uh-oh. The General's reaching for the null ray control.
We must be within range. Hap, stand by to fire space torpedoes.
Standing by, sir.
When you're on target, fire. It probably won't stop them, but it may delay them a few seconds. I'll check the periscope. They've changed vector, Hap. Wagner left the null ray and is working at another part of the control panel.
Trying to dodge our torpedo, huh? Uh-oh. The torpedo exploded, but it missed them.
Blew it up with a force field, probably.
What about our velocity, sir? Is it high enough?
Very nearly. There's the General reaching for the null ray control again.
Let's lob another torpedo in.
Too late, Hap. By the time it reaches them, the null ray will be on.
We're going into star drive. Just made it. We're safe in hyperspace.
For the moment. But we won't be completely safe until we put an end to the menace from Tirana. There's a way to stop them, Happy, and we're going to find it. We've got to.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Smoking rockets, a moon man from Saturn, a bird man from Mercury, and a giant from Jupiter. Wow! I'd sure hate to meet up with any of these weird characters on a dark night out in space. That is, without my Space Patrol periscope. Hey, Space Patrollers, I was just looking over this special identification chart that's printed on the periscope. It shows you exactly what all the outer space citizens might look like, and believe me, they're plenty scary looking. But when you peer at them through your mirror eye of your periscope, you'll see them, but they will never, never see you. It's like magic. You can see around corners and over fences, around trees and over bushes, but nobody can see you. And gang, you'll have a real George time with your periscope right here on Earth, looking over the heads of tall people. The periscope's high enough, a big 24 inches. You can find secret hiding places, spy on your pals, jump in Jupiter. It's terrific. But you better move fast, because this super sensational offer ends soon. Hey, here's Captain Tufel. He's going to tell you how to get a Space Patrol periscope.
Send the rice checks or wheat checks, box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents and your rice checks or wheat checks box top.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Bite-sized checks taste good to me. Bite-sized checks, wheat checks, rice checks. Get your checkerboard cereal today.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits aboard a wrecked spaceship, stranded on a meteor. Through the nose port, they watch an enemy spaceship land.
Speed ship, all right, Commander.
Have your ray gun ready, Hap. We'll give them a fight.
Yes, sir. They're shining some sort of light on us. Wow, what a glare.
Don't look at it. Some kind of a special ray. Drop to the deck.
I can still see the light even with my eyes shut. It's burning into my brain.
Fight it, Hap. Keep low.
Commander, everything's turning black.
If we can work our way aft and get some shielding between us and the ray... can't move.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Invasion from TIRANNA, when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer and Bela Kovach. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks present exciting action on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast for armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
Rice Checks and Wheat Checks, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits aboard a wrecked spaceship, stranded on a meteor. Through the nose port, they watch an enemy spaceship land.
It's Smead's ship, all right, Commander. Have your ray gun ready, Hap. We'll give them a fight. Yes, sir. Here, they're shining some sort of light on us. Wow, what a glare. Don't look at it. Some kind of special ray. Drop to the deck. I can still see the light, even with my eyes shut. It's burning into my brain. Find it, Hap. Keep low. Commander, everything's turning black. We can work our way aft and get some shielding between us and that ray. Oh, it's no use, Commander. I can't move.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Invasion from TIRANNA. Hey, Space Patroller, what do you see peering through your periscope?
Hi, Captain Toothbill. I'm spying on the mailbox around the corner. I'm spying on my pals, all of them dropping letters into the box. You know what they're sending away for?
The swell Space Patrol periscope?
You bet, Captain.
Well, Space Patrollers, you better take a tip from our pal here and send for your Space Patrol periscope today. And I don't want any of you to miss out on the neat fun you can have spying through the eye of your own periscope. That magical mirror that lets you see around corners and trees, over fences and bushes, but nobody can see you.
You can see right over the heads of real tall people, too. Because the periscope's 24 inches high and tapered special for wide-angle vision.
And you'll like the keen periscope colors, too. Blue, yellow, and red.
And don't forget, Captain Toothbill, there's a special identification chart of Outer Space Patrol printed right on the periscope, and a place for your name, address, and solar system.
Yes, it's plenty terrific. So, gang, hurry and send for yours right now. Remember, this is the last time we can offer you the Space Patrol periscope. Send a Rice Checks or Wheat Checks box top, together with your name, address, and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, Invasion from TIRANNA. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are in their star drive spaceship, cruising far beyond the orbit of TIRANNA 15, outermost planet of a remote solar system in the constellation Pegasus. With their Space Patrol periscope, they're observing TIRANNA's preparations for the coming attack upon the United Planets. Right now, the instrument is focused on a vast spaceport near the capital city of TIRANNA.
Wow. There must be 100 spaceships there, Commander. And all star drive jobs from the looks of it.
That's just one spaceport. Maybe 10 more on other planets with just as many ships.
Well, how are we going to locate them all, sir? It would take months to search all 15 planets with just this one periscope.
We can't hope to find out how many ships are going to attack. We'll be lucky if we can find out when the invasion starts.
And the only warning we'll get is when we see some of those ships blast off.
Then we'll go into star drive and return to the United Planets.
That means the Space Patrol will get only a few minutes warning. I sure wish our spaceophone would work through hyperspace.
Well, that wouldn't help much, Hap. If those ships go into star drive, they'd reach our solar system right behind our warning. Now, let me see if I can locate General Mognier's headquarters with the periscope.
It's a building east of the spaceport, according to what we picked up from that spy of his while we were captured.
Oh. Hap, rig up the microfilm camera to the periscope. May be able to photograph some Turanian documents.
Well, that won't do much good, sir. We can't read Tyrannian.
No, but back on Terra, there are a couple of captured Tyrannian spies that can translate for us.
Yeah, that's right. And the brain graph can tell us whether they're telling the truth or not.
Elsewhere, in his headquarters on Tirana 7, capital planet of the enemy solar system, General Mognir, chief of the Tyrannian intelligence section, goes over invasion plans with the spy Kosurig, known to Buzz and Happy as Matthew Smead.
I have just received word from Central Command that our task units on 8 other planets are ready for embarkment.
Then we are waiting for the unit here on Tirana 7.
Yes, Kasuri. The ships of the command unit are being loaded with supplies now. Look. Mark this date on the calendar, Kasuri. This is the date of our attack on the United Planets.
Yes, General. And I trust I am being considered for a suitable command in the occupation forces?
I'll consider that matter after our next campaign.
Our next campaign?
Yes. After the United Planets are under control, TIRANNA will launch an offensive against Varkol.
What?
Varkol is a star just 8 light years from our system. Its planets are inhabited and developed to a high degree in technology.
Why haven't we attacked it before?
Because we weren't sure we could conquer it. Latest reports, however, show that the people of Varkol are entirely peaceable. Despite their scientific advancement, they should be easier to defeat than the United Planets. I'll go over our plan in detail.
Well, Commander, it's all on microfilm, but I don't see that it'll do us much good. It's too bad we couldn't hear what the General and Smead were talking about.
It would be in Tyrannian language anyway. Still, I've learned something important.
You have, sir? What?
In the periscope, we could see a chart of our solar system and the Tyrannian calendar. General Mognir pointed to a date 2 days off. Very likely that's the date of the invasion.
2 days? Well, that's more time than we expected. Hey, wait a minute. How do you know that was a calendar?
I picked up a little Tyrannian during the past few weeks. The spies we captured. Naturally, I can't translate any of their documents, but I know their number system, and I know how they measure time. That was a calendar, all right.
And we've got 2 days warning.
No, less than that. 1 day on Tirana 7 is much shorter than a 24-hour period in our solar system time. In fact, it's just a little more than 6 hours.
Wow. Then 2 days Tirana time is about 12 hours in our solar system.
Right. But from watching General Mognir at that star chart, we've got a pretty good idea where the attack will originate.
Yeah, but he was pointing to some other part of space, a lot nearer to Tirana than our solar system.
I noticed that, Happy. There's a star about 8 light years from Tirana. If Mognir was talking about it at this time, I'd say it was either an ally of Tirana or their next victim.
Commander, look. Isn't that a spaceship in the viewscope?
Yes, probably a Tyrannian patrol ship.
It's a long ways off. And on a cross vector. I don't think they've seen us yet.
We'll increase velocity and go into star drive now.
Hey, what's that?
Get a directional fix in that signal.
Yes, sir. Sounds like some sort of automatic code.
Yes. Too simple for a message. Could be a warning or a sign that we've been picked up by a Tyrannian patrol.
I don't think it's coming from that other ship, Commander. It seems to be coming from about 15 degrees off our starboard. Yeah, I think I've got it fixed, sir. That distress signal is originating at 16.5 degrees off our present heading.
I'll adjust the viewscope, Hap. Why do you call it a distress signal?
Gee, sir, I don't know. It just popped into my head, that's all.
You may be right. Look at the starboard viewscope.
It's a meteor.
Yes, look what's on it.
Spaceship. A Tyrannian ship must have cracked up, and their spacephone is sending out an automatic signal.
Could be. Take a look at that ship. Doesn't look like any Tyrannian spacecraft I've seen.
It sure doesn't.
And there are probably a lot of planetary-type ships in the Tyrannian system.
Yeah. And that ship way back there at our rear. It's probably coming to rescue him.
Maybe. That ship is on our vector, not the meteor's.
Well, anyway, it's no problem of ours, is it, sir? I mean, even if we were perfectly safe, this isn't our solar system.
No, it isn't. That ship on the meteor, I don't know why, but I'd swear it isn't a Tyrannian ship.
Well, after all, if we tried to help, we'd probably be captured. And our first duty is to alert the United Planets about the attack. Isn't that right, sir?
Sure, Hap, that's fine.
Well, even if it only took a few minutes, it's still too big a risk. Poor fella. All alone on a meteor and in a strange solar system.
You know he's all alone. In fact, how do you know anyone's alive after that crash? Obviously, it's an automatic signal.
Yeah, that's right. But somehow I get the impression that... Well, we're pretty near up to star drive velocity, aren't we, Commander?
Get 2 spacesuits out of the locker, Happy.
2 spacesuits?
We'll need them when we land on that meteor on the double, Hap.
Yes, sir, Commander.
After rapidly decelerating, Buzz changes vector and heads for the meteor. A few moments later, the Star Drive ship lands on a barren lump of rock near a damaged spaceship of strange design. In their spacesuits, Buzz and Happy are approaching the wreck.
There's no sign of life, sir. No. It's funny about that signal. Cut out just as we changed vector and headed for the meteor. The ship's pretty badly damaged, Commander. There's a big hole in the hull. If anyone's in there, they'd better be wearing a spacesuit. Yeah. I don't see that other ship. Say, maybe they lost us when we changed vector. I hope so. All right, Hap, let's see if we can get the hatch open. Yes, sir. I hope it isn't locked from inside. There. Commander, look. Lying there on the deck. Man, spacesuit. Maybe we're too late. He looks awfully pale. No, we can't do anything for him here. We'll carry him to our ship.
Gently, Buzz and Happy lift the limp figure in the spacesuit and carry him to the control compartment of their own ship. Opening the face pieces of their own helmets, they examine the spacesuit of the stranger for a similar release catch.
Hey, the spacesuit is certainly different from ours. How do we get his helmet open?
I'll work on it, Hap. You check the viewscope. See if that other ship is in sight.
Yes, sir. Did you get a look at the controls for that other fellow's ship? He sure isn't from TIRANNA.
No, and he sure picked a bad part of the galaxy to get wrecked in. Yeah, I'm getting it, Hap.
I hope he breathes the same kind of air we do.
If he doesn't, he's no worse off than he was in his own ship.
Commander, we're on a spot. There's a ship heading straight for this meteor.
Just a periscope, Hap. Focus it inside that ship. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've got the helmet open. He's alive. His eyes are opening. Thank you. Thank you.
Smoking rockets. He speaks English.
He's in pretty bad shape. I take care of him. You stand by to blast off. And to fire space torpedoes at that ship.
Yes, sir.
Please, listen to me. I'm hurt. There's a medicine kit in my ship. I must have it. Or I'm finished.
Commander, I've got the periscope focused inside that ship. And guess who's at the controls?
Smeed?
Right. And General Mogul.
Medicine in my ship. Get it, please.
Hey, Commander, Smeed isn't close enough to use his null ray on us. If we blast off now, we can keep the meteor between us and that ship until we get up velocity again.
The null ray. If Smeed turns that on us, we're helpless.
He's nearly within range, sir. Shall I blast off?
The medicine kit. Please. He's nearly done for.
Smeed reaching for the null ray control, sir. What are we going to do?
We're going to save this man's life. Get the medicine kit.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. It's 1st and 10 and goal to go. And man, oh man, you don't miss a play when you're peering through the secret eye of your swell Space Patrol periscope. Yes, sir, gang, a periscope comes in mighty handy when you watch a football game or parade. You can use it to see over the heads of the crowds like I'm doing right now. It's a big 24 inches high, tapered special for wide-angle vision. A mirror on top, one on the bottom, too. Use it to spy on your Earth pals. The periscope has magic mirrors that let you see around corners and trees, over fences and bushes, but nobody can see you. And say, you and your gang will have a neat time putting your periscopes together. The Space Patrol periscope comes in an official Space Patrol envelope. Just follow directions. They're printed right on the envelope. And in minutes, you're set to start peering through your periscope. So, gang, send for yours today. This is the last time we can offer it. The terrific Space Patrol periscope. Just send a rice checks or wheat checks box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. Now, don't forget your 25 cents and your rice checks or wheat checks box top. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, Invasion from TIRANNA. Although they knew a Tyrannian patrol ship was after them, Buzz and Happy landed on a small meteor, answering a distress call from a strange spaceship that had crashed. They removed a man in the spacesuit from the wreck, bringing him to their own ship. To their surprise, the rescued man speaks English. Seriously injured, he begged them to bring a medicine kit from his ship. But unless Buzz and Happy blast off quickly, they'll soon be within range of the null ray of a Tyrannian patrol ship now rushing toward the meteor. In the patrol ship, the spy Matthew Smead grins triumphantly as the meteor grows larger in the viewscope screen and the images of the two ships are outlined against the dark, jagged rock.
We've got Corey this time, General Mognier. He's within a range of the null ray, and he's helpless.
Why did he land on that meteor in the first place? He could have escaped into star drive in about a few minutes.
Obviously, he was investigating that other ship.
But that other ship isn't one of the United Planets ships. And it isn't one of ours.
If that isn't one of our ships on the meteor, where is that from?
I was just examining it, sorry. And I do believe we're doubly in luck. That wrecked ship is from Barco.
Barco? Our next target for conquest. Are you sure?
I'm not positive. I haven't briefed myself yet on the characteristics of Barco's ships. But it fits the general description.
But I thought the ships from Barco stayed close to their home planet.
Perhaps it's a spy ship. If so, it has met with the fate it deserves. However, this will give us a chance to study Barco's equipment. Yes, Kasorik, we've netted a double prize this trip. Cory and the ship from Barco.
As the Tyrannian ship approaches closer to the meteor, Commander Corey does his best to make his injured guest comfortable, while waiting for Happy to return with the medicine kit from the wrecked ship.
I got it, Commander.
Open the kit, Happy. Hold it so we can see the contents. Now raise your head a bit. There, can you see the medicine?
Yes. Yes, thank you. It's that blue container.
He's sure weak. He can hardly lift his hand.
Heavy spacesuit isn't helping much. Yeah. This container, you mean?
Yes. Open it. Put one capsule between my lips. Hurry, please.
But it's slipping fast.
Here, my friend. You want some water with it?
No, just a capsule.
Thank you.
I'll be all right in a moment.
You just relax. We've got a little business to attend to.
You're sure right, sir. The ship's getting closer every second.
Come on, Hap. Let's fire a space torpedo.
It's not too late.
Line up the target.
I'm on target, Commander.
Okay, Hap. Fire one.
Hey, we're too late. Smead must have used the null ray on us.
Try blasting off. If only our rockets will fire.
Dead. Completely dead.
May I help you, my friends?
Wow, that was a quick recovery. He's walking.
Yes, I'm all right now, thanks to you. Perhaps I should introduce myself. My name is Omar.
Well, glad to know you, Omar. I'm Buzz Corey, and this is Cadet Happy. And right now, we're in a tight jam.
Tight jam? Oh, you mean a dangerous situation?
Yeah, that's it, Omar. There are 2 men in that ship who are either going to blast us or land and take us captive.
But why? They're from TIRANNA. They're planning to invade our planetary system, many light years from here. They're barbaric.
You mean you don't know anything about the Tyrannians? Where are you from?
From Barco, a system 8 light years from here.
Well, how does it happen you know our language?
My mind is sensitive to your minds.
So how do you happen to be in the Tyrannian system?
It was an accident. And it was only by a superhuman effort that I averted a fatal crash on that meteor. And if you hadn't come to help me...
Tyrannian Agent Kasurik calling Commander Corey. Prepare to surrender, Corey.
It's Smead.
Answer me, Corey. This is Agent Kasurik, your old friend Matthew Smead. Acknowledge and I'll give you General Mognier's orders.
I read you, Smead. For your information, I'm not interested in General Mognier's orders.
There is nothing you can do about it now, Corey. We will land on a meteor and take you with us. And I warn you, any attempt to resist may prove fatal. Osorig out.
See what we mean, Omra?
And you stopped to help me, knowing you were in danger from this man?
Well, it looks like our help didn't accomplish much. Might as well warn you, Omra, we're going to fight. When Smead and General Bugner land, this ship isn't going to be a very safe place for you. There's something else. I can't be sure, but I think your own planetary system is next on Tyranna's list for conquest.
But Barcall has done nothing to the Tyrannians?
A lot that has to do with it. We didn't do anything to them either.
Come with me to my ship.
Your ship's wrecked. Still, if you've got weapons aboard, we can make a stand there.
There isn't much time. Hurry.
All right, Omar. Adjust your face piece, Happen. Let's go.
In the damaged, airless hull of Omra's ship, the 3 men wearing spacesuits look through the nose port as the Tyrannian ship approaches the meteor.
Won't be long now, Omra. Let's have a look at those weapons and show us how to use them.
I have no weapons aboard, Commander.
What?
Excuse me, my friends. There is a matter I must attend to.
Gee, Commander, maybe you and I ought to go back to our ship. No, Speed and General Mogner will probably assume we're there. Maybe that'll give us a chance to take them by surprise. Omra, what good is that spaceophone going to do? It'll take that signal 8 years to reach Varkol. Maybe Omra's spaceophone works through hyperspace, huh? Well, even so, Smeed and the General can finish us before a Varkol ship could get here. And from the way Omra talks, well, they couldn't fight one Tyrannian ship, let alone a whole fleet. There's Smeed's ship. It's up to us, huh? What do we do? Wait till they get out of their ship and use the ray guns on them? It's the only thing we can do. They'll probably try to surprise us in our ship by entering through the cargo hatch. Yeah, that'll be a break. We can trap them inside. Yeah. One of us can guard the cargo hatch and the other one the main hatch. What's holding them up? I know. They probably picked up Omra's signal. And they know that we're in here. Omra, could you cut off that transmitter? All right, Commander. What were you trying to do, Omra? Contact... Have me look. They're up to something. They're shining some sort of light on us. Wow, what a glare. Don't look at it, Hap. It's some kind of special ray. Drop to the deck. I can still see that light, even with my eyes shut. It's burning into my brain. Commander, everything's turning black. We can work our way aft and get some shielding between us and that... It's no use, Commander. I can't move.
Under the effects of the mysterious ray, numbness creeps over the two space patrollers in Omra. Then complete oblivion. The next thing Buzz and Happy are aware of is a rotating, rushing sound and a painful throbbing in their heads. All is blackness, except for a few pinpoints of light. The points become blurs, and then suddenly come into focus. Happy turns and finds Buzz lying beside him.
Commander, can you hear me?
Yes, Happy.
We're in a ship, and we're spaceborne.
It's our own star drive ship. We're alone in the control compartment.
Oh, I never expected to wake up alive after that ray. I wonder how we got here.
Maybe Omra had something to do with it.
Well, how could he get us away from Smeed and General Mogner?
Let's get to the controls and check our position.
Oh, my head.
Stay right where you are, both of you.
Smeed.
Kusurig, if you please. And you remember General Mogner?
Yes, I remember.
And it's no pleasure.
It will be even less pleasure before long, Cadet.
You were right, Commander, about Varkol.
Well, they took you along, too, I see.
Yes, Corey. I want to thank you for saving Omra's life. His knowledge will be of great use to us when we attack his planet.
Why have you got us in our ship?
Well, it may be of use to us later. Look out at the side ports.
Wow, a whole fleet of ships.
Yes. You are now a part of the Tyrannian task force. In a moment, the entire fleet will go into star drive simultaneously and emerge near the United Planet.
Yeah, then we must have been unconscious for several hours.
Yes, Cadet. You have awakened just in time to watch the destruction of your space patrol defenses.
It's ironic, isn't it? That you should actually help TIRANNA conquer your United Planets.
I am very sorry.
Save your sympathy for yourself, Omra.
Perhaps after you see what we do to the United Planets, you will persuade the people of Varkol to surrender at once.
What do you gain by this violence and conquest? You don't need these other planets for survival?
The Tyrannians have a greater destiny we must fulfill. We will not rest until we rule the entire galaxy.
And obviously we are fitted for this role. Or we would not succeed as we have. There's the warning signal. The entire fleet is going into star drive. Get to the controls, Kasule.
Yes, General.
Now, Corey, you and the cadet are about to have a dramatic experience. In a few moments, you will see your entire United Planet in their last hour of freedom. And then our attack will begin. Go to the star drive.
Yes, General.
What's the matter, Kasore? Go into star drive, I say.
Something is wrong.
It's just Corey's ship. Make him fix it.
Come on, Corey. Fix the star drive. We got to keep up with the rest of the task force.
Smeed, this is your operation. You fix it.
Don't argue, Corey. Prepare that star drive. The general of the intelligence section, I've got to be with the rest of the fleet.
If you will look through the viewports, General, you will notice that you are with the fleet.
What's wrong? The ships are still there. They're still in the rocket drive.
Yes, General. At this rate, you should arrive at Commander Corey's solar system in about 3 centuries.
3 centuries? Omra, what are you talking about?
Look through the nose port, high above your fleet.
Smoke and rockets. Look at that ship. What a monster.
It's not a Tyrannian ship. Where did it come from?
It is a ship from Varkol.
From Varkol? Then your message got through.
Yes, Commander. That ship is sending out radiations that cut off every star drive in the Tyrannian fleet.
That's easily fixed. Put on the space phone, Kusorik. I've ordered the fleet to blast that barcode ship to pieces.
Every weapon you have is useless, General. There will be no attack. You might as well order your fleet to return to their Tyrannian bases.
Your lick, General.
That's fine. You three are still our captives. And you'll pay for wrecking our plans. Kusorik, destroy that!
Hap, get Smeed. Yes, sir. Never mind, Omra. We can handle it.
All right, Smeed. Mognia, get your hands up. I don't know what these weapons of yours will do, but if you want me to find out, just start something.
General, don't move. Please. Don't worry, Smeed. He won't move. The commander knocked him cold.
Commander, your planets are safe from attack by Tirana from now on. That Barcall ship will destroy every star drive in the fleet. No Tirana ship can ever invade another solar system again.
Hey, that's wonderful, Omra. Hey, but wait. How are we going to get back to Terra?
The Barcall ship won't completely destroy the star drive units until I give the word. After you return home. Will you take me to that big ship, please?
Of course. What about Mognia and Smeed?
I'll take care of them if you like. I'll return them to their home planets. They will never bother you nor anyone else again.
Are you going to punish them?
Punish them? Punish? That is a word that has no meaning in the Barcall language.
Oh. Well, let's see. It means...
It doesn't matter, Happy. Oma has completely stopped all Tyrannian conquest.
But I couldn't have done it if you hadn't sacrificed your own safety to help me. I hope your people and mine will always be friends.
I'm sure we will be, Omra.
Sure, Omra. And I think I can explain punishment. It's what you're doing to Smeed and General Mognia.
I still don't understand.
You're fixing them so they'll never see anyone but their own kind. That's real punishment.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Hey, Hap, what's all the commotion around the Space Patrol bulletin board? It's so crowded I couldn't get up close enough to see.
I don't know, Captain. Hey, let's peer through our periscopes. Yeah, right over the heads of the crowd.
Good idea. Okay, now, what does it say?
Smoking rockets. The message reads, last call for the Space Patrol periscope. Hey, that's right, too. Space Patrollers, this is the last time we can tell you about it. Go ahead, Captain, tell them.
A pleasure, Cadet. Gang, this is an honest-to-goodness periscope with magic mirrors. One on top, one on the bottom. Through them, you see around corners and over fences, around trees and over bushes, but nobody can see you. Yes, you see without being seen. And it's big, 24 inches high, tapered special for wide-angle vision. There's a special identification chart printed right on it. Pictures of the citizens of all the major planets.
Jumpin' Jupiter, you're going to have lots of fun playing secret space agent or Earth spy with a Space Patrol periscope. But remember, this is the last time that we can make this terrific offer.
So, Space Patrollers, right away today, send our rice checks or wheat checks box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents and a rice checks or wheat checks box top.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Bite-sized checks taste good to me. Bite-sized checks. Wheat checks, rice checks. Get your checkerboard cereal today.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have just rescued two men from a damaged space freighter. Right now, in their spacesuits, they're helping the two men through the airlock into their patrol ship.
Close the hatch, Hap. Yes, sir. Raise our face pieces now.
The cadet will take you back aft, man.
Thanks.
Have that other fellow's injured. Better hold him.
Right, Commander.
I've got something in this box that'll make him feel better.
Oh, first aid kit, huh?
Not quite. If you don't get your hands up, you'll need more than a first aid kit.
Commander, it's a blast gun.
We're taking over the ship, Corey. Do as you're told and you'll stay alive.
Be sure to be with us next week for the thrilling story, The Voice from the Future, when Nestle's Chocolate presents Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Bela Kovach. Dick Tufeld speaking. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have just rescued 2 men from a damaged space freighter. Right now, in their spacesuits, they're helping the 2 men through the airlock into the Space Patrol ship.
Close the hatch, Hap. Yes, sir. We can raise our face pieces now.
The cadet will take you back aft, man. Thanks. I think you'd better hold the flight. I've got something in this box that'll make it feel better.
Oh, first aid kit, huh?
Not quite. And if you don't get your hands up, you'll need more than first aid.
Commander, it's a blast gun.
We're taking over the ship, boy. Do as you're told, and you'll stay alive.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Voice from the Future. It's hot stuff.
What's hot stuff?
Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa.
That's hot stuff.
That's what I said. Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa is hot stuff.
So what are we arguing about?
I have stopped mixing me up. There's no argument about Nestle's Ever-Ready because everybody agrees it makes the most wonderful cup of hot chocolate in the universe.
You said a mouthful, Captain Tufeld. Nestle's makes such a rich, chocolatey, delicious hot chocolate, it's out of this world. And there's no mixing up either, because Nestle's Ever-Ready practically makes itself.
That's right. All you do is put 1, 2, 3 teaspoons of Nestle's Ever-Ready in your cup. You add hot water, and it's made.
You don't have to add milk or sugar, because Nestle's is complete.
Yes, Nestle's has rich, whole milk and sugar already in it.
And you know something? What I like best about Nestle's is that sensational Nestle's flavor. There's nothing quite like it. It's real chocolatey, too. A terrific treat any time of day or night.
Glad you mentioned that, Hap, because we always recommend hot chocolate made with Nestle's for a breakfast warm-up. But we also like to see Space Patrollers drink it at all their meals and snacks, too.
Now, what did you say was the name of this product?
Oh, Hap, you're kidding me again. You know it couldn't be anything but Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa.
In the bright red can. That's Nestle's. And it's hot stuff.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Voice from the Future. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have just arrived at the lunar fleet base on the Earth's moon. They're on a mission so secret that not even Happy knows the purpose of their rapid space flight from Terra to the solar system's most closely guarded test base. Right now, in an office reserved for the commander at the lunar fleet base, Buzz slides open a large metal cabinet revealing a panel covered with a maze of instruments, control levers, gauges, and switches.
There you are, Hap. What do you think?
Wow, it's wonderful. A model of a rocket cockpit.
Mm-hmm. It's a mock-up of the control section of a new rocket ship.
You don't mean the new star drive job, the big hush-hush operation?
That's it. Project Infinity has been completed. Or it will be as soon as we make a test.
Project Infinity. So that's what the code name stands for. The new star drive patrol ship. Well, when do we blast off?
The engineers are making a final inspection now. Rather than get in their way, I thought I'd give you a special briefing on this model.
Oh, sure needed. It looks different from the star drive control we've been using.
Yes, sir. This is a multi-purpose ship. It can be used for regular patrols in our solar system as well as for interstellar travel.
Oh, this cockpit has got everything. Viewscope, spaceophone, decoders, hyperspace computers.
Yes, anti-gravity controls and ultra-sensitive radiation indicators. We're prepared for almost anything you'll encounter anywhere in space.
I'll say. I just noticed there's a comet cannon controls. How far are we going to check this flight, Commander?
To Alpha Centauri, a little over 4 light years away.
One thing I've been wondering about, though, why all the secrecy? We don't have to worry about any trouble from TIRANNA anymore.
We can't be sure that some of the solar system doesn't have spies here in the United Planets.
Uh-oh. Something's happened that I haven't heard about. I can tell by your tones, sir.
Yes, sir. There's already been an attempt to steal the hyperspace drive designs. Fortunately, the attempt was foiled. We don't know whether the thief is from one of our planets or from another solar system.
Well, maybe some Tyrannian spies are still here and don't know that their attack plans are all washed up.
Whoever's responsible, we can't afford to take chances. Let's go over this rocket cockpit model in detail, and we'll be ready for the real test.
Elsewhere in the office of the Red Star Space Lines in Lowell City on the planet Mars, Rourke Dexter leans back in his chair and stares dreamily at the huge space chart on the wall. Behind Dexter, the door opens, and Nate Soren shambles in and settles his huge frame in the only remaining chair.
so?
There's something wrong, he says. I just made my last flight for Red Star. I'm out of a job. And working for Red Star is no recommendation. I'll be lucky to get a job shipping paint.
Trouble with you, Soren, is you're always looking on the dark side of things.
What other side is there? Things are as black as... What was that space chart? Look, there goes our last ship. When it sets down at Jupiter City, that light will blink out. You will be operations chief of a grounded fleet.
Those old traders have served their purpose.
They sure have, Baxter, and so have you. I just hope you made a fortune out of hijacking cargo from other outfits. You're going to have to live on it for a long time.
Soren, how would you like to continue working for me?
Doing what?
The only thing you know, spaceship.
Ha.
We're going back into the shipping business.
Under a different name, I suppose. Ah, that's nice. The Space Patrol will get on to us in no time.
It wouldn't do them any good. They'll never be able to catch us.
You crazy? They caught us before, didn't they? That's why we're both out of a job, remember?
Soren, listen. We're going to have an interstellar ship with star drive. We make our deliveries through hyperspace.
Oh, I know you're crazy.
Am I? Listen to this. Corey's going to test one of those new star drive ships. He's at the Lunar Fleet Base right now.
I'll have to find that out.
Oh, I have very good sources of information. I almost got a copy of the designs of the new rocket cockpit. When my agent failed, I got the idea of stealing the ship itself. It's much better. It saves us the time and expense of building one of our own.
What's my cut?
25% of our profit. And that's pretty good for a pilot. When you don't take the risk you did under the old setup.
Well, all of a sudden, this is beginning to make sense.
Of course. And as I say, there's no risk. Once you got into hyperspace, the Space Patrol can never trail you.
The big question now is, how do we get that new ship away from the Space Patrol?
I've got it all figured out. The test vector is supposed to be top secret. But I picked up a little information. And here's the way we know.
Meantime, back at the Lunar Fleet Base, Buzz and Happy are in the rocket cockpit of a new star drive ship, all set to blast off.
Menacori aboard test ship SD-1 calling Lunar Space Control.
Space Control Luna here, Commander.
Request space lock clearance for immediate blast off.
Space lock number 3, ready as ordered.
Space lock 3 confirmed. Corey out. Set magnetic compensator for space lock 3, huh?
Yes, sir.
Five seconds. 3 seconds. Fire rocket. Hold it at this rate till we're beyond the Jupiter orbit. Then we'll increase to attain star drive velocity near Neptune.
Uh-oh. Commander, the U-boat here. It's a spaceship. Looks like a cargo ship, sir. What's it doing clear out here?
That seems to be in free fall. I don't see any rocket flying.
What do we do? Change vector?
All the trouble we took to make a nice private test, some old hawk blunders along. Yes, that will give them a wide berth. 5 starboard rockets.
Yes, sir.
Cargo ship JF-307 calling Space Patrol. Emergency.
Emergency? Is that him?
Get the space phone fixed before we answer.
Cargo ship JF-307 calling Space Patrol ship now 10 DUs off our starboard. Emergency.
Yes, sir, it's him. And he's calling us.
I know what the trouble is. It's not too serious. It'll alert the people to the patrol unit. Space Patrol, a cargo ship JF-307. What's your difficulty?
We're badly damaged. Our power's out. We've got to abandon ship. We're in spacesuits now.
Can you hold out in free fall until the tow ship gets here from Jupiter?
We're in a real spot. My partner's injured, and we're taking a lot of radiation.
Radiation?
Yes, something went wrong with our reactor shielding.
What happened? The meteor hit you?
Worse, sabotage.
We'll get you off that ship right away. How many are aboard?
2, my partner and I.
He's injured.
Yes, but he can walk. Look, the radiation count's way above the danger point. It'll take you several minutes to maneuver into position.
We'll make it as fast as we can. Oh, wait. Have you got a space raft aboard?
Yes, I was just about to suggest it.
Fine. You get your friend aboard the raft and get away from your ship. Even a few hundred yards will cut down the radiation count considerably. Hurry. Corey out. Well, Hap, you're going to have to delay our plane. We've got to see that those men get medical attention as soon as possible. Okay. Bring out a couple of spacesuits, Hap. They have to help that injured man into the airlock.
A few moments later, Buzz decelerates the spaceship as he sights the tiny space raft floating away from the damaged cargo ship under the propulsion of compressed air from the jetpack. With rockets cut off, Buzz and Happy stand in the airlock of their ship, looking through the open hatch as the raft maneuvers closer.
Commander Corey to space raft. Can you read me? Yes, Commander. Accelerate with your forward jetpack. It'll save your pal a rough bump. Sure.
Raft is secured, sir. Magnetic field is holding it steady.
Is your partner conscious? Yes, but he's pretty weak. We'll help him aboard. Come on, pal. On your feet. We're safe now. That's it. I've got his arm. There you go. Hap, steady him while I help you up. I can manage fine, thanks. You better let me take that box to you aboard. It's okay, just some personal effects. All right, close the hatch, Hap. Let's get into the ship. Yes, sir. I'll get the inner hatch. Okay, we can raise our face pieces now.
Well, the cadet will take you back after you can get out of those spacesuits. Hap, that injured man is pretty weak. Better hold him.
Yes, sir.
I've got something in this box that'll make him feel better.
Oh, first aid kit, huh?
Not quite. If you don't get your hands up, you'll need more than first aid.
Commander, it's a blast gun.
You're taking over the ship, Corey. Just obey orders. You'll find it's a simple way to stay alive.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Now hear this, Space Patrollers, the most important announcement we have ever made. Right now, today, you can get a model of the rocket cockpit, a scientific, accurate scale model of the new Star Drive patrol ship called Project Infinity. It's the very one Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are testing in this exciting adventure. Gang, listen to this. Your model rocket cockpit has everything the real one has. A big moving viewscope that shows you all the major planets and tells you their names. You can send and decode secret messages with the master coders. They have a system that will be known only to space patrollers. And you'll get a big bang out of the sensational atomic cannons. They have real sighting mechanisms, and you can fire projectiles accurately from porter's starboard side. You'll control gravity with the thrust handles that govern special rocket mechanisms. And you'll be able to set the special time computers to Star Drive, the secret invention that takes you through time at heretofore unbelievable speeds. Yes, gang, your model rocket cockpit has all these moving parts and plenty of other dials, computers, and control devices. And it's so real-looking, you'll feel you're in your own ship, having all kinds of exciting adventures for yourself and your pals. Your rocket cockpit stands more than a foot high, almost 2 feet wide, and it has 9 moving controls. And there'll be lots more fun for you if you can follow along in your rocket cockpit and receive the secret messages the commander will be sending out from time to time. Now, I'm sure that every one of you listening today will want to send for your very own rocket cockpit. So here's what you do. Send your name and address and 25 cents in coin, plus 2 wrappers from any size Nestle's chocolate bars to Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. Again, it's your name and address and 25 cents in coin, plus wrappers from any 2 Nestle's chocolate bars to Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. And hurry, fellas and girls, don't miss a minute of the fun of owning your very own rocket cockpit. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Voice from the Future. Buzz and Happy are making a test flight of a new Star Drive ship when they're hailed by a cargo ship claiming to have been sabotaged. Leaving the 2 occupants of the cargo vessel to be in danger of radiation from the damaged ship, Buzz orders them to launch a space raft and leave the wreck. The space patrollers pull the 2 men aboard their ship, whereupon one of the men suddenly produces a blast gun from a metal box he's carrying. As he orders Buzz and Happy to raise their hands, the other man, supposedly injured, briskly steps forward.
Keep them covered, Sora.
Walk next.
Yes, Commander. By the way, I owe you something for putting the Red Star line out of operation.
You did that yourself by your crooked methods.
I am back in business, Corey, as of this minute.
Let's not stick around here too long, Dexter. We better make Corey get us away from here.
We won't need him to operate the regular rocket drive. Besides, there is probably a technical manual aboard if we get stuck. In fact, I think all you do to cut in the rockets is press this lever.
You got it!
That'll get us far out in space. We'll look up Corey and the cadet and try to figure out that star drive.
I'm warning you, Dexter. Don't play around with that hyperspace drive. It involves the kind of arithmetic where 2 and 2 don't always make 4.
I can figure it out. And if I get stuck, I'll make you give us a hand.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, Corey, what Dexter and I already know about the star drive.
You'll be surprised at what you don't know about.
Soren, march him back aft and lock him up. I'm going to get this ship into hyperspace before Corey's outfit starts searching for him.
Locked in an aft compartment of the ship, Buzz and Happy are helpless as Dexter and Soren fumble with the star drive controls.
You think they'll be able to work it, sir?
They might hit on the right procedure just by chance.
Maybe one of the other ships will come along looking for us when we don't report back.
They're going to stop Dexter. They better do it before he stumbles onto the star drive.
They've hit the combination. We're going into star drive.
They aren't up at peak rocket velocity.
I'm blacking out. So am I.
But they are, too. If we come to first, maybe we can break out of here.
Under the stress of the sudden transition from regular three-dimensional space to hyperspace, Buzz and Happy lose consciousness. Then, as they lie on the deck of the compartment, they dimly become aware of the strange pulsations of a hyperspace drive. For what seems like hours, they're unable to move. Even their minds are sluggish, unable to concentrate. At last, Buzz struggles to his feet and tugs at Happy.
Come on, Happy. Try to step out.
It feels sort of strange. Like I'm half dreaming.
We've got to find out what's going on up in the rocket cockpit.
We're still in star drives from the sound of things.
Yes. I've never been in hyperspace this long before.
Not even when we made that 500,000 light-year trip 7 weeks ago.
Let's see if we can get that compartment door open.
Yes, sir. Well, one thing about this ship, it's built strong.
Now, hold it, man. Somebody's unlocking the doors. Be on guard. Maybe we can overpower them now. Corey. Sorry. Corey.
I've got him, Commander.
Corey, help. Get Dexter.
Something's wrong with Soren.
He's slow. Dexter's going crazy. The ship, it's out of control. Captain, drag him in.
Yes, sir.
We'll lock him up and get up to the cockpit. Hurry.
Dexter's just standing there, staring at the controls with his back to us.
You still have that blaster.
All right, Corey. Take it easy. I got you covered.
You got yourself in a fine nest, Dexter.
You're going to get me out. Fix the star drive. Go on, get busy.
What did you do to your pal, Soren?
He went off his rockets. I had to slug him. Where is he?
He's locked up back in. He said you were crazy.
Tell me what's wrong. Everything's black outside the ship. No stars, nothing, just pitch blackness.
It's the way it always is in hyperspace. You're in another dimension. Light doesn't register.
There's some light. I saw it. Flashes of blue and violet, real mixed up and crazy. Corey, you got to get us out of this.
Just keep under control. I'll take a look at the hyperspace computer. Are these instruments exactly as you first set them up?
No. I blacked out. And when I came to, that blackness out there got me worried, so I started turning the dial.
Oh, you really messed things up. You aren't supposed to change a thing while the ship's in hyperspace. It throws us clear off vector.
Hey, you can fix it. You got to.
Look, there are millions of possible combinations of settings. We might spend the rest of our lives in hyperspace trying to find a setting that would bring us out in regular space.
Well, don't stand there talking. Do something.
Remember, Dexter, we're in this fix because you were doing something.
I couldn't help it. The darkness and then those flashes and the voices. Those voices were to wash the wall.
Voices? What voices?
From the spaceophone. It was gibberish and strange yowls. They about drove me out of my mind. I cut them off.
I didn't think a spaceophone would work in hyperspace.
Ordinarily it won't. But Dexter has things so messed up, we'll try.
Smoking rockets. Where did that come from?
No way to tell. Evidently some spaceophone signals filter through in slits like those flashes of light.
Yeah, but from where? That sound certainly wasn't from our solar system.
Hap, I think we're on some sort of spiral in hyperspace. We're whirling round and round.
Pull us out of it.
There's no way to tell what direction to go, either in time or space.
There's another signal, sir.
Expect the agreement to have a beneficial effect on world commerce.
Commander, it's English.
New York City. 4 Australian swimming champions arrived here today and immediately plunged into the final phase of training for the Olympic Games.
It's a newscast.
Officials of the Olympic Committee are confident that world records will be broken this year in track and field events as well as in other sports.
That's funny. There aren't
One
any Olympic
prediction
Games
is
this
certain.
year.
More athletes will compete in the 1972 Olympic Games than any similar event in history.
You say 1972?
That's what it sounded
Aye.
like, but I don't...
I've just been handed a special bulletin. White Sands Proving Grounds, New Mexico. A 3-stage rocket carrying 2 men has landed on the moon. The radio report from across 238,000 miles of space states that both men are safe. There are no details at present. But, friends, there's no doubt about it. The era of space travel is definitely here. We'll keep you informed of further...
Hey, is that guy nuts? Why is he so excited about a rocket reaching the moon? That's been going on for 1,000 years.
Yes, he did say 1972. And it was in October 1972 that the first man-piloted rocket reached the moon.
Sure, everybody knows that. What kind of a newscast was that? All ancient history. It's a wonder he didn't tell us about Columbus.
Don't you realize what happened? We picked up a broadcast that left Earth over 1,000 years ago.
What?
It's our yardstick. Our measuring rod.
Now you're sounding crazy.
Let me adjust that time computer in the rocket cockpit. Now we know our approximate position in hyperspace. We're at the distance a radio signal would travel in. Let me see, from 1972 to now, it's 1,009 years.
Corey, what are you going to do?
We're going to reset our hyperspace vector. If we haven't completely gummed up the works, we'll emerge back in regular space a few light years from the solar system.
Nothing's happening. It's not going to work. We'll be in this crazy mixed-up space the rest of our lives.
You should kick, Dexter. You were mixed up in regular space. Commander, you've hit it.
Right, Hap. Hold on, we're coming out of star drive.
Commander, you did it. Look through the viewport. Stars, hundreds of them. We're back in regular space.
Where are we? Are we near the solar system?
Let's check. There's Orion, Hercules.
And over there is Andromeda.
The solar system is about 5 light years in that direction.
Good. Set up the computer.
It'll be fairly simple this time.
Hey, Commander, I've been thinking about that news broadcast that we picked up.
Yes, Hap, what about it?
That was something that happened 1,000 years ago, and yet we heard it just as though it was taking place in the present.
It was probably a rare freak condition in hyperspace. A leak through the space-time warp. Something we can't regulate.
Well, if it happened to an event in the past, could it happen to a future event? I mean, could we pick up a broadcast of next year's news?
It's an interesting idea, huh? Offhand, I'd say no, but there's a lot we don't know about hyperspace.
Quit the chatter and set up the vector.
It's all set. I'll cut in the star drive.
No, you don't. I'll take over from now on. I know how to operate the star drive now. I don't need you.
You'd better think twice, Dexter.
I know what I'm doing. I'm locking you up. And when we're back in the solar system, I'm turning you over to the big boss.
And who's that?
You'll find out soon enough. Now get back up. I'll let Foreign out and lock you up.
Are you sure you know how to work this star drive, Dexter?
Yeah. I've been watching Corey operating. I almost had it right the first time.
Sorry I lost my head a while ago. I thought we were finished.
Forget it. From now on, we've got nothing to worry about. Well, here we go into the star drive. See? There's no blacking out. In a few seconds, we'll be back in the solar system.
Say, you really have got it down, Pat.
Official Space Patrol bulletin from Terra headquarters.
Space Patrol, it's Corey's voice, but Corey's back up.
Attention all units to bulletin dated October 3rd.
What's going on here today? Is this...
Shut up!
Discontinue search for star drive test ship and the new rocket cockpit. The ship has been returned to Lunar Fleet Base. The thieves, Rourke Dexter and Nate Sorn, were captured yesterday and are being held at Terra headquarters. End of report. Corey out.
What does he mean we're captured? We're right here and... Dexter, what's the matter?
That was right. In hyperspace, you can pick up future broadcasts, just like you can the past.
What are you talking about?
We heard what is going to happen tomorrow. Somehow, Corey and the cadet are going to overpower us.
Not if we fix it so they can't. Let's finish them now.
In the locked compartment, Buzz and Happy carefully placed their inflated spacesuits in a sitting position on a bunk while listening intently for a sound at the door.
Just the helmets so the face pieces are away from the door, Hap. We want the suits to look occupied, at least at first glance.
Yes, sir. Do you think Dexter will fall for that spacephone call?
I'm not sure. But we'll give him a rough jolt.
After what I heard a while ago, I think maybe I'd believe a future broadcast myself.
Hap, get back against the wall next to the door. Here's someone.
Yes,
There's the secret of your spaceophone call from the future, Dexter.
Yeah. They use their suit spaceophone. Yeah. We'll just put an end to that. Get out of that bunk, Corey. You too, Cadet.
Yeah, your little practical joke is going to prove fatal. For you.
Get Soren, Hap. I'll handle Dexter. All right, hold the blaster on. I'll go up to the cockpit to check the position.
I'm not licked yet, Corey. And don't think your fake spaceophone call fooled me. I knew all the time it wasn't the broadcast from the future.
That was no fake, Dexter. Every word about your capture is true. That same bulletin will be spaceophone tomorrow, won't it, sir?
Yes, Hap. Here's the ironic part of it, Dexter. You made it come true by trying to make it false.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Say, is it true that space patrollers can now get models of the new rocket cockpit?
That's right, Hap. We're offering every space patroller a model of our new rocket cockpit for his very own.
Smoking rockets, Commander. That's cosmic. A model of the rocket cockpit is so real, we use it as a trainer. And it has so many moving parts, so many terrific controls.
It certainly is the most exciting offer we've ever made. Space patrollers, your rocket cockpit is an exact model of the one on our brand new Star Drive ship. It has a big moving viewscope, special gravity controls, master coder and decoder, big, powerful atomic cannons you can actually fire, and, of course, the special time drive computers that enable you to fly through time into hyperspace.
Wait till you see it. It's more than a foot high and almost 2 feet wide. Boy, will you want to get one, and fast.
Gang, here's how to get your rocket cockpit. Send your name and address and 25 cents in coin, plus the wrappers from any 2 Nestle's chocolate bars, to Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are on Mars, searching for a special piece of electronics equipment from another solar system. A girl guides them to a room where 2 men are carrying a heavy instrument.
Just what is that instrument, Gather?
I don't know. An acquaintance asked us to get it. Set it down, Gordon.
Hey, look out for that chair.
How clumsy of us. It's smashed to bits.
Well, maybe it can be fixed.
Here, I'll help you pick up the pieces.
Don't bother. Get us. Hey. Get the girl, Gordon. I'll cover these 2 with a blast gun.
Be sure to be with us next week for the thrilling story, Message to Arctrona on Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Bela Kovach. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa, Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In in today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Commander Corey is in a spaceship trying to contact Cadet Happy, who's in a spacesuit on the surface of Neptune's second moon.
Commander Corey calling Cadet Happy. Commander Corey calling Cadet Happy on Neptune number 2. Happy, disregard previous orders. You can break spaceophone silence. Come in, Happy.
Cadet Happy here, Commander.
This is Urgent Hap. Gargoth's men have orders to keep you from reaching the scout ship.
I know. Well, one of his gang is right behind me now with a blast gun.
Better surrender, Hap. There's nothing else you can do.
But, Commander, I've got to reach that ship. I'm low on oxygen. In 5 minutes, all the air will be gone.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Test for Survival.
Hey, Space Patroller, it's getting kind of late and I'm getting kind of hungry. Hey, let's take time out right now for a big bowl full of rice checks.
Swell, Captain Tufeld. Rice checks. Tops with me.
Tops with me too, Space Patroller. And it'll be tops with you, gang. Tops 3 ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. There's one bowl. And here's one for me. Space Patrollers, when you fill up your own bowls with those neat triple toasted shredded rice biscuits, you're getting one spoonful after another of the easiest, tastiest bite-size eating ever, because rice checks are tops for taste and size, and tops for get up and go, too. Mornings after you finish off a good, nourishing breakfast with rice checks, you'll see what I mean. You'll be right there with the right answers in school and the right scores in sports.
If you like whole wheat, try wheat checks. It's tops, too.
So look for rice checks and wheat checks in the red and white checkerboard packages with a picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside.
And the swell 3 Space Patrol trading card inside.
Rice checks, wheat checks. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Test for Survival. For 1,000 Space Patrol cadets, today marks the beginning of an adventure. These 1,000 cadets have been selected to take part in the annual survival test to pit their skill and courage against the rigors and problems of outer space and the simulated opposition of an enemy force. Of all the cadets chosen for these tests, it's safe to say that only one is disappointed with the assignment. That solitary individual is Cadet Happy. Glumly, he sits in Commander Corey's central office at Space Patrol headquarters, staring at his special orders.
Oh, all the times for this to happen.
Bad news, Happy?
The worst. I'm on the list for the survival tests. Now I can't go with you to Pluto. Unless you could sort of...
No.
I didn't think you would, sir. Well, it's up to me to take my turn, I guess.
What kind of assignment did you draw, Happy?
A real cream puff deal. Here's what the orders say. Cadet Happy will pilot scout ship T-681 to Neptune moon number 2, landing in sector D4 at 0800 hours Universal Star Time. Upon landing, the ship will be considered inoperative, including all weapons and spaceophone equipment.
Oh, you're to act as though the ship were knocked out of action.
Yes, sir. And then it says, you will attempt to reach the communications outpost in sector F9 by 2200 hours without revealing your presence to enemy forces concealed between the 2 sectors.
Sounds interesting.
Spaceophone silence will be maintained throughout the entire operation. Enemy forces will be provided with special long-range ray guns that will register hits on the sensitized outer coating of the spacesuit. Big deal.
Sounds like fun, huh?
Fun? It's kids' stuff. Here I'll be sneaking around craters playing hide-and-seek with other cadets that are pretending they're the enemy. What's the good of it?
Don't get the idea this is just a game, Happy. You'll be testing new equipment. What you and the other cadets learn in this survival test might easily help to save a life someday.
Well, I suppose so, Commander, but... Gee, if I could go to Pluto with you, I could have some real excitement.
I'm not looking for any big adventure on this trip, Happy.
You're not? But if this Steve Hegdorn is as tough as Morton says he is, and if he's part of the Cobra gang...
If things go the way I've planned, Hegdorn won't have time to get tough. You see, when I walk into Hegdorn's office in Pluto City, I'll be in civilian clothes. He'll assume I'm one of Morton's men coming to make the regular protection payoff. When he accepts the money, I'll take it in for extortion.
And maybe get a line on how we can find Gargoth.
Right. By then you'll be through with your survival test, and I promise you that you can help get Gargoth and the rest of his Cobra gang.
Okay, Commander. But I still wish I was going with you instead of to this garden party on Neptune's moon.
The training command doesn't plan garden parties, Hap. These tests are going on all over the solar system. Every detail has been worked out by Space Patrol officers who have been through the mill. You can be sure they've planted some obstacles to take the cockiness out of anyone who doesn't take the test seriously.
Oh, I'll be on the alert, Commander.
Good. Obey every order to the letter. And good luck, Happy.
Thank you, Commander, and same to you.
The Zenith Consultant Service occupies a small suite of offices in the Phobos building in Lowell City on the planet Mars. A curious observer might notice that a peculiar assortment of people pass in and out of the office during the course of a week. But then a consultant service would be expected to welcome various types of people in need of consultation. One would never suspect that the Zenith Consultant Service was a device to hide the operations of a syndicate of criminals, a respectable front for Emil Gargoth, leader of the Cobra Gang. At this moment, Gargoth is consulting with Rex Kralin, who has just arrived from Terra.
You're very enterprising, Kralin. But frankly, I don't see how this schedule of Space Patrol survival tests is of any interest to me.
I just thought you ought to know that these cadets are likely to pop up anywhere for the next few days.
What do I care about a lot of rookies? Let them play their games.
But, Mr. Gargoth, there'll be 4 units crawling all over Neptune Moon number 2.
Moon number 2?
Now, look here at Problem 9. They picked an area right near our underground storage station.
All the desolate places in the universe, they had to pick this one.
Of course, the station is well hidden, but just by chance they might stumble across it.
Yes. And we've got thousands of credits worth of stolen goods there.
There might be time to get it off the moon before the Space Patrol tests begin.
I don't have the ships available. What kind of activity is going on in that sector, Kralin?
Here's a chart of the area. The cadet will start here, at this point. Try to work his way to here. There'll be about 20 men scattered all through here, in the craters, acting as enemy opposition.
Oh, I see. They're chasing all over this region, trying to capture that one cadet.
That's right. Actually, they won't have to capture him to put him out of the game. They've got a special ray gun that projects a pinpoint beam. It's harmless, of course, but it produces a photochemical effect on the spacesuit. The suits in the test have a thin coating sensitive to those particular rays.
All right. If he gets out of the game early, they'll go home. Is that it?
Well, yes, those in that particular problem will.
Then let's hope a dumb cadet draws that sector.
It isn't going to work that way. That assignment goes to Commander Corey's sidekick, Cadet Happy.
Kralin, this is the opportunity I've been waiting for. We'll capture Cadet Happy, and then we can make Corey come to terms.
Capture Corey's cadet? But, Mr. Gargoth, that's...
It'll be easy. I'll have a ship drop you off on Neptune's second moon before the cadet gets there. You can grab him before any of the other space patrollers see him.
Me?
Oh, you're the ideal man for the job. You were in the Space Patrol once, weren't you?
Before I get kicked out.
Here's your chance to get even. Now listen. Here's the way we'll work.
Those who are forced to deal with Steve Hegdorn on the planet Pluto regard him as a man dangerous to trifle with. Surrounded by brutal thugs, Hegdorn exacts tribute from law-abiding citizens and from lesser racketeers alike. Too intimidated to report to the Space Patrol, his victims continue to pay the increasing demands of Hegdorn. Those who live in dread of Steve Hegdorn would be greatly astonished to learn that there is one man in the universe that Hegdorn fears.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Gargoth. Truly I am.
Your being sorry, Hegdorn, doesn't make up for the fact that you're 5,000 credits short.
I know. It's that Morton account. I got my men out now trying to locate Morton. He may have left Pluto City.
That's your problem. I put you in charge of my affairs on Pluto because I thought you could handle things efficiently.
I appreciate that, Mr.
Do you think I have time to get on the space phone to find out why you can't collect from your clients? There's no place in the Cobra Gang for incompetence, Hegdorn. If you prevent Morton to get away with this, others will try it.
I'll get the 5,000 from Morton, I promise.
And get this, Hegdorn. If the Pluto quota is short by as much as 1 credit next month, you're through. Cobra out.
Oaks, come in here.
Yes, Mr. Hegdorn.
Have you found Morton yet?
No, sir, but the boys...
I'm not interested what the boys think. Find Morton and get that 5,000 credits. There is no place in this organization for incompetence. Now get out.
Elsewhere, a small scout ship has just landed in Sector D4 on Neptune's second moon. Out of the ship steps Cadet Happy in a spacesuit. In his hand, he carries a ray rifle, a harmless training weapon capable only of making a tiny dot on especially sensitized objects. As he walks across the craggy surface of the satellite, Happy reports his actions into a compact micro-tape recorder that's part of his spacesuit paraphernalia.
Cadet Happy assigned to survival test problem 9, Neptune 2. Orders of procedure have been followed exactly. I landed the scout ship in Sector D4 at 0800 hours. It is now 0803. My suit spaceophone is turned off. I am now carefully proceeding south by southwest towards sector E10. So far, no sightings of enemy units. Oxygen pressure normal. External temperature 203 degrees below zero. Internal suit temperature plus 68. Normal.
In Pluto City, a studious-looking young man carrying a document case enters the office of Steve Hegdorn. Even Buzz Corey's close associates would have to look twice to recognize the Space Patrol Commander-in-Chief. Not only is he wearing civilian clothes, but he has modified his confident stride and allowed his straight shoulders to assume a scholarly slump. Looking up from his desk, Hegdorn scowls at his visitor in an intimidating manner.
Yes, what is it?
I'm here representing Mr. Morton.
Oh, so you're representing Mr. Morton, huh? You're his lawyer, I suppose.
Not exactly.
Well, if Morton sent you here under the impression that I'll dicker with you over his fees, he's mistaken.
I've got the money here, Mr. Hegdorn.
Oh, well, that's different. Let's have it.
Well, 5,000 credits, isn't it?
That's right. And you can just inform Mr. Morton that he better pay up on time after this.
And here's the money. Count it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,000. Right. Now get out.
I'd like a receipt.
A receipt? I get it. Morton wants to be sure you gave the money to me, huh? All right. I'll just make it out for services rendered to Harvey Morton. There you are.
Thanks. Now, Hegdorn, you're under arrest.
Under arrest? What for?
Extortion and intimidation. Here's my identification.
So you're Commander Corey. I was expecting you, but not till later.
Usually I prefer a more direct approach to criminals, Hegdorn, but you've got your victims so intimidated I had to get evidence on you personally. Come along.
Get him up, Corey.
Corey, the man behind you with the ray gun is Bull Oakes. He handles my rougher assignments. I advise you to do as he says.
Get him up.
Sure.
Now, boss, help me.
Let go of that gun. Hold him, Oakes.
Corey's quick as a cat. Nearly broke my arm. If you hadn't slugged him, Mr.
Stop babbling, Oakes. What kind of a bodyguard are you when I have to rescue you?
How did I know he was going to turn on me?
Well, keep an eye on him. If he tries to get up, slug him. I'm going to space-a-phone the Cobra and tell him I captured Commander Corey.
On Neptune's second moon, Cadet Happy cautiously works his way along the shallow fissure, from time to time reporting his progress and observations into the microtape recorder built into his spacesuit.
08:57 hours. The black shadow of the mountain extends across this fissure 100 yards ahead. When I reach that shadow, I've just sighted an enemy scout. He's coming toward me. Apparently he doesn't see me because he's making no effort to keep covered. He'll be an easy target for the ray rifle. It's a shame not to warn him, but rules are rules.
Look, Cadet, put away that silly ray rifle and get out of that ditch. Your survival test is over.
This must be one of those special obstacles Commander Corey warned me about. This fellow may be an officer trying to trick me into breaking space-a-phone silence.
I'm telling you, Cadet Happy, this isn't a game. Maybe this'll prove it to you.
Smoking rockets, that was no ray rifle. He's got a real blast gun. That shot chipped off a hunk of rock 3 feet away.
There, Cadet. That ought to prove to you I'm not with the Space Patrol. Your make-believe enemies are 5 miles away. Now throw that useless ray rifle down and come with me. Oh, and if you're wondering what's going to happen to you, well, that's up to the Cobra.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Dick Tufeld in St. Louis reporting on the twin-jet Air Force fighter, the McDonnell Voodoo XF-88A. In a moment, we'll hear from the noted test pilot who flies this plane, Phil Houghton. Speed of the Voodoo is a military secret, but it's plenty fast. Wingspan is 40 feet, length 55, weight 10 tons. And now, Phil Houghton, recorded this morning at Lambert Airfield.
After seeing the Voodoo, I guess you know why I like my job. There's one thing about it, though. A test pilot has to stay in good condition, get lots of sleep, and eat good, healthy food. That's why I like rice checks and wheat checks for breakfast. They've got plenty of energy in them, and they really taste swell. I think you'll like them, too.
No other cereal, puffed or flaked, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. So do as Phil Houghton, J. Ray Donahue Jr., and other top test pilots do. Make your cereals Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Test for Survival. Emil Gargoth, leader of the criminal syndicate known as the Cobra Gang, has learned that Cadet Happy is taking part in the Space Patrol survival tests on Neptune's second moon. Knowing that the test rules prohibit the use of suit spacephones, Gargoth sent one of his men, Rex Kralin, to capture Happy. Armed only with a harmless ray rifle, Happy was powerless to defend himself against Kralin's deadly blast gun and submitted to capture. Meantime, on the planet Pluto, Commander Corey has been overpowered by two other members of Gargoth's gang, Steve Hegdorn and Bull Oakes. Right now, Hegdorn is in a private space cruiser, heading sunward from Pluto, with Commander Corey lying on the deck of the control cabin, securely bound.
Hegdorn calling Cobra. Hegdorn aboard cruiser P532 calling Cobra. Hegdorn here, waiting for further instruction. Come in, Cobra.
Cobra here. Go ahead.
Where do you want me to take Corey?
Send a vector toward Mars. I'll give you further instructions later.
All right, Mr. Gargoth.
Have you got yourself covered back on Pluto?
Sure. I left Oakes there to destroy all our records. Don't worry, there won't be anything to involve you.
See that there isn't.
You can depend on me, Mr. Gargoth. Incidentally, I got that 5,000 credits mortar node.
Destroy it. You fool, don't you realize Corey marked it so the Space Patrol could trace it?
I guess that's right. Oh, incidentally, Corey's acting pretty stubborn. He says he won't tell you a thing.
Oh, he'll talk all right.
That's what you think, Gargoth.
For your information, Commander, one of my men has captured Cadet Happy.
You're lying.
Am I? Right now, your cadet is in an underground hideout on Neptune's moon number 2. He was captured during the survival test. You'll talk all right, Corey. Or something very unpleasant will happen to Cadet Happy.
In the Cobra Gang's underground hideout on Neptune number 2, Gargoth's agent Kralin holds Happy at the point of a blast gun. Both men are still in their spacesuits, but with their face pieces open.
So you're one of the Cobra Gang, are you?
That's right, Cadet. My name's Rex Kralin. Gargoth finds my knowledge of the Space Patrol quite useful.
Yeah? How do you know anything about the Space Patrol?
I used to belong with the organization. I was dishonorably discharged when I was unable to explain how some of my buddies' belongings were in my possession.
A thief. A rotten thief.
Where did your honesty get you, Cadet? You're in a hopeless spot. Me, I'm sitting pretty.
Oh, are you? There are 20 space patrollers in this sector of the moon trying to find me. They'll keep searching until they do.
And they're armed with harmless ray rifles. I've got a blast gun.
Cobra to Kralin. Cobra, calling Kralin.
Yeah, there's the boss. Now, you stay where you are. Remember, I'm watching you every second. Kralin here. Go ahead, Cobra.
Is everything under control there?
Perfectly, but how do I get off this moon?
Take the cadet and work your way back to scout ship he landed in Sector D4. And listen, don't let anything happen to him. I want him back here alive.
Okay, but suppose he gets tough.
Put him to sleep with a cosmic ray gun if you have to. Then carry him to the ship. I want Commander Corey to know the cadet is alive, so he'll do everything to keep him that way.
I get it. When Corey finds out we got the cadet, he'll come to terms.
He already knows it, Kralin. And what's more, we've got Corey, too.
What?
Hegdorn got him on Pluto. Corey's on his way to Mars right now in Hegdorn's cruisers.
Hey, that's great. Now we got... Hey, come back here.
What's the matter?
That cadet made a break for the airlock.
You blundering fool, go after him. You've got to stop him before he gets to the ship.
You aren't so cocky now, are you, Corey? Now that we've got Cadet Happy.
If anything happens to him, Hegdorn, I'll get you and Gargoth. It's the last thing I do.
The smart thing for you to do is to forget those threats and give Gargoth the information he wants.
Cobra to Hegdorn. Cobra calling Hegdorn.
Hegdorn here. Go ahead, Cobra.
Quick, Hegdorn. What's your position?
Near the Neptune orbit. Why?
That idiot Kralin let the cadet get away.
What?
Yes, he's out of the hideout and probably headed for the scout ship. How long will it take you to reach Neptune moon number 2?
Oh, I'd say about 15 minutes, maybe less.
Then change your vector. You've got to make sure the cadet doesn't get to that ship.
But, boss, we can't land a ship there during those survival tests. Those space patrollers will spot us.
No, they won't break spacephone silence except in an emergency. And by the time they realize there is an emergency, the cadet will be finished.
What do you mean?
The cadet won't surrender to Kralin, then blast him with the space torpedo. Get away before those men on maneuvers know what happened.
Listen to me, Gorgon. If anything happens to
You
Happy...
listen to me, Corey. Want to save the cadet, do what I tell you. Get on the space phone and order Happy to surrender to Kralin. Understand?
All right, Gorgon.
Hagdorn, switch to the Space Patrol frequency. I'm sure Corey will tell you how.
Okay, Mr. Gorgon.
And watch him. Don't let him try any tricks. Cobra out.
All right, Corey. What's the frequency?
672.3 megacycles.
Stand up, then. I'll set it. Go ahead.
Commander Corey calling Cadet Happy. Commander Corey calling Cadet Happy on Neptune number 2. Happy, disregard previous orders. You can break spacephone silence. Happy, can you read me?
Cadet Happy here, Commander.
This is urgent, Hap. Gargant's men have orders to keep you from reaching the scout ship.
I know. One of his gang is right behind me with a blast gun.
Better surrender. There's nothing else you can do.
But, Commander, I've got to reach that ship. I'm low on oxygen. In 5 minutes, all the air will be gone. Kralen's firing at me.
Hit the dirt, Hap.
That's enough, Corey.
Darn you dirty rat, if my hands weren't tied.
Go ahead. Pull. Pull on those ropes. They'll only get tighter. Go ahead. Pull. You can't break them.
So I couldn't break them. Don't reach for that gun. I said don't reach for it. Just lie there and don't cause any trouble. I'm going to get this ship to Neptune number 2.
With his oxygen supply getting lower with every breath, Cadet Happy crawls across the rough, barren rocks of Neptune's second moon, trying to keep within the inky black shadows. Steadily, Rex Kralin advances toward him, blast gun in hand. A few hundred yards away, the scout ship rests where Happy landed it many hours before. A few steps more, and Kralin stands over the exhausted cadet. Carefully, Kralin adjusts the power control of his spacesuit transmitter, limiting it to the range of less than 50 feet.
I heard what you told the commander. Your oxygen is about gone. You'll never be able to make it to the ship under your own power, so I'm going to have to carry you. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm going to turn your transmitter volume down, just in case. If you're hoping any of your pals on maneuvers are going to come to your rescue, forget it. Even with you on my back, I can make it to the ship in a few minutes. Now, look, Cadet, you're about gone. So don't try to give me any trouble when I lift you.
Oh, okay.
All right, now. Hey, where's that light coming from?
A spaceship.
A private cruiser. That must be Hagdorn. And he's looking for us. This is a break. I won't have to lug you to the scout ship after all. Look at him come. Hagdorn sure knows how to handle the ship. Oh, nice landing. It's only a few yards to the cruiser. Think you can walk it with a little help?
I'll try.
Now, come on your feet. This is a break. Now we won't have to worry about having to get rid of that scout ship. Well, the hatch is opening. Say, Hagdorn's coming to help me. Hagdorn, can you read me? Hagdorn. Hagdorn, use your spaceophone. It's okay. There's nobody within 5 miles of us. That's not Hagdorn.
That's right, Kralin.
Commander!
I'm warning you, Commander. Don't come any closer. The cadet gets a charge from this blast gun.
Kralin, listen. We've got to get Happy into the ship. He's nearly out of oxygen.
The decision is up to you, Commander. Let me get to the cruiser, then you get the cadet to the scout ship.
Can't you see there isn't time?
And it's just too bad for the cadet. I'll finish you with a blast gun if you take another step. Cadet, let go of me.
Drop that gun, Kralin. I've got a sharp sliver of rock in my glove. How would you like to have it jammed into your spacesuit?
Let go of me.
Drop the gun, or you'll be in the same fix I am.
You haven't the strength left.
Give me that gun, Kralin.
Ah.
All right, I'll get Happy to the cruiser. Go on, pick him up.
Yeah, sure, okay.
I'll get moving.
Inside the cruiser, Happy quickly revives. With a fresh oxygen bottle attached to his spacesuit, he helps Commander Corey transfer Kralin and Hagdorn to the scout ship. Now, with Happy at the controls, they've just blasted off from Neptune's second moon and are headed for Terra with their 2 prisoners.
Either of them will talk, Happy. We know Gargoth is in Lowell City on Mars.
Yeah, the brainograph will clear that up.
Yes, but too late.
How do you mean, sir?
Cobra calling Hagdorn. Cobra to Hagdorn. Cobra, to Kralin. Kralin! Either of you answer immediately.
That's what I mean. That Gargoth won't wait around long enough to find out what happened to his
Kralin!
men.
Hagdorn! I suppose you're listening, Corey. Well, I don't suppose I'll be hearing from Kralin and Hagdorn. So would you please inform them that their services are no longer required? Cobra out.
Are you going to answer him, sir?
Not now. What I have to say to Gargoth, I'll say to his face, and that day will come sooner than he thinks.
Yes, sir. Smoking rockets.
What's the matter, Hap?
I never did get to that communications outpost. I flunked the survival test.
Oh, I'm sure you can prove you passed it.
I can? How?
The best proof in the universe. You're alive.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. How will you have them, Space Patrollers? Out of the bowl with cream and sugar, or out of the box for snacks? Well, in case you haven't guessed, I'm talking about rice checks and wheat checks. Tops any way you eat them, any time you eat them. Tops 3 ways. 1 for taste, 2 for size, 3 for get up and go. Rice checks. Triple golden toasted shredded rice biscuits. Hollow inside, so they fill right up with milk or cream, and plenty luscious eating. Wheat checks. Good whole wheat. Super rich in action energy. The kind of action energy that made Buzz Corey Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. Oh, you'll love wheat checks from the first to the last delicious bite. And remember, gang, checks are made in that modern bite-sized design for the easiest, breeziest, tastiest eating ever. So, Space Patrollers, this morning, tomorrow morning, every morning, have yourself a good, nourishing Space Patrol breakfast with rice checks or wheat checks in the red and white checkerboard packages with the full-color picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the neat, free Space Patrol trading card inside. Rice checks, wheat checks, tops for taste, tops for size, tops for get up and go. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are trying to escape from a mansion on the planet Venus, where they're held prisoners by Emil Gargoth, leader of the Cobra Gang. Suddenly, Happy moves toward a large cabinet and opens it.
Wow, is this a break, Commander? Weapons, ray guns, blasters, paralyzers.
Take a couple of ray guns, Happy.
Something just made me go to this cabinet, a real strong hunch.
No, Hap, take the ray guns. Those are blasters. Put them back.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm not arguing, sir, but wouldn't the sight of a blaster have more effect on Gargoth?
All right, it doesn't matter. Let's get careful, Happy. You're pointing the gun right at me. Lower your arm.
I can't. Something's controlling my movements.
Happy, lower that gun.
I'm trying to. Commander, my finger is squeezing the trigger, and I can't stop it.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Secret of Dr. Borodeck, when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Bela Kovach, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program in your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk. And those famous Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are locked in an airtight chamber on Neptune's third moon by a criminal trying to force them to reveal Space Patrol's secrets.
Rorschach must be crazy. Just locking us up in here isn't going to make us talk.
Listen. Hear that?
Oh, yes, sir. Sounds like some sort of a pump.
You notice anything about the air in here?
Now that you mention it, it's sort of hard to breathe.
They're pumping the air out of the chamber.
We've only got two choices. Press the alarm button or suffocate.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Red Demon of Venus.
Say, Space Patrollers, this is Cadet Happy. If you're like me, you never get enough Nestle's chocolate. Man, that's such sensational, smooth, rich, delicious chocolate. Every bite tastes like more. And you know, there's a way to buy them so you always have more. That's the family pack. 6 Nestle's chocolate bars packed together in a swell carton. Tell Mom she'll find them at grocery stores and supermarkets. And they're real money savers, too. There's another way to make sure you have plenty of Nestle bars. That's to buy them big. You can get a 10-cent bar, or bigger still, an economy bar, and bigger yet, a tremendous king-size bar. That's the one I like best because it's so thick. Now, the 10-cent economy and king-size bars, as well as those neat family packs, come in all 3 of Nestle's terrific flavors. Smooth, creamy milk chocolate in the red and white wrappers, milk chocolate with toasty almonds in the blue and white wrap, and, of course, that crispy, crunchy, wonderful crunch bar in the red and blue wrap. Whichever you like best, treat yourself to Nestle's in a great big way. I'm sure you'll say just what I do. The more Nestle's, the merrier. And always remember, Nestles, Nestle's makes the very best chocolate. Ooh, what a voice.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Red Demon of Venus. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have landed the Terra 5 on high ground at the center of a small island in the Venus marshes. They're searching for Nelson Tanagru, a Space Patrol secret agent who's not been heard from for 3 days. Right now, Buzz and Happy make their way through the thick vegetation toward the eastern shore of the island to locate the tiny shack Tanagru has been using as a base of operations.
Maybe that gang Tanagru was after located him before he got them.
It's something pretty serious, or we'd have heard from him. He's got a spacer phone.
I think I see the shack.
That's it. Come on.
Smoke and rockets. It's almost underwater.
Flood hit worse here than it did at the settlement.
You don't think Tanagru got trapped in the shack?
Tanagru? Tanagru, you there? This is Commander Corey. Tanagru!
Oh. It came from back there in the brush, to the right.
Must be Tanagru. Tanagru!
Here, Commander.
Let's go, Hap. There he is in the clearing. Tanagru.
Thought I was finished, and then I heard your voice.
Don't try to get up. Just take it easy. What happened? Did that smuggling gang get you?
No, nothing that dramatic. It's a spider bite. Got me in the hand.
Oh, it's sure swollen.
I'll get you to the ship right away. What kind of a spider was it?
It's lying over there by that rock. Did you see? I won.
Oh, it sure was a big one. And as red as a rocket blast.
Yeah. Jumped on me from a tree limb. Thought it was a ball of fire. Felt like it, too.
When did this happen?
Early this morning. Right after I killed a spider, I blacked out for a while. I don't feel so bad now, except I can't move.
I don't want to frighten you, Tanagru, but do you know what kind of spider that is?
I thought I knew everything that crawled or flew in these marshes, but that's a new one on me.
The spider's called the Red Demon of Venus. It's extremely poisonous. Naturalists have thought it was extinct.
Well, at least that one is.
Tanagru, we've got to get you to Venus City Hospital right away. Give me a hand, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Wait. I may black out again. Let me tell you what I found out about that gang. They've been operating out of the settlement.
That can wait.
Now, please, Commander. I'll feel better if you let me fill you in.
All right, but just the high points.
Some of the names on a map of where they hide their loot are in a notebook in my jacket pocket.
I'll get it later.
I think they're on to me. I got in a jet boat and pulled away from the wharf at the settlement last night. I saw one of the gang watching me.
They didn't follow you here to the island, though?
No. When I got back here, I found the shack flooded. Couldn't use a space phone. Sunk the boat and get at it again. And hid here in the clearing.
So if they came here to the island, they'd see the shack was submerged and figure you'd gone.
Yeah. I was at the settlement for 3 days. Didn't dare use the space phone there. Don't tell them who might be spying for the gang.
All right, Tanagru. I think we'd better get you to the ship. Easy now, Happy.
With Tanagru made as comfortable as possible in an aft compartment, Buzz and Happy blast off for Venus City. Buzz loses no time in contacting the hospital by spaceophone. He's now waiting for a reply as Happy returns to the control compartment.
Tanagru is still conscious, Commander, but he doesn't look too good. Heard from Dr. Bryce yet, sir?
Not since that first call, huh?
Sure wish there was something we could do.
Dr. Bryce says anything we might do now might hinder the regular treatment.
Venus City Hospital calling Commander Corey aboard the Terra 5. Dr. Bryce to Commander Corey.
Corey here. Go ahead, Doctor.
I have some very bad news, Commander. A single drop of serum here at the hospital.
And contact some other hospitals. Try Terra or Mars.
I'll try, but I'm sure they haven't any. You see, the red demon spider is found only here on Venus. And there have been no cases reported for over 5 years. Our records show that the last of our supply of serum was discarded 18 months ago.
Discarded?
Yes, it becomes ineffective after a certain length of time.
Dr. Bryce, you told me that Tanagru must have treatment within a few hours or the bite will be fatal.
That's true, unfortunately.
Then what are we going to do?
Well, there is one alternative.
What is it?
We can obtain a blood donation from another victim of that type of spider and inject that blood into Tanagru's veins.
Do you know where we can find such a person?
Our records show that a patient named Theodore Rorschach was successfully treated here 5 years ago.
Where is he now?
I don't know, but I've already ordered a checkmate.
Doctor, how much time have we got?
I can't say. In some cases, the bite has proved fatal within a few minutes. In rare instances, well, the longest was 18 hours.
Nearly a third of the time's gone already. Doctor, keep trying to locate Rorschach. I'll contact Space Patrol headquarters in Terra and get master locator control on the job. Corey out.
Wow, it sure doesn't look good, does it, sir?
If Theodore Rorschach is alive, we'll find him. I'll give locator control a AAA priority order and put out an all-planets alert. After that's taken care of, you take the controls till we reach Venus City. I'll be back with Tanagru. Just take it easy, Tanagru. We'll be landing in Venus City in a few minutes.
Never thought a spider bite could put me on my back, Commander.
It took a red demon to do it.
Yeah. Say, have you had a chance to go over my notebook?
Yes. Done a great job. The information you've gathered, we can close in on those thieves right away.
Well, except the leader. Couldn't get a line on who he is. Keeps in the background.
When we pull in the gang, we'll make him talk.
I've got a favor to ask. When you round them up, I want to be in on it.
Well, that's going to be up to the doctor. And if he says okay, you can bet you'll be there when you pull him in.
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, Happy.
You asked me to tell you when we were 3 minutes from Venus City.
Yes, Happy, thanks. I'll take over. Good, Tanagru. Take it easy.
Sure. You bet, Commander.
I told you to land the ship. Something wrong?
Yes, sir. I didn't think I should tell you in front of Tanagru. A report just came in from Terra headquarters on Rorschach.
Where is he?
They don't know. The last information on him is a year old. Rorschach is wanted. He's a criminal. And he's hiding out. Poor Tanagru. Looks like it's all over with him.
You've got to find Rorschach and find him quick.
Well, gee, sir, the Mercury headquarters hasn't found him in a year. What chance have we got with just a few hours to go?
Get on the controls, Hap. We're at Spaceophone Venus City headquarters. When we land, I want an interplanet relay set up for an emergency message.
Meantime, millions of DUs away in Neptune City, 2 men sit before a spaceophone receiver. As the sweep second hand of a clock swings upward, both men grow tense. And one grips his companion's arm.
I tell you, Rorschach, it's been on every 15 minutes. Commander Corey himself. Microtape, of course. And on all the main channels. It's a trap, I know it is.
Calm down, Glacier. No use getting excited.
Scared the daylights out of me when I first heard it. I expected any minute to hear the Space Patrol right outside that door.
Glacier. Number 97. All planets alert. Attention, all Space Patrol units and all citizens of the United Planets. This is a AAA priority bulletin. Please listen carefully. This is your Space Patrol Commander-in-Chief, Buzz Corey.
What did I tell you, Rorschach?
Shut up.
I'm addressing every man, woman, and child in the solar system. In particular, I'm addressing Theodore Rorschach.
See?
5 years ago, you were bitten by a poisonous spider, a red demon of Venus. Your life was saved. Now, Theodore Rorschach, you have the power to save a life as yours was saved. A few drops of your blood, that's all that stands between life and death for a fellow human being.
He's breaking my heart.
I don't ask you to turn yourself in. You are guaranteed immunity from arrest while you perform this generous act. Go to any doctor in the solar system, any medical organization, public or private. You will then be given 48 hours of further immunity. You will not be followed. You will not be traced by man or instrument of any kind during that period. You risk nothing, Rorschach. You can save a life. Contact any doctor or any Space Patrol unit, but act now. Every second is urgent. This is Buzz Corey.
Cut it off, Glacier.
It's It's a trick. It has to be.
Maybe, but I doubt it. Corey doesn't work that way.
Rorschach, you aren't thinking of playing Corey's game.
Yeah, Glazer, I am. It's Corey's game, but the cards are mine, and it's my deal. Contact Commander Corey right now.
A few moments later, at the Venus City headquarters of the Space Patrol, Communications Center switches an emergency spaceophone call to Buzz Corey's temporary office. The commander listens skeptically but intently as an anonymous voice dictates a bold demand.
Those are Rorschach's terms, Commander. What's your answer?
How do I know you're actually representing Rorschach?
You don't. But for that matter, how do you know I'm not Rorschach?
All right, let's not argue that. Why does Rorschach insist that I meet him personally out in space? It would save precious time if Rorschach came directly here to Venus. Any space patrol ship or commercial space line will bring him here and return him to any point in the solar system.
Look, Commander, you meet Rorschach in space in the orbit of Neptune's second moon, or not at all. Come, Corey, a man's life is at stake, remember?
All right, I accept Rorschach's terms. Give me the space coordinates, I'll blast off immediately.
Swiftly the precious hours fly by, and Buzz and Happy hurtle toward the distant rendezvous point, with the Terra 5 accelerating at a rate barely under the threshold of physical and mental endurance. Finally, as they near the orbit of Neptune's second moon, the scanning beam of the viewscope fixes upon a small object in free fall.
It's a private cruiser, Class C, Commander, and according to the vector computer, it's right at the rendezvous point.
I'll cut acceleration.
It's a relief.
Now, let's see if we can contact that cruiser. Commander Corey aboard Terra 5, holding private cruiser in Sector 4, orbit of Neptune moon number 2. Space Patrol battle cruiser Terra 5. Commander Corey here. Acknowledge.
Private cruiser N208, Commander Corey. This is Theodore Rorschach. You made good time.
You'll need every second of it. When we join airlocks, be ready to come aboard.
Just a minute. You come aboard my ship.
All right, it doesn't matter.
And one more thing. I'm not to be followed or traced for 48 hours. Does that promise still hold?
Yes, I give you my word. In less than 3 minutes after I come aboard, you can be on your way. A man's life is in danger, Rorschach. Let's not waste any more time.
All right, Commander. Join airlocks. Rorschach out.
The nerve of that guy giving you orders.
Let's just think of Canada. Stand by to join airlocks.
A few moments later, the Terra 5 is joined to the cruiser by the magnetic coupler. Taking the medical kit, Buzz and Happy pass through the airlocks into Rorschach's ship.
Welcome aboard, Commander.
You're Theodore Rorschach, is that right?
Right.
Description fits. You'll know for sure when we run a test of your blood sample. Roll up your right sleeve.
Sure. Mind telling me who's raiding all this fuss over a spider bite? Is it the Secretary General?
It's a Space Patrol agent. He'd make the same effort to save anybody's life, even yours. All right, Hap, take over.
Give me your arm, Rorschach. Now, don't worry. This isn't going to hurt at all.
Just you two are handling the whole thing, eh? Nobody else is in your ship?
We wanted to save time by bringing Tanagru along. But he's too ill to move.
Now, hold still, Rorschach. This will all be over in 5 seconds.
It's all over right now. Get your hands up, both of you.
Hey, what's going on?
Don't move, Cadet, or I'll drop you with a ray gun.
What's the idea, Rorschach?
Keep him covered, Glazer. The idea is this, Commander. You got a lot of information that can be of use to me. Space Patrol code, methods of operation, cases under investigation, and stuff like that.
You think I'm going to tell you anything?
You better. You expect to get back to Venus in time. Keep talking for a couple of hours, and we'll let you go.
There isn't time. Can't you understand? No use talking to you.
I told him not to move.
How's that, Rorschach? 1, 2, just like that.
Cut this ship loose from the Terra 5 and blast off. When Corey comes to, we'll have plenty of time to make him talk.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
Say, Space Patrollers, how are you at magic? You like to astonish your friends and family with real neat tricks? Well, here's a great one for you. And so simple, I can teach you how to do it in just about 1 minute. Here's what you do. Pour out a big, frosty cold glass of milk. Now just drop in 2 spoonfuls of Nestle's Quick. Twirl your spoon in the glass and presto, like magic, you have the richest, most delicious chocolate milk ever made. Yes, sir, it's real magic because Nestle's Quick makes itself. Yes, sir, it's the only chocolate milk that needs no beating, no shaking. It's the only one that mixes instantly and completely and stays mixed until you've drunk up the very last drop. And believe me, gang, it's the only one that gives you sensational, rich flavor, just like Nestle's chocolate bars. And boy, does that taste like a million. And say, here's another part to this trick. Yes, sir, you can make Quick disappear just like that. You want to know how that's done? Easy. Once you taste the cosmic flavor of Nestle's Quick, you'll drink it down so fast it'll actually vanish before your eyes. Now, wouldn't you like to be a magician and have this sensational chocolate milk for your meals and snacks? Well, all you have to do is remember that Nestle's Quick does the trick. That's Q-U-I-K, Quick. It comes in the big brown and yellow can, and it's magic. So ask Mom to bring home some today. And save the special premium panel from the side of the Quick label. It's going to come in handy real soon. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Red Demon of Venus. Rendering Buzz and Happy unconscious with a ray gun, Rorschach and his accomplice, Glazer, pulled their space cruiser away from the Terra 5 and blasted off into space. Feeling secure that Commander Corey has already given Space Patrol units orders not to try to trace Rorschach for 48 hours, the true criminals have taken Buzz and Happy to a hideout on Neptune's third moon. Right now, Rorschach stands over them as the Space Patrollers regain consciousness.
Now listen, you're where no one will find you. You're on Neptune's third moon.
Rorschach, listen to me. There's a man on Venus with only a few hours to live.
Shut up! He's a Space Patrol agent. I don't care whether he lives or not. But if you care, you better talk. Glazer! Yeah. Come here. Let's get to work.
Oh, they've come around, huh?
Now get this, Corey. Your only chance to save this pal of yours is to start talking. Give us the Space Patrol codes and all that other stuff I mentioned. Come on, give.
If you keep us here, one man loses his life. Tanagoo. If we reveal Space Patrol secrets, we'd use them to destroy many innocent people.
So you wouldn't talk to save Tanagoo, eh?
No, even if we did talk, you wouldn't keep your promise.
The study. We'll put them in the study.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Open the door, Glazer. All right, you two, get moving.
Go on inside.
When you decide to be reasonable, and I'm sure you will, you'll find an alarm button near the door. Just press it and we'll let you out.
Now, get in.
So this is the study. It looks harmless enough to me, just a bare room.
Yes, lined with metal. Walls, ceiling, and floor.
This must be the alarm button Rorschach mentioned. I wonder what's supposed to happen to make us talk. Oh, I know. Keeping us here without food or water.
Maybe, but that's a slow method. Rorschach knows he's got less than 48 hours before the Space Patrol starts searching for us.
Sure, but nobody knows we're on the third moon of Neptune.
No, but when the search begins, it'll start from our ship. Unless Rorschach destroys it, it's still in free fall around the number 2 moon. The Space Patrol will search all the moons, probably with special attention to number 3.
Why, sir?
It's the only Neptune moon with atmosphere. Hear that?
Yes, sir. Sounds like some sort of a pump.
Notice anything about the air in here?
Now that you mention it, it's sort of hard to breathe.
They're pumping the air out of the chamber. They're making a vacuum in here.
We've only got 2 choices. Press the alarm button or suffocate.
Don't intend to do either one.
Yeah, we can't break out.
No. Hat, let's see if we can find the outlet valve, the place where the air is being drawn out of here. Yeah, there won't be long now, Rorschach. They'll be ringing that alarm bell pretty quick.
Sure. I don't care how brave a man is. When he can't breathe, he gets panicky. He'd give anything for one lungful of air.
Wonder why they don't ring a bell. Maybe I better step up the pump.
Yeah.
Rorschach, look at the gauge.
Hey, it's nearly to 0.
No one could live in that chamber.
Why, the fools, the stubborn, stupid fools.
Maybe the alarm didn't work.
Glazer, shut off that pump. Shut it off, quick.
Sure.
Now, let's open the chamber. They still may be alive. Hurry up, Glazer. Get the door open. We got to revive them and make them talk.
There, I've got it.
Now, in there, and drag them out. Hurry.
Drop them, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Wow. If Glazer hadn't dropped with that last punch, I'd have folded.
Rorschach took the last I had.
That air sure feels good. My lungs are burning.
Rorschach must have a spaceophone here. We've got to win back and notify Venus City Hospital.
Hey, Commander, Glazer's coming too.
Watch him.
Yes, sir.
You guys aren't human. It was almost a vacuum in here.
Oh, not quite. We found the outlet vent and stopped it up with my belt. The vacuum was just in the pipe, not in the chamber. Hey, Commander, there goes Rorschach out the door.
I'll go after him. Keep an eye on Glazer.
Better yet.
Okay, that'll hold him. Come on, Hap.
There he goes. He's heading for that shed.
They have weapons in there. We've got to catch him.
He's inside.
Try the door.
Oh, he locked it.
It's a rickety-looking door. One kick ought to break it. Now, come on. All right, Rorschach. Where are you?
Must be hiding behind one of these stacks of cases.
We'll find him. Come on out, Rorschach.
You're just making things tougher on yourself.
Now, watch your step. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir.
Wait, Hap. You stay here. I'll go behind those cases. If he makes a run for it, nail him.
Right.
Better hold that, Commander.
There he is.
Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. I'll blow you to bits.
Quit bluffing, Rorschach.
I'm not bluffing. You know what this is in my hand? I'll tell you. It's a mining bomb. By turning this dial, I can set it to go off in 30 seconds. Or as little as 5 seconds.
Don't fool around with that. Are you crazy?
Not in the least. Now, don't worry. I won't press the timer button unless you force me to. Careful, Commander. One more step and I'll lower the regulator to 5 seconds and press the timer. Now, I intend to walk out of here holding the bomb, of course, and get into my spaceship. And stay right where you are if you want to live.
Gee, Commander, it isn't even a case of us or him. It's us and him.
Yeah, the cadet is right, Corey. You won't gain a thing if you try to stop me.
All right, Rorschach. But there'll be another time.
I'll take my chances on that. Goodbye, gentlemen.
The floor gave away.
Get him quick, Hap. All right, Rorschach, get up.
I can't. I'm cut. My leg's cut.
Well, just take it easy. We'll pull you out.
What happened to the bomb? Where is it?
I dropped it through the hole in the floor when the plane gave away.
Listen. There's something down there, under the flooring.
It's the bomb. I must have pressed the timer when I fell.
Smoking rockets, we've got to get out of here in a few seconds.
Don't leave me here, please. Don't leave me here. Get me out.
Happy, grab his other arm and pull.
Yes, sir. Oh, he's really stuck.
Once more, Happy.
Yeah, that does it.
Get him out of here. Hurry. Head for that ditch, Hap.
Yes, sir. Come on, Rorschach.
Hit the dirt.
Wow. We made it.
You're okay, Rorschach. Get your face out of the dirt.
Look where the shed was. There's nothing but a big hole.
All right, Hap, get Glazer. We're blasting off for Venus.
With their captives aboard Rorschach's private cruiser, Buzz and Happy blast off from Neptune's third moon and chart a vector for Venus. After making sure Rorschach and Glazer are securely bound in the compartment amidship, Happy goes forward to the control section where Buzz is completing a spaceophone call.
Very good, Major. Proceed as directed. Corey out.
Contacted Venus yet, Commander?
Yes. Space Patrol headquarters at Venus City is going to have Dr. Bryce call me.
Gee, sure, the slow old trait. You'll never get the Venus at this rate.
I got news for you, Hap. Neptune Patrol Unit recovered Terra 5 from free fall. We'll meet it at the Neptune orbit and transfer aboard.
Oh, great. But even at that, we'll never make that 18-hour deadline.
Dr. Bryce at Venus City Hospital calling Commander Corey aboard private cruiser N208.
Commander Corey here. How's Tanagru?
He's still alive, Commander, but he's steadily growing weaker.
Doctor, how much time?
Frankly, I can't say. If it wasn't for Tanagru's rugged constitution and will to live, well, it would have all been over hours ago.
He's got to hang on. He's got to. Doctor, do anything you can.
I'm sorry, Commander, but there's nothing more we can do until you get here with Rorschach.
All right, Doctor. We'll make it. Corey out.
Even aboard the far swifter Terra 5, the voyage to Venus seems endless. At last, the ship roars through the space lock of the Venus City spaceport. Then, at the hospital, comes the most agonizing eternity of all for Buzz and Happy. There is nothing to do but wait. Finally, the door opens. And a moment later, they stand looking down at a pale, exhausted man.
Sure good to see you, Commander. Cadet.
You're looking fine, Tanagru.
Yes, Tanagru. Doc Bryce says you'll be up and around in a day or so.
You bet. And I'm going to help you round up the leader of that Venus gang.
Well, I'm afraid that's all.
Commander, you promised.
I know. You've already got the big shot.
You have? I suppose I ought to be glad. I sure wanted to have a hand.
You did. The hand that was bitten by the spider.
What? That means that if you hadn't been bitten, we never would have started searching for another victim of the Red Demon of Venus. We'd never have found Rorschach.
You mean Rorschach?
Yep, he's the head man. We found evidence on his spaceship.
And he's confessed. He told us he was in the Venus marshes 5 years ago setting up the gang, and the spider got him.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Ever take a taste test, Space Patrollers? Well, man, oh man, it sure is fun when it's Chex you're taste testing. How do I know? Well, I just took one. First, I tested them with sugar and cream. Super keen taste. Then I added fruit. Super neat taste. Next, I tried them right out of the red and white checkerboard package. That was the snack test. And Chex, rice or wheat for snacks just can't be beat. Yes, sir, gang, I rate Chex tops for taste. And you'll rate them tops, too. Next, I tried them for size. Bite-sized is the just right size. Just right for your spoon, just right for delicious, easy eating. Chex, rice or wheat tops for size? Ah, you bet. And as for get up and go, gang, have yourself a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, and you'll be rated tops for get up and go. So, Space Patrollers, you take the Rice Chex, Wheat Chex taste test today. And I'm positive you'll agree, Chex rate tops 3 ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, the cereals with the super swell free Space Patrol trading card inside the red and white checkerboard package. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy, exploring a wooded section of Mars, have just seen 2 men in strange, primitive masks holding a girl as captive. As the 2 Space Patrollers move to rescue her, Happy falls into a pit covered with branches and leaves.
Are you hurt, Happy?
No, sir.
Here, give me a hand. I'll pull you out.
Yes, sir. I can't quite reach it.
I'll lie down the edge of the pit. There.
That's fine, sir. Now I can... Hey, Commander, look out.
What's the matter?
Look behind you. There's a man in a mask, and he's got a spear at your back.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Mystery of the Masked Martians. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Baylor Kovach. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol. Space Patrol was brought to you today by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston presents Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Cadet Happy is piloting a space observatory while a scientist studies a strange phenomenon. It's an invisible force that completely destroys all matter. Right now, Buzz Corey is in Terra the Fifth, warning Happy to veer away from the force, but too late. Out of control, the space observatory whirls toward the invisible menace.
Happy, can you hear me? Pull away from it. I'm trying to, sir, but the rockets don't seem to have any effect. Use full power on your starboard rocket. I am, sir, but we're caught in some sort of a whirlpool. Have hit full repeller ray. If you're caught in there, you're finished.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Hole in Empty Space.
Read all about it. Buzz Corey offers an official Space Patrol spaceophone set to every boy and girl on Earth.
hear that, gang? That's right. Buzz Corey will send you a real, honest-to-goodness Space Patrol spaceophone set. Sounds just like a walkie-talkie. Looks just like the spaceophone Buzz Corey himself uses. Imagine, you can talk on it to someone a straight 50 feet away. Let me show you with this spaceophone right here. Calling Bob Raitt. Can you hear me, Bob?
I'll say loud and clear.
Just like talking on the walkie-talkie and the telephone, right?
Right. I call it the magic phone you can carry anywhere.
Yes, sir. See how the spaceophone sounds, boys and girls? Just like a telephone. Just like a walkie-talkie. And lots of fun. Yes, sir. So send for your spaceophone set today. You get 2 blue and yellow plastic spaceophones. You get 50 feet of communication cord. You get a spaceophone briefing sheet. Now, here's all you do to get the entire set. Buy a box of Instant Ralston. Then, with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and an Instant Ralston box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in continental U.S. and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Space Patrol, with its well-trained personnel, has a very high morale. Disciplinary action is rarely necessary. In fact, a serious infraction of important regulations is so unusual that Commander Corey himself insists on a personal accounting from the men involved. Right now, Buzz is reading a report from the Commandant of the Mercury Patrol Squadron as Happy enters the central office on Terra.
Commander.
Yes, Happy?
Lieutenant Grayson's waiting in the outer office.
Oh, thanks. Ask him to come in, please.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Grayson, Commander Corey wants to see you.
I'll call you when I'm through here, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Commander? At ease, Lieutenant. Sit down. Yes, sir. You have an exceptionally fine record. I've been looking it over, and so far I can find no explanation for your behavior of the last few hours. I'm sorry, Commander. Is that all you have to say? Except that I'm ready to take the brainograph test. Lieutenant, it shouldn't be necessary to resort to the brainograph to obtain a routine report from a Space Patrol officer. I realize that, sir. You returned from a routine search mission, 3 hours overdue and with ammunition expended, yet you refused to offer any explanation. Those are the facts, Commander. I want a straightforward answer. Why didn't you file a report with your commanding officer? Commander, Colonel Gregory is a practical officer. He goes strictly by regulations, by routine. That's hardly a criticism, Lieutenant. I realize that, sir. But if I told Colonel Gregory what happened out there, he'd conclude that I was, well, space happy. You're not responsible for the conclusions of your commanding officer. In all due respect, Commander, in this case, I'm not so sure. What do you mean? Something's out there in space that regulations don't cover. Commander, I want a brainograph test so I can be sure of myself, sure that my mind isn't playing tricks on me. Grayson, suppose you tell me the whole story. All right, Commander. I was about to head back for Mercury when I saw a meteor. I tracked it on the viewscope to see if it was headed toward any shipping lanes. Yes? It was still pretty big on the screen when it suddenly vanished. Exploded? No, sir, just vanished. I started after it and checked for fragments. There weren't any. It was just as though the meteor disappeared into a hole in space. A hole in space? I know it doesn't make sense, but that's the only way I can describe it. Nothing showed up on the viewscope. I tried both the ultraviolet and infrared scanners. Nothing. What about the cosmic missiles you fired? I swung in a wide circle around the point where the meteor disappeared. Suddenly, a black spot appeared on the sun, as though a planet were between me and the sun, an eclipse. But it wasn't a planet? No, Commander. There was no planet within thousands of DUs. There was nothing, no solid object to account for that spot. Well, maybe it was on the sun itself. No, because it moved across the sun in relation to the movement of my ship. That's when I fired the cosmic missiles. What happened? The missiles vanished. Without an explosion? Without an explosion. Lieutenant, that's the strangest story I ever heard. You don't believe me? I didn't say that. I think your account deserves further investigation. You should have told Colonel Gregory. He'd have put me in the infirmary for mental and emotional checkup. I figured I'd get a brainograph test sooner if I risked disciplinary action. And I was right. He sent me here to Terra immediately. That isn't a very wise risk to take, Grayson. Commander, that thing in space, whatever it is moving. Moving toward the inner planets. Can you point out the location where you saw it on that wall chart? Yes, sir. It was approaching the Mercury orbit on a line from the star Myra. About here, sir. How fast was it moving? It seemed to vary, but at the time I wasn't in any condition to make accurate measurements. I thought I was going space happy for certain. Are you ready for that brainograph test? Yes, sir. Then come on.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Happy, will you get Major Robertson? I want to run a brainograph test.
Yes, sir. Oh, here's a top priority bulletin from communications, sir. A robot space freighter vanished.
What do you mean, vanished?
Well, it suddenly pulled off course. 2 passenger ships tracked it. It swung in a wide circle, then smaller and smaller circles, and then just disappeared. Not a trace on the viewscopes.
Where did this happen?
Midway between Mercury and Venus, sir. On an orientation line with Myra.
Lieutenant Grayson, I think we'll cancel that brainograph test. Happy.
Yes, sir.
Get my ship ready immediately. I'll notify Colonel Gregory that Lieutenant Grayson is assigned to temporary duty with headquarters.
Thank you, sir.
As astrogator aboard Terra 5.
Commander, we're out beyond the point where the robot freighter vanished.
Very good, Lieutenant. Happy established a zigzag course toward the sun.
Yes, sir.
We'll lace back and forth across the line between the sun and Myra. Reduce our velocity to 10,000 DUs.
Right, sir. All viewscopes negative, Commander.
What's our approximate position, Grayson?
In a few minutes, we'll cross the Venus orbit, sir.
This is the craziest search I've ever been on, Commander. Looking for something that isn't here.
It's there, all right. It just doesn't show up on any instruments. If you could have seen that meteor vanish and those missiles...
Oh, wait. There's something moving across the sun.
A black spot.
That's it. We've located it.
Now, let's be certain. Check the viewscope, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Does anything register?
Nothing except the sun itself.
Reverse rockets while I turn on the spacephone, Happy. We'll hold our present position for the time being. Commander Corey and Terra 5 to Major Robertson at Space Patrol Headquarters, Terra. Commander Corey to Major Robertson.
Major Robertson here. Go ahead, Commander.
Robbie, we're at the Venus orbit, Sun-Myra orientation. We've found what we're looking for.
What is it?
We don't know. It's visible only as a black spot against the sun, and it definitely is not a solid object.
Well, I've contacted Professor Jelka for you, Commander. He's aboard Space Observatory number 2 off Saturn.
Good. Robbie, spacephone and all planets bulletin immediately. All shipping is to avoid this sector of space until further notice.
Yes, Commander.
All commercial, private, and Space Patrol ships are to evacuate this sector immediately.
Roger. Well, Professor Jelka is waiting on the 150 megacycle channel, Commander.
Thanks, Robbie. Corey out. Happy switch to 150 MCs.
Yes, sir.
Commander Corey aboard Terra 5 calling Professor Jelka aboard Space Observatory number 2.
Professor Jelka here. Go ahead, Commander.
Professor, have you detected any unusual phenomenon in space the last few days in the direction of Myra?
No, Commander.
There's something out there, now within the orbit of Venus. It's not a solid object, but it cuts off light from the sun.
Well, it's possibly a cloud of gas or tiny particles.
Too sharp an outline, Professor. Besides, things like meteors, cosmic missiles, and spaceships just don't disappear permanently in a gas cloud.
Did you say disappear?
Vanish completely, without an explosion or a trace.
Commander, I must have a chance to study this thing at once. I think I know what it is.
It's got us baffled. What is it?
I call it a cycloplex.
Cycloplex?
I wrote a paper about it 12 years ago, purely as a theoretical idea.
This is no theory. It exists.
This is marvelous, Commander. With your permission, I pulled the Space Observatory out of the orbit around Saturn and head for your present location.
Well, good. No ordinary instruments register it. You might have some that will. Set your vector for Pluto. Where that vector crosses the orbit of Venus, you'll roughly be at our position.
Thank you, Commander. I'll contact you when I'm on the vector.
Good. Corey out.
Well, at least there's one man in the solar system who seems to have an idea what this thing is.
I hope so. But what's more important, I hope he'll know what to do about it.
I've got the observatory in the viewscope, sir. It's only a few DUs away.
A very good time, considering. Turn on the spacephone, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Corey aboard Terra 5 calling Professor Jelka.
Jelka here. Go ahead, Commander.
We've picked up the observatory in the viewscope. Have you located us?
Yes, Commander, but I can't detect the cycloplex. I've used several types of detection devices.
You'll see the black disk against the sun in a few minutes. We'll join space locks with you and come aboard the observatory.
Very good, Commander.
Corey out. Grayson.
Yes, sir?
While Happy and I handle the controls, you watch that black spot. If it moves away from the sun, let me know.
Right, Commander.
We're abreast of the observatory airlock, sir.
Good. Stand by with magnetic holding field.
Standing by, sir.
Corey to Jelka.
Go ahead, Commander.
Professor, hold your space observatory on an even vector. We're going to make contact.
Yes, Commander.
Apply magnetic holding field, Happy.
Space lock secured, sir.
Lieutenant Grayson, keep an eye on the controls. Happy and I'll enter the observatory.
Yes, sir.
Open the inner hatch, Happy. Press the release catch in the observatory hull.
Come in, Commander. This is the most thrilling moment of my life.
Professor Jelka, it's about the most puzzling moment of mine. Now, this is my cadet, Happy.
How do you do, Professor?
How do you do? I tell you, Commander, this is a cycloplex, just as I described it 12 years ago. They really do exist.
Fine, Professor, but tell me, just what is a cycloplex?
Well, you might call it a hole in space.
That's just the way Grayson described it.
Grayson?
Lieutenant Grayson, the Space Patrol officer who discovered it. Professor, this cycloplex has already destroyed a meteor, 2 cosmic missiles, and a robot spaceship, and it's moving toward the inner planets. If it holds its present direction and velocity, Mars will move right into it in a few days.
That would indeed be a calamity.
What's the nature of this thing? What happens to objects that move into it?
Well, they are transported into other dimensions, or perhaps into a matrix of several dimensions.
Well, they cease to exist in space as we know it, that's certain.
Yes. For years, mathematicians have speculated on the possibility of many separate dimensions existing simultaneously. I'd like to circle around it and study it some more, or to maneuver the observatory and still manage the instruments.
Well, Commander, the controls are very much like standard spaceship controls. Couldn't I work them while the professor handles the instruments?
That would be splendid.
All right, Happy, you maneuver the observatory. I'll go back to our ship with Grayson. We'll keep you informed as nearly as we can on the location of the cycloplex. Commander, they're getting pretty close. I'll tell Happy to be careful. Commander Corey to Cadet Happy.
Happy here. Go ahead, sir.
You're veering pretty close to the cycloplex, Happy. Change your vector.
The professor wants me to hold it on this heading, sir. His instruments are beginning to pick up something.
Remember what happened to that robot spaceship, Cadet?
But this isn't a robot, and the instruments are picking up something. We are on the verge of an exciting discovery, Commander. According to my
Well, right now, Professor, I'm relying on Grayson. He's had practical experience with this thing. Happy, this is an order. Pull away from the cycloplex.
Yes, sir.
Look at the observatory. It's whirling toward it.
Happy, pull away from it.
I'm trying to, sir, but the rockets don't seem to have any effect.
Use full power on your starboard rockets.
I am, but we're caught in some sort of a whirlpool.
Pat, hit full repeller ray. If you're caught in that cycloplex, you're finished.
We'll be back with Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, gang. Space Patroller Dick Tufeld speaking from the planet Earth. Today I'm doing a man-on-the-street report. Going to see what some of these young fellas here on their way to school think about those 3 checkerboard super cereals, Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, and Instant Ralston. Now, here's a sharp-looking lad. Say, tell me, what did you say the very first time you tried delicious Wheat Chex, that bite-sized super cereal spun out of shredded wheat?
What did I say? I said,
Enough said, thank you. Now, here's a fine-looking boy. Say, what do you think of Rice Chex, the bite-sized super cereal made of crisp and crunchy shredded rice? What did you say, for example, the very first time you tried it? Thank you, that's good enough for me. And here's another young man. Tell me, what's your opinion of Instant Ralston, the hot super cereal?
Man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man.
There you are, gang. That's what these fellows think about the checkerboard super cereals. The only 3 official cereals of the Space Patrol. Try them yourself. You'll say the same thing.
Man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man.
Get them at your grocer's today in the red and white checkerboard packages. The super cereals that help to supercharge you Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, and to warm up your motor, good hot Ralston. A Space Patrol officer, Lieutenant Grayson, has discovered an alarming peril in outer space. An invisible force that completely destroys matter without leaving a trace. Professor Jelka, an astronomer and mathematician, says this force, which he calls a cycloplex, is actually a hole in outer space. Happy, piloting the space observatory for the professor, flew in too close to the strange force. Now the observatory is being whirled closer and closer to disaster. Meantime, Commander Corey and Lieutenant Grayson, in Terror the Fifth, are trying desperately to find a way to save Happy and Professor Jelka.
Happy, is your repeller ray on full?
Yes, sir. All rockets on the starboard side and stern as well.
The observatory is being pulled faster than ever toward the cycloplex.
Jelka never should have ordered Happy to go so close.
Those observatories have a very low power ratio in proportion to their mass, Grayson. We can only give it a boost with our own power.
You mean make magnetic contact with the observatory?
Yes. Great idea, Commander. You realize what'll happen if we fail. I'm waiting your orders, Commander. And let's go. You handle the magnetic holding field, Grayson. Yes, sir.
Commander, what are you doing?
We're going to tow you away from the cycloplex.
Don't try it, sir. There's some sort of a whirlpool effect. A vortex, the professor calls it.
Terra 5 may have enough power to pull itself and the observatory out of danger.
But, sir, you can't.
The sooner we act, the better chance we'll all have. Stand by for orders.
Standing by, sir.
We're ready to make contact, Happy. Grayson, apply magnetic holding field. Yes, sir. All right, Happy. Keep the observatory rockets on full power.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to increase our own power slowly at first. We won't try to fight the cycloplex force too strongly. We'll cut across at a tangent, understand?
Yes, Commander.
Here we go. Is it working, Commander? I can't tell yet. Happy?
Yes, sir?
As I increase the ship's power, it'll put a terrific strain on the hull of the observatory. Watch for any sign of damage.
I will, Commander.
There's that sound again. What is it? It's coming from the spacephone system. Happy, do you hear it?
Yes, sir. You're picking it up from the professor's instruments. He says it's caused by the cycloplex.
Commander, our vector's changing. We're moving away from the cycloplex. We'll add a little more power. Happy, did the professor turn off his instruments?
No, sir.
Then we're free of the cycloplex pull.
That's right, sir. We're swinging away in the other direction.
Good. Wow. What a relief. Happy, we'll proceed several DUs away from this position until we're sure we're safe before we break contact.
Yes, sir.
Then we'll join space locks and come aboard the observatory. Got it?
Yes, Commander. I'll maintain vector till further orders.
Check. Corey out.
Come in, Commander.
Well, how did the observatory stand up under that pull?
Well, apparently quite well.
Smoking rockets, Commander. For a while there, I thought we were all going to plunge right into the core of that cycloplex.
I thought so, too, Happy. Professor, did you manage to find out anything about this phenomenon?
Very little. Although it did finally activate some of the instruments.
Exactly what is it, this force?
I can't say. Apparently, this vortex, the whirlpool effect, is some sort of an electromagnetism. And that might account for its effect on the instruments.
And this whirlpool effect extends beyond the core.
Yes, it draws the objects into the center if they get too close.
We sure found that out.
And we also know that this force is moving steadily toward Mars.
We've got to get busy and do something.
Well, is this cycloplex big enough to swallow a whole planet?
What about that, Professor?
Well, the core itself is fairly small. But with that vortex of force around it, it might easily demolish Mars. Certainly, it would make it unlivable.
Well, how can we fight this cycloplex? Every force we know of has some other force that can oppose it.
But this thing is from some other dimension, Commander. It's an intruder into our space-time system.
You mean it isn't even from another galaxy? From another part of our space?
Yes, it's completely new to us, Cadet.
It's impossible to imagine dimensions beyond the three we know: length, breadth, and thickness. Professor, you mentioned that it has some sort of magnetic effect.
That's right.
Suppose we could produce a powerful magnetic force to oppose it.
It would take more power than any planet power system could produce. And how could we transfer it here?
Professor, you've heard of Huddleston's ring, haven't you?
Yes. Very interesting effect.
What's Huddleston's ring, sir?
It makes use of an effect that occurs at temperatures close to absolute zero.
Oh, like those of outer space?
Exactly. Extremely low temperatures, some metals become superconductors of electricity.
Superconductors?
They have no resistance to the flow of current.
That means if a current is started in a ring made of a superconducting material, it flows indefinitely.
Even when the power's cut off?
Right. And if the power is constantly applied, the current builds up. It increases more and more.
Oh, I see.
A scientist named Huddleston has been conducting experiments with a giant ring in outer space near Jupiter.
Yes. He has a laboratory spaceship in the center of the ring.
Suppose that Huddleston turns the power on full, charging that ring and the magnets around it, and keeps the power on. Would it destroy the cycloplex?
Perhaps it would be dangerous. A magnetic force of incredible intensity would be built up. There is no telling.
Professor, I want to send Huddleston's ring into that cycloplex. Under robot control, naturally.
Well, Professor, do you think it would work?
I don't know. But it's a challenging experiment. If it did, it would prove that electromagnetism is a force common to all dimensions of existence.
Right now, I'm not interested in proving any theory. I want to save Mars. Happy, let's get back to Terra 5. I want to contact Huddleston. cycloplex seems to be moving steadily toward Mars, Commander.
Keep the ship moving with it, Grayson. Keep that black circle right in the center of the sun.
Yes, sir.
Major Robertson, Space Patrol Headquarters, Terra, calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5.
I'll take it. Happy to hand me that vector analysis, please.
Here you are, sir.
Corey, here, Robbie. Go ahead.
We've contacted Huddleston, Commander. He's all enthused over the idea.
Oh, good. How long will it take him to get the ring on the way? Or does he have to convert the controls to robots?
No, a robot unit was built into the ship. Huddleston's in the ring waiting for your instructions.
Well, here's the procedure, Robbie. Huddleston will pull out of the orbit around Jupiter under manual control.
Check.
When he's on the vector, which I give you in a minute, a Space Patrol cruiser will pick him up in space. Huddleston will handle the ring and its lab ship by remote control until we pick it up on our view scope.
Got it, Commander.
Then I'll take control of the ring from that point on. Okay, Robbie. Here's the vector I want you to relay to Huddleston.
Nothing on the view scope yet, sir.
Widen the scanning arc, Happy. The lab ship may be slightly off vector.
Yes, sir. Commander.
Yes, Grayson.
Cycloplex seems to be increasing velocity.
Any change in vector?
No, sir.
I'll check with Professor Jelka. Corey to Jelka in observatory.
Jelka here. Go ahead, Commander.
Lieutenant Grayson reports an increase of velocity by the cycloplex.
He's right, Commander. My calculations confirm it.
Is it still heading toward Mars?
Yes, Commander.
Is there any possibility of its changing direction?
I'm afraid its motion is unpredictable. We don't know enough about it.
Well, that's all, Professor. Thank you.
Commander, look at the view scope. I never saw an image like that before.
It isn't very clear, Happy. See if you can get rid of that blur.
I'll try it, sir. No, sir. That's as clear as I can get it.
I'll check with Robbie. Commander Corey to Major Robertson.
Robertson here. Go ahead, Commander.
We fixed something up in the view scope, but it doesn't look like Huddleston's ring and lab ship.
You got a blurred blotch?
Yes.
Now, that's the ring, Commander. I've been tracking it from Jupiter. Huddleston says your screen's blur is a tremendous magnetic force.
Right, Robbie. I'm ready to take over control of the ring. It's now 14:20 and 15 seconds, universal start time. Tell Huddleston the switchover will occur at 14:21. Corey out.
The ring's approaching very fast, Commander.
The robot control panel's ready, sir.
Fine, Grayson. Happy you take over our controls.
Yes, sir.
Grayson, feed the viewscope data into the vector computer.
Yes, sir.
I want to get the ring headed for the target as soon as possible after switchover. It might be hard to control if that magnetic force builds up much higher.
10 seconds to switch over.
Trajectory computed, Commander.
Thanks, Grayson.
5 seconds. 3, 0.
Now we'll find out if we've got the ring under control. Watch the viewscope, Grayson. See if the ring turns in the new vector.
It's responding, Commander.
Good. It's heading straight for the cycloplex now. Nothing to do but wait and hope it works. A few more seconds, we'll know.
Yeah, Huddleston's ring is practically in the outer field of the vortex now.
Nothing's happening, though.
Wait. The blur on the lab ship seems to be dimming.
It's as though the cycloplex were choking down the magnetism.
Look, you can see the outline of the ring now, and the lab ship.
I'm afraid it's not going to work, Commander. The power of the cycloplex is too strong.
Wow, look at that. The lab ship just flew apart.
The ring is still intact.
The blur's building up again.
Magnetic force pulled the ship apart.
The ring's in the black circle now. Golly, something's happening.
It's a battle of magnetic forces.
The black circle is growing smaller.
It sure is. It's shrinking.
And rapidly.
If that ring can hold up long enough,
the cycloplex is just a black dot. It's gone. The cycloplex is gone, Commander. It worked.
Whew. Look at the viewscope, man. Huddleston's ring is still there.
Thanks to you, Commander. It saved a planet.
It took all of us. Enter the story in our logbook, Happy.
Yes, sir.
What a mission to describe. We've just filled in a hole in empty space.
Hey, maybe I should make the log entry in invisible ink.
We'll be back with an exciting preview of next week's thrilling Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Hey, it's got things popping everywhere. It's setting the world on fire. It's even stopping traffic. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the Space Patrol Spaceophone, and I'm going to tell you how to get a set. A set complete with 2 spacephones, 50 feet of communication cord, and an official briefing sheet on spacephoning. What an offer! What an invention! The magic phone you can carry everywhere. Sounds like the walkie-talkie in the telephone. Barrels of fun. You can talk to someone standing a straight 50 feet away. Now, I'll show you with this spaceophone here. Hello, Commander Corey.
Hi, Dick. Hi, gang. Aren't these spacephones terrific? You can play Space Patrol with them just as though you were a real space patroller living up here on Terra.
Yes, sir, gang. Your spaceophone will look exactly like the one space patrollers use. Only yours will be even more terrific because they're a special model made for use on Earth alone. And good looking, too. Handsome blue and yellow plastic.
Now, don't wait.
Send for your spaceophone set today.
Complete with 2 spaceophones, 50 feet of cord, and a briefing sheet. Now, here's all you do. Buy a box of Instant Ralston. Then, with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and an Instant Ralston box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, an action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol story. Buzz and Happy have been captured by 2 criminals and are aboard a relay space station near the Pluto orbit. While the criminals are removing a secret power unit, Buzz and Happy are locked in a passageway looking for some method of escape.
The lights. What happened to the lights?
They must have disconnected the Cosmolite power unit.
They'll be coming through the passage in a minute to get us, Commander.
They won't need to, Happy. Stecker has already figured out how he's going to get rid of us.
How?
When they get back into their ship, they're going to leave the relay station airlock open.
What?
In a few seconds, this passage will be a complete vacuum. Every bit of air will escape into space.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Glowworm Project, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! And now, a special message from Commander Corey.
Boys and girls, this is your commander. I'm now holding an important bottle. When empty, it's worth very little. When filled, it's the most valuable bottle in the world. I mean, when it's filled with the greatest gift one person can give to another, his own blood. America has millions of these bottles to fill, and any grown-up can fill them. So, gang, will you help me get that message across to every grown-up in the USA? Then do this. Join the Space Patrol Blood Boosters now.
Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Bela Kovach, Ken Mayer, Dick Beals, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits, investigating a gigantic 6-wheeled atomic digging machine on the planet Mercury. As they walk across the deeply cracked ground in 300-degree heat, the huge machine starts moving toward them with increasing speed.
They're trying to run us down with the machine, Commander.
Get to the ship, Happy.
It's hard to run in these bulky suits. Maybe we can dodge the driller.
Don't try it. The driller's big, but it can turn like a cat.
It's gaining on us.
Don't look back. Run.
Hey!
Quick, Hap, on your feet.
My foot's caught the crevice.
Give me your hand.
No, you sir. I can't get loose. I'm caught. Commander, get away, please, while you can. The driller's almost on top of us.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The City of the Sun. Hey, gang, listen to this poor old rocket ship here at the Lunar Fleet Base. You know what the trouble is? That rocket's trying to run on ordinary fuel. Now, here's that same rocket ship loaded with super fuel. Now, that's what I call a real blast-off. And boys and girls, to get a bright and snappy start, you need super fuel, too, especially in the morning. So start your day with a breakfast that supercharges you. A nourishing breakfast with a checkerboard super cereal, like Rice Chex. Triple crisp Rice Chex. Triple crisp because it's toasted 3 times. And oh boy, is Rice Chex delicious. Makes breakfast sparkle, that's how good it is. Rice Chex. golden shredded rice biscuits in that modern, bite-sized design for easy eating. So remember, gang, to start off bright and snappy in the morning, eat a nourishing breakfast with a Checkerboard Super Cereal and get supercharged. Today, try your spoon out on Rice Chex. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are on the planet Mercury, organizing Space Patrol units into a search for Professor Mallison, whose spaceship vanished on the dark side of the planet. But now, a second emergency on another part of Mercury sends Buzz and Happy racing to the hot side of the tiny planet, to Solaria, the city of the sun.
Who's behind the sabotage, sir?
I don't know, Happy. That's what we've got to find out. But I've got a pretty good idea what the motive is.
What's that, sir?
Solaria has suddenly become very important because of the mineral deposits that have been found about 60 miles south of the city.
South? That means it's hotter than the Solaria area. Well, how do they work it?
With robot-controlled mining equipment operated from Solaria. And with spacesuits, a few technicians can work in 2-hour shifts on the mining site itself.
Oh, and whoever sabotaged the power plant doesn't want those mining operations to continue.
And probably cuts into their own source of revenue.
I suppose this is more important, but I sure would have liked to locate Professor Mallison first.
We've got the search units well organized, Happy. They'll comb the entire dark side of Mercury with infrared viewscope scanners.
Well, do you think the professor could still be alive, sir?
He's been missing over 4 days. That would be a long time to hold out in sub-zero temperature on the dark side of the planet.
Well, how about the spaceophone signal picked up yesterday, though? That was from Mallison, wasn't it?
It was his code, all right. But it was an automatic signal. It could have been sent from one of the small rockets Mallison had aboard his ship. When released, it automatically sends back information on cosmic radiation, temperature, and Mercury's own magnetic field.
Oh, that's what Mallison was studying?
Yes. Even if we locate the rocket, it wouldn't mean it's anywhere near Mallison's ship. A commercial spaceship picked the signal up briefly, just for a few seconds. All they got was Mallison's identification code and the temperature. 122 degrees below zero.
Yeah, which could mean that Mallison released the rocket several days ago and it landed on the dark side of the planet.
Right.
Commander, what's that? It looks like steam shooting out of the ground down there. Looks like a geyser.
Geyser on the hot side of Mercury? Happy, check our exact position. I don't like the looks of this.
Yes, sir.
I'll call Solaria Space Control. Corey and Terra 5 to Space Control Solaria. Corey and Terra 5 to Space Control Solaria.
Space Control Solaria to Commander Corey, Lieutenant Orris here.
Lieutenant, I'm flying low northeast of Solaria. My cadet and I have sighted something that looks like steam shooting out of the ground.
Steam, Commander?
Yes, I'll give you our position. Check it against the location of water conduits leading to the city.
Yes, sir.
Happy, got the data?
Yes, sir. We're 10 degrees, 27 minutes, 48 seconds south by 112 degrees, 51 minutes, 08 seconds east.
Got that, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir. I'll check it against the chart.
Commander, do you suppose it is a broken conduit?
I don't know what else it could be, Happy. Possibly a quake broke the pipe.
Commander, it looks like a broken conduit, all right. Solaria's main water supply line runs right through that point from melting and pumping station number 3 on the cold side of Mercury.
Better check with Solaria Water Control. See if they've noticed a drop in pressure.
Yes, sir. Thanks for telling us. If that's a bad break, we'll be in a tough spot here.
Is there a seismograph in Solaria?
I believe there is, sir.
I suggest you check the city engineering office. Have them contact other cities on the planet and see if there's been a quake in this area.
Yes, Commander.
We'll circle this vicinity to see if any further trouble develops. Report back when you get the information. Corey out.
Well, from the looks of that ground down there, sir, they must have a lot of quakes in this region.
You mean those deep cracks? Well, those were formed millions of years ago, Happy, when Mercury first began to dry out under the terrific heat.
Yeah, but with one side of the planet covered with ice and the other side with blistering heat, well, wouldn't there be a lot of quakes?
Well, as far as I know, there hasn't been a serious one reported in recent years. We'll keep circling till we hear from Solaria.
Can't we take it easy, Burdock? This is pretty rough ground.
No, these atomic drillers weren't made for comfort, Groth. And I want to get plenty of distance between us and that broken water conduit.
We're going 70 with this thing. If we hit one of those cracks at the speed, we'll tip over.
Just quit worrying. We're riding on 6 wheels. And each of them are 20 feet in diameter. And every wheel has its own power drive. I think we're in more danger of being spotted by a space patrol ship than we are of upsetting this monster.
What do we do with the driller when we get to our spaceship?
We just leave it. It's pretty well camouflaged to blend in with this cracked yellow ground here. We can find it again if we need it.
You aren't planning to drill any more holes in the Solaria water supply, are you?
No, not right away. But this job will cause plenty of trouble.
You think they'll be able to repair it?
Probably. But with things like this happening, trouble with power and water, the rival companies are going to think twice about using Solaria as a base of operations.
Hey, Burdock, watch it! Nearly tipped us over.
Oh, just relax, Joe. We're almost to the ship.
Well, sir, it looks like the conduit broke in just that one place.
That's lucky, but even at that, it'll take several hours to get men and equipment out here to repair it.
Space Control Solaria calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5.
Corey here. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
A maintenance crew is getting ready to leave Solaria now, Commander. They know the location.
Oh, good. We'll head for Solaria. What about the seismograph reports?
No quakes have been detected anywhere on Mercury, sir. The chief engineer doesn't understand how that conduit could have broken.
How's your water supply?
Pressure has dropped to less than a quarter of normal, sir. We're already on a strict water rationing. Nearly all industries have been ordered to shut down for 24 hours.
Will it take that long to repair the damage?
At least. Commander, Colonel Henderson thought you might be interested in a report on Professor Mallison.
Well, yes, I am. Have they found him?
No, sir. But another automatic signal was picked up by a cargo ship, apparently from a grounded instrument rocket. It isn't much help.
What do you mean?
It's sending inaccurate information. The cargo ship pilot got a rough fix before the signal stopped. It's on the hot side of Mercury, but the temperature data was 122 degrees below zero.
Same as the other report. The sending mechanism must have been damaged when the rocket landed.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Lieutenant. I'll contact you when we reach Solaria. Corey out. All right, Happy. Get on vector for Solaria.
Yes, sir.
Hey, wait a minute. Look down there on the ground.
What is it, Commander?
See those gouges? A sort of crisscross pattern.
Yeah, 2 rows of them.
They're tracks.
What would make tracks that far apart?
Some heavy earth-moving machinery, probably.
Oh, from when the conduit was laid.
I don't think so. Focus the viewscope toward the steam spout. Yeah, see? The tracks end right near the place where the break is.
Say, that's right.
Follow those tracks in the other direction, Happy.
Hey, they lead away from Solaria.
That makes them interesting. Any surface equipment out here would be more likely to come from Solaria than anywhere else. We're going to find out where those tracks lead.
Just a few minutes more, Grove. Our ship's on the other side of the Jagged Butte.
I'll sure be glad to get out of this driller.
You're mighty peculiar, aren't you? You don't like spaceships either.
Who says I don't?
Well, didn't you get space sick the other day?
Well...
Or was it because I shut down the lab ship?
You shouldn't have done that, Burdock. He wasn't bothering us. He was on some scientific mission.
Well, it's just too bad. He came snooping around just as we blasted off from our hideout.
We didn't have a chance.
Don't be so squeamy. By acting quickly, we probably kept the Space Patrol from spotting us near the power relay station. And what's the matter?
The viewscope. It's a ship.
Yeah. It's flying low, right toward us.
Think they see us?
I don't know.
Hey, why'd you stop the driller?
Because if we're moving, they might spot us. But with the sides and top of the driller camouflage, they might not notice.
They went right over.
It's a Space Patrol ship. They must have spotted the break in the waterline.
Yeah, but why were they going so slow?
How do I know? We'll just sit tight and see what they're up to.
Happy, look down there. The tracks stop.
It's hard to tell. The ground must be packed almost as hard as concrete in some places.
I'll circle back. Use the viewscope scanner.
Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Hey, there is something down there. A hump of something. A small hill, maybe.
Now look closer. Did you ever see a hill on wheels?
Yeah, I can see it now. It's a big piece of machinery, and it's camouflaged.
Happy, get our spacesuits out of the locker. I'm setting the ship down.
Yes, sir.
Check the refrigeration units in the suits carefully. We're going to be walking around in oven temperature down there.
They must have seen us. Why would they land their ship clear out here?
Just take it easy, Grove. We're safe in the driller. Nobody could get in unless we open the door.
Somebody's getting out of the ship. 2 men.
Hey, that's Terra 5. Come into Corey's ship.
If we don't open up, Corey will go back to his ship and report us. They'll send a crew out here with cutting torches.
If Corey gets back to the ship.
How can we stop him?
We'll stop him all right. You just wait and see.
Wow, now that we're on the ground, that machine looks enormous.
It's an atomic driller, Happy. The camouflage covers the drill part, but it's built to cover the toughest kind of terrain and drill through solid rock.
Yeah, then that's what happened to the water conduit. Drilling into the main would be simple for that machine.
It looks that way. Have your gun ready, Happy. Whoever's in there probably won't be too eager to answer questions.
Hey, Commander, it's moving.
They're making a getaway. Get back to the ship, Happy.
Yes, sir. Commander, it's coming toward us.
Run, Happy. They're trying to run us down.
It's hard to run in these bulky spacesuits. Maybe we can dodge the driller.
Don't try it unless you have to. That driller's big, but it can turn like a cat.
The ground's so full of cracks and ditches. Commander, it's gaining on us.
Don't look back. Run.
Hey!
Hap, on your feet, quick.
My foot's caught in the crevice.
Give me a hand.
On foot, Commander. They can't get both of us. You've got to get away.
No, give me your hand, Hap.
no use, sir. I'm caught. Commander, look out. The driller's right on top of us. You've got to leave me.
We'll be back with Space Patrol in just a moment.
Space Patroller Dick Tufeld, gang. I've got a secret for you. Wait till I close the door. Okay? Now, here's a secret Buzz Corey wants you to know about. The secret of how space patrollers get a rip-roaring start in the morning. Now, here's what they do. They eat a breakfast that supercharges them. A good breakfast with one of the 3 checkerboard super cereals. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, and Instant Ralston. Chex. They're the super cereals with that modern bite-sized design. The cereals with a swell new taste you'll like right off the reel. And to warm up your motor, there's Instant Ralston, the hot super cereal. Has a heart-of-the-wheat flavor that you'll really warm up to. So now you know how space patrollers get that rip-roaring morning start. Get a flying start yourself every morning, gang. Sit down to a nourishing breakfast with a checkerboard super cereal and get supercharged. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, good hot Ralston, the super cereals. Flying low above the hot side of the planet Mercury, Buzz and Happy have sighted a gigantic atomic drilling machine. The driller is driven by Burdick and Grulf, who have bored a hole in the water conduit leading to Solaria, a city in the sun-baked Mercury desert. Buzz and Happy don spacesuits to investigate a cleverly camouflaged drilling machine. Suddenly, the driller started up, rolling across the cracked and fissured earth on its 6 giant wheels. Happy caught his foot in a large crack in the ground. And now, as Buzz tries to pull Happy free, the enormous driller roars down upon them.
It's no use, sir. It's still right after us. It's going to crush us.
Fall flat. Dive into that crevice quickly.
Yes, sir.
Happy, are you all right?
I guess so, sir. I'm half buried in the dirt.
Don't move yet. Stay down in the crevice until the driller's out of sight. We don't want them coming back to finish the job.
I sure thought we were goners when that big thing thundered over us.
We were lucky to find a crevice deep enough.
They're still going, I guess.
Yeah. Fortunately, they didn't stop to wreck our ship. That means they're sure they crushed us under the wheels.
The driller's completely out of sight now, sir.
All right, into the ship, Happy. We won't take time to get out of these suits till after we blast off and start our search for that drilling machine.
Well, here we are.
Here's your spacesuit, Burdock. Get into it. Let's get to the ship.
I see you're all ready.
Yeah, all but the face piece.
You know, sometimes I get the impression you don't enjoy riding in a driller.
Let the funny stuff. Let's get out of here. How do we know Corey didn't send a space phone message before he got out of his ship?
You're right, Grove. But before we leave, I'm going to set a magnesium bomb and leave it in here.
What for?
I'll make sure that this drill is useless to anybody else. And it'll leave this cab in such a mess that the Space Patrol can't find any fingerprints.
All right. All right, but let's get at it.
There's something up ahead, sir. Looks like smoke.
You're right, Happy. It's the drilling machine that's on fire.
It's not moving. Hey, do you suppose whoever was in it got out?
Well, let's hope so. Wait a minute. By the color of the smoke, that must be magnesium. It must have been deliberately started to wreck the control mechanism.
But where's the driver?
Take a look at that scorched area on the ground a few yards from the driller.
A blast-off scar.
Our driller operator had a spaceship hidden here. Turn on the viewscope, Happy. Maybe you can pick up a trace of him. Now contact Space Control Solaria. Commander Corey aboard Terra 5 calling Space Control Solaria. Commander Corey calling Space Control Solaria.
This is Space Control Solaria, Commander. Lieutenant Orr speaking.
Lieutenant, relay this bulletin to all Mercury Space Patrol units.
Yes, sir.
A spaceship of unknown type just blasted off from the vicinity of the broken water conduit. Interrogate all spaceborne private craft. Ground all suspicious ships and hold the occupants.
I'll relay that message, Commander. Can you give any sort of description of the ship?
No, we merely saw the blast-off scar. Looked like it was from a small space cruiser. That water main break was deliberately sabotaged. An atomic driller did the job.
Atomic driller?
Yes. We found it abandoned near the break. Tell Colonel Henderson I want investigators sent out to examine it. They'll need firefighting equipment.
Yes, sir.
Make an immediate check of all known atomic drilling machines on Mercury. Where they are and who has them.
Yes, Commander.
How's the water situation in Solaria?
It's even more serious than we thought, sir. We're setting up cargo ships to bring some in from other cities. Commander, a Venus-bound passenger ship reported seeing a wrecked lab ship south of Solaria. The pilot thought it might be Professor Mallison's ship.
South of Solaria? How far south?
15 DU, sir.
That's the hottest part of the planet. Even if the ship wasn't badly damaged by the crash, it looks bad for Mallison.
The same passenger ship also picked up Mallison's automatic coat, sir. And another temperature report. 122 degrees below zero.
Below zero? That seems impossible. Have you sent any units to investigate?
Not yet, sir. Colonel Henderson...
Yes, I know. You've got problems of your own, Lieutenant. You give me the location of that crashed ship. I'll investigate it myself.
And 87 degrees, 16 minutes, 43 seconds west.
But you suppose that's a ship you shot down? Shut up, Ilvis. I got their frequencies, both of them.
Got it, Lieutenant. One more thing, Commander. The passenger ship pilot isn't sure, but he thought he saw something moving near the crashed ship. It doesn't seem likely.
No, it doesn't. But I'll get there as quickly as I can. Corey out.
Corey alive? Yeah, it was somebody else we ran over with the driller. Cut it off. If that is the first ship you shot down, and there's someone still alive. There couldn't be. That was 4 days ago. And even in the best space suit made, nobody could live 4 days in that heat. What are we going to do? We're going to make sure. Maybe we can get there before Corey does. And if not, we'll cut Corey's investigation short.
Murdoch, maybe we didn't kill those men with the driller. Maybe it was Corey and somebody else, and they escaped somehow.
Well, if he did, he wouldn't escape this time. You marked down those coordinates, didn't you?
Yeah, they're right here.
All right. I'll take the controls. You get on the view scope. We don't want to get close to another ship, especially Corey's.
We're nearly to the location, sir.
Drop her down a few thousand feet, Hap.
Yes, sir. Hey, this part of Mercury looks even worse than where we were before. Rougher terrain.
Yes, and it's even hotter. Close to 500 degrees. Now, listen. Get that down, Hap.
Yes, sir. MLS 28.
Mercury Lab Ship 28. That's Mallison's identification code.
Temperature minus 122 degrees. Hey, it cut out.
Minus 122 degrees. I got a fix in that signal, Happy. It's almost directly below us. Look.
It's a cracked up ship, all right. A lab job, too.
Get your spacesuit on, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Whatever we do, we've got to do it fast.
Hey, Commander, down there by that cliff. It's a man in a spacesuit.
That's incredible. He's waving to us. Stand by for repeller ray.
That's the lab ship, all right. Even in the viewscope, you can see it's pretty badly smashed up.
Yeah, but we're too late. Corey's ship is landing right near it.
What do we do?
He'll probably go in to find what's left of Mellison. When he does, we'll swoop down and blast the wreckage, and then shoot up Terra 5.
Better not get so low, Burdock. They may see us.
There's not much they can do about it. Anyway, I'm keeping between them and the sun. Nobody's going to look up at the sun, especially here on Mercury.
Wait a minute. They're running right past the ship. Where are they going?
Oh, maybe. Seeing something close to the cliff.
Burdock, it's a man. And he's alive.
After 4 days in that blast furnace down there, it's impossible.
See for yourself.
Must be Mellison. We've got to make sure that none of them get out of here. Get your spacesuits on, Grove.
We aren't going to land.
Not unless we have to. But I'm going to make sure that all 3 of them are finished before we leave here.
Check your suit spacerphone, Happy.
That's working okay, sir. And so's the temperature control.
And we'll need it. All right, open the outer hatch.
Mallison's acting pretty strange, sir. He just stands over there and motions to us instead of coming toward us.
It's hardly a normal way to greet rescuers. Let's see if the spacesuit transmitter's working. Professor Mallison, this is Commander Corey. Can you read me?
He's just waving more excited than ever.
Professor, if you hear me, hold both hands over your head.
He's doing it.
Apparently he can hear us, but his transmitter's out.
I thought I heard something in the earphones just for a second, another voice.
Professor, is there some reason why you want us to come over there? If there is, hold your hands straight out at your sides.
Yeah, that's what he wants us to do.
We better do as he asks. But how did he manage to survive in this heat?
Commander, it's a cave.
Yeah, I see. Commander, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, Professor.
My spaceophone wasn't working, so I couldn't answer you. Commander, you've got to look at this.
It's a happy surprise to find you alive, Professor. That spacesuit must be remarkably resistant to heat.
It isn't the suit that's responsible. Just look in here, where the beam from my atomolight is shining.
It just looks like an ordinary cave.
Further back, look at the walls.
You mean that shiny blue-black mineral?
Commander, that's ice.
Ice? In this part of Mercury?
Right. Thousands of tons of it, perhaps millions.
That's how you manage to stay alive. It's cool in the cave.
Yes, with 570 degrees outside. Inside, it's a constant 122 below zero.
And your automatic rocket transmitter was right.
Commander, do you realize what this underground ice means to Mercury? To the people of Solaria in particular?
You mentioned millions of tons.
A conservative estimate. Think how easily it could be melted and piped to Solaria. Only a matter of a few miles in comparison with the present haul of more than 1,000.
It certainly is a timely discovery. Dozens of conduits can be built from here to Solaria at a fraction of the cost of the one line that was broken.
A spaceship. Yeah, it must be a space patrol craft.
Let's get to our ship, Professor. Believe me, this news will be welcome in Solaria.
Well, what I don't understand is how all this ice could be underground in the hot part of Mercury.
The rock above insulates it. This is not a new phenomenon by any means. Why, on the planet Earth, more than 1,000 years ago, Indians in the Arizona desert used to get ice from a natural cavern such as this.
Hey, wait a minute. It's not a space patrol ship. It's a private cruiser.
You're right, sir. It's taxiing around on repeller ray.
I've seen that ship before. Why, it's the one that shot my lab ship down.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Hey, what's a crazy fool doing? He's backing the ship right toward the cave.
Better get out of here or he'll run over us.
He's got something worse than that in mind. He's seen us and doesn't want us to get out.
Well, maybe he's just backing up to get room to blast off between here and the opposite wall of the canyon.
Up in your life. Quickly, get out of the cave. He's going to put his stern in here and turn on his rocket blast. It's lucky we saw him in time to get out of the cave. Now get behind this rock. Maybe he won't see us from the ship.
Hey, you're right, Commander. He's pushing the tail of his ship back in the cave with blasts from his forward rocket.
He really intends to see that we don't get away from here. But keep close to the rock. I think we'll be safe here.
Hey, he's keeping his forward rockets on to hold the ship in the cave.
Something tells me he's going to regret this.
Wow, the ship's wrecked.
It shot right across the canyon into the opposite wall.
His hand must have slipped off the controls.
No, Happy. The heat from his rocket exhaust turned the ice into steam, and it popped the ship out of the cave like a cork.
We'd better get over there, Commander. They may be badly hurt.
If they haven't got spacesuits on, they haven't a chance.
Commander, I see somebody getting out. Yeah, there are two of them.
And they do have spacesuits on.
Let's get them. By their attitude, I don't think we'll have any trouble.
No, sir. You know, during the last few minutes, sir, I really realized what a wonderful thing water is.
That's so?
Yes, sir. In the form of ice, it saved Professor Mallison's life. And when those two fellows turned it into steam, it simply cooked their goose.
An exciting preview of next week's new Space Patrol adventure after this important question. Have you sent for your Space Patrol spaceophone yet? You better hurry! Yes, sir, this sensational offer is soon going to end. And you don't want to be left without one of these thrilling new spaceophone sets, do you? No, sirree. So, hurry! More fun. You can talk back and forth on the spaceophone to someone a straight 50 feet away. Just like talking on the telephone. Complete with two spaceophones, 50 feet of communication cord, and secret briefing sheet. Now remember, these are official spaceophones, made especially for you on Earth. Real beauties, too. Gleaming blue and yellow plastic. Look exactly like the spaceophones Buzz Corey and the gang use. So don't wait a single day. Hurry! Yes, sir, you have to hurry, because this offer soon comes to an end. To get the complete Space Patrol spaceophone set, do this. Buy a box of Instant Ralston. Then, with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and an Instant Ralston box top to Space Patrol, Box 686. St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in continental U.S. and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now for a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol story. Buzz and Happy have just entered a spaceship in Neptune City Spaceport in search of a traitor against the United Planets. They pause in the open hatch a moment.
He may be up forward, tampering with the controls.
Wrong guess, gentlemen.
Commander, look out!
Here we are, Cadet. I've got a ray gun.
Yeah, well, I've got it.
I warned you.
Cardo, put down that gun.
Don't try to get to your feet, Commander.
What are you doing in this ship?
Preparing it for its last voyage. There's an explosive hidden aboard. Time to go off 2 hours after blastoff. And you, my friend, will be aboard.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Queen of Space.
Boys and girls, this is your commander. Do you know how life-giving oxygen is carried to the cells of the body? By the bloodstream. So when a person loses a great deal of blood in an accident or in sickness, there's not enough blood left to do that job. Result? The person dies. So, will you help me save lives by joining the Space Patrol Blood Boosters? It's fun, it's patriotic. So join the Space Patrol Blood Boosters today.
Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol comes to you transcribed